Good morning, gamers. Welcome to Day 2 coverage of the Regional Championship here at SCG Con Portland. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Klomparens. You missed yesterday. You missed 9 rounds of Swiss standard action. You missed some coverage by Carmen and myself. You missed some coverage by Corey Baumeister and Ailey Lonely. Let's take a look at who we got here. We got us. We got Ailey. We got Corey. We got Nick Miller in the sideboard, too. He doesn't get a spot on this slide, but he is out here working hard to bring us some of the best Magic in the room. We appreciate everything that he does as well.
Yeah, Nick in particular is someone who I really love his work on week 1 standard, right? This is basically the first weekend where Laroo and Eclipse is legal in standard. So for standard, we're talking 60 card minimum deck size. We're talking 15 card sideboard. The rounds are 50 minutes long and players are playing best of 3 matches of Magic in order to determine a winner. And standard is a format, it's one that it rotates, right? Once a year, a bunch of cards are no longer legal anymore. You know, 4-ish sets fall off, but everything that is legal goes all the way back to Wilds of Eldraine.
Yes, tons of sets there. Wilds of Eldraine. Every now and again, I see a card from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and I go, oh yeah, we can still play that one too.
We were talking about Deep Cavern Bat. It felt like every other round yesterday, despite that one not really showing up just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, some really cool innovation, both, as you're saying, some cards that have been in standard a little bit longer showing up when maybe they haven't shown up for a little while, and some new cards, Laroo and Eclipsed, really making its presence known this weekend. It did through day 1. Let's talk about the schedule order event here. Yesterday we played 9 rounds of Swiss, playing against players with like records, trying to earn at least 18 match points. That's 6 wins to get to day number 2. That's the minimum record. Now we're at day 2. It's 9 a.m. Coverage is beginning. We have 6 rounds, 6 more.
I'm Carmen. This is Ryan. 9 a.m. is our time.
And that's my time. 6 more rounds of Swiss today, and then it's going to be the top 8 players. It's not a firm match points. You just want to win all of your rounds, or as many of the rounds as you can control today, to be one of the players with the 8 best records, which will cut to a single elimination playoff. And we are playing for some very serious prizes here at the Regional Championship. Of course, if you win, you get the title of the Regional Champion. You get $20,000 US. Just for making the finals, you get an invite to the World Championship. Everybody in the top 8, and then down to top 32 is going to get a Pro Tour qualification. Going down a little bit further, we have requalifications for future regional championships. championships and tons of cash prizes down the line as well.
Right, and it's so funny where you want to say $20,000, eyes on the prize. This is the thing that everybody is looking at, but I really, really want to zoom in for a second on these invites that players are going to be awarded at the end of the day. These World Championship invites validate so much effort for these players, right? I think for so many people, you explain the Regional Championship, the Pro Tour, to your family and people who don't know exactly a ton about Magic. You have to explain a little bit about what's going on. It's very cool, and you know you get to play with the best of the best. But if you say, I'm going to the World Championship, everybody knows what that means. It's just something that you actually, it feels like a career accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely. The World Championship is something that I've never qualified for. I've been around for a minute. I've seen some tournament success, but I haven't earned that one. So very serious accomplishment, as you're saying. And speaking of serious accomplishments, let's take a look at how everybody did in day number 1. We have one undefeated player going to day 2 of Regional Championship in Portland here this weekend. That's Jeff Jiao on Simic Omniscience, a deck that you were really praising the clean construction of.
I love someone who knows what they're about, and Jeff Chow's Simic Omniscience deck. The thing that Jadine Klemperens, when I was talking to her, said that really resonated with me, it is one card away from the fewest number of playsets possible to register in a deck. It is one card away from 15 4-ofs in the main deck, and then the sideboard is 4-4-4-3. So clean, no wonder that this version of Simic Omniscience that Jeff Chow has brought this weekend, he's seeing success with it. He knows what he wants and is able to basically convert on that.
Yeah, Jiao knows what he's doing. We'll be watching him this round, see exactly how this Simic Omniscience deck does. We have one other player who is technically undefeated, the worst kind of undefeated. We have Evan Vetter at Jeskai Control on 8-0-1 and firmly in second place there. As you go down to third place, you'll see everybody with actually a full loss instead of a draw, so that's one less match point. But we're going to see a pretty important match for both players there. Jeff Jiao fighting to stay as the only undefeated, and Evan Vetter would then jump to first place with the win here. And this Jeskai Control deck, this is something that we see a pretty good representation of in the field, but Jeskai Control, it tends to be an archetype that doesn't have a stock list. There's always a lot of frills and a lot of preferences you're going to see on display. You see things like, do you want a main deck graveyard hate? How many sweepers do you want? Which sweepers? Which counter spells? This is a 4-Day of Judgment deck.
Yes, this is something where you can see this player really cares a lot about answering the go-wide creature strategies that people have been finding success with in Simic Ouroboros, as well as Bant Airbending and the like. And looking at standings for top 16 here, I see why Day of Judgment hasn't lost yet.
Yeah, look at all these Simic Ouroboros. In 5th place, you have Tristan Wild Laroo. You have just so much Ouroboros going down the list there. A lot of Sultai Reanimator, which is a deck that can put a lot of presence on the battlefield when it executes its combo, but is kind of vulnerable to a Day of Judgment from that point.
Right, it is a spot where the Ban Airbending deck is able to ostensibly, through a really convoluted combo, Earthbend an infinite number of times and then immediately kill the opponent with the right setup. For the most part, the Sultai Reanimator deck is going to put a lot of power in play, pass the turn, and then hope that however much power it put into play, the various creatures, enters, triggers, and so forth, are going to be enough to close it out. Day of Judgment has a lot to say about that version of a combo.
Absolutely. And just checking in with more players here is Evan Faust and Azorius Flask holding strong. Mason Buonadonna also at 8-1. And if we go to our second slide of standings, you see those 8-1s. I was wondering how far they go down. That was exactly it. At 17th, we're already down to 7-1-1. Yesterday, when we checked in standings, it was around 5 or 6. We saw a lot of unintentional draws, and it seems like those players have been picking up more losses, so it's a little bit cleaner field at the top of the standings now.
Yeah, it's not bad. We still have, 4 players with draws at this point in the top 32-ish now, but a lot of deck diversity here looking down to the 7-2s. I love all of the Izzet that you're seeing here. We see a lot of the blue-green decks in that top 16 slide, but the difference between 8-1 and 7-2 before you're playing 6 rounds is just one match.
Yeah, these players are certainly in striking distance, and we have 6 rounds to play. Plenty of time to make up a match of difference. And you do see some archetypes here that are going to be more in the other category when we check in with our metagame breakdown. Aiden Simon's Rudolph on Boros Dragons. We watched Reed Stradling on Jeskai Pixie yesterday. Really curious to see how these players perform on day number 2, if we can get some more dark horses maybe in the top 8 of the tournament.
Yeah, I know that the mana on the format right now has looked really good overall. So So seeing even four-color Omniscience in 29th place, not that surprising to me that people are looking for places to get edges on the deck list sheet. Selesnya Ouroboros, also something that is pretty different, but you can imagine a more beat-downy version of the Ouroboros decks that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. In general, I'm particularly excited just to see how the rest of today plays out with this type of archetype diversity at play.
Yeah, and you see Joel Sadowski there, still holding firm at 7-2 with Jeskai Control. Going to be, as I was saying, somewhat different build to Jeskai Control. And this is an open deck list tournament. We're here in day number 2, and players are going to have a better feel for, certainly how their deck performs against the field broadly. But when you play against these Jeskai Control players, that's when you really want to be looking at that deck list before you start game number 1. So let's talk a little about the matchup we're about to cover. So we have Jeff Jiao, we have the Simic Omniscience deck, really clean Kona Rescue Beastie combo deck, trying to station a planet, put Omniscience on the battlefield, cast a lot of spells. It's a deck that can go infinite, but kills you before you have to actually cast, It's eventually going to get you with Terror of the Peaks. But then for Evan Vetter, so we have Jeskai Control. We talk about the 4 Day of Judgments. We have 4 Get Lost, 4 No More Lies. This deck is not as clean as Jeff Jiao, but a lot of 4-ofs up and down the deck list here.
Yeah, something that you'll see a lot of times with Jeskai Control decks is sort of a question of how you actually want to tune your interaction from matchup to matchup, weekend to weekend, and so on. I'm a little bit concerned about how this version of Jeskai Control is going to fare game 1. There is a lot of creature respect being paid for go-wide creature strategies, which is not really the game that Jeff Jiao is trying to play. Post-sideboard, I think things are going to change, honestly, a great deal.
Well, it sounds like our players are ready, so let's see how game 1 goes, and then we'll find out exactly what the sideboards do. Let's watch some magic. Welcome to live coverage of day number 2 here at the Regional Championship in Portland at SCG Con. At the top of your screen, you have our lone undefeated player, Jeff Jiao on Simic Omniscience. On the bottom, Evan Vetter at 8-0-1 on Jeskai Control, who is on the play with a tapped Hallowed Fountain. Jeff Jiao will meet that with Uthros, Titanic God Core, a tremendously fun card name to say.
All right, how about this one?
Evendo, Walking Haven, less fun, but still pretty good.
I think you just really like the guttural Uthros.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Ooh comes from the core of your body. You really speak with your whole body, saying Uthros.
I feel like that's the royal yor in
mine.
Yeah.
I did mean mine.
Bright side, both players are at the point where they haven't missed land drops yet, which is going to be pretty important in this sort of matchup. Jiao doesn't have a ton of interaction to try and force the combo through outside of something like Cavern of Souls. But even then, a card like No More Lies can catch the first spell that Omniscience tries to cast if Jiao is tapped out.
Yeah, a lot of land drops back and forth, which is typically where you want to be on Jeskai Control in every matchup. And for Simic Omniscience, you at least got to get up to 4. Notably, the planets are online for our Simic Omniscience player, and a Quarry Mountain Monastery is there for Evan Vetter if a stream of cards becomes what the game is about. And now, land number 4 is Cavern of Soul on Beast for Jiao. No Beastie just yet.
So funny, the thing that I think Vetter really wants to have here is something like Tishana's Tidebinder. Not even to use its text box, but just to get a threat on the table. This is a spot where Jiao is able to go over the top of Vetter, but Vetter really needs to find a way, which means Vetter needs to find a way to close this game out. A lot of the counter spells that he's playing are things like just No More Lies, which has diminishing returns as the game continues. As Jiao just hits land drops, that card doesn't really count as a real counter spell anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense. You were referencing the Tishana's Tidebinder. There's 1 copy in Vetter's list. There's also 1 copy of the Inagi at Kyoshi Island, which is this 5th land, shocking and esteem vents, kind of signals to me. Vetter to 18 there. We're going to see a kick to consult the star charts on NSEP here for Jiao.
And this feels like one of those spots where Vetter is considering the No More Lies.
It's going to be 3 steps ahead to counter, leaving up some untapped blue and white mana as we head back to Jiao. And you do wonder, as the game develops, is that consult the star charts? Is that an essential glue piece for Jiao to shape up the hand, or is that something to start the counter war and cast something more impactful this turn?
Something I would even believe here as well is Vetter does have 4 copies of Get Lost in the main deck, which can just destroy the card Omniscience.
Oh, yeah, destroy an enchantment. You don't even have to fight over the beastie itself. You could sometimes get the Omniscience. As you see Cavern of Souls on Dragon here as land number 5 for Jiao. This is a 4 Meringue River region deck.
Right, it's really funny where there is an extent to which the threats that Jiao is going to be presenting, their values are going to change over time in the game, where some of this is going to come down to how Jiao actually tries to navigate them through Vetter's interaction.
Here's a stock up for Vetter. 3 copies of this in the main deck. 4 Consult the Star Charts favoring the instant speed form of draw here in the deck list. Some of that maybe to counterbalance the sorcery speed sweepers with the 4 Day of Judgment.
Right. Stock up is really nice at helping you hit that turn 4 Day of Judgment as well. Just go, okay, well, I know I don't want to counterspell a creature from you on 3 if I'm doing Day of Judgment on 4.
Control decks have mana curves too, it turns out.
Yeah, right.
You're going to see an attempt at another consult the star charts in response, and No More Lies will exile that one. So Vetter will resolve the stock up, looks at the top 5, grabs 2.
Whoa, okay, but now this looks like a shields down moment from Vetter.
Yeah, this is a sorcery speed stock up resolving. The mana was tapped to fight the counter war, so this could be a window for Jiao to execute a combo.
Ooh, that's a fast untap.
Yeah, there was no 6th land there for Vetter. So fully tapped down, we're on Jiao's turn. Got the planets. Got the right colors of mana. What do you have for spells? It's a tap of 3. That's a stock up, so this is not a window for a beastie. No Konas on this turn.
Huge sigh of relief for Vetter.
Yeah, absolutely. Though Jiao will get the Sculpt the Hand. Looks at the top 5. Going to add 2 to the hand.
And if you're in Jiao's seat, the frightening thing going on here is Vetter did miss that 6th land last turn, just like you said, which means that Vetter's hand is all spells.
It's interesting, because that's really scary from an aggro deck at all times. With a control deck, there could be a possibility where more mana is needed to fight the requisite counter war, right?
Yeah, no, that's totally a fair point, especially with 3 copies of Jeskai Revelation in the main deck. Vetter has some spells that really ask you to have some lands on the table.
Yes, absolutely. Hand could also be gummed up by those Day of Judgments. We'll see how this plays out. So we head back Vetter's way. There was land number 6 there for Jiao. And this is, anytime you're on a other blue deck playing against these blue-white X-control decks, you do really want to make your land drops to overload their counter magic. So there was the sigh of relief there for Vetter that there was no combo here, but we're still very much playing a game as you see Vetter cast a sorcery speed, unkicked Consult the Star Charts.
All right, this screams land, 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 land.
Looking at the top 5, as you mentioned, very much likely looking for a land.
Notably, always tapping down his red sources. Looking at the deck list, it looks like this is blue-white control with the card Jeskai Revelation as well as Quarry Mountain Monastery. Even looking at the sideboard, no more red cards.
Wow. Yeah, not even a Lightning Helix enjoyer.
Nope, no Pyroclasm, no frills, blue-white.
There is land number 6, though. Flood Farm Verge has been cast. And now we're going to see an Incept Lost in the Maze. This card's kind of important for this Omniscience deck if you want to fight over like a Get Lost on your Kona. But as you were mentioning, that kind of spell can deal with your Omniscience anyway. But all the same, Vetter will No More Lies the Lost in the Maze.
Yeah, and in some ways it feels like this is Vetter basically trying to ensure that he can bridge the gap to starting to cast Jeskai Revelations. Those cards, in some ways, sort of feed into each other.
Right.
They also provide some amount of flash pressure, which is what Vetter is really in the market for at this point. Those Monk's damage do add up over time.
Yeah, absolutely true. And as you're saying, you do kind of just want to get to a point where you can leave all your mana for instant speed stuff. So here is Kona for Jiao. Just going to put that in tap because it's immediately going to station a planet. There is no Lost in the Maze to protect it, but we're going to go. Jiao would like to go.
But if there's another Lost in the Maze.
Yeah, there is 2 mana up here as Get Lost is going to try to take care of the Kona before it can trigger that survival ability. And that is going to work. So Kona, Dispatch, 2 maps here for Jiao. There's some matchups where giving your opponent maps can be of a consequence. How valuable do you think those maps are for Jiao?
Well, about as valuable as your local mall that you've been going to since you were a child.
The Mall of America? The biggest mall in the United States?
Yes, Ryan. That's exactly what I meant. Thank you.
I thought so. Here's Formidable Speaker for Jiao. Going to discard a Meringue River Regent.
I mean, this is the other side of the table where Jiao also is happy to just have any way to apply pressure at this point. This is a way to turn those maps into relevant downside for Vetter.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we're going to head back to Vetter. One land away from starting to cast those Jeskai Revelations. There are 3 in the deck, and we'll once again cast a stock up to start things out. You spot the one of Unagi at Kyoshi Island among the 5 cards.
I suspect land Unagi is pretty nice.
I'd be happy with that.
Though it's entirely possible he's at the point, especially if he's choking on Jeskai Revelations, I can imagine a world where you just want lands. It's not like threats are what Vetter is missing at this point.
Yeah, you talk about Unagi plus land, but the land is the exciting get.
Right, yeah.
And Vetter going to think this one over. Yeah, it's not as clear as an obvious grab of Unagi it does seem to be. And you do expect this amount of deliberate play from players doing this well starting off in day number 2 at the regional championship. And there is the land. It's going to be the Red-White Verge.
Sunbillow Verge was one of the cards available off stock up. The other land was an island. So we'll know if that gets played.
All right, we're back over to Jiao now untapping. Has a couple maps, has a Formidable Speaker. Vetter pretty long on cards in hand after all these stock ups. So you got to respect a lot of potential interaction here.
Spot where you can feel Jiao kind of figuring out, is this a combo turn or is this to try and press some damage turn? The interesting balance you have to figure out is how much that pressure is actually going to be worth. And a lot of times pressure doesn't matter unless you can deal 20 points of it.
Right. As we established yesterday, you do know which point is the last one.
Exactly.
All right, so Jiao's going to start out by cracking a map on the Formidable Speaker. It's going to put a land in the hand, picks up another Evando Walking Haven. Here's an attack for 2. Vetter to 16. And here is Meringue River Regent. There's a Cavern of Souls on Dragons. Can't counter that one. And this is nice, yeah. Bounce my own Formidable Speaker is the play.
Nice.
There is that planet that was picked up off the map, and we'll head back Vetter's way.
It's particularly pronounced that despite having a way to convert that Evando into a real spell, with that Formidable Speaker that Jiao just picked back up into hand, they're still playing it as a land here as land number 8. We're getting close to tap 10 lands, Omniscience.
Oh, I hope we see it.
I love doing that.
Speaking of land number 8, here's a tapped Hallowed Fountain for Evan Vetter, now just passing with 7 mana up as we head back to Jiao. We are in Jeskai Revelation territory. Might be tough to get an Omniscience on the table through that. When are they going to make a Cavern of Souls for enchantments? You don't. I know you can't answer that.
Yeah, that's.
Here comes
I don't know.
6 points flying across. Vetter to 10.
Can I interest you in Hall of Heliod's generosity?
You cannot.
Well, I did my part.
So that 6-point flyer just getting across here unchecked. You know, as you're talking about, the last point is the one that matters. So there's some time for Vetter to kind of weather that storm as Formidable Speaker is redeployed here. It's going to discard a land, go tutor up another creature. How often do you suppose Jiao just beats down for the W in a matchup
I mean,
like
I would
this.
totally believe it. One of the strengths of Meringue River Regent in particular is that it is just a super respectable card as a card.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's like 6'7". Jiao giving a think to what to grab here.
Right, the options are the one of Terror of the Peaks. There are 2 more Meringue River Regents, 3 more Konas, and 2 more Formidable Speakers.
It lands on another Meringue River Regent. And here is another Cavern of Souls.
Yes.
Love naming dragon. As you were mentioning, Terror of the Peaks is one of the other options, but you need 2 red for that one. But Meringue River Regent was the find. This is a 6th untapped mana source, so that could show up here. And we're talking about a situation where there are, you know, face-up 4 Day of Judgment. So here's Meringue, but first, that Formidable Speaker is going to station a planet. The intention, clearly, to bounce that one.
Ooh, and look, you can see Jiao going, well, it's uncounterable, and Vetter saying, oh yeah, but give me a second.
We may be returning a spell to its owner's hand. Right, looks like that is not the case. Meringue comes down. Jiao would like to bounce the other River Regent as well as the Formidable Speaker.
I somewhat question if there's a world where Vetter wants to let that happen and then bounce the Meringue River Regent that is going to stay in play just to make it so Jiao doesn't have anything in play.
Yeah, so it looks like 4 damage to the Formidable Speaker. That one's not getting picked up, but both Meringues will be bounced. As you mentioned, 1 from the Revelation, 1 from the other's ability. Couple monks going to show up, 4 life gained, 2 cards drawn. And now Vetter has some means to potentially start closing this game on his side.
They're nices if you're a Vetter fan.
Not means, I just got it. It's early.
Listen, it barely made sense to me.
I really appreciate the way that you had to get it out, though.
Yeah, no, listen. 9 o'clock, that's our time.
All right, some more sorcery speed action here for Vetter. Makes a lot of sense when you have 2 prowess creatures. Here's a kicked Consult the Star charts. Going to look at the top 8 cards of the library, put 2 into the hand. Imagine still looking for interactive ways to shore the game up. There's not a rush to close the game, really ever, for the Jeskai control deck.
Right, this is a spot where it is a bit odd to play your card draw spell at sorcery speed like this, but the fact that it's worth extra points of damage with these 2 monk tokens is a lot of what has Vetter doing this at this point. It feels like Vetter is in the driver's seat, but does need to actually get to the business end of this game.
Makes sense. I do want to call attention to the fact that now Vetter is leaving red mana untapped and that Quarry Mountain Monastery. The cards shall flow.
I feel like that was a reference I was supposed to get.
It's like Dune adjacent. Don't worry about it.
All right, not doing that.
All right, the 2 cards have been selected off the consult. We have 2 2/2 monks, rumbles across for 4, Jiao to 16. Sudden Bill of Verge is land number 9. That means there is an active monastery for this turn, and it is Jiao's turn.
All right, Jiao has 9 lands now.
One away.
1 away. This is notably a nice point to recast one of those regions just to bounce the 2 monk tokens.
Yeah. Slow down the pace of the game here. Gonna start with a tap of 3. Here's a stock up for Jiao. That's gonna resolve. Most of the counter spells for Vetter in the main deck are normalized. There's 2 Spell Snare and a 3 steps ahead, so not a lot that can really fight over a stock up, certainly at this stage in the game. So once again, looking at the top 5, grabbing 2.
Both players are going to get to see a lot of their library basically every game of this matchup. No one is killing that fast. Jiao ostensibly can kill as early as the 4th turn, but with all the card draw these decks have available, that still is going to equate to one or both players seeing a quarter or more of their deck.
Yeah, so for Jiao, there's the 4 stock-ups and 4 consults, just 7 total for Vetter, the 3 stock-ups, 4 consults. When you were consulting for this many cards and stocking up this many times, how much are you keeping track of when you're going to get back to the bottom of your deck and the known quantities?
I think it can vary a little bit. This is something that used to come up a lot during Search for Azcanta days in Arena. Admittedly, that was not the most desirable gameplay, so frequently a lot of cards like Consult the Star Charts will have you put cards on the bottom in a random order, which can change things a decent amount. It wouldn't surprise me if it's particularly useful to track it with some of the stock-up piles when you are choosing the order of the cards, but especially since Jiao is cast Formidable Speaker to shuffle, I doubt that it's front of mind for Jiao.
Makes a lot of sense. Here's Meringue River Regent, going to get rid of those tokens. Here's an activation of the Quarry Mountain Monastery that's going to find an elegant parlor. We'll head back to Vetter. Just land drop for turn here. It's on the house. It's hanging out there. Here comes Elegant Parlor. It's going to be a Surveil of 1. I said on the house. I suppose I should have said on the monastery.
It's on the home.
Going to Surveil away. Another Verge.
Ask the library for lands it tried to deliver.
Yeah, they're there. And here is Day of Judgment to answer the 1 Meringue River Region. As we head back to Jiao, once again, Vetter with mana up for that Quarry Mountain Monastery.
And Vetter likely feels great about that. I know it's funny to say, well, you want Day of Judgment to get multiple cards most of the time. We are getting to a point where Jeff only has so many ways to literally deal damage to Vetter. You can end up with all the cards in hand that you want, but if the 12 creatures in Jiao's deck are answered, it's over.
Speaking of those 12 cards, here's another Kona that's going to immediately station a planet, threatening to trigger that survival ability on the second main phase here. Something that I find endlessly amusing about this Omniscience deck, specifically the Kona stationing planets. You see that 10 on that Evendo? Fully stationing these isn't even useful.
Oh, okay, but look at this.
Ooh, get lost on Kona, and here is Lost in the Maze to try to protect.
With 3 mana back.
To pay for no more lies. All right, see what Vetter can do to fight. Looks like there's going to be a quick question away from the table.
I suspect that Vetter may have an answer to the card Lost in the Maze, perhaps another Get Lost, and wants to check if it is legal to let Lost in the Maze resolve. Then, before the Get Lost currently on the stack tries to resolve, can Vetter cast another Get Lost on Lost in the Maze and then have the initial Get Lost on Kona resolve?
Well, we will find out. If there is another Get Lost, it seems to me that Vetter should be able to disrupt the combo, at least for this turn. Lost in the Maze, a pretty funny card. It's this X spell, but you almost always see Omniscience deck cost it for X equals 0. But let's check out another match while we wait on this judge call. A live look in here on David Dunham on Sultai Elementals against Cody True on Is It Looting. Looks like our looting player has a battlefield and our Elementals player has nothing going on, at least for now. A lot of cards in exile. A Ghost Vacuum going to work here for True, and an Otter giving some beatdowns.
And I was talking yesterday, we covered Cody True playing against Jake Beardsley, also on a Sultai, more Reanimator version of the Elementals deck. And Beardsley had expressed to me that looting was one of the tougher matchups for a lot of these types of decks. I suspect having access to cards like Emptiness is a huge boon for Dunham.
Well, looks like our main match has continued. We got a resolution to our judge call, so now we'll see what Vetter can do to fight over this combo here. Spell Snare on Lost in the Mist. Yeah, with that X equals 0, the mana value is 2.
Wow, and this is one of the only cards in Jiao's deck that Spell Snare can target.
It's going to be Dispelling Exile to counter the Spell Snare. Beholding a Dragon.
Oh. Jiao be holding a dragon, I'll tell you that.
All right, but here is that Get Lost on the Lost in the Maze. All right, so these are all going to work. Going to clean up the enchantment and the Kona. Bunch of maps now for Jiao. 5 maps on the table, but no combo potential, no creatures as we head back to Vetter. He's prevented the beatdowns. He's prevented the combo. Tapping with a ton of mana. Still has access to that Quarry Mountain Monastery. Lots of access to cards here. Mistrise Village is the land for turn.
Ooh, all of a sudden that means that any future Dispelling Exhales that Jiao have is not going to be effective in the face of that village.
Yeah, certainly get worse there, and it's just going to be the land in the past as we head back to Jiao. Feels like pressure's on Jiao to get something going against this much mana and the Monastery.
Yes. Right. Jiao does not have the reactive tools to stop Vetter's pressure for the most part. There is Murring River Regent going after the Monk tokens that a Jeskai Revelation can produce. But at the point that Vetter develops something like the Inagi of Kyoshi Island, it's going to be really tough for Jiao to permanently stop that sort of thing, which means that at this point, the onus of action is on Jiao.
So here's Roiling Dragonstorm, draw 2, discard 1. Huge tap for Vetter at the end step. That tends to mean one thing. First, it's Mistrise Village. Says you cannot counter this Jeskai Revelation. How about you take 4? I draw 2. I gain 4. I make a couple monks. Return your planet to your hand. The Revelation, it can bounce lands. Once you pay 7 mana, they let you do it.
Yeah, that's when you generally speaking, paying 7 mana, you get the world.
The planet, as it were.
And it were.
All right, so now those monks are online. Head back to Vetter. Life total is 18 Vetter to Jiao 12. Vetter in the driver's seat. Once again, not really rushing to close the game, but is ahead. Is the player threatening to do that in however many turns the game takes from here. Here's a Meticulous Archive. Vetter going to Surveil. Surveils away a Restless Anchorage. Here's a Seam Rip. Like this. Goes after the Roiling Dragonstorm. No dragons are going to return that to hand. Tracking a Prowess trigger. The first non-creature spell was a Seam Rip. And here's a second Seam Rip on map token to pump the monks. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Attack for 6. That's half of Jiao's life total.
Yeah, at this point, Vetter just needs to cast 2 more spells next turn. And that would be enough to actually end the game.
Going to see a kicked Consult the Star Charps on end step for Jiao. Only 2 mana up with this one. See if Vetter has anything to say about it. He's tapping some mana. Going to activate the Quarry Mountain Monastery. Maybe this could find a No More Lies. Finds a Murag River Regent. It's a good hit. But it looks like the Consult is going to resolve. Quick count of the lands. We have 8, so Jiao will look at the top 8 cards, put 2 into hand.
Yeah, it's the type of spot where, in some ways, you generally want to kind of bluff and not give your opponent information as to how strong or weak your hand is. But whenever you're putting your opponent under this much pressure, you know your opponent is just going to have to go for broke and hope you don't have it anyway. So in that spot, it behooves you to kind of just acknowledge if you have it or not and try and give yourself the best odds to actually have it, even if you're giving up some amount of bluff equity.
Makes sense. And it does feel like that Consult was important for Jiao to have. I imagine in a version of this game where he wins, it involves having the right cards and a lot of them.
Yes. Yes.
Didn't get a great look at the 8 there, but I believe another Consult the Star Charts was picked up.
I agree with you completely.
And that's actually just going to be cast unkicked at the end step. Look at the top 8, select 1 more. And that
This
makes a lot of
is
sense.
Not your grandpa's Anticipate.
Nor Impulse. And it makes a lot of sense just to use the mana here. When I was talking about wanting the right cards, Consult the Star Charts can find the right card, but it is not itself the right card. So Jiao selects one, and now will untap. Our Omniscience combo player really needs to get something going quickly here. Might only have one turn to do it.
This looks like the turn because this Meringue River Regent in Exile has Coiling Catch attached to it. That is one of the 2 spells needed for these monk tokens to be lethal. And that means that Vetter's going to get a look at least 4 cards to find another non-creature spell to cast. And it could be anything.
Outside of Day of Judgment. It can be many things.
So true.
All right, here's an attempt at Meringue River Agent. Okay, that'll clean up the monks, so no longer under immediate threat to lose the game. And that Avendo will be replayed as the land for turn. The Meringue will station it. And we'll head over to Vetter. So Vetter does still have that Meringue River Regent hanging out in exile from the Quarry Mountain Monastery. Find out if it's Dragon time or if it's draw 3, discard 1 time. Or does have the option just to not cast it at all.
Right. There is some question here. Is it better to just try and create a situation where Jiao is spending mana on Meringue River Regent every turn? Assuming these 2 regions can just bounce off each other.
And it is Dragon time, as it turns out. Here's a Meringue River Regent of his own. Is going to bounce Jiao's Dragon and one of the maps. And I'm doing a quick count here. 7 untapped mana after that.
Ooh.
Okay, Lost in the Maze to try to protect the Meringue River Regent.
I think that was Meringue River Regent going after 2 maps, but now this is an in-step Lost in the Maze to try and force the Jeskai Revelation out, if that is what Vetter has access to.
That does make sense. Good call.
Which is particularly fraught, because if Vetter were to go for it here, even if to kill the Regent, theoretically, Jiao could just go land and slam Omniscience for full retail.
So true. That's Vetter going to think about his options here. Certainly looking to do something. It's going to be a kicked Consult the Star Charts.
It better be good.
Well, it's a lot of cards.
Yeah, it does look like this is not that far off of double Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, looks at the top 13, can select 2, but importantly taps very low for the trouble. Just 3 mana untapped after this. Now, this is a spot where that second copy of Spell Snare could play.
Ooh, very true.
Which would then potentially also have mana for a No More Lies if that full retail Omniscience does show up.
Yeah, something in the space of that or another Get Lost would be massive here.
So Vetter has selected the 2 cards. It looks like Lost in the Maze is good, and we are back to Jiao's turn. So Vetter has 3 lands untapped, but we'll see what Jiao can do. Those 7 dragons, they mostly check each other. Jiao could use a map to try to make it so he has a good attack, though the dragon on Vetter's side is lethal, so not ideal.
Ooh, okay, and it looks like Jiao is lining some lands up. Is Jiao going to find a way to get out of this?
Well, stock up is where he'll start. Looks at the top 5.
I saw a couple of Dispelling Exhale, which is maybe backup for something, but I get the sense that this stock up is looking for the kill and not insulation.
Right. Two cards selected, 3 to the bottom. What do you got, Jiao? The tap of 4. That's a Kona. There's a planet. We'll station. Do we get to survive?
Uh-oh.
There's 3 Get Lost in Vetter's Graveyard already.
All right, the Kona has hexproof. I think it's going to happen.
So gonna put a permanent from the hand onto the battlefield for none mana. It's Omniscience. There's already 1 Meringue River Age on the table. And there still is that 3 mana. Some potential reaction from here is Formidable Speaker for Jiao. That's good. Discards another Kona, gonna go find a different creature, presumably another Meringue River Regent. Actually, it's gonna be the Terror of the Peaks.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It looks like there's a combo. We'll see how it plays out from here, but here's Terror of the Peaks. You gotta have something better. That's in play. Meringue River Regent will station something. Now Vetter moving to use some mana. Get Lost on the Terror of the Peaks. Dispelling Exile will save. Jiao making sure not to miss any of these stations.
Yep.
Get those counters on the planets.
Oh my God.
And that
Oh my God.
That is it. Jeff Jiao, after slogging through multiple Jeskai revelations, those Get Lost, all that counter magic, finds himself up a game.
That looked like it was the last Meringue, or another Meringue River Regent from hand, which allows you to pick up Meringue River Regent plus your Formidable Speaker, and then just go infinite with Terror of the Peaks with damage from there.
Right, really strong stuff there. You can see how Jeff Jiao is undefeated here at the RC in Portland. Seem to be having an issue with our sideboard graphic. We'll get that figured out here. We do have deck lists in front of us. So for Jiao on Simic Omniscience, I'll read the cards here. This is actually a really clean sideboard, much like the main deck. There's 4 Essence Scatter,
No.
4 Spell Pierce,
Yes.
4 Spell Snare,
Maybe.
3 Soul Guide Lantern.
No.
Right, that tracks for me.
It's entirely possible Spell Pierce is not actually something that Jiao's that interested in here. I do like these spell snares as ways to fight over both Consult the Star Charts and a lot of the reactive spells that Vetter is bringing to the table. So some of these cards are No More Lies, which Spell Pierce can also be okay against. But Get Lost as well is something that multiple times just in that game we were going, okay, well if Vetter has a Get Lost here, that looks like the out. Notably, there's also some other stuff that it can counter out of the sideboard for Vetter, but we'll touch more on that in a second.
So for Evan Vetter on the sideboard, now down a game, likely needs some help here. Has 2 Authority of the Consuls, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Voice of Victory, 2 Wan Shi Tong Librarian, and a Null, a Beza the Bounding Spring, a Negate, a River Churn Monument, a Spell Snare, a Tishana's Tidebinder, and a Torpor Orb.
So a lot of what's going on here is it feels like Vetter is mostly just highly disincentivized to tap out on his own turn, and then also wants to get out some of the anti-creature stuff that has been brought to the table for the various Cub matchups of the world. So Day of Judgment is one of the first cards that sticks out to me, but Seam Rip in particular, we saw that last game. Vetter was effectively just having to convert it as the card Shock, which is tough. Getting those out is sort of priority number 1, but I also suspect that Vetter is going to be pretty happy to have Wan Shi Tong as a flash threat that is really nice in spots like this. Negate, really nice in any sort of control spellsy matchup. Spell Snare of Vetter's Own is really nice. Tishana's Tidebinder is great. And I really want to zoom in on the card Torpor Orb. At a glance, I don't think Jiao has a single answer to a Resolve Torpor Orb, which does turn off Jiao's combo.
Yeah, and you can't Meringue River Regent to bounce it because that's exactly what Torpor Orb stops you from doing.
Right, exactly. And that's another reason that I think Jiao probably has to go pretty heavy on spell snares in these games, is just to not randomly get colded by the fun of Torpor Orb out of the board.
Yeah, and that would really incentivize you to make sure you have a blue mana up for those 8 answers to a turn 2 Torpor Orb.
Exactly.
All right, well, we're seeing the impact of Lorwyn Eclipsed here in Standard, and we've also seen a lot of impact of Avatar The Last Airbender. Been an awesome set, celebrating a lot of friends, one of their favorite shows, really, from growing up. Very wholesome, Very fun stuff happening there. You can order this on StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA. Get your hands on all those boomerang basics and combustion techniques, the lessons that have been showing up, the airbending stuff for the airbender combo deck, and many of your favorite characters as well.
Yeah, incredible set. I can't pretend I'm not at least a little bit biased, but even setting my own biases aside, this set is making waves in all kinds of different formats. It's been a really, really fun addition to Standard. So you can check all that out at StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA.
Not really impacting this matchup per se, as I have it better on the play with Meticulous Archive keeps on top. Just an island for Jiao.
I so hope Vetter wins with Wan Shi Tong now that you've said that.
Wan Shi Tong is a sick one.
I love that card. All right, so we have land drops on both sides, Meticulous Archive with one on top for Vetter to kick things off, and then a top otherwise, which is pretty nice. Then just lands on Jiao's side. No green source yet, notably no planet yet either, which is one of the things that is really a missing piece of the puzzle for Jiao at this point. But in the post-board games, it's funny to say that things are going to slow down a little bit going into the post-sideboard games, but as players have more tuned reaction, Vetter now has this flash threat in Wan Shi Tong Librarian. This is huge to have this early, but Jiao answers with Dispelling Exhale to counter it. That's massive. Only 1 mana left on Jiao's side. Vetter untapping on 5. Does have the 5th land, but just passes back. Jiao notably hitting one of their planets. 2 of their planets. One good one deserves another. Back over to Vetter. Shocking in Hallowed Fountain on the 6th land, and this is a spot where a lot of times that'll make you go, okay, my opponent must have 6 mana of spells to cast, but we saw last game it's not like Jiao is really in the business of playing a traditional game or attacking in the sense that we're used to, so in some ways it's free to shock for posturing reasons. All right. Lands back and forth. You can tell both of these players sitting on a ton of counter spells. Not much in the way of card draw, or at the very least wanting to make sure that if they are casting a card draw spell, it's going to resolve or they're going to be able to represent counter magic of some sort. But Vetter with the all-important 7th land, already in Jeskai Revelation territory when both players have only cast 1 spell apiece, and there it is. Revelation, end of Jiao's turn. Dispelling Exhale does tag it, however. This is a control mirror. Okay, back over to Vetter, who does have the first, I'll say, real card draw spell of the game in stock up. Looking at a couple lands, another stock up, No More Lies among the holdings. I suspect the No More Lies is going to end up going to the bottom. We're kind of getting to the part of the game where the mana leak shapes are going to fall off a little bit, but finding a land in a stock up looks pretty nice. I think I might have been able to catch a glimpse of Get Lost picked up. All right, Meticulous Archive. Vetter's happy with the card on top, passes back. All right. One good stock up deserves another as Jiao resolves one of their own. All right, I can see a Spell Pierce among the cards being looked at. Looks like mostly lands otherwise, but one of them is a Cavern of Souls, which in some ways does its own impression of being a spell, or it has more of an impact than simply giving you mana in your mana pool. Okay, so the Cavern of Souls is on Beast. This is a control mirror. All right, there it is. So we see both players have cast stock up. End of turn. Vetter has this Consult the Star Charts. And Jiao finally, nope, not going to let that resolve either. The 3rd counter spell from Jiao. Spell Snare meets Consult the Star Charts, and Spell Snare meets the next Consult the Star Charts. Just a wall of counter spells from Jiao this game.
Be still, my beating heart. Spell Snare catching kicks a Consult Star Chart is so nice. Oh, man. This takes me back.
Yeah, right. This is one where it's just like, here I am next to Ryan Overturf watching my turn spell snare, your turn spell snare.
Oof. Here's stock up. That one's going to resolve. I've also been a huge fan of stock up. Can't lie about that.
Yeah, right. This is one where both players are just looking at so much of their library this game. Both players with a ton of land drops. Somehow, even faster than in game one, Jiao is already starting to get into hardcast omniscience territory as we see the second cavern, this one on Dragon. 9 lands, okay.
I would love to see it. I still want to see the hardcast omniscience. Importantly, I want to see it resolve. If you just get it countered, whatever. But we will see how that progresses. We're back to Vetter. Players fully online with so much mana. Sorcery speed to consult the star charts. We've seen a lot of that this game. Match, really. Dispelling Exile here. Exhale, excuse me. There is 4 mana up even with this Beheld Dragon, but that would tap Vetter out, and he does not bite.
Right, this is the spot where Jiao is saying, okay, you can have your consult, but how willing are you to have your consult?
Let me consult my 4 untapped lands? No, we'll keep them untapped so we can annul this Roiling Dragon Storm.
Okay, not bad, not bad.
The one annul.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it also hits Lost in the Maze makes a lot of sense.
And Omniscience.
Well. That felt a little bit like you rooting for Omniscience getting countered.
Well, the annul's in the graveyard, so I was kind of rooting against it.
Oh.
Here's Catch and Coil for Jiao. Some more sorcery speed instant card draw. Honestly, you love to see it.
And this is pretty nice because in some ways this is Jiao kind of deleting bad cards from their deck in some ways and just saying, all right, I want to refine what my hand is about, and each time I discard one of these and then shuffle the Meringue River Regent back into my deck, the average card quality of cards in deck also goes up if you think you're buckling in for a really long game.
It's funny you talk about deleting bad cards. This card is actually just the combo piece, Kona.
I mean, you only need one.
That's true. Tap land for Vetter. We're back to Jiao. Another Roiling Dragon Storm. This one will resolve. I can't imagine we still have Seam Rips in the deck post-board for Vetter, so this could be a Dragon Storm that turns into some real value over time.
Right, especially with the Cavern of Souls that Jiao has back, making dragons uncounterable.
And here is another main phase kicked Consult the Star Charts.
Just fixing how to pay for it right quick, but we know Jiao's good for it.
Right. Here's a No More Lies that Jiao Cannon does pay for, so it's going to be the double No More Lies, a build your own force of will.
And build it, Vetter will.
Excuse me, that was an instant speed. Consult the Star Charts. Just a really fast turn cycle is what it was.
Yeah, players feeling the urgency, only 6 minutes left in round.
Yeah. Vetter does already have a draw. These players are currently 1 and 2 at the top of the standings. A draw is not the end of the world for either player, but it is undesirable, certainly for Vetter as the second draw.
Oh, and you can see Jiao has a Spell Pierce in hand. I'm going to be interested in seeing if this Roiling Dragon Storm leads to it getting discarded, or if Jiao says, no, the important turn is going to involve us spending all of our mana. Right,
the discard is the land, and that is something that's kind of fascinating about Spell Pierce with these Jeskai control decks. If you continue to present cards that matter, and if they're on this Jeskai Revelation thing, certainly, there's a window where you can probably catch something, even very late.
Right, exactly. You know your opponent has stuff like Jeskai Revelation in their deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, so another quick turn for Vetter and another kicked Consult the Star Charts for Jiao. Unagi at Kyoshi Island will be the response for Vetter.
Okay, so this is one where it's not going to draw a card off of the Consult the Star Charts resolving if that happens. But this is Vetter saying, okay, I just need to get this on the table, and you've obviously demonstrated that you are willing to very seriously spend counter magic on my threats. I just want to slip this one onto the table.
Right, and I also was talking about players picking up a draw, but what I missed there is that Vetter has to win this game to earn a draw.
Correct.
So this Unagi really just wants to get a threat on the table here. It does close the game quickly unchecked, though Jiao has so many cards. to be Catch and Coil in response to the Anagi. So this is one that would give the Anagi a card. That's why you see this cast here, and that's going to work. So Jiao gets so much selection here.
It looks like Jiao's deck only has like 20 cards left in it or something.
You would hate to run out.
All right, so the Anagi of Kyoshi Island is resolved. Now, for the next step, Jiao looking at 10 cards, keeping 2 of them.
That's a lot of looks.
Notably, this Consult resolving at this juncture, I can't help but feel that that means Vetter doesn't have any No More Lies, or else something would have likely been countered here.
Yeah, we were talking about the potential efficacy of the Spell Pierce for Jiao even going long, but No More Lies, like Vetter just has to fight over something with this much mana, and Cavernous Hold is hard to fight over anything.
Yes.
All right, so 2 more cards going to the very stocked hand for Jiao as he will untap. Quickly tap in some mana. Tap a 4. It's Kona. Rescue Bestie enters tapped and stationing a planet. Aang's Iceberg is going to try to break this up. See if Jiao is going to do anything to fight over this.
Only 2 mana left back for Vetter to Jiao's 6.
Enough to pay for 1 Spell Pierce. It's going to be a kicked Consult the Star Charts in response. Maybe we're looking for a 2 Spell Pierce situation?
Sure.
Do apologize, our video appears to have frozen here. I want to get this sorted out. I want to see where this game goes. Jiao is going to have 10 looks.
And this is, I think this is Jiao looking for another Spell Pierce. This is a spot where now the game is whittled down to a point where it feels like this one interaction is just really what the entire game boils down to. Is we know there's a Spell Pierce in Jiao's hand. Vetter only has 2 lands available. It's really unlikely that Vetter is going to be able to present multiple additional answers to what it is that Jiao is actually threatening lethal with at this point. So finding a Spell Pierce to create one of 2 divergent paths, right? You end up in a situation where Vetter says, okay, I will pay for your first Spell Pierce, and then the second Spell Pierce actually counters at Aang's Iceberg, and that's what's going on. Or, in that, the alternative is Aang's Iceberg gets countered, then you try and use something like Get Lost, and that just gets tagged by a second Spell Pierce.
Well, I do apologize for the technical difficulties, but we are getting word that Jeff Jiao did just win. Feels like a double Spell Pierce, and I do want to talk about the composition, the texture of the matchup. For Jiao, this really clean 4x up and down the list. This looks like a deck that's so good. You need very specific tools, and Vetter brought tools for the metagame at large. Didn't line up here. Looking great for Jeff Jiao, still undefeated. We are going to take a quick break here right now. We have a lot more Magic to bring you here on day number 2 at the RC in Portland. We'll be back soon. What's up, gamers? Welcome back to coverage of day number 2 of the regional championship here at SCG Con Portland. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Klomparens. We have one undefeated player in the field, Jeff Jiao, a little Simic Omniscience combo.
Making it look easy.
Pick up game number 10, long but easy.
Yeah, actually, I said making it look easy, but that did not look easy. That was really
it
impressively
looked hard
played.
fought and well earned is what it looked like from here. We're watching some players going to be a little bit further down in our standings this round. We did see Michael Bird yesterday playing this Bant airbending deck, and the pairing is going to be up against Tristan Wild Laroo, a 4-color rhythm, Nature's Rhythm, that is, a deck list that you're pretty fond of.
Yeah, I really like what's going on here. A lot of what we're seeing from Tristan Wild Laroo is something that initially was labeled as Simic Ouroboros because it has very similar bones to that. We see the Badgermole Cubs, all of the mana creatures, Nature's Rhythm, Mockingbird, all the way up to Craterhoof Behemoth. But talking to Tristan between rounds a little bit, or at least on Ryan and I's off rounds, I should say, his position is largely that Ouroboros is overrated, which, as you can see from this list, there's one in the sideboard.
Wow.
And that is all.
That is a statement. Yeah,
there are no main deck Ouroboros, and he largely is of the belief that a lot of the mirror matches and matchups at this point are coming down to either trying to Craterhoof your opponent out or bury them in cards with Quantum Riddler, rather than trying to fight the Ouroboros fight. So he instead has tried to slant the deck towards being a little bit more interactive with cards like Bright Glass Gear Hulk, as well as Explosive Prodigy. Explosive Prodigy, kind of a mini Flame Tongue Kavu if you're in one of these mana creature mirrors. And then Bright Glass Gear Hulk, you either can just play the Quantum Riddler game a little bit better by getting Mockingbird, which then can copy Bright Glass Gear Hulk and so on, or grabbing more interactive pieces in cards like Seam Rip and Meldstrider's Resolve.
Yeah, that Bright Glass Gear Hulk from Mockingbird sort of loop, that does seem very cool. And what we've seen with these rhythm decks is a lot of Craterhoof Behemoth combo kind of finishes, with this deck definitely seems bent on going for, instead of those Ouroboros kills, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's really interesting where the mana in this sounds a little sketchy, where you think, okay, are we really playing Llanowar Elves and Gene Pollinator in a 4-color deck? Can mana support this? We got 4 multiversal passage. Gonna get through this together. 4 starting town and 4 Gene Pollinator. So your deck list sheet is starting with 12 5-color sources. Really allows you to stretch what your mana is able to do at this point.
Spider Manifestation, giving you that red mana there too. Pretty cool stuff going on here for Tristan Wild Laroo. On the other side of the table, we have Michael Bird on Bant airbending. A little bit of new stuff happening here from Lore in the Cliffs, and by a little bit, I mean we have 1 Wistfulness in the main deck.
That is correct, and that is actually where the
that emptiness
main
is
deck
fake.
ends.
Don't look at that.
Yeah, I would say stop looking at Wistfulness, or the looking you should be doing ends at Wistfulness here. A lot of what's going on here is sort of the next step of evolution of what we saw at Spotlight the Avatar just a couple of weeks ago, where Bant airbending, despite not being a big part of the field, ended up taking home the trophy at the end of the day, and I believe was the 5th most played deck yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely represented there. Nick Miller working hard to get our metagame breakdown tabulated for day number 2. We don't have that yet. Well, we'll be filling you in as we progress through things.
Just give it a second.
Yeah. We'll get that figured out. But when it comes to this 4-color rhythm deck, this is innovative relative to Simic or Ouroboros. Not really an Ouroboros deck anymore. Certainly some changes here. That was certainly a known quantity even going into Magic Spotlight the Avatar, where Bant airbending did win. How do you like Michael Bird's chances against Tristan Wild Laroo?
I can't honestly say I have a great read on how this matchup is going to play out. Historically, I really liked airbending whenever the opponent was trying to lean into stuff like the Ouroboros version of the deck, because Ouroboros was something that frequently could be chump blocked if you're going wide enough, which Bant airbending is pretty good at doing. The fact that Wild Laroo has really leaned into being better at a combo deck, it raises some questions for me, where I do think Wild Laroo is going to be a bit better into this sort of deck than the traditional Badgermole Cub deck would be, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's interesting. Something that does stand out to me is that the 4-color rhythm deck, it's doing some things differently, of course, than Simic or Ouroboros. You have different tutor targets, different packages there. The fact remains this deck is still broadly, almost exclusively playing at sorcery speed, which tends to be the angle that Bant Airbending has been attacking the standard metagame from. So I'm not calling it before it happens. That's just something that leaps off the page to me. But our players are ready. Let's stop talking about it. Let's let them be about it and see who wins the match here. Welcome to round number 11 here at the Regional Championship in Portland. At the top of your screen, you have Michael Bird on Bant Airbending on the play with Llanowar Elves against Tristan Wild Laroo on 4-color Rhythm.
All right, Llanowar Elf on the play. That's where you want to start if you can.
Just trying to read Wild Laroo's hat. Team Scrap Heap represented there. Llanowar Elves on both sides, Breeding Pool on both sides, and land number 2, Michael Bird will shock in a Temple Garden and a pass. Golly gee shucks, nothing to cast.
So unlucky. Both colors of green shock land and Llanowar Elves. Nothing to cast with it.
I said I was paying 2 life, so I guess I'm locked in. It's your turn. Wild Laroo is going to shock in Temple Garden as well. So far the plays have been the same, but Wild Laroo is about to change that. Going to cast Spider Manifestation. And a Mockingbird. So another Llanowar Elves, this one with flying.
And this is a funny one to think about, where now all of a sudden Bird probably wants to develop this Ang but doesn't know what to target yet, and the answer is Spider Manifestation, which makes a good bit of sense. Resetting this Mockingbird at being able to copy a 2-drop is kind of risky in a world of Badgermole Cubs.
Yeah, for sure. And it is important at some point to get that Airbender on the table. So you see Bird deploy that Ang. Looking for 2 Airbenders and a Dock or Lock. That's where things start. Or conclude, however you want to think about it.
And it looks like Bird's hand is a land, Wistfulness, Llanowar Elf, Ang at the Crossroads, and Appa.
The one main deck Wistfulness. Not really the matchup where you'll see the other ones coming off the sideboard, I don't think.
Right, it's not at its best here. It's not bad considering Laroo does have the Gear Hulk as well as the Seam Rip, but
sure,
still not thrilling by any stretch.
Ang brings the beatdowns, Wild Laroo to 14, thanks to those 2 shock lands. And Bird will pass with a 4th land deployed here, 4th mana source, excuse me, 3rd land.
I like this pass because now Bird has the opportunity to develop something like Appa, which will in some ways give him another copy of Ang Swift Savior to keep Wild Laroo at arm's length.
Wild Laroo going to tap some mana here. Here is Formidable Speaker. Big breakout card from Lorwyn Eclipse. 4 copies in the deck here.
Jean-Emmanuel Depraz World Championship card.
Great player, great card. Better player, but still a very strong card.
That's true. That's true.
Spider Manifestation discarded. Badgermole Cub is the pickup.
Prompt for this card was make it a cool elf and make it a cool cube card.
Done and done.
Loved working on this one.
Wild Laroo shocks in Breeding Pool down to 12 and redeploys the Spider Manifestation. There's going to be the end step Appa you mentioned. Airbend away, Ang, Swift Savior. We are a Dock or Lock away from a combo.
Ooh, another Llanowar Elf off the top. Bird really wanted to find a land instead of that.
And a hand very long in Llanowar Elves. 2 casts here to start. And here is the problem. There's only 1 blue source for that Wistfulness. Can't even use that to clean up the hand as Appa flies across.
And now there's also an Ang Swift Savior that Bird has access to, but it's kind of the weakest version of that where Wild Laroo now gets to plan around it.
Right. There is some texture here. Wild Laroo has shocked 3 times. He's at 9 after that attack.
You're making some compelling points. It is not free to stretch the mana base as far as Wild Laroo has.
Does Bird have a look at lethal next turn? I suppose the Mockingbird is actually the wrench in that system, but Flash in Aang Swift's Savior and Waterbend it into Aang and Law gives you a lot of flying trample damage.
Wow, you are absolutely correct. Though there's the Spider Manifestation and the Mockingbird, which block flyers.
Reach, the ability I never remember.
That's when it's the strongest.
Yes, Secret Reach is the strongest reach by far. Right, here's a Badgermole Cub for the Wild Laroo. Earthbend, that breeding pool.
I make that joke at work a lot, but people don't really appreciate it very much. It's not that fun when people miss the reach, but it is when it's strongest.
As I said, both of those things are true.
Right.
All right, here's Nature's Rhythm for Wild Laroo.
X value of 2, I want to say.
X value of Get Airbent by Aang. That's what Michael Bird wants to say. The joke I like about Reach is I say, it's Reach. Can you use it in a sentence? The sentence example is, that has Reach?
Could I get the country of origin?
Ally deployed there for casting Aang from exile, courtesy of Appa. This Wild Laroo is going to think things through.
Oh, is the token Smeller Bee? That's so cute.
Tap of 4 here with the Badgermole Cub. That's going to warp a Quantum Riddler and untap the Spider Manifestation, so 2 floating green mana.
Okay, so now there are a ton of questions around what this Nature's Rhythm from Exile can do. Because now you could cast it for 2 as an airbent cost, just to get it in the graveyard.
Right.
And with, I believe, a land drop, Laroo could then do it for 4? Up to 4?
Oh, jeez. These Badgermole Cub decks make so much mana, Carmen.
Well, the thing about Harmonize is it's not producing mana. It's just asking you to have a biggin. Like Quantum Riddler.
But also to produce some mana.
Well, it's in lieu of mana.
In addition. All right, here is Mockingbird. Badgermole Cub. Thank you to our table spotter there for that nice little, very legible printed note. Earthbend Awake a land. So still 1 green floating prior to casting that.
Oh, wait. Okay, so Formidable Speaker can also untap Spider Manifestation.
Okay, which now taps for 3 mana. So the speaker there is +2 because it costs 1 to use.
All right, up to 4. Down to 3. Oh, I guess can untap Breeding Pool to get blue into the party.
Looks like Temple Garden's the untap. Oh, no, there's Breeding Pool. There you go.
Yeah, a little consideration. There are white cards in the deck, too.
And there's the Nature Wisdom for 0. And now you have 4 green mana, and you could Harmonize, presumably tapping the Riddler, and go find a 4. Players doing some double checking on the mana. Yes, double Cub. It means Breeding Pool taps for 3.
Okay, so Quantum Riddler being tapped for the Nature's Rhythm. Spider Manifestation untaps. This is the 4th turn. And Bird has also Aang Swift Saviored twice.
Those are the facts. And this is the battlefield. Mercy me.
How's my play-by-play?
You are nailing it.
Thanks.
I believe that this is Bright Glass Gear Hall. Yeah, you see the GG dub. So 4/4 is going to go drum up 2 1 mana value permanents from the deck.
All right, Melstriders resolve among them.
And with that untapped Spider Manifestation, you can break up some of these airbenders with that. Very useful tool.
All right, Mockingbird and Melstriders resolve.
You know what I really want to say right now?
Go on.
Mockingbird, Meltzarder's Resolve.
That's how you sound. Okay, so here's Formidable Speaker.
Meltzarder's Resolve is going to eat the Appa, putting that on that life-linked Gear Hulk. Helping a little bit. That life total was getting low.
I believe it's First Strike Trample.
Oh, you are so right. I am so sorry. Still getting the Appa off the table, though. That matters.
Yeah.
I just, in my brain, green-white cards only gain life is the only thing they could possibly do.
I think it's the blue. I think it's, is it Oil Deep Gear Hulk? The blue-black one?
The blue-black one does have lifelink.
Yeah.
Another wrinkle in my brain, or perhaps lack thereof. It's because wrinkles in your brain are where information is stored.
Well, mine is cute and smooth like a marble, so I would know nothing of such.
So after a pretty quick and simple turn for Wild Laroo, we're back to Michael Bird. Now, a little bit feeling that flush with Llanowar Elves aspect of the draw here.
Little Craterhoof Behemoth hiding in Wild Laroo's hand.
I don't think there's any such thing as a little Craterhoof Behemoth. Wild Laroo, I think, only has 17, 32 mana.
By 5.
All right, so here's the interdimensional web watch for Bird. Going to exile a breeding pool and a long Battermill Cub, and that's enough.
Yep.
Tristan Wild Laroo going to be up a game here on 4-color Rhythm.
Right, and that's a spot where, even without showing the Craterhoof in Wild Laroo's hand, because Bird knows that there's a Mockingbird in Wild Laroo's hand, that could just copy a Formidable Speaker and turn into Craterhoof. And given that this is an open decklist event, Bird, at 9-1, you know the writing is on the wall and you can trust your opponent to be competent and put you out of your misery. And the time on the clock is more valuable than making Wild Laroo draw and tank about how to play around everything Bird could have.
Absolutely, and no shortage of mana no matter what tool you use to find the behemoth. So pretty well face-up conclusion to the game there as players go to sideboard. Michael Bird on Bant Airbending. This is more than 15 cards on the display. So let me tell you what's actually on the deck registration sheet. So you have 4 Seam Rip, 3 Wistfulness, 2 Avatar's Wrath, 2 Aven Interrupter, 2 Rest in Peace, and 2 Surrak Elusive Hunter.
So one of the first things that sticks out to me is Avatar's Wrath. This is a card we saw do amazing work out of this deck just a couple of weeks ago at mopping up all of the little mana creatures that Wild Laroo is trying to present, as well as giving a turn of breathing room to Bird. I think in general, we're just going to see Bird trying to be significantly more disruptive. The way that you end up really struggling in these sorts of matchups from the Bant Airbending side of things is the fact that you do technically go infinitely large against someone who just goes really, really large, but the opposing really large is a bit more explosive, and really, really large, in this case of something like Craterhoof, 900 and a gazillion are basically the same number when your starting life total is 20.
Right.
So you need to slow down your more explosive opponent, which has me on thinking that Seam Rip is also going to be a really big part of this game. I'm curious if Aven Interrupter's going to come in. I think it's justifiable, but I don't have a great sense on how much Bird wants to dilute his own side of a combo sort of mirror.
Sure, it makes sense. For Wild Laroo, the deck list on the screen is correct. A lot of one-ofs, some two-ofs. Love a sideboard land. There's a Hollowed Fountain here. The Bant Airbending deck surely on Wild Laroo's radar coming into the weekend. What does he have for the matchup?
Looking at the sideboard for just a second, I think a lot of this could even be things that are similar to a lot of the green mirrors where you're mostly just trying to answer creatures that are on the table. Meltstrider's Resolve is one of the cards that's pretty nice in a lot of Badgermole Cub or Llanowar Elf mirrors, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that one coming in. Looking further down the sheet, I think Spider Sense, there's maybe something to. It's one of your ways to actually fight at instant speed. Hitting one of those super important triggered abilities on a card like Appa could be absolutely massive in this sort of game. I have some concern that Wild Laroo doesn't have a ton in the way of instant speed interaction out of the sideboard, but whenever it just signals to me that Wild Laroo likely perceives himself to be the aggressor in this spot and is way more about trying to push through his own strategy than trying to meet the opponent at theirs.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. We saw it play out that way. I really like the one voice of victory in that regard, too. Just these Nature's Rhythm decks just having so much access to any one of, and a card that says, I'm playing at sorcery speed, why don't you join me?
Yep.
Seems really nice. All right, and why don't you join us at home? We appreciate you watching here, the RC at Portland. And there's another such regional championship coming up next month, February 20th to the 22nd in Milwaukee. It's going to be SCG Con Milwaukee, tons of side events as well if you are not qualified for the regional championship. And if you're hungry for it, roll on down on Friday, play an LCQ. Make your name known. Jesse Robkin it.
That's true. Listen, we have had someone already LCQ in Friday and then just win the regional championship the next day. It is not impossible or even close.
Right. And you might think, I'm not as good a player as Jesse Robkin. That's probably true. But if you don't try, you can't make it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say 2 years ago, before Jesse Robkin did that, that was a fable anyway.
Right.
Right? It's on you or anyone else to prove that it can be done again. So, best place to do that, going to be in Milwaukee.
Yeah, for sure. You can also roll up, do some booster drafts, play some side events. They have one of those limited championship qualifiers going on here today. Very popular event. That sold out, I think, a couple hours before it fired.
Yeah.
Check out the details for that at starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
Something that wouldn't surprise me, looking a little bit more at Wild Laroo's sideboard, there's also a Reclamation Sage as well as a Wistfulness. Having access to one of those against opposing copies of Seam Rip makes a decent bit of sense to me, especially whenever there are also proactive tools in Bird's deck and Interdimensional Web Watch as well as Airbender Ascension. It's pretty unlikely that in the times where Wild Laroo trips over, actually draws it rather than just having it access to it in the deck, it's not that much of a disaster. A lot of times with these silver bullets, you kind of have to weigh, okay, how bad is it if I were to draw something like Voice of Victory or Keen-Eyed Curator, whatever it is. Keen-Eyed Curator not really going to be at its best in this sort of matchup, so you're going to be pretty upset about it. It's really narrow in most cases, but that is not always going to be the case with something like Reclamation Sage, where there's 12 different targets post-board.
As players work on sideboarding and shuffle up game number 2, let's take a live look in at one of our other feature matches here. There's Jeff Jiao, our last undefeated player on Simic Omniscience. Of course up a game against Oliver Coffey on Simic Ouroboros. Why would you lose?
Yeah,
no reason for that.
Embarrassing.
You don't become the regional champion by losing. Oliver Coffey here making a show of it, though, making a fight in game number 2. Tons of mana creatures. You have the active Badgermole Cub, I believe a Mockingbird copying it, and Ouroboros going to work. A Spider Manifestation is spell snared, but this is kind of the late game. The Ouroboros threatening a very large battlefield and growing everything here.
So unlucky, Coffey only had a 2-lander.
Yeah. Somehow able to cast 5 spells with 2 lands. Some beatdowns here. Looks like it's 2 3-power Cubs and a 2-power land, 8 for Jeff Jiao. Easily lethal next turn off of this Ouroboros. I don't know if Jiao's going to be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, this looks pretty tough, but Jiao's going ahead, taking a draw. Flicks cards for a moment.
A lot of what this Omniscience deck does on turn 3 is some kind of card selection spell. The card that comes to mind, you're a big mental magic player. You're like an incredible mental magic player. So in these situations, I'm thinking of a card that exists. It'd be really nice to cast a Hibernation.
Yeah.
Super not legal.
Yeah, really unfortunate that Jeff Jiao did not think to register Devastation Tide out of Avacyn Restored just to miracle it on camera in the feature match area of an event where it is not legal.
Maybe next time.
But yeah, if you're going to bring up the mental magic chops, I'll flex them.
Players on the way here for game number 2. Michael Bird opening up with Llanowar Elves into Badgermole Cub. No second land, but a lot of mana online as Laroo has Llanowar Elves of his own. Turn number 2, the land is starting town. Tap of 3 is often going to be a formidable speaker, and that's what it is.
Bird missing the second land, but does have another Cub in hand. Another land off the top would be unbelievable here.
Tremendous mana output here. No access to white mana just yet without a land, as you see an airbending technique in hand. Ascension, excuse me. I knew it wasn't Lesson.
I will say, Bird, I believe, has 5 cards in hand. So assuming that he was on the play, did keep this on 7. This is the kind of explosive hand that you can actually keep in order to try and compete with the opponent. So it isn't surprising to see something like this, where if one of the top 2 cards is a land, Bird probably just runs away with this.
Well, here's 2 more Badgermole Cubs for Bird. Now a 3/3 breeding pool. So a lot of mana, but there will be even a lot more with just a second land.
The old 1-lander, 8 mana going into turn 4.
And somehow it doesn't read like strong enough as Laroo goes and finds that Bright Glass Gearhulk. Now, notably, Laroo hasn't developed that much mana just yet, but a Badgermole Cub of his own, which, if he didn't have it, I feel like there'd be a lot of incentive to tutor for it. We'll see how the turn plays out.
This is definitely the sort of spot where the House of Cards comes crumbling down if Wild Laroo just has a way to check Llanowar Elves or Breeding Pool, where that just basically undoes all of the help that these Badgermole Cubs are giving.
Well, here is a shocked Temple Garden. There is Badgermole Cub, so now Laroo making tons of mana.
All right, 2 mana, down to 1 mana for Speaker, untap a land, 5 mana, Bright Glass Gearhulk with 1 green left back.
The Speaker enabling the double white off of the Temple Garden. Really cool aspect there, as the Badgermole Cub only makes additional green. Gearhulk gonna find Mockingbird.
Hard to imagine the other card being anything but Melstrider's Resolve.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, and here it is. Put that on the Cub, fight the Llanowar Elf. Now Bird only has 4 mana off the 1 land, but I do really mean only. Okay, importantly, picks up a blue-white source off the top. So here's a tap for 5 mana. It's going to be Aang at the Crossroads. All right, 5 looks.
In some ways, that's step 1. We see Doc Orlok and Aang Swift's Savior among the cards that Bird can grab. Bird being very clear, this is my the hand in my left hand, and this is the top 5 of my library in my right hand. Appreciate good communication.
Definitely. You don't want to mix that up or have it appear at all ambiguous. Doc Orlok is the pickup off of Aang. But that's all as we head back to Wild Laroo.
Oh, and this is the type of position where Bird may find themselves in the abyss of sorts, just because there's so much mana available to Wild Laroo. Assuming he doesn't have access to some giant convoluted Craterhoof turn, just Mockingbird on Bright Glass Gearhulk means that it's not that hard to just keep chaining additional removal spells from here.
There's the second Seam Rip out of the sideboard.
Could be more Melstrider's Resolve, could also just copy Formidable Speaker and get the Explosive Prodigy.
Yeah, a lot of tools for removal here. And as you mentioned, there is still the possibility of a massive Craterhoof Behemoth turn.
Right. Yeah, there is a paltry 6 mana available with 3 lands in play. So hopefully Wild Laroo finds a way to get through these extremely trying times.
Embarrassing mana output, frankly. Well beyond what I would be capable of. All right, shocks in a breeding pool. Laroo, Wild Laroo is 14. And by that I mean 16.
All right, breeding pool for blue.
Mockingbird, X equals 2. It's a Formidable Speaker.
I think it's a Bright Glass Gearhulk.
Oh, you're so right. Yeah. Badgermole Cub paid more mana, so this is a 4-drop copying Bright Glass Gearhulk. I was thinking, why didn't he discard a card? Oh, it's because I called it wrong. That makes sense.
It's okay. So this is a Gearhulk, now with flying in addition to First Strike, and I want to say Trample. Getting Melstrider's Resolve and Seam Rip.
And like you were saying, a lot of access for additional removal spells. This was kind of the floor of the turn as things were face up. Still a very good turn, to be clear. It's a high floor, as Seam Rip does exile Doc Orlok. Here's Melstrider's Resolve on Gearhulk. Turn that breeding pool into just a land. So now there's no mana creature. Now Bird just has 2 mana. as a Quantum Riddler shows up for Wild Laroo, draws a card. That one just warped. Right, here comes Bright Glass Gear Hulk. That's going to connect for 4, bird to 14.
Ooh, is that a miss of the Aang at the Crossroads trigger?
I think it transforms on the next turn if something died the previous turn.
Oh, good call, good call.
Sort of an Archangel Avacyn kind of thing, as you do see Beer does transform at Bird, excuse me, on the following turn.
Okay, well, one of the things that this does is it kind of undoes some of that removal, because it does mean that Bird is going to get to Earthbend at the beginning of combat.
Right,
That's
yeah.
Aang, Destined Savior.
You get to wake up a land, and then the triple Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, it does introduce the uncomfortable wrinkle in which Bird, more or less, can't kill this turn because it asks you to do that at the beginning of combat. But there are a lot of disruptive tools in hand, so just getting the mana to actually get to play the game is sort of step one to not simply losing.
I could segue this from any of 4 things you just said, but on the topic of uncomfortable wrinkles, Bird still only has 1 white source no matter how you slice it, and 4 white spells in hand.
Ooh.
Gonna be tough mudding from here, this far behind on the battlefield.
Right, you start getting into having to ask yourself about the combinatorics of things that could come off the top if, hypothetically, Bird were to say, Earthbend onto a land, go to second main phase, and then something to airbend the Aang Destined Savior here that's on the table, just to then recast it as Aang at the Crossroads on the front face.
So here is that Earthbend at the beginning of combat. Breeding Pool now at 2/2. And a source of 4 mana. More importantly, a source of 4 mana.
Right.
And there are options for spells that could airbend away the Aang, and with mana left over to redeploy it. Here's a tap of the Breeding Pool. Yeah, uses the white source here, so here is that Airbender Ascension. Gonna airbend away Aang. 3 mana floating from here. 2 can be used to redeploy Aang at the Crossroads. So that one's back. Bird gonna look at the top 5, looking for a creature to put on the battlefield.
1 green left in the pool.
There's a Badgermole Cup there. Okay, there's an Appa. Appa is the choice, but there's only 1 green left over. And importantly, if you airbend away the Breeding Pool, it would re-enter tapped. So if there were access to another mana, you could see some real fireworks, but that is a choke point here, is the mana.
Right, this is the spot where Bird is to consider what's actually being airbent away. And the answer may be nothing. The thought, I suspect, is do you want to either airbend your Aang away for more selection, as well as the Airbender Ascension, or do you maybe want to go for just a Cub and transform your Aang to Earthbend again?
The answer was Airbender Ascension and Aang at the Crossroads. As we head back to Wild Laroo, who had a very productive previous turn. Now Bird is threatening more should Bird get another turn.
Right, this is the point where Bird mostly just needs a Dock Orlock in order to combo, and if he's able to make infinite power and toughness, that is problematic for Laroo, because while Laroo is only able to deal a couple of thousand at the ceiling.
Bummer.
That's how they get you. Notably, it isn't hopeless, given that these Mockingbirds do create flying attackers, and most of the infinite power and toughness that Bird makes is on the ground.
That's true. Those ally tokens won't be able to do anything about it. Though the Bant Airbending deck can go infinite in a number of different ways. We'll We'll cross that bridge when we get there, if we get there, as we see what Wild Laroo can do. Basic Forest is the land for turn. Now access to 8 mana at a baseline. Wild Laroo thinking things through. So kind of the first thing it seems that these Rhythm players have been doing this weekend is determining, is this a Craterhoof Behemoth turn? Is that possible? And then if the answer to that is no, what can I do in terms of disruption? So as far as those be, let's just assume Craterhoof Behemoth is not possible. What would be the objectives for Wild Laroo on this turn?
So at this point, Appa is sort of problem number 1. The next one is the Earthbent breeding pool that's on the battlefield. Depending on how Wild Laroo wants to play this, I think those are, you could maybe do those in the opposite order or think about them in the opposite order. But at this point, the big thing is that Bird wants to take a few different looks at a Doc Orlock next turn by repeatedly airbending the Aang at the crossroads for the sake of selection. Or, you know, can just top deck one. But Appa is also a combo piece in that regard. So my intuition is that's the first thing that Wild Laroo really wants to go after. That being said, I think going after the breeding pool and making it hard to repeatedly pay the cost to airbend is the other direction that you really could look at attacking this. Going after one of the 3 Badger Mole Cubs, I don't want to call it a fool's errand. That's a bit uncharitable, but it isn't really what Wild Laroo is going to be looking to do.
On the topic of what Wild Laroo is looking to do, here's Nature's Rhythm, X equals 2. Giving a think on the find.
Right. Says to me there's not... Yeah, it looks like Wild Laroo was 1 mana short of Nature's Rhythm for Craterhoof Behemoth. There was 4 from the 2 creatures that tap for mana. Formidable Speaker effectively nets 1 mana by untapping one of those, up to 5, and then 4 lands is 9.
So here is the Explosive Prodigy, the 1 red card that makes us a 4-color deck. There are 3 colors of permanence there, so that's going to answer the breeding pool. Like you mentioned, choking the mana. A good get on this turn.
Tristan leaving the deck face up, just saying, I'm going back in. Just give it a second.
Right. Here's a tap of the Temple Garden for 2 mana. Formidable Speaker will untap it.
Something we might see here is one of the big strengths of this deck, playing all of these copies of Mockingbirds with one of tutor targets, is now you could even see a flashback of the Nature's Rhythm to just get something like Formidable Speaker, to get a Mockingbird, to copy the Explosive Prodigy.
You see there, Wild Laroo was looking at Nature's Rhythm, but actually just goes for a tap of 5 for Quantum Riddler. So now the deck will be shuffled. We're actually not going to go back in there. And Wild Laroo will take 1 off the top with 2 cards in hand. Content to just break up the mana and sculpt the hand for the following turn. And with that Nature's Rhythm hanging out in the graveyard, now you have a 4-power, well, we already had 4-power creature, but we're very much in the territory for Craterhoof next turn.
Okay, so we're seeing an attack for 8.
Bird just takes that. All these creatures are important. Bird to 8 will untap. Merely access to 2 mana. This does mean that Aang and the Crossroads can be cast from exile, and there is land number 3 as well.
Oh,
Seam
wait.
Rip on Seam Rip. Doc Orlock's back. Appa's on the table.
Wait.
Airbender Ascension has been airbended. It's access. There's there for 2 mana, actually free mana because of Doc Orlock. So Airing at the Crossroads, that's back. It's free. The combo's here.
This looks deterministic to me.
Airing at the Crossroads finds land or elves. That's not important, but what's already on the table is. Because Airbender Ascension's still there. Appa's on the table. Yeah, Doc Orlock makes that free. Michael Bird has demonstrated a loop. With mana untapped, just able to do it all and close the game this turn. Michael Bird's going to tie things up here.
Wow. And I mean, that was the spot where you could see Wild Laroo saying, okay, I think it is more likely that I win if you only get 1 shot at looking at the top in cards of your deck and went after the land instead of the Appa. Maybe the other way was the answer. It's so hard to tell.
Player's gonna...
Oh, wait, does Mockingbird stay blue when it copies something? Maybe it's possible that it wasn't actually possible to go after Appa in that spot.
Oh, whether you have access to 4 mana.
Yeah, there might only be 3 colors of permanence in play without the Quantum Riddler being cast.
I don't know that one offhand. We can look into that as players are going to consult the sideboards here, make sure they have the Game 3 configuration that they want. It is an open decklist tournament, but you do have to factor in the things that you see in the game there.
It's not blue.
Okay.
I'm checking the Oracle text right now, and it just says, except it's a bird in addition to its other types, and it has flying.
Yeah, so you would have to copy nothing if you wanted a blue permanent.
Ooh. Well, that's complicated because you need to copy the red permanent to... It's a whole process.
So you need 2 Mockingbirds, 1 copying nothing, 1 copying the red permanent. That's a lot. That's a big ask.
Yeah, most Mockingbirds really like copying stuff.
Yeah. I've noticed that about them.
I really like the flavor text on Mockingbird in particular. Laughing at you. No, no, no. I'm laughing as you.
That is nice. I haven't read that before.
The temptation to repeat that back to you. Physically shaking.
I appreciate your restraint. I also have a lot of appreciation for the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set. This is something that I really grew up on. I have a lot of fondness and nostalgia for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and there's going to be another Spotlight Series event celebrating that. Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in Richmond at SCG Con Richmond, March 6th through 8th. Really thrilled to see what happens in this. I think that a big hurdle, you work in game design, I don't, but I think that when it comes to fans of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I swear I can say this on a normal day. Fans have their own favorite turtle. Like, it's a team of 4, but there's one that you identify with more than the others. Maybe 2. You have a roster 1A, 1B. And I think it has been such a challenge. You want... So I say my favorite turtle is Michelangelo. The Michelangelo card better be my favorite turtle card.
Is that... I feel like that started as kind of pondering about the set and then became, like, progressed into a threat.
Well, what I'm saying... That is a fair read. That's not how I intended it, but I hear what you're saying. Maybe my Raphael was coming out a little bit there.
Right, of course. Cool but rude, as we all know.
Cool but rude, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Lay my price to get that tattoo. But when it comes looking over the file, and from the cards that I've seen so far, I have really resonated with my favorite turtles. Donatello's my least favorite. I don't like the Donatello cards as much as the other cards. And that's an important goal, I think, for designing resonant characters here.
Yeah, no, this is something that the team put a lot of passion and work into. I personally had the privilege of being on the set design team for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set. Really think there's a lot of cool stuff, and I'm really excited to see all of it play out at Spotlight Series Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, March 6th through 8th.
Some really cool Shredder cards as well. Very menacing villain, the Shredder.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I like that you get his whole deal up front, but there's a more nuanced backstory as well. Like, he's called a Shredder. He is covered in blades. What does he do? Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of all there.
Shredder? I barely know her.
Players checking out opening hands for our deciding Game 3. Michael Bird on a mulligan. While Laroo on 7 on the play. Tapped Breeding Pool.
Ironically, it looks like a couple of slower hands from our players.
Yeah, tapped Breeding Pool on both sides. Turn 2 is often the important turn for these decks. It's the Badger Mole Cub check. While Laroo passes, here's the Cub. Starting town will be Earthbent to a 1-1. Or maybe the Breeding Pool. No, it's going to be the starting town. And we'll see what Michael Bird can do in turn 2. It's going to be Seam Rip on the Cub. That's good.
Yeah, that's just one of the boxes that you need to check if you're in Bird. See, you really don't want your various rhythm Cub decks to get to untap with their Cub on turn 3.
While Laroo has land number 3, here's Formidable Speaker. card that we've been seeing a ton in Standard already here on release weekend for Lorwyn Eclipse is going to discard the 1-of Explosive Prodigy. Is going to find another Badger Mole Cub.
And that is, I feel that's a very, very loud signal from Wild Laroo. Based on the first couple of turns, it feels as if that's his way of saying, okay, it looks like this game isn't about me trying to be disruptive. I just need to go and I need to try and kill you and be the aggressor.
So here's a Bramble Familiar for Bird, and Seamrip going to go after that Earthbent Starting Town, preemptively getting ahead of the mana output of the Badger Mole Cub.
Oh, no. Michael Bird has attempted to Seamrip a land, and that is the one kind of permanent Seamrip cannot target.
I see a non-land permanent. Oh, gosh, so it just gets nothing here?
Correct.
That's not great.
Right, this is a spot where if this were an instant or sorcery that asked you to target something like that, there would be a rewind here, but because it is legal to cast Seamrip, and there are reasons you could want to do that, as we saw in our previous round where it was strong with Prowess, for example, that is just going to get played as it lies.
Unfortunate for Bird here, as Wild Laroo is going to deploy that Badger Mole Cub, wakes up that breeding pool, now has access to 4 additional mana, actually 5. He got the Formidable Speaker on tapping a land.
Right, this looks like a spot where we can see a Nature's Rhythm in Wild Laroo's hand, so there's some amount of question of if it is better to Nature's Rhythm for 2, or perhaps for 1, or perhaps for 3, or wait until next turn.
So many options. This actually...
This deck looks so hard to play.
I was just going to say, I am much stronger as a player drawing my card for turn. I was never good at Birthing Pod. If I actually get to tutor, I get kind of overwhelmed by the choices. So kudos to players like Wild Laroo playing this deck that tutors so many times through such a long tournament.
Yep, and look, the answer was do nothing. In part because Wild Laroo's other card in hand is a Spider Sense.
Ooh, leaving up some interaction here.
Really nice if you think that the thing that might happen next from your opponent is Avatar's Wrath.
Sure. You don't want to get these creatures airbent away and really slow down your development. So here's Interdimensional Web Watch for Bird.
This may be something that gets a Spider Sense.
On the triggered ability.
We'll see how it plays out.
The Laroo is going to give it a think, but that will resolve. It's going to exile Temple Garden and Aang, Swift Savior. So those can be cast from exile or played from exile, as the Temple Garden will be shocked in.
All right, notably that shocked in Temple Garden teaming up with the Web Watch means that Aang, Swift Savior, is online.
Some good insulation and setup for the combo. Aang, Swift Savior kind of the headliner on this Bant Airbending deck by my estimation.
Could not have said it better myself.
And now, just with Aang mana up, Bird passes, and here's some upkeep Aang.
Oh, wow. Now there's a world where I wonder if there's a pickup unspeakable, or excuse me, formidable speaker. No, okay, great. Just lets it happen. Reset spiders, or excuse me, starting town.
Yeah, so that enters tap. So not only reducing the Badger Mole Cub combination for extra mana, but fully shutting off the town for this turn. So Wild Laroo access to 5 mana, now 6, as he shocks in Breeding Pool to 16. Here's a tap of 4. It's Nature's Rhythm, X equals 2. Pretty common, you see Badger Mole Cub number 2 as the find here, but we'll see what Wild Laroo finds. It's going to be the Cub.
Yeah, with Explosive Prodigy in the graveyard, I don't think there are any other great 2s to really get at this point.
Gonna Earthbend that Breeding Pool awake. That now taps for 3 mana. So still access to 5, courtesy of the Formidable Speaker. And that's where Wild Laroo will pass the turn.
I really love the pass at that spot, just leaving up to Spider Sense. It feels like Wild Laroo basically has identified that The counterspell is just for preventing literal death.
So Bird now untapping with Angswift Savior there is going to cast Airbender Ascension off of some Bramble Familiar mana. Gets to airbend away that Bramble Familiar. Now Fetch Quest can be cast for 2 mana. That's an important and powerful interaction for this Bant airbending deck. Interdimensional Web Watch, importantly, can be used for the 2 mana to cast the Fetch Quest. But Bird's giving it a think here.
Right, it feels like Bird has likely sniffed out that Spider Sense is the card that Wild Laroo has and is trying to figure out, okay, what happens if I go for this Fetch Quest and it gets Spider Sensed? What are the odds that I literally die next turn?
Well, Bird's going to find out. You mentioned Bird's Spider Sense was tingling at the presence of a potential other Spider Sense, but Fetch Quest is going on the stack. Wow, they were giving this a think. This is a scary spell.
Right, in a lot of ways, this is a spot where you're thinking, okay, what is the worst possible thing that can happen here? And in the event that that is what comes, can I beat it?
So here's a tap of Breeding Pool for 3 mana. Formidable Speaker will untap that. And now Spider Sense gets to pick up the Formidable Speaker because of the web slinging, and that will counter the Fetch Quest.
Getting the Formidable Speaker back there is so huge.
And that does it for action here for Michael Bird's turn as he passes back, but notably with 4 mana untapped, as we see what Wild Laroo can deploy this turn. Access to a mere 9 mana.
Right, this is the kind of spot where Laroo is, just like you said earlier, trying to think, how do I Craterhoof Behemoth this turn?
There's a Formidable Speaker in hand. There's a Nature's Rhythm, in the graveyard. A lot of card selection, a lot of mana. Is it enough? Can the right cards be found with the requisite mana? Also, what does this 4 mana mean for Bird?
Yeah, this is a spot. It's really interesting where Wild Laroo may be considering, was it a mistake to pick up Formidable Speaker? Okay, but not now. Gonna go ahead and Nature's Rhythm, harmonize to X equals 4.
There it is. Tapping both the lands and the Badgermole Cub there for the harmonize. So still access to 3 untapped lands as he goes and finds Bright Glass Gearhulk. That's going to drum up 2 1 mana value cards.
I'm so ready to see this get 2 Mockingbirds and it turned out it was secretly a ritual.
Ha ha ha. It's going to be Mockingbird Seam Rip. Once again, the deck plays face up. Wild Laroo suggesting this is not where the action will stop. There is Seam Rip. It wants to go after Seam Rip on the 3rd Badgermole Cub.
Wait.
All right, Badgermole Cub back.
Is this... Tell me this was a ritual.
Sure looks like it, as that Breeding Pool is woken up. That now taps for 4 mana. Seems like no matter what game action Wild Laroo takes, there's always 5 mana left over at the end of it. Here comes the Mockingbird.
Okay, 4 mana spent.
That's going to be another Bright Glass Gearhulk. Going to go find 2 more 1-drops. And there's just over 1 minute left on the round clock. I think both of these decks have the combo output where one of these players could win the game. Should we go to time in the this turn or the next?
Yes. You know, there's a question of what Wild Laroo is going to go find. We know there's a Formidable Speaker in hand. It looks like the answers are Meldstrider, Resolve, and Mockingbird.
Okay.
The removal spell plus Mockingbird will continue until morale improves.
Multiversal Passage, shocked in as the land for turn. Wild Laroo to 14. 14 all our life totals. Here is the Meltstrider's Resolve. The intention is to kill Angswift's Savior, but Appa, Steadfast Guardian for Bird, will attempt to save. And that'll work, and not just save the Ang, it's actually going to airbend every other permanent that Bird controls.
Yeah, that makes a good deal of sense. The Seam Rip had nothing under it. Airbender Ascension wasn't online, and the Web Watch is kind of free to airbend.
All right, so Bird has a bunch of airbent stuff. Airbent has Appa on the battlefield. Is just a Dark Arlok away from the combo. All right, so Interdimensional Web Watch only costs 2 mana as it was airbent. So that's cast here. Appa's going to make an ally.
All right, just making sure that the Meltstrider's Resolve was paid for. Pretty clear the intent was to shock in the passage to cast it on Wild Laroo's side.
Right, and my read is that Wild Laroo has already kind of acknowledged that he has no action on Bird's turn here as this Web Watch was cast there. So nothing nefarious going on as you see Hollowed Fountain and Aang at the Crossroads hit off the Web Watch.
That's a lot more looks at Orlok.
Yes, indeed. As here is the tap for 5. Or not. Yeah, Bird's going to think it out. You don't want to just tap out if you don't have the line, but Aang is 5 looks. If this hits Doc Orlok, I think it's that's just the first card off the top. Doc Orlok, there it is. You have Up on the battlefield. You have multiple airbending cards in exile. So here they come. This is all free now because of Doc Orlok's cost reduction. There's Airbender Ascension, gesturing to Angswift's Savior, and the Appa. You get to keep airbending the airbenders. You get to make all your infinite 1/1 allies. And yeah, that's going to do it. Michael Bird going to advance to 10-1 with a 2-1 win over Twisters and Wild Laroo, and doing it on turn 0 of extra turns.
Wow. What a match. That was incredible. I think in a lot of ways that really speaks to how that matchup can play out and what you want to keep an eye on whenever you're playing either side of that. Things are going to be really explosive, and the Cub deck is going to look great in the first game, specifically the Nature's Rhythm half that's a bit more linear and explosive. Post-board, that's where this Bant Airbending deck feels a lot like it's almost doing some Splinter Twin-esque. I can play an interactive control role, but threaten this over-the-top infinite damage at any point in the game.
Right.
Really impressive stuff.
You definitely see the Rhythm deck struggling a little bit, having to do so much at sorcery speed. You have cards like Seam Rip, Meltstrider's Resolve. They can kill Doc Orlok. That breaks up the combo, but they can't do it during your opponent's combo turn. And that's going to be a really big strike there. And Michael Bird very much taking advantage of that. Going to be very close to the top of the leaderboard here at RC Portland. That's going to do it for round number 11 here. We'll be back shortly for round number 12. What's up, gamers? Welcome back to day number 2 of Regional Championship Portland here at SCG Con Portland. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Klomparens. We're getting into the thick of things on day number 2. We're coming up on round number 12. Seeing some really cool decks. We got some more cool decks on deck for you. Let's see how our players are doing here. Let's check in with our standings, see who's still winning. Jeff Jiao has picked up a loss.
Oh, so you're saying it can be done?
He can bleed. But at 10-1, still got to have great tiebreakers in first place here with that Simic Omniscience deck.
Seeing a bunch of different decks going down the standings here. We see Michael Bird on Bant Airbending at 10-1. The player we just covered, top of last round, making Bant Airbending look great. Not just 2 weeks ago, but a great deck to move forward with as well.
That's been a great decks and great players. Through 5th place, we have at 10-1, and in 5th, Mason Buonadonna on Simic or a Boroid. For the matches that he plays, he sure wins a lot of them.
I've heard some people calling him Mr. Raisin Bran, because at the last couple of regional championships, he was already qualified for the Pro Tour, so he conceded to a couple of his friends, but they're like, yeah, he's, you know, Mr. Raisin Bran.
2 scoops.
2 scoops.
We have a couple players near the top of the standings with a draw at 9-1-1. We have Evan Vetter, our Jeskai Control player. Michael Young on Bant Airbending. So the Airbending deck doing quite well this weekend.
Yeah, Vetter's loss also notably only to Jeff Jiao.
Pretty good.
We saw that a little bit earlier today, and even those games looked really competitive. So I really liked the look of his version of Jeskai Control. This is an archetype that, coming into the weekend, I thought was represented pretty well in our metagame grid, but I had some reservations about how it would be able to handle the winner's metagame, and so far, so good.
Yeah, we have Tristan Wild Laroo in 8th place after picking up that second loss on 4-color Rhythm. Really cool riff on these. I almost said Ouroboros decks. Actually, not main decking that one. This is a Badgermole Cub deck.
Look, it's really nice. We've always heard about the Delver-less Delver variants. This is just Ouroboros-less Ouroboros. Don't ask me to say that again.
Curtis Lamb also at 9-2 on Sultai Reanimator, a deck we've seen a bit this weekend, and Curtis Lamb will be the player we watch in this round. The other side of the table is going to be a deck that we haven't seen yet. We'll get to that in a minute, though. We'll check in with the rest of our standings here, see who is in 17th, see how far down these 9-2s go. It should be a decent spread of them, all the way down to 26th with Devin Strauss on Straub, on Simic or a Boroid. Amy James. There's the other player we'll be watching this round on Jeskai Midrange. So this is a deck, Shiko Paragon of the Wake on headlining. This is another Angswift Savior deck. I'm really excited to see some Gwen Stacy's in action, personally.
Yeah, I really love that card. Put a lot of work into it, specifically working on the Spider-Man set. And we specifically can talk more about this list a little bit later, but just look at this archetype spread. There's so much you can be doing right now. There's still a bunch of landfall decks in the mix. Slater Claudel, one of the players we covered very early in the event, finding some success in Demir mid-range, sitting at 9-2. 9-2's going all the way down to 26th. Not bad.
Yeah. And then we also have Justin Troyer, Boros Dragons, firmly in the other camp on the metagame breakdown, but in striking distance. So a couple more wins, you start to be on the outside looking into that top 8.
Yeah, we've really seen this deck a couple of times, actually, and it always looks a lot better than it sounds. It's the type of thing where I think there's this temptation when you first start playing Magic, you think, oh, I'm going to play all these cool dragon decks and all of that. Then you kind of are confronted with, no, this is more about maybe removal spells, smaller games, and the like. But the deck has legs. Tarkir Dragonstorm really gave Dragon decks a lot to work with, and that's something we're also going to see in this Jeskai midrange deck.
Definitely a design principle at play there. Everybody always loves Shivan Dragon. Wasn't that great for a long time, but eventually as a designer, you make the cool thing the good thing. And we got some cool good things, a dragon on display in Shiko on our feature match here, and our players are ready. So let's see some cool good things in action. Welcome here to round number 12 on day number 2 of SCG Con Portland, the regional championship here. At the top of your screen, our graphics a little mixed up. So we got Curtis Lamb on Sultai Reanimator here on the top of the screen, and Amy James on Jeskai Midrange. James on the play, just a tapped Sacred Foundry. And then a Undercity Sewers for Lamb, not doing any surveilling, keeping it on top. There's been no games played. This has not already been decided 2-1. We'll get our graphic fixed here.
Yeah, life totals updated as well soon.
I think that's where we left things with our previous feature match. All right, there we go. Spiral of Canals, land number 2 for Amy James. And here is Gwen Stacy. Something of a riff on a favorite card of mine, Abbot of Carol Keep. It's going to give James access to this Sunbillow Verge so long as Gwen Stacy remains on the battlefield. That is to say, this card, even if Gwen Stacy were to become Ghost Spider, would still be there. All right, so for Curtis, here is Harvester of Misery. That one's going to be discarded to take care of Gwen Stacy. Amy is going to shock in land number 3. It's a Steam Vents.
Notably, that means that the Verge is gone forever. You do still have to control Stacy in order to get that one.
Right.
Harvester of Misery, a nice one. That kind of goes in and out of the metagame a little bit. Out of the big score.
Yeah, 1 copy in the main deck for Curtis.
This deck really making use of the fact that there are a bunch of creatures that give you spell-like effects and then put a big creature in the graveyard.
Speaking of big creatures, spell-like effects, and going to the graveyard, here's an Evoke of Deceit. Going to take a look at Amy's hand. You see a Lightning Helix, a Hallowed Fountain, Day of Judgment, and 2 Aang Swift Saviors.
And this is the spot where you could consider using Aang on it, but that just means that Curtis is probably going to get the same value out of it on another turn. And when you already have 2 Aangs, you rather would kind of just have Curtis be forced to go after your duplicate legendary creature.
As you see, 1 Aang taken, the other one flashed in, and now Amy does attack. Curtis to 18. Hallowed Fountain is played tapped, and we head back Curtis's way. Graveyard got a couple things in it so far, but we are not in the territory of any kind of superior Spider-Man combo just yet. Just value plays at this stage in the game.
Both players definitely vying for position at this point.
Land number 4 is here on time for Lamb. And here is a value superior Spider-Man. Going to exile that Deceit. Going to take this Lightning Helix out of hand. And bounce Aang Swift Savior. Or actually, a Lightning Helix in response. Is that what we're seeing?
I believe that is true.
Yes, there we go. And yeah, the Aang is bounced and taken by Deceit. All right, so Amy peels stock up the top. That's a good one. Look at the top 5.
That's what you're looking for at this point whenever you're trying to rebuild a little bit. One of the nice things about this Sultai Reanimator deck is I think a lot of people zoom in really hard on cards like Art in the Usurper or Bringer of the Last Gift. It can just play a pretty nice value game like this one.
Thundering Falls will surveil away a Spiral of Canal as land number 5 here for Amy. And the Deceit does see Pyroclasm. There you see face up, but as the other card. This 1 copy in the main deck. Not really going to play here as this superior Deceit goes to work, attacking for 4. Amy to 17 off of that. Oblivious Bookworm joins the party. That's going to do some looting here on the end step. After a Breeding Pool is played tapped. And now we have a Bringer of the Last Gift in the graveyard.
Curtis stoked to hit a lot more land drops than I think one would assume a lot of the time, just because of how nice it is to start hard casting these Evoke Elementals out of Lorwyn Eclipsed.
Yeah, getting up to 6 for Deceit. Pretty nice. 4 copies of Deceit making its debut this weekend. Also 3 Wistfulness is a nice one to cast. So we see what Amy can do about this. There is that face-up Day of Judgment.
Right. A lot of times whenever you're paired against a mid-range deck like this one, you have to ask yourself if you think you are the aggro or the control here, and it looks like Curtis is perfectly happy to take things slow and just cast 1 impactful spell a turn.
There's another stock up for Amy, looking at the top 5. Going to put 2 into the hand. So we see a lot of variation in these Jeskai decks. Some of them have some access to some main deck graveyard hate, which can be important against Superior Spider-Man. I'm not seeing any of that in Amy's list this weekend.
No, it looks like just a bunch of copies of Rest in Peace out of the sideboard, and Seamrip goes after the Oblivious Bookworm. That's not a bad start. Amy really wants to find an answer to this Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, which is going to work. Amy to 13 off the attack here, and now we see Awaken the Honored Dead takes care of Seamrip, gets that Bookworm back, and Curtis will be looting again. Another Bringer of the Last Gift goes to the graveyard.
Right, and this is the funny spot where Amy has enough strong creatures in graveyard. Not 100% clear you even want to necessarily do the living death thing.
Yeah, you get back some Gwen Stacy, some Aang. Now, importantly, right now, Curtis is set up on the battlefield, but Amy looking to turn that around with a Shiku. Paragon of the Way showing up here. It's going to cast a stock up from the graveyard.
Shiko, one of those cards that's a lot of fun and goes in and out of the metagame in a way that I really appreciate. This one was even putting in pretty good work when Corey Steelcutter was around.
Yeah. Picking up a regional championship dub. Once upon a time.
Nice blocker here, too.
Yeah, 4-5 versus Superior Spider-Man, 4-4. So we head back to Curtis. Chapter 2 on Awaken the Undead. Mills away 3 lands. Not thrilled about them being in the graveyard in terms of graveyard value, but also probably happy not to be drawing all of them.
That's basically 3 loots with Oblivious Bookworm.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it that way, it's kind of like 3 time walks.
And you know, I will think about it that way.
Here's a bigger development, though. Awaken the Honored Dead's going to take care of Shiko. Here's an attack for 6. Amy to 7.
This is getting to the point where I suspect Amy really is to look at casting this Day of Judgment and taking a turn off.
Right. The Bookworm will loot again as we head back to Amy. 4 unknowns in hand, a face-up Day of Judgment and Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm probably not ever going to do anything, and actually Ultima going to be the play over the Day of Judgment. Going to use more of the mana this turn.
Yeah, that one's not bad. I like being mana efficient here.
We head back to Curtis. Some options to redevelop. The first Awaken the Honored Dead will hit Chapter 3. So Curtis has access to many of the creatures in the deck here in the graveyard, as well as a mill on the Chapter 2 of the other.
Yeah, nice spot where Curtis has the ability to choose how to stack these abilities because Chapter 3 is a reflexive trigger. The when you do there means that you don't have to declare a target until after you have resolved the effect of discarding a card. So just getting a more informed decision.
And an Overlord of the Baelmerk was milled as well.
Really nice hit.
So a discard of a land. And actually Overlord is the consideration, but Superior Spider-Man is the pickup. So that Awaken the Undead will hit the graveyard, and quick tap of 4. I have to imagine the Superior Spider-Man will hit the battlefield. There it is. And now the Overlord will be exiled, so the Superior Spider-Man is an Overlord. You get the creature for 4 mana instead of 5. Here's a mill of 4, and Deceit picked up off of the trigger. That can be immediately evoked because of the way the mana was used. Heads up there by Curtis. Takes a look at the hand. You still see that face-up Pyroclasm and Day of Judgment, plus Spell Snare, Legend of Kuruk, and Aang Swift Savior. Curtis is going to give a read to Legend of Kuruk. Not a card that sees a ton of play. 4 copies in Amy's main deck. It's pretty slow in a game like this. I don't think that's going to be the take, and in fact, yeah, the Day of Judgment is.
Yeah, it's really tough where this is a spot where Curtis's deck is so good at applying pressure while also having a pretty nice long game on the back of how strong each card is as a standalone threat.
Amy peels a land off the top. Got to look at that. Here's a tap of 4. There is the Legend of Kuruk. Chapter 1 is going to scry 2 and draw a card. Get lost among the 2 options. 1 top, 1 bottom. Little question of what is this card here? That was the draw for turn is what it was.
Notably choosing not to play the land.
Yeah, not really sure what that's about as we head back to Curtis. As Awaken the Undead hits Chapter 3, and a Superior Spider-Man will be going to the hand. Off of the discard there.
Yeah, I think this might be playing to Ashling as a possible draw to loot it away.
Sure. A couple of those in the main deck. Superior Spider-Man's going to copy a Deceit. There's some blue-blue, there's some black-black. Amy will respond with Get Lost on the Overlord Superior Spider-Man. So the superior Deceit will bounce Legend of Karuk. Take a look at Amy's hand again. Sees that Sacred Foundry as the land for turn. Takes the Legend of Karuk. So Aang, Spell Serum, Pyroclasm, the holdings along with that Sacred Foundry. Curtis will crack a map. I believe that's an Arden Usurper.
Yes.
Surveilled away, growing the Superior Spider-Man. And then...
Wistfulness.
Yeah, Wistfulness. So 2 counters and Wistfulness will stay on top.
Yeah, it's hard to throw away any creature here that just draws you a card.
Right. There's more than one way to get one card down in your deck.
Yes, and there's even an extent to which when you know your opponent has the Legend of Karuk in deck, having a way to check artifacts and enchantments is pretty nice.
So Amy's going to play that Sacred Foundry tapped. And that's it, as Curtis is going to go to work with this 6/6 Superior Spider-Man. Amy to 1. Here is that Wistfulness. Full retail there. I was going to meet the Aang Swift Savior. That makes enough sense. Looks like Lightning Helix upstairs at the end step, padding life total a little bit. Amy up to 4.
You got to spend the mana you got to spend.
Got to spend mana to make mana.
Something like that.
So Curtis to 12 off of that Helix. Yeah, Aang is on chump blocking duty as it's a quick draw and pass for Amy.
And the counters from the maps matter so much here because transforming to Aang and La could do something otherwise in the blocking department.
Yeah, 5/5 is bigger than 4/4, smaller than 6/6.
That's just math.
Superior Spider-Man, that's an answer. That's Deceit to bounce Aang Swift Savior, and that's lethal damage for Curtis Lamb, now up a game over Amy James. As players look to their sideboards, let's go top to bottom. I always like going top to bottom. At the top of your screen, Curtis Lamb, Sultai Reanimator. Jeskai mid-range, there's flavors of control that Lamb probably was more prepared for, but what tool does he have access to for this kind of matchup?
So for the most part, I suspect that Curtis is just going to be going down on a lot of the unfair stuff that is in deck. So the big reason to do that, to cut specifically the Reanimator portion of things or trim on it, is because that's the most exploitable access that Curtis has for Amy to try and actually attack and put a bunch of dead cards in Curtis's hand or make Curtis stumble. So some of this is a question of how much of that does Curtis actually want to cut down on. In terms of what they'd actually want to bring in at that point, I think Kaito Bane of Nightmares is somewhat reasonable as just a grindy tool. Planeswalkers, you kind of want to diversify your threats against these control-y Day of Judgment decks from time to time. Oko, Lorwyn Liege looks like a great get in this sort of matchup, and depending on how much Curtis is worried about Shiko itself, Soul Guide Lantern is a fine way to check some of the graveyard stuff that these decks have available without really asking you to commit to playing any sort of all-in graveyard hate like Rest in Peace. I could see that coming in if Curtis just has cards that he really wants to get out of the deck, but I don't think it's at its best here. And finally, Wistfulness just has looked fantastic in this sort of matchup, so I'd expect that one to come in.
Yeah, for sure. As we check out Amy James' sideboard for Jeskai mid-range. Now, Sultai Reanimator is going to be a deck that players were expecting this weekend. What does Amy have as tools here?
The first thing that sticks out to me are these 3 copies of Rest in Peace. These are just one of the things that you are going to be thinking about whenever you're playing with a graveyard or playing against a graveyard deck like the one that Curtis does. I suspect we are going to see at least 2, maybe all 3 of those come in, because even if Curtis trims on the Reanimator stuff, it's still perfectly fine at making Superior Spider-Man a worst card. It is really nice against Overlord of the Baelmerk. You still get incidental things that it does for you, where drawing the first copy is not necessarily a disaster, and it can be the only thing that saves you against some of the really unfair stuff that Curtis can zag into if Amy were to zig. And then finally, Tashana's Tidebinder is the other thing that really sticks out to me as particularly attractive. Being able to check all of the enters triggers that Curtis is bringing to the table is pretty nice, and it's also just another way to apply pressure. I think Amy does really need to consider being the aggressor in this sort of matchup, matchup. So I even could see Voice of Victory coming in if Amy is just saying, I don't really think I can play a long game against a deck full of 6-drops with ETBs.
Probably a Doorkeeper Thrall to turn off some of these triggers.
I think that one is maybe too scary because your opponent just casts their Evoke Elementals for 2 mana.
Oh.
And then they don't die when they enter. And so I like you bringing it up because I think there is some justification to that sort of thing, especially if Amy were to say play it later, but I don't think you can just jam it on 2 and start attacking with it, or you run the risk of playing against 6/5s on turn 2.
That's a really good call. A sword that cuts both ways. If you're looking at something that cuts one way, all value, all upside, all the time, check out the StarCityGames.com newsletter. Learn about events, learn about metagames, learn about everything going on in the world of Magic. You love Magic. You're here. I know it. I don't have to sell. You have to get up and go to StarCityGames.com/newsletter and subscribe.
It slices. It dices. It smothers. It covers. Head on over to the website. Make sure and sign up now. This is one of the best ways to stay up to date on all things Magic the Gathering, trading card games, SCG Con. It's just sick. I don't know. Nick Miller, John Hall, all those folks are really just boots on the ground, up to date on all this stuff, and that's how you can be too.
Players are underway here. Amy leading with the Thundering Falls, surveils to the top. Curtis will call with an Undercity Sewers also surveilling the top. Amy has turn 2 Gwen Stacy. Sacred Foundry is exiled.
They call her Gwen. They call her Stacy.
They call her unrequited and dead, as Curtis does answer her.
I mean, most of the time, that is a canon event.
Yeah, that is also one of the cards in Marvel's Spider-Man, the death of Gwen Stacy. But unrequited hex, or requiting hex, excuse me. Actual requited hex. So, Sacred Foundry from the hand is the land for Amy, as Curtis deploys a Deceit. Black wants to look at the hand. Titanus Tidebinder will counter that ability, but it is separate from the Evoke ability, so it is still sacrificed. That is a delayed trigger, so the Tidebinder notably does not turn that off. And Amy's going to shock in Steam Vents down to 16, and here is Legend of Kuruk.
And this is the kind of game where Amy's deck is really going to shine. Gets out ahead on the table a little bit sooner, is able to develop a card advantage engine that also has another threat on a sort of suspend journey, right? And then disrupts one card and is just firmly in the driver's seat attacking.
Chapter 1 scries 2 to the bottom and draws 1 card, as we see how Curtis can answer. Awaken the Undead will take care of the Legend of Kuruk.
Okay, so some of this is basically just saying I can take a couple of hits from Tishana's Tidebinder, but I do want to win the card fight, so I have to stop you from having this put you up cards and another threat.
Makes sense. The Tidebinder attacks Curtis to 14, and Amy will surveil with Meticulous Archive. Going to give this one a think, either on top or to the graveyard. Graveyard it is. Hollowed Fountain milled away as we head back to Curtis. Draws for turn. Awaken the Honored Dead is Chapter 2. Mills 3 cards. Look like Deceit and 2 lands. Starting to build up that graveyard.
Right, this is pretty real, and this is one of the things where if you don't have those rest in pieces, then Curtis can just threaten combo.
It's Impended Overlord of the Bailmark. That's met by No More Lies. It's a good exchange for Amy, exiling it, but here's a bad exchange, a backup Overlord.
I don't know if I'd call this a bad exchange. I think this is just casting an Overlord.
That's true. It's not really. It's a one-way exchange. Just Curtis taking a game action. That's going to mill 4, and I believe a Superior Spider-Man found off of the mill.
So true.
Overlord ticks down to 4 as we head back to Amy. Tishana's Tidebinder will attack Curtis to 11. Land number 6 is Basic Plains as we head back to Curtis, who will draw for turn. Awaken the Honored Dead will hit Chapter 3. Some nice stuff in the graveyard. Some Deceits there. You see a discard of an Arden the Usurper and a Deceit picked up.
I do like at least having some amount of the Reanimator stuff in the deck because it does sort of force Amy to ask, should I have Rest in Peace in my deck? And you don't just let her free roll not playing it.
And then here is Superior Spider-Man for Curtis. Into a lot of open mana for Amy.
See if she has some kind of interaction here. I like what you're saying about forcing Amy to have the rest in peace, because when you're a Shiku deck, it's not free.
Right. Exactly. All right.
Spider-Man will copy Deceit. Going to get some triggers here. Amy's going to answer with Aang Swift Savior. Wants to airbend the Susana's Tidebinder. Cast that back right away. Countered the trigger. So now the Superior Spider-Man is just hanging out as a vanilla 4/4.
Okay. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, decent exchange. The Overlord ticks down to 3. We head back to Amy as a 2/3 flyer. That is a good attack. The Tidebinder kept in check by the 4/4 for now.
Amy getting really close to transforming Aang via water bending as well.
Yeah, 6 lands in play as she starts the turn with a stock up. You see a Get Lost among the 5 cards there. Looks like Ultima as well. Some lands as options. Not currently playing a game that makes the Ultima inviting, but it could be an option as a backup plan. Two-card selection. I believe the Get Lost among them. Amy will shock in Hallowed Fountain down to 14. A little bit tough that this 5 power is not a 2-turn clock.
Right. It is so tough at this sort of position. Though, it feels like Amy found some cards that she was happy with off of the stock up. So this is just a matter of Amy keeping Curtis at arm's length.
Yeah, it makes sense as Aang does attack Curtis to 9, and we head back Curtis's way. Tap a 2 at the start of the turn. We know about a Deceit in hand. Curtis giving a think over what he wants to do.
This is when things get really tough, when you aren't sure if you're going to be able to double spell at a turn, and you're just having to really figure out how much mana you are willing to waste.
Here is that Evoke of Deceit for the double black. Look at your hand mode. We know that Amy has something up here, shocking in that Hallowed Fountain.
There has to be more than 0 thing here. I appreciate the respect that Curtis is choosing to pay to No More Lies.
And Amy will respond with Lightning Helix. In this game, those helixes could really matter. Curtis going down to 6 off of that. Also responds with Get Lost and Superior Spider-Man.
Okay. I mean,
I believe Ashling Rekindled was the last card that was discarded there to Deceit.
all of a sudden, Amy's looking really good even with a land off the top.
Yeah, untapped land at the top is Transform Aang mana. Hold on.
I mean, Tashana can help transforming as well.
I think that Amy just has lethal. 7 lands, tap Tidebinder. Aang and Law puts a counter on itself.
Ooh, let's see.
Yeah, Wistfulness does nothing about that. The Overlord ticks down, but we head over to Amy. There is 1 mana untapped. Ooh, okay. Well, how about another way to make lethal? Ghost Spider.
Oh, yeah.
4/4
That's
flying
right.
haste. Let's go. Amy James ties things up.
Yeah, in my book, that was Gwen Stacy for lethal. So, you know, jot that down.
I'm jotting.
Superior Spider-Man in the bin. Gwen Stacy with the win. Write it down. Write it down.
I'm writing.
Thank you. I can't forget.
Player's going to go to a deciding game number 3 here. That was a game where we did see Curtis take advantage of some graveyard things. We didn't see any Shikos. Largely a fair game, just attacking on the Jeskai mid-range side of things.
Yeah, it's really interesting where it is extremely unclear to me if Amy even has Rest in Peace in deck. We didn't see Rest in Peace and we didn't see Shiko. which one of those would kind of give you a little bit of information as to what is going on.
Right.
And instead, Amy was just the beatdown.
Yes, it remains a mystery. We may never know. What we do know is that it's Lorwyn Eclipse release weekend. What we do know is that Lorwyn Eclipse is an awesome set. You saw those Deceits on display there for Curtis Lamb, a card we've seen a lot of. That full elemental cycle is really cool. A lot of favorite creature types on display in Lorwyn Eclipse, a world we haven't visited in so long that I have a lot of fond memories of Lorwyn. There's some reasons we haven't been there for a while, but it's not because Bogarts aren't rad. It's not because Merfolk aren't rad. No comment on fairies, but really cool set. You can order yours today at starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. Elementals are rad.
There you go.
Got those there, too.
There you go.
Kithkin are rad.
Any
Giants?
Anything else? There
Giants
you go.
are rad.
You got what? How do you talk to me about your feelings on Noggles?
Noggles? Rad.
Bang.
Our players are checking out opening hands for game number 3. Amy James keeping on 7. Curtis Lamb taking a mulligan here.
Sultai Reanimator may be the deck in the format that I would say most benefited from the release of Lorwyn Eclipse. We've talked a lot about the Evoke Elementals and the impact that they've had in the format already, but even looking past that, Requiting Hex has done a lot for black decks in the reactive department, and Spell Snare, another one that is all over the place this weekend.
2 cards that answer Badger Mole Cub, as it turns out.
Huh. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, Curtis does keep on 6 here. Surveils away Overlord of the Balmerk with Undercity Sewers. Taps Sacred Foundry as lane number 1 for Amy. And Curtis will impend Overlord of the Balmerk on turn 2. Picks up Superior Spider-Man. Overlord impends down to 4, and Amy draws for turn. Spiral of Canal is land number 2. Head back to Curtis.
That's a really nice Cavern of Souls.
That is. Yeah, I don't know the exact name for that, but it's one of those different colored Cavern of Souls treatments.
Neon ink.
Neon ink. Yes, that sounds right. That crisp yellow there really pops.
So distinct.
Curtis going to shotgun Watery Grave as land number 3 down to 18. Here is a checklist card that's going to be No More Lies that is exiled.
It is Oko. Lorwyn Liege.
As exiled is what it is as we head back to Amy.
Curtis notably missing green at this point.
Yeah, all blue-black duels here.
Yeah, Oko would not have been able to transform next turn.
Amy has a Plains as land number 3 and Stock Up as a play. Good options there, some lands. You saw Legend of Kuruk and another Stock Up among the options. Going to be able to keep making land drops, going to be able to keep drawing cards as a minimum here. You mentioned the potential mana woes here, no green here yet for Curtis. That's definitely an aspect of what we see with these Sultai decks. 3 colors, you do have to work for it a little bit.
Right, there's a point where there's a lot of respect being paid to blue-black in particular, just because of how strong that is with Deceit. But in these post-board games, it really comes up, and is that a missed land drop?
Well, it was a couple misses as Intimidation Tactics takes a look at Amy's hand. And no creatures, no artifacts. Amy gets to keep them all.
The Unagi of Kyoshi Island is exiled.
Oh, you are so right. It was a quick hit, and I missed it. We got confirmation, though, as Rest in Peace was among the holdings.
Oh, the Gideon art, it's so sad.
He died a hero.
It's true.
Here's an Evoked Deceit. Once again, Curtis taking a look at Amy's hands. Going to grab the stock up there. The leftover holdings, 2 Shock Lands, Get Lost, and Day of Judgment.
I mean, at this point, Curtis is just trying to pave the way to get a bit lucky and have a better card quality than Amy has. Amy's going to be a little bit better at drawing cards with things like Stock Up. But look at this. Curtis already has a 5/5 from Overlord of the Balmerk.
And now Curtis has 2 maps as Get Lost does answer.
And it's gone.
Green mana does show up, not exactly on time as it's tapped a Blooming Marsh, but green mana now available as it was a quick draw land go for Amy.
Look, it's blooming, okay?
It has bloomed. Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. You don't really see this out of Sultai Reanimator too often.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, it's Day of Judgment proof. Rest in Peace proof. Not Ang proof. It's going to get airbent. But that's a temporary solution.
Right, this is a spot where Aang isn't bad. I mean, I guess with the lands that Amy has, the nice thing about Aang is it actually just kind of makes the next land that Amy draws a perfectly serviceable draw.
Yeah, waterbend that. And speaking of serviceable land being drawn, there's Flood Farm Verge. Aang attacks. Curtis to 16. So we'll head back Curtis's way. We'll draw for turn. Has access to that airbent Kaito. That's only 2 mana to deploy here and a couple uncracked maps.
This is the spot where it's hard not to suspect that Kaito might just come down and freeze Aang down.
Yeah, you could definitely see it.
A lot of times whenever you do have a Planeswalker, the gameplay boils down to protect my Planeswalker and then figure out how to leverage it for an advantage.
Right. Yeah, they're all about making turn over turn value, but they have to stick around through those turns.
Exactly.
So here is Kaito. Even cheaper than being ninjutsu, just casting off an airbent.
Whoa.
Oh, Curtis was thinking about an emblem there. Actually does land on icing the Aang. Yeah, the emblem is not out of Aang and Law range. So I like this -2 a lot, as Oblivious Bookworm is the follow-up for Curtis, and he will loot at the end step. Tosses an 8-drop into exile, courtesy of Rest in Peace. Not going to miss that one. As you see Amy draw Thundering Falls, plays that, and surveils an island to exile. And we head back Curtis's way. Yeah, that Day of Judgment, not really a meaningful play here, as Kaito is a Planeswalker on Amy's turn.
And now we might see the part of the game where Kaito really starts to run away with things.
You see Curtis crack a map. He's going to draw a land off of that. That was mapped onto Kaito. Other map, presumably with the same explore target, finds Oblivious Bookworm. It's going to +1/+1 counter on Kaito. The Bookworm is going to go to exile. That makes enough sense. You already have a creature on the battlefield. You don't need to commit further into Day of Judgment, as the Kaito will +1 for an emblem to pump ninjas.
Does not want to draw cards.
I think it makes a lot of sense to go to 3 so you can -2 again next turn on Aang, right?
Oh, so true.
And then, you know, after that, you can talk about drawing cards. But
Yes.
yeah, as you were saying, get to the point where you can maintain it, and then you use it.
This is a classic I'm in the booth, they're in the feature match area kind of moment. I just got my eyes on the prize, and that is adding the top card of my library to my hand.
Here's an attack. So that Kaito is a 5, courtesy of a +1/+1 counter and that emblem, 2 off of the Bookworm. So it's an attack for 7 by my count. Here's Awaken the Honored Dead to answer the Aang. All right, plenty of ways to deal with that one, as it turns out. And the Bookworm will loot.
I mean, there is an extent to which giving Kaito additional loyalty is also going to get it out of range of Lightning Helix, which is the cleanest answer that Amy has to the card.
Right, if you fade the Helix this turn, then you have 4 loyalty by a + on the following turn.
Right.
Notably, that +1/+1 counter, not a factor regarding Lightning Helix range in this example.
Right, it's a bit strange, but like you said, it is not, it just cares about loyalty counters to stick around more than toughness.
Legend of Kuruk here for Amy. Chapter 1's going to scry 2 and draw a card. Needs to find some help here. I saw Tishana's Tidebinder.
I saw 2 Shauna's Tidebinder.
Okay.
It's not bad against Kaito, given you can counter it, and because it is a creature, whenever you counter a loyalty ability, I believe it will lose all its abilities?
This is my understanding, and that was kept on top. Curtis will draw. Awaken the Honored Dead will exile the top 3 cards. Rest in Peace, not allowing the graveyard to be built. Curtis is going to plus the Kaito, or at least attempt to make another emblem, and there is Tishana's Tidebinder.
I believe that means Kaito also is not currently a creature, which don't ask me why it works that way, and maybe it doesn't.
Unsurprising judge call. I don't. So does the creature I counter the ability of lose its ability that makes it a creature as it loses all abilities? This is some humility nonsense right here.
Yeah,
it is.
I can say what we have here is what's called a dependency issue.
Go on.
No. No, I can tell you what it's called. That is what I was extremely forthcoming about my capabilities here.
That is true. That is true. I will never question that. Kind of looks to me like Kaido's attacking.
So it is attacking. My intuition is that it applies on a lower layer than Tishana's Tidebinder's ability removal. Anything that sets a type generally applies before something that asks about a type, which means that Tishana's Tidebinder cannot erase it, again, because of dependency issues.
Okay. So we head back to Amy, who will go to Chapter 2 and scry 2 to the bottom and draw a card. I don't actually know if Kaido's a creature on this turn.
Well, it's only a creature during your turn.
Yes, under normal circumstances. But if we have to keep it as a creature and it loses all abilities, does it stop not becoming a creature?
I believe it continues being a creature because things that define the types of something apply on a lower layer than things that ask you if that layer or that ask you to check what kind of card type it is.
Yeah, and this is why the judge stab is there to be so helpful. You just explained it to me, and I was daydreaming about something. I'm completely incapable of retaining the information you just relayed. But we're going to see some more Legend of Kuruk. Amy's going to do some more scrying, some more drawing. Ooh, we have a Ghost Spider? Oh, yeah. This one I understand. 5 mana, 4/4, flying, vigilance, haste.
I love when both players are like, it is time to attack.
Yes. Good old damage race. Get that Kaido out of here. 4 loyalty, not enough to endure the Ghost Spider. Now Lamb will draw. Awaken the Undead goes to Chapter 3, but rest in peace, nothing doing with that. Oblivious Bookworm firmly behind on the battlefield here. Just a land and a loot here for Curtis. Oh, excuse me, that was a Surveil. So Superior Spider-Man will be deployed, but it's just a 4/4. Now there's that loot. Loots away a land.
Yeah, superior to Tishana's Tidebinder perhaps, but
inferior to the Ghost Spider.
Exactly.
And Amy draws for turn. Is going to transform the first Legend of Kuruk in addition to getting a scry in the draw off the second. So now any spell cast makes a 1/1 that cannot block or be blocked by non-spirits. And then Water, Bend 20, take an extra turn, if I'm not mistaken.
That is true.
Yeah, there it is. Avatar Kuruk has showed up. And Ashling Rekindled as well for Amy. A bunch of fresh cards off the top. The Ashling allows a loot as well.
We're actually getting really close to being able to waterbend 20.
I was just wondering, how often, is that something that came up a lot in playtesting?
Well, I will tell you kind of yes, but that is because the way that playtesting works can be really strange, where you are explicitly trying to create situations where something can happen.
Sure.
So hypothetically, if there were someone who really, right, was just set out to go on the quest of waterbending 20, you can do that. It's not always going to convert to a victory if you just create a bunch of hollow artifacts on the battlefield, hypothetically. Hypothetically, but...
Well, here's something happening in the real world. Ghost Spider is connecting for 4. Curtis is at 12. Requiting Hex is going to go after that Ashling. See this beautiful alternate art spirit token showing up.
We actually don't call it alternate art. We say full text.
Full text, thank you. Yeah, there's no art. It's a form of art.
Oh, definitely, definitely. This isn't, it's in no way from an evaluation standpoint. This is just, we want to make sure that we're clear about different
Merely
treatments.
categorization.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you.
So we head back to Curtis, who is in a world of trouble at this stage in that game. 4-4 with no text, not great. Oblivious Bookworm, not enough.
Yeah, really struggling after some early stumbles.
It's like a big tap for a Deceit. Surely we have blue, blue, black, black. It was an over tap, that's what we were looking at. So tap a 6. Would like to bounce the Ghost Spider and take a look at Amy's hand. Tashana's Tidebiter says no. Avatar Kurik says here's a Spirit. Deceit does get to look at that Day of Judgment in hand. Yeah, Amy didn't want to cast that one either. So with the Spirits, Curtis does not, I believe, control any Spirits. That means that there's 7 unblockable points of damage, a 2-turn clock on the table for Amy, just in terms of easy attacks.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, well, here's an easy-ish attack for 4 with Superior Spider-Man. Amy notably is at 6 as well.
Yeah. The blocking with these strong cards, none of that is appealing, right? You don't want to block. Well, actually, the Avatar Kurik, there's another one of those kind of unsuspend with the legend there. But
right.
It looks like Tashana's Tiebinder will just chump block. Oblivious Bookworm going to do some looting. A lot of lands looted away for Curtis in this game as we head back to Amy. There's Chapter 3. Yeah, just going to put that into the graveyard. Already have the legendary Avatar on the battlefield. Here's an attack with Ghost Spider and those unblockable spirits. That is 7 points. That is now Curtis's life total. So we head back Curtis's way. Needs something big here. Needs something big and needs it to work, which is 2 difficult boxes against these Jeskai decks.
All right, so a lot of rearranging of lands, so it's not like Curtis has nothing to do.
Tap a 3 for Curtis. It's cycle intimidation tactics. I'm gonna round that down to nothing.
You know, it really, that is the most expensive nothing you can have, as a matter of fact.
Definitely not what Curtis was looking for here. Here's Wistfulness. So there was a land for a 5th mana source for that.
Oh, perhaps a question of wanting to do it post-combat? Or maybe just evoke. Interesting. Oh, I think the thinking might have been that Curtis thought it could exile Avatar Kurik, but Kurik is no longer an enchantment once it transforms.
Right. Definitely changes the efficacy there. Though, even still, that doesn't do anything about Ghost Spider or these spirits.
That is true.
So yeah, he just has to go for the draw 2 mode here, looking for help, but he's tapped so low, and the deck just doesn't do that much with this little mana.
Yeah, this Bookworm better really lock in.
All right, I'm cramming. This test is going to be so hard.
I mean, there is an extent to which, again, it's not like Amy has a ton of life herself.
It's true. 6 is a small number. Here's an attack.
Yeah, this forces at least 1 block. Unfortunately, I think it is just going to be a Tidebinder.
Yeah, the problem is that Amy just does not have to jeopardize the lethal attackers here.
Right. All right, 2. And because this is an open decklist event, Amy knows Curtis does not have access to instant speed burn.
or anything doing, as Amy James picks up the win 2-1 with this innovative Jeskai mid-range deck. The card that jumped off the page for both of us, it was Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider. I like the exile a card play it mode. I'm a little value pilled in that way. We saw some cards exiled. We never saw them played.
Nope.
We saw Ghost Spider get busy is what we saw.
Right.
Pretty freaking cool.
It's something where I can say even back in the day playing Jeskai Control in, I want to say it was a Monket standard, there were times where you could sideboard Archangel Avacyn just as a Sarah Angel.
Yep.
Where having a way to deal damage and close the game is really valuable in a spot like that. I think something that you can get caught up in is really trying to control the game for an entire game. There are some people doing that with Jeskai Control in the event. I know we saw just a couple of rounds ago someone really struggled to do that against our final undefeated player with Omniscience, where even though the game went for 15 turns, Jeskai Control still failed to win because it couldn't close in time. This Jeskai mid-range deck, on the other hand, Amy's clocking in, Amy's closing.
Yes, that's certainly been an aspect I have found playing Standard right now. The strength of so many of the decks is that they can go from whatever their battlefield position is and threaten to defeat you in some way.
Yes.
Remove you from the game. And Jeskai Control tends to be really lacking in that. But a deck that is not lacking in that, we have Nick Miller sitting down for another deck tech here. Some really cool stuff from Lower Eclipse. Why don't you hear from Nick Miller, one of our players, on an elemental strategy. We'll be back for some more minutes.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCG Con Portland. I'm Nick Miller, alongside Jake Koenig, playing the breakout deck of the tournament. If you've been watching coverage on day one, Is It Elementals is the name of the game. It's got all the cool new Evoke Elementals. It's got Ashling. Where did this deck come from?
Yeah. So like 2 weeks ago, before Lorwyn, I was kind of thinking for this tournament, I'd most likely just play like a stock deck with the obvious updates. Like I was looking at Cub and Lessons. But then, yeah, Lorwyn was really sweet. Like I tried Goblins for a bit, wasn't winning. I threw this deck together, and I was a little suspicious of it. So yeah, the first version, it was all 4 Springleaf Drum, all 4 Soulbright. The mana was very different, obviously, like all the Verges. And yeah, so that first version though was like actually beating Cub a lot in my testing. So yeah, you've got the 4 main deck Pyroclasms, like the commands, and you also have a Flock.
Sunderflock.
Sunderflock, yeah. I just say Flock. So yeah, and then post-board you get the Pyroclasm. So like, yeah, I think in testing we were going like 5-1 against Cub, and I thought it would do very poorly against Lessons, especially the first version, which like had the 4 extra mana creatures. Because like, oh, you'll play your mana creatures, they'll kill it. You've got Disenchant, but you're probably too slow. But then we actually started playing it, and we're going even, maybe actually slightly better than even. And at that point, I was like, this is probably a great deck, because if you can beat Cub and Lessons, you know, it's probably the best deck.
Yeah.
So at that point, I was pretty excited, and yeah, I was working as part of a team. I think we're going by Ready to Rumble. I haven't worked with them before, but they're all great. So yeah, at that point, the rest of the team was starting to get excited. They weren't excited about Soulbright, and they weren't excited about all 4 Springleaf Drum. So yeah, we tried messing around with like certain flex slots, like we tried Bounce Off. But then eventually two members of the team played the Cub matchup and this deck, and they went 4-0 in favor of Cub. And at that point, everyone else on the team was like, I don't know about this deck. So I'm the only one who stuck with it, because I had to get to work. And I still believed it was good against Cub, despite this like one result. Like on net, we were still like 5-5, very small sample size, but like the theory was sound. We had all these Pyroclasms, we had the Flock. Like sure, they can hoof us on turn 3, but like, you know, we should win more than we lose, I think. And my testing was bearing it out. So yeah, at that point, based on the input from the team, I'd like trimmed Soulbrights, gone up Bounce Off. I was going to play 4 Bounce Off on the theory that it was like good to evoke the elementals and return to your hand, so you don't have to like commit your elemental early. And also landfalls, of course, in the Choices matchup. And I thought just having 4 Bounce Off, maybe, you know, we'd have a chance, you know, even if it was like not a good matchup still. So yeah, that was the plan going into Friday morning yesterday. Right, so one other thing about the deck is it really needed a 4-drop, because like if you don't have Springleaf Drum, which I'd trimmed down to 2 at that point, then the Ashling only gets you to 4 on turn 3, and there was nothing to do in the deck, which is very bad, because like Ashling can only cast 4 drops, so you can't even like use the mana for anything. You transform it, you waste your whole turn. So that was something that was missing in the deck. We tossed around a bunch of options. I don't even know the names of these options. They were all like horrible 4-mana elementals from like draft shaft.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was something that was missing until Friday morning when one of my teammates, Newton actually, he posted Throne. Was it Wandering Throne?
Yep.
Or, yeah.
Roaming Throne.
Roaming Throne. Yeah. So he posted it to our channel in the Discord, and at first I didn't see it. I was like, this is some like limited card. But yeah, so it was a really big oversight on my part that I missed it, because I'd been searching all the elementals. I've read through every elemental standard over and over again, but this card, it is an elemental, but it doesn't show up on Gather if you search type elemental. So I just missed it until Friday morning. And yeah, so at first it didn't like sink in my mind that this was like really needed. But on the car ride here from Seattle, I was like goldfishing a lot, and my friend was like, why don't you try this Throne? I had it as a 1-of, and every time I was goldfishing, I drew the Throne. I was like, wow, this card is sick. This card's amazing. So yeah, then I found 3 more on site and just played 4. Yeah, I really wish I had more time to test actually, because I would like to go back to like the 4 Soulbright version, because the Soulbright mana was actually very awkward with Ashling. So early on in testing, I was doing a lot of cheating where I was like, I had Soulbright in play and Ashling in play, and I thought I could cast a 5-drop on turn 3, but you actually can't. It doesn't work, because you don't have the 3rd land at the beginning of your upkeep to like activate Soulbright, and if you do the Ashling, you can't use that mana to activate Soulbright. So that was part of the reason we cut it, because it was just very awkward actually. But now Soulbright can cast Throne on turn 3, and I would like to try to get in 60 mana dorks, but I didn't have time yesterday when I was discovering the Throne, which is now 4.
Well, the Throne has a pedigree. It showed up in the Battle Crier combo deck, so it is known to standard in some capacity, but it definitely looks great in this deck. We've seen you on camera, do the double Vibrance. We've seen you kill multiple people
I love to
with
get
multiple
the 2
triggers
lands.
on that, and just the value this deck can generate with all of these elementals. You're really doing something more value oriented than what we see out of the Sultai builds, which are doing the not dead after all kind of scammy version of the deck.
Yeah. If I had more time, I would have tried those decks. I was seeing the lists posted for the first time on Friday, and I was like, wow, this deck might be better than my deck. I don't know, but I didn't even think about it. They look a little clunky, but I'd like to play with them some.
Well, I'll say this right now. They have fallen off for the most part today, and you are sitting at 8 or 7-1 so far going into round 9. So I got to say, you might be on the right page here. Anything else you want to call out about the deck? Because we see most of the elementals, they kind of, you don't have emptiness, and that's one that a lot of the Sultai builds can play. Do you miss that card? Because I feel like your mana base is good enough to where you could cast it, but...
Yeah. I feel like I don't miss it, because like, if you want to deal 3, you already have the Vibrance. There's nothing like super sick to return. Like, I guess you can return the mana dorks, but there's no 3-drop to get. And it feels very awkward to me. I tried Catharsis in the first version. I never actually tried Emptiness, which I probably should have had time. But yeah, I don't feel like I miss it.
Okay.
A note on Vibrance though. Vibrance is like the star of the deck. Like everyone's talking about Wistfulness, which it's like obvious, because it's so good against Lessons, which is a top deck, and everyone's talking about like Deceit. Yeah. Also, it's a different angle to get it in Discord, but I think Vibrance is like the best actually, because especially in like older formats where you can get like all these sweet lands. But even in my deck, I think like the Vibrance actually makes this deck like structurally like unbeatable for Jeskai. It's just how it feels to me, because like you always have the Cavern because you got actually 8 of them. You always have the Monastery because you have 5 of them, and then like half their cards do nothing because everything has like 5 toughness and is uncounterable, and then like they just can't beat you. I played like on camera. I played like well, I guess. It wasn't a camera. It was an extremely long game.
Yeah, I've seen you play.
I still won, even though they cast like all their Ascendancy, all their Jeskai Revelations.
I've seen you play against Jeskai twice. Both matches look pretty hopeless for Jeskai. And then that's the 3rd most played deck here today. Lessons and Ouroboros are the 1 and 2, and you like those matchups. So it seems pretty well positioned.
Yeah.
I did just see you take your first loss against the Reanimator deck. Those games were pretty close. You mulliganed a bunch, but how do you feel about that matchup?
I think it's probably pretty hard. Yeah, I think Landfall is the hardest, but after that, probably Reanimator. I had this plan going into it where I was like, I'll just cycle all my elementals, and then they'll like Living End, and then I'll Sunderflock and kill them. But of course, they're going to see it coming. Maybe it'd work in early rounds. I don't know, but they can just do things like Spider-Man the Arden for a lot of value, and so yeah, I think that's a pretty hard matchup. We've got some sideboard slots, but I don't think I'm favored there. I don't think I'm favored against Landfall. everything else from like vibes, I feel quite favored against,
Yeah.
but small sample sizes.
Well, vibes-wise, everyone is on top of this deck. They're very happy with it. You've got Pyroclasms in the sideboard to help with the Cub matchups. You got Lanterns against Lessons, Reanimator. Anything else you want to call out there? You got the Changelings.
Yeah, the changelings might be awkward because like you've got 7 disenchants. Like, I think like this weekend people on Lessons aren't that prepared to like cut their monuments, but like maybe there's some plan there. But I also feel like they can't really because they'll never win. So I don't know. But it might be too many disenchants.
Yeah, once you're on like 11, that's a bit much.
Yeah, I have a hypothesis that you also want them against Landfall because like one of the ways you lose is they like seam rip your 2-drop. But then if you have Chomping Changeling, it's a lot better than having Wistfulness. But I haven't really had an opportunity to test that matchup. Yeah.
All right, Jake. Well, this deck looks great. 7-1 so far. I'm sure all the Pro Tour teams watching at home are sleeving this up right now and working on it. You might have broken the format. Corey over there is super excited about it. You're doing great. Thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Portland.
Thanks so much.
and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ayla Loney, that's Corey Baumeister, and we're going to be with you for the next 2 rounds as we work our way towards our top 8 to see who is going to take it all down. Corey, what you looking forward to, bud?
Really looking forward to the later stage of the tournament. You know, we are going to be seeing these Pro Tour winning in rounds basically already. Yeah. You know, I mean, these players that are at the top of the standings with 1 loss or 2 loss, they're kind of playing that winning in now for the Pro Tour, and then if they win that, then it starts to be the winning in for the top 8. So every single match from here on out is going to be high stakes, and that's what it's all about here.
It's going to be stressful. We're going to feel the tension in the air.
Yes.
And hopefully we're going to put a bunch of people through to the Pro Tour, like you mentioned, and our 2 finalists get their ticket punched to Worlds.
Yep.
So that is a big deal indeed. Let's take a look at our standings to see who is at the top as it stands and who's got the best chance of making it through there. So when we can, we will check these standings out.
Yep.
And see where some of our favorite people are. Mason, Buonadonna. What did we call him? Mr. Two Scoops or something? That was hilarious. But he said, you chatted to him. He's like, nah, I'm going for the throat this time around. And rightly so, Mason.
Yeah.
Go get it.
Mason, you know, for anyone who didn't know, top 16 to Atlanta and even scooped a couple of his buddies into the top 8. So I was talking to Mason after his big win in the feature match area. I was like, all right, you know, is this your tournament? And he's like, well, at 11-1, I think I'm going after these World Championship slots. So, yeah, big congrats there as well to Oliver at 11-1. Those are our co-leaders of the event. And anyone at X and 2, no matter, we don't know the exact line of what we need for the top 8, but X2 and 1, for sure the line, at least maybe X3, maybe X3-1. We'll figure that out as well.
And a great variety of archetypes in the top tables here too as well. We've got Arboroid, Control, we've got Airbending, Omniscience, Reanimator, 4-color Rhythm. Standard is great right now.
Standard is incredible. You know, we are seeing the 2 big decks, but even this weekend, you know, the 2 big decks being Simic Ouroboros as well as Is It Lessons. Is It Lessons had a pretty decent event in Atlanta, maybe a little bit better than Simic. This time, Simic's having the better event, and Lessons not doing so well. So the metagame is ebb and flowing and kind of, you know, really showing the fact that if you want to target a certain deck, you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at page 2 of standings if we have those available, just to see how the rest of our field is doing. There's our first mono red aggro player. God bless you, mono red aggro players. You will find a way. You are just like, my brain just went to cockroaches in an apocalypse. You'll always find a way.
Hired Claw will always be winning games.
Absolutely,
that is for sure true. So, yeah, a lot of different decks here. Austin Clark playing Is It Elementals. That wasn't even our Is It Elemental player that we saw overnight. So, multiple people playing that deck, which is really cool.
Sweet.
And then everyone being at X and 3, you know, you win out from here. There's definitely
Keep
still a
winning.
chance that you can do it. And right now, if we lock it in, these are our 32 players going to the Pro Tour. It's going to be a couple pass downs and that kind of thing. You know, Mason for sure, one of them who's already qualified. So, yeah, all these players doing really great.
Awesome. Can't wait to get into the action here today. Let's take a quick look, though, at the metagame just to see how things shifted from day 1 to day 2.
Yeah.
Look at this. Simic Arboroid taking the lead. 30 players made it through, so 14% of the field that we have at the moment.
Yep, and for anyone who didn't remember yesterday, Is It was number one.
Yep,
So Is It maybe not having the best weekend? Ban Airbending just absolutely airbent to the top for sure, and is having a great weekend. That deck looks to be doing incredibly well. Sultai Reanimator doing decent as well. Yeah, really, really good stuff here so far.
All right, well, we do have our feature match ready to rock and roll, so let's take a look at their deck list quickly before we jump into the action. It's Boss Dragons! Woohoo! I'm a little excited about this one.
Yeah, so
this is so cool.
This deck is really a deck that is saying, I want to target the Cub decks because you have Momo, the Friendly Flyer. Momo, Friendly Flyer into Clarion Conquer. If you're on the play up against Simic Ouroboros, it's basically GG. You know, I mean, there is some lists that have an answer for that. Tristan Wild Laroo's list, where you have the one red card that's vivid that deals damage from the new set. I forgot what it was called. But that is
something or other, yes.
Yeah, that is an answer to Clarion Conqueror. So, you know, if you don't have that kind of tech, that's just going to be GG.
Yeah.
Plus, this deck is just a little bit of the mono red deck. You have the Nova Hellkites. You know, you still have a pretty fast clock. Magmatic Hellkite is also really strong. But mostly this is an anti-green deck. Play some high noons to stop the combo. And Clarion Conqueror is one of the best hate kind of creatures in the metagame right now.
Oh, you have a mana dorks?
Not anymore.
That's cute. Now you just have dorks.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is, like, it not only shuts down Llanowar Elves, Gene Pollinators, but it shuts down lands that Badgermole Cub animates. So it actually takes away mana from your opponent, where Badgermole Cub is supposed to be severely accelerating a deck, which is really cool stuff.
All right, well, I'm keen to see how this deck does overall. Let's take a look at Justin's opponent here. It is going to be Ryan Brozovich playing Mono Green Landfall. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Uh-oh, indeed, but slightly less uh-oh.
Okay, tell me why.
I would say the Simic Ouroboros deck is a lot more focused on ramp. You need to ramp into the giant Crater Hoof Behemoth. This one, sure, you can shut off the acceleration of Llanowar Elf Badgermole Cub, which is a big deal, but then you can just get beat down by a Lumber Wagon and a Harmonizer, doubling its power, or just a giant Sausage Chocobo. So still think...
That sounded like you said sausage chocobo. I'm like, what? That's not a card, Corey.
Sausage Chocobo.
Sorry, that's too funny.
But I would still think this is going to be an advantage to the Boros Dragon side, but Mono Green Landfall definitely has a lot more game against this particular deck, I would say.
This is sweet. These are two decks I personally haven't seen yet this weekend, so very much looking forward to seeing them in action. Again, like, Standard is in such a great spot right now.
Yes.
So if you have ever wanted to get into one of these events, friends, come and play some of the Spotlight series because they're so much fun. There's so many cool things to do here. Even if Standard or, you know, any constructive format's not your jam, come and play Limited. The new set's great as well.
Yeah,
so
it's great. I mean, like, even the Limited event right now that feeds into that kind of new Limited Championship, absolutely capped at 512 players today. So, like, they're extremely popular. We both absolutely love Limited as well. So, they do look fun.
Playing, though, our feature match is ready to rock and roll. So let's jump on down there and get this game underway, friends. Justin Troyer at the top of your screen there, our Boros Dragons player, Ryan Brozovich. Down below, Mono Green Landfall. Let's see who gets to go first. It is Boros Dragons with the play.
No turn one Momo friendly flyer. That card is truly incredible. It's a way to accelerate, a way to kind of ramp, but also hit hard. So not having that as your turn one play is a little brutal, but of course not completely detrimental.
Man, I'm so excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, and another thing with the high noons are very good against a deck that needs to just chain together a lot of spells.
Yeah.
The Mono Green Landfall, you need to chain together a lot of lands. So if you have the Ice Still Explorer, Harmonizer, you only really need to play like one spell a turn and you're going to be hitting hard. So it's going to be a little bit more of a tricky matchup from the Boros Dragon side than it would be up against a Simic Ouroboros deck.
Look at this cute little bird. Sausage Chocobo down on the battlefield alongside Llanowar Elves. And like you mentioned, this birdie can get real big. You know, I Still Explorer is possible next turn, and we could just see this thing become, what, 5 power? Easy peasy?
Yeah, that would be large. Magma Hellkite here is really nice. Whenever you can clean up a creature and get some damage in, that's huge. If it's just 4 damage, not as great just because this isn't a hired claw deck. This isn't Emberheart Challenger style deck where the 4 damage actually really matters. It's a mid-range deck. It is a mid-range deck that plays a lot of rares and mythics and really overpowers your opponent. So you really want that to kill a creature when it comes into play.
Yeah, this Nova Hellkite was one of my favorite cards from the sets. Eternity. So, like, I'm so glad it's found a home, at least in the red aggressive decks. Sure, it's not like played in absolutely every single one of them, but it's so fun.
Yeah, there's a certain 5-drop warp creature that was my favorite in the set. I don't know how. Yeah, besides actually testing the red decks to get ready for events, I don't know if I like submitted a Nova Hellkite in a tournament. I was too busy riddling.
Yes, that's totally fair. Lumbering World Wagon hits the board now, helps in the ramp department, and making this little Chocobo enormous.
World Wagon being a one-of here in this particular mono green deck.
And also a massive creature once you get enough lands on the board.
I think the card is great, you know?
It's pretty sweet, yeah.
And if you can combine it with Earthbender Ascension, where you can give it trample, double the power, those kind of things.
Yeah,
this
Harmonizer, ugh.
Yeah, this mono green deck really acts as a bit of a combo deck that can also play this aggressive game plan.
Well, Dragon's doing what dragons do, burning that poor little bird into smithereens. Charring Bite there from the Twinmore Stormbird gets shuffled away, and bye-bye Chocobo.
This would be a great turn for an Ice Till Explorer. Looks like we do have Ice Till Explorer as well as Earthbending Ascension, Bossing Say.
Archdruid's Charm in hand there, I see as well.
And a Llanowar Elf off the top. So Ryan's hand is chock full of gas here. Just how best to deploy it. And you got to think like, okay, what is the instant speed interaction that can deal with any cards? And Get Lost can really deal with anything. So it is how do you prioritize a card that is not as vulnerable to Get Lost, and I think Earthbender Ascension is a perfect card to choose right now.
Yeah, Earthbender Ascension from the Avatar set. Great in any green deck that you want to be ramping with. Like, you know, you see it played in Commander, you see it played in Standard. It's just so powerful.
Really great card, yeah.
Trample's good, y'all.
And just a cool design, too, you know?
It's sweet.
The fact that it doesn't give it trample right away, you got to work for it a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's a 3-mana 2/2 that searches up a land. That text alone is good enough.
Yeah.
And then the landfall text adds that little extra layer.
It gets itself going, which is cool.
I like this Llanowar play because this is kind of bait. Be like, that Nova Hellkite looks pretty good. You get to kill a Llanowar. But if that does come down, Ice Till Explorer to bring back Fabled Passage, get 4 landfall triggers. Or there was a Harmonizer.
Yeah.
I think this game's over.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think this game's over because there is Ice Till Explorer to be able to play from the graveyard. Even if you don't have a land, you go Ice Till Explorer, bring back the Fabled Passage, and then play the Harmonizer, and then 3 more land drops. If that is indeed Harmonizer in hand, maybe that is just a Archdruid's Charm.
Yeah, I think that was just the Archdruid's Charm. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. But that is fun. That could happen, so keep an eye out. Also, that Lumbering World Wagon, that thing's going to be enormous.
Yeah.
That and Mightform Harmonizer are best buddies. Every landfall trigger doubling the power of a creature, ew.
Yeah, so we can Druid's Charm for the Harmonizer, but we're not going to have enough mana to be able to go Ice Till, Archdruid's Charm, and Harmonize.
Yeah, it's an instant, so...
But if we do just like top deck, let's say one of your fetch lands, the Fabled Passage, the Escape Tunnel, charming for the Harmonizer might just be enough.
Let's do it on end step.
Yeah, I'm saying to win the game this turn.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. But Ice Till, no matter what, is going to be a nice consolation prize. Ryan is not really facing lethal next turn, even to another dragon or anything, so this is looking totally fine.
Alrighty, let's do some landfall triggers. Don't forget your Earthbender Ascension, because that's easily online here with Fable twice.
Yeah.
He's just talking through it. Lumbering World Wagon. Going to get quite large.
So look like this is the way Ryan is doing this is return Fabled Passage, 2 triggers on the stack, in response fetch, 2 more triggers on the stack, then resolve these mill triggers as well as the Earthbender Ascension triggers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands. So that thing's an 8/5.
Oh, for now, but it's going to get bigger.
Oh, yeah.
The Fabled Passage is going to come from the yard. That's going to be 2 Earthbending Ascension counters onto the World Wagon, so +3. And then the attack from World Wagon is going to be essentially another +2 because you get the Earthbender Ascension plus the land itself. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Gross. It's not lethal.
It doesn't look lethal, no.
It looks painful, though.
It's definitely painful. And if anything, you are able to fight this Nova Hellkite if you're a little afraid of that. If you're not really going to do anything else, you might as well. But you can also just think about saving that to go search up a Harmonizer
9,
and go from there.
12. So it's 12 damage coming through? If my math is
12.
right.
It can be 13 if you sack the Fabled Passage.
Yeah.
It can be 14 with the Archdruid's Charm putting a counter on it, but all of that does not equal lethal, so
No.
it would make sense for Ryan to hold back this Fabled Passage as, let's say, in response to a 4 damage removal spell on Ice Till. You can bounce it there. So I think right now Ryan is, instead of thinking like, all right, how do I win this game? It's how do I lose this game? What is the combination of cards that Justin can play that would actually have me lose this game?
Well, let's take a look and see what he's working with. So we know Nova Hellkite is 4 damage in the air, so we need 8 extra damage for the game to be over and done with on Justin's side.
Yeah, basically the only thing that could do that would just be land 6, double warp, Nova Hellkite, but also with that charm, it's not going to be possible. The charm can just interact with one of the Hellkites, so I don't think the way of Justin winning the game next turn is really on the table. It's how would Justin not lose next turn, and would have to be holding up some mana, a couple get lost type thing.
Yeah.
But that is a little bit of the... That's a little bit of the risk here. If you don't Archdruid's Charm and kill the Nova Hellkite now, is you could just lose your creature to get lost in response.
Yeah, that would be rough.
Yeah.
That's the worst. Like, the weakest part of fight spells is the fact that your creatures are susceptible to removal.
Definitely, yeah.
Whereas a clean answer like Get Lost, you don't need a creature to be able to do that.
Yep, 100%.
So, Justin, what you got, Dragon Man?
Tap Starting Town, not ideal as your first land.
Okay. Looked like he just passed the turn back there, but I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. He's got to do something, because, yeah, there's a lumbering world wagon.
Yep.
That's going to hurt.
And all the cards that you think that are in the main deck to kind of be anti-green decks or just anti-decks in the metagame, like High News, Clarion Conqueror, they just look terrible right now. So
Oh, sure.
I would imagine Justin sideboards quite a few cards in this particular matchup if Clarion Conqueror is not the catch-all be-all, like it is against other ramp decks.
Well, if we want to get a little bit ahead of ourselves here, talking about the sideboards. So for Justin, he's got access to Chandra, Doorkeeper Thrall, Kutzel's Flanker, Abrade, Fire Magic, Rest in Peace, and the Legend of Roku. So
yeah. Hey, Legend of Roku is a great card.
It's good. All of those avatars are, actually.
Yeah, Showdown of the Scald-esque type card here. And there's a nice little combo of being able to mill a card and mill Esper Origins.
Lovely.
This seems like this is just, I'm going to go fetch up a Harmonizer here as a bite spell here. It's just a little too risky.
Justin says, sure, go for it.
And now a nice play that Ryan can do is something like play this Harmonizer after you already brought a passage back from your graveyard. Play the Harmonizer, try to play a second passage from the yard. Then the trigger goes on the stack, so even if Justin were to kill the Harmonizer there, you can respond by then sacking both Fabled Passages and double-double on 2 different creatures, and that should be enough to lock it up.
Oh, for sure.
And spot removal just can't interact in any profitable way in this situation. And that's kind of why Mono Green Landfall is so good, is removal is very good against the Simic or Arborade shell. Removal is less good against the Landfall. The creatures are just tricky. World Wagon's not a creature half the time. You know, there's just a lot of different things that you have to navigate against.
Yeah.
I personally find it much more difficult to play against the Mono Green Landfall decks than to play against the Ouroboros decks.
Yeah, I mean, just like you mentioned, Lumbering World Wagon, if you want to put all your eggs in one basket, that's a good basket to put in because you choose when it becomes vulnerable.
Yep, absolutely.
It's a creature removal, that is. All right, so turn passes back. Justin looking quite concerned at the state of things, as well he should be, because Ryan has Trample on lock. He's able to play lands from the graveyard. I don't know if he's drawn a land or not, but, you know, just having that ability to continuously cycle through the library and get all of the lands out that he could possibly need.
Yep.
And now spreading his power across these creatures, you know, it's a great way to ensure that, yeah, you're kind of dead this turn.
Yeah, and I think... yeah, this is totally fine.
Nice.
Even playing the 1 Fabled Passage from the yard, you get to warp the Harmonizer, use that to crew the World Wagon.
Yep.
And, you know, I would have even liked him, Ryan, to play a Fabled Passage before crewing here, because now you do give Justin an opportunity to get lost this Harmonizer here. And before you didn't put anything on the stack, so you would put your own harmonizer trigger on the stack. You wouldn't be able to double your own world wagon in that scenario, but you just double the forest.
It's so big anyway.
Exactly.
I don't even think it matters. You know, sure, the Hellkite blocks one, maybe he has removal for something else, but then these two other creatures. Oh, sorry, the we're earthbending as well, right?
Yeah, bossing say.
Yeah, bossing say earthbending. So there's enough damage here to take down 5.
Yeah, right now all Ryan is doing is just presenting as many lethal threats as possible and just saying, yeah, the World Wagon is of course going to kill you. I'm going to give every creature trample and then try to double the power of all of them. Leave the Fabled Passages behind. That way when you get into combat and you
Surprise.
And the nice thing you get to do is you get to attack. Justin will make a block and then you just get to say, okay, pass priority, because you already have lethal with the other 2 attackers, the other 3 attackers.
Yeah.
So really no way to get out of that one from Justin's side.
Ryan doing a great job there diversifying threats, not putting all of his eggs in the one World Wagon basket, and pretty much what he wanted to see here in game number 1, and he was on the draw, so it's going to feel pretty good about that. Now, let's talk about sideboards for Justin. We'll start here. Like we mentioned, a Braid, a Chandra Spark Hunter, I forget what she does, Doorkeeper Thrall, Fire Magic, Kutzel's Flanker, Rest in Peace, and the Legend of Roku / Avatar Roku.
Yeah, I really like the Doorkeeper Thralls. Those look good. I think the Chandras are a little too vulnerable. The mono green deck, usually not known for haste, but with all these landfall abilities, it actually does, present a lot of different haste threats. So I don't think the Planeswalker is that safe. I like a Braid. It can just kill Cubs as well as the Lumbering World Wagon. Fire Magic's going to be one of your best cards. And then it's all a product of how many cards do you need to take out if you want to bring in Legends of Roku. I think when you're on the play, you can definitely make a stronger case for it. And then it comes down to, do you want cards like High Noon? I don't think so. So I'm probably taking out High Noons and bringing in the cards I suggested, and maybe the Legends of Roku. I'm not positive on that one.
Yeah, this mono green landfall I don't think cares about playing only one thing per turn. If all it really cares about is landfall triggers. So
yeah, agreed.
Friends, if you have opened a bunch of stuff, if you've got extra cards lying around, probably from like a game night or something, and you want to sell them, go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. You get some great prices on your goods. You get 30% bonus trade credit, so you can put your money towards something else that you'd like to buy. Maybe that shiny, fancy card in the special treatment that you've been thinking about. Go do that. Go to starcitygames.com. You can do a bunch of other stuff on the website as well, but one of the coolest things, as Corey's always told me, is I get to sell my cards, and I get a great price for them.
More cards. You get to buy more cards after you sell your cards. That's what it's all about. And then one thing I'm considering from Ryan's side as far as sideboarding, I actually like those Sapling Nursery. I think that seems like a pretty solid card that's really good against removal. And then the resolves are interesting, but other than that, you really don't want any other card. So I would imagine very minimal changes here from Ryan's side.
I will say, I've seen a lot more Multistratus resolves than I expected this weekend.
Yeah, kind of the go-to removal spell from the green decks, which is just pretty nice. Yeah, it is a very strong card.
Yeah. So getting fetched up a bunch with the Bright Glass Gear Hulk, or what's it called?
Bright Glass Gear Hulk. Yep.
Just like, okay, I'm going to punch you now.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet as well.
Let's take a look at one of our other feature matches while these players get shuffled up and find their hands. This is Michael M. Young on Bant Airbending versus Tristan Wild Laroo on 4-color Rhythm. Absolutely crushing it this weekend. And up a game here as we join them.
Wow, that looks like Tristan's turn 2. That is incredible. Maybe turn 3. And this might be the last turn of this match.
Yeah,
that's probably it. What is that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I wonder what we're going to get.
I don't know, man. What do you think?
What 10-mana card would be good? I mean, to be fair, we did miss an untap trigger there from the Spider Manifestation.
We sure did.
Yeah, but looks like it is not needed.
Get hoofed.
And Behemoth takes it down. Tristan Wild Laroo, one of our more established players here Looks like Michael Young there did not have any help from the mana,
Look
as
how many
that was all
sea
for us.
rips in hand. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah,
Poor guy.
those were Verges, but they were not online yet. So discussing, hey, Tristan, would you have kept this hand? And that hand looks very reasonable. It does need some help, but looks like Tristan.
Yeah, Michael would have been on the play as well. So 2 forests.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the draw. No, play. Yes, would have been on the play.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a bit rough there for Michael, but still respectable record. Continuing on into the next round.
And just kind of the nut draw from Tristan's deck. Tristan, a nice take, an interesting take on that.
Turn 3 hoof?
It looked like a turn 3 hoof through, or plus some disruption with that Vivid card, but Tristan's version not playing Ouroborid, you know, so it could not be called Simic Ouroborid. It had some other kind of cool hot tech there. So really nice stuff there from Tristan.
Explosive Prodigy, that's the guy's name.
All right, now we have the Momo. Momo is
Momo.
very strong in this deck, especially as a 1-drop. If you can go Momo into Clarion Conqueror here, that would be excellent. I expect High Noons to come out. I don't think Clarion Conquerors are coming out.
Oh, there you go.
And Justin would agree. And all of a sudden, that Llanowar Elf is essentially dead. It is a 1/1. And
it's still
very
got
tough
power
to
and
kill.
toughness, Corey. Okay.
That's true.
But yeah, no, it's doing nothing currently. So that Clarion Conqueror needs to go down. What does Ryan have to deal with that?
Ooh, so far a lot of cards that cost 3 and no ability to actually cast them. There's the Archdruid's Charm to deal with Clarion Conqueror, but you need to get a bigger body first. And that's 2 cards surveilled to the yard, so Ryan is saying, I need a land on top, otherwise it's basically GG. Had a Cub in hand as well, so you know Ryan was ready to go with a nice draw here, but...
Magmatic Hellkite joins the fray now. Doesn't get to destroy any non-basics, because, lol, they're all forests.
Dang it, just a 3-mana 4/5 flyer.
He can't be too mad about that.
Okay, did find the land, though, so that is huge.
All right. But
probably a little too late, as it looks like the only plays are Badgermole Cub, which you legitimately don't want to target your land because it does just shut off one of your own lands. And then the Archdruid's Charm, you could only kill Momo right now, so still looking really rough for Ryan.
That's not worth it. This Might Form Harmonizer needs to come down naturally and stick around to be able to do anything meaningful.
Yeah. Does have the sideboard card that I was alluding to, the Sapling Nursery, the new card from Lorwyn Eclipse, which does look nice.
That's going to be way too late, man. That's 5 mana.
Oh, yeah. Definitely not going to be meaningful at all this game. But
you're going to be dead by then. Those are some dragons in the air. Turn passes back now to Justin, looking very comfortable indeed. Far more comfortable than he was in the previous game,
Definitely.
that's for sure. I wonder what he's going to name. Sponge, perhaps?
Yeah, I think we'll probably go with Dragon. I think Justin would still win this game if he did name Sponge for that.
I think so, too.
No follow-up, you know, Magma Hellkite or anything, though, so at least...
Still 8 damage. Owie.
Yeah. And now this Archdruid's Charm is probably just going to go get a land.
Yeah.
Wow, Rest in Peace came in. Interesting.
Interesting indeed, yeah.
I mean,
no more Esper Origin, though.
No more Esper Origins.
No
any Earthbending lands, they're not coming back. That is really important. So it has some applications for sure. Very much trading the High Noons for Rest in Peace, as it would seem.
All right. Archdruid's Charm fetches the land, as you mentioned. But then what?
Yeah.
Then what?
Being at 7, I would imagine this is going to be tough. But the one thing about the mono green deck is it can play out like a combo deck. If you can get one, you know, Lumbering World Wagon crewed up and start harmonizing, play a Fabled Passage, you know, you could close out the game, but we're just not going to have enough time here. Okay, if this is a Fabled Passage, we have a chance. Because those do have reach.
Yeah, they are tree folk. Okay, yeah. Affinity for forests, making it nice and cheap. So.
Yeah, the earliest you can play that is for 4 mana with 4 forests, but that's quite nice.
Yeah.
Cranking out 3/4s is a big deal.
Okay.
Burst Lightning upstairs. Well, our judges were trying to find 3/4 tree folks.
They were probably sitting there doodling the cutest little happy tree friends, you know. Bob Ross would have been so proud, but we won't get to see it.
Yeah, maybe next game. Maybe next game. That is definitely a card that's going to be better on the play. And now looking at Ryan's list, there is one of the sapling nurseries in the main as well. So putting some high stock on that card when you're up against some decks that play a lot of removal.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty good inclusion in the mono-green deck, so
Yeah.
I'm happy to see it seeing play.
Now I think the only change that we could see from Ryan is like, well, the Clarion Conqueror did some good work there. Now, it was on turn 2 when Ryan was on the draw, so that's about as good as it can be. But maybe you respect it a little bit more, bringing some Maelstrom Resolves. But outside of that, probably going to be just business as usual.
If we have any other backup matches or other feature matches, we can jump in there and take a look quickly while our players get ready to rock and roll here. Both players up 1-1, at 1-1 I should say. Justin Choi versus Ryan Brozovich. If you're just joining us, hey, thanks for doing that. If you're enjoying your time here in the stream, give it a thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed and come and hang out with us for future events, because these happen very frequently.
Yeah, no, and
There's a lot more happening nowadays.
And
a
couple more standard events coming up as well. So some really nice stuff going on.
If you are interested in getting some other cards, once you've sold your cards, why not get 10% off on your Universes Beyond singles? Lots of Universes Beyond sets released recently, and all the cards pretty damn good. So if you want 10% off, starcitygames.com/sale. Shuffling up here, let's jump in over to Aiden Simmons. Rudolph is also playing the Dragons deck, which is pretty sweet. Evan Vetter, we've seen a couple times on coverage. Jeskai Control.
This is definitely a trickier matchup for Boros Dragons.
yeah.
It wants to play against Llanowar Elves. It does not want to play against stock-ups and Ultimas, that's for sure. So I would imagine this is about as bad of a matchup as it gets. You're just playing a bunch of very mid-rangey big dragons up against a deck that plays a lot of efficient removal like Get Lost. And wow, this is still game 1 between these players, so
yeah,
it's going to be...
Aiden is putting up a fight, but Evan seems to be keeping excellent control. If you just look at that graveyard, how many pieces of removal have been used to disrupt what Aiden's trying to get done.
And I believe we saw Evan to start the day playing against our tournament leader overnight on the Omniscience deck. That was a crazy long match between those players.
Was, huh?
And that must have been Evan's only actual loss. So been having a pretty solid day here besides that, a nice 2-1 start.
Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest. Yeah, I made a fun little connection when I saw Dragonhawk, because if you look at Dragon's Tempest, or Dragon Tempest, whatever it's called, there's actually a Dragonhawk on it. So I was like, so that's why they just pulled the art out of there and made this card.
I like it.
It's
I like
sweet.
it. It's like these designers know what they're doing, huh?
You know what? Yeah, another fun thing I also learned recently with the Verges, if you want to know what land is not active, or the land that gets turned on, as it were, just look in the little portal.
That's the one that turns on?
Yeah, that's the one that you need to work towards.
Ah, okay,
yeah,
okay.
So what's on the outside you get already, but
Instead,
you need to go in.
Instead, what I like to do, I just like to keep my hands assuming my Verges will work and then lose games because of it. Just never fully remembering which side is turned on without the help. So, yeah, that's what I like to go for.
Now you have a visual reference. Now you can be like, okay, I need to work towards the red. This only taps for white.
I think we all just learned something thanks to you, Ailey. Appreciate that.
You could thank the Asian Avenger for that.
Okay.
He enlightened me to that fact.
Yeah, shout out to Krim. Jeskai Revelation here. Looks like this is going to just pretty much close this game up.
Yeah.
When these Jeskai control decks can play a card like that, that's also removal as your win con, where you don't have to play cards like Shiko anymore.
Yep.
That's just a very vulnerable sorcery speed 5-drop. Makes these decks definitely scarier. I still don't think control is like amazing at beating any one particular deck right now. It's just got solid game against everything.
It absolutely does. Llanowar Elves to kick things off here in our main feature, Justin Choi versus Ryan Brozovich. Both players looking to improve their record to 11-2, as well as the chances of cracking the top 8. Speed of Kraken, Earthbender Ascension is here. And we're going to start cracking some skulls, as Toph would say, I guess.
And I know for a fact, thanks to that knowledge you just gave me, Torch the Tower is not available with that Verge. Yep.
Yeah, look at us go.
Yep, look at you go.
Good job, Magic designers.
Great start from Ryan, though. Being able to have turn 2 Earthbender Ascension, one of the best draws, if not the best draw that you... All right, that's not true. Cub on 2 into just a second Cub, that's got to be the best start that you can have with these mono green decks. But a close second, going 1 into one of your very important 3s, World Wagon or Earthbending Ascension, it's a big deal.
Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon does enable Charring Bite, for example, if that is a consideration for Justin before the turn is passed back.
Yeah, and killing Llanowar Elf would definitely be important here. But no matter what, Ryan being able to untap and have 4 mana available, let's say we go Fabled Passage, Ice Till Explorer or whatever, and you just think like Ryan is going to be so far ahead. So even if you have Get Lost or whatever here, I don't know if you really fire it off on a Llanowar. So tough spot already for Justin.
You know, every time I see a white deck, I'm like, oh yeah, they must be running like Armageddon or Wrath of God or something in the sideboard, right? No, not this time around. Usually you don't want to kill your own creatures, but sometimes that's the price you have to pay. Rest in Peace hits the board here for Justin.
Okay, Rest in Peace does shut off a good amount of the deck. If you kill the Earthbending lands, they're not coming back, as well as some of the graveyard shenanigans of Earthstill Explorer. As well as Esper Origins, but at the same time, it doesn't stop cards like Harmonizer or just bossing, say, on a bunch of your lands, going wide. So it's
good
a card.
Old honest magic.
Yeah, it's a card that's good against about half of your opponent's deck, which most of the time, those are the type of cards that, you know, are not ideal in these situations, to say the least.
But hey, on Ryan's side, he's got mana dorks that still do things.
Yeah.
Still Explorer hits the board, bossing, say. And now we start exiling things because that's what Rest in Peace tells you to do.
That would be one heck of a mill with Ice Till Explorer for that escape tunnel.
That would have been great.
If the Rest in Peace wasn't there. So some nice stuff.
Is there any enchantment removal? It's just the Archsteward's Charm, right?
Yeah, I would think just Archsteward's Charm.
Yeah, that just exiles target artifact or enchantment. Nothing else.
Yeah, I think the best kind of enchantment removal that Ryan's going to try to use is player removal.
Yeah, player removal's usually the best kind.
Yeah. Looks like maybe this is a Clarion Conqueror, but even that, it's okay. But even bossing, say, Earthbending onto the forest here, sure, you're not going to be able to tap it for mana, but attack for
big.
4.
Yeah.
And then if you have one other land drop, you put a counter on Ice Till Explorer. Now you get to crack in for 7 where there's no good blocks. And I think I do see an escape tunnel, which is pretty nice. So that's the baseline, worst possible play that Ryan can deploy this turn, and that play's pretty good.
Every time I hear tunnel, I just want to start singing Secret Tunnel, but I won't subject you to that.
I did laugh at that moment in the series, for sure.
That was a silly episode. Doing some quick counts in here is Ryan Brozovich. Here comes the Archdruid's Charm. Yes. Are we getting rid of that Rest in Peace?
Okay.
Ha-ha! Exile. Away you go. Now we can do some graveyard nonsense.
Okay, so valuing that instead of trying to use this as a removal spell.
That should be in the yard because the effect would resolve first, and then it would be in the yard.
I would think it would go to exile, but... You know, I mean, it's whenever you destroy a Rest in Peace, it usually sees the thing that destroys it. But honestly, it just is so minor, it doesn't even really matter anyways. But
there's no graveyard recursion in that sense.
Yeah.
Either way, the escape tunnel is what Ryan was interested in
recurring. I would have been doing the exact same thing as Ryan. Be like, where does this go? I'm not positive.
Yeah. Just chuck it off the table.
Exactly.
You don't need it anymore. It did its job.
So now this escape tunnel, with the fact that it's going to be being brought back over and over, is going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Get to mill a bunch of cards. This is going to go up to 4 and 5.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Start giving things trample. Now, the one thing I want to do if I am Ryan is try to get my Explorer out of removal range. Yes. So 5 toughness at least is mandatory. And then now it can still get destroyed by Get Lost. So I at this point want to not make it any larger. Like it gets around the deal damage removal, but you don't want to put all your eggs in one Ice Till Explorer basket.
Where's our lumbering world wagon?
Yeah.
Needs to make an appearance here again. So Ryan developing his board here and getting busy. Turn things sideways. That's a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, and looks like Ryan doesn't want to proactively sack the tunnel. Ryan was saying, you can block with your 3-3 to my 3-3. It won't work out well for you.
No, it sure won't. Down to 11 goes Justin, who gets to untap. What can the top of the deck offer here for our Boros Dragons player, who is very much behind?
Very
game
much.
3.
Yeah, when you're up against the green landfall style deck, and your first play is not interacting with the battlefield on turn 2, and then on turn 3 playing a creature that is really not hurting Ryan much at all right now is pretty brutal. So.
Okay, cool. So we have to double spell here to be able to kill the Icefall Explorer. Burst Lightning plus a Charming Bite is 7.
Yep.
So, bye-bye. Die, Ice Till, and then, yes, we do shuffle that back in.
I would have fell victim to this as well from Ryan, as I would have distributed the counter exactly as he did, but it actually did backfire. If he put all the counters on Ice Till, would have been able to protect it from that scenario, so.
But, you know.
But it could have been one get lost, and then you make the wrong play. So I think that was the correct
still
play.
2 for 1.
Yeah, I think that was the correct play from Ryan. It was just situationally, it didn't work out as well for him.
Statistically, how likely is it that 2 removal spells are ready and waiting?
It's just how likely do you have one get lost, or do you have two red-based removal spells? Yeah.
Damage-based. Pew pew. All right, so one problem solved. Clarion Conqueror now getting in there.
Yep, and that is a big one.
Still a lot of power, though, on the board. This Llanowar Elf is going to start getting in there, too, now. I can feel it.
So now the Forest can be up to 4 power. Llanowar makes 5. Bossing Say makes 6, 7. So now we are getting very close to just winning the game. And if we have a Harmonizer here and a land, you know, it is GG. So there's a lot of things that Ryan can have to just win the game outright on this turn. Let's see if he has it.
Yoink. Slam a Harmonizer. No. So an Archdruid's Charm in hand.
Yeah, I think an Esper Origins as well. Neither of those really do it well. I mean, Archdruid's Charm can go get a Harmonizer. You can then warp that in. If there was a land, an Escape Tunnel, or a Fable Passage, the game's still for sure over. But even just a land would... You'd put the counter on a Forest, and then you double it. So 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's actually 1 short.
Okay.
Even if we did have a land.
Gain 2. Excuse me, Surveil 2.
So might just be looking to play that, flash it back, gain 4 life, put the 4/4 body into play, draw yourself a nice card off the top. That looks like a perfectly reasonable turn here, where Ryan is still miles ahead in this game.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This Clarion Conqueror is doing its best, but sorry, buddy. You were a little too late.
Yeah, and I mean, it was about as on time as it can be. You know, you didn't have the Momo to hurry it up, but...
Yeah, and you could see what a difference Momo made in game 2, where Justin was just in control the entire time.
What Justin really needed this game to have a chance was that Burst Lightning, but on turn 1. Kill Llanowar Elf, so that Earthbender Ascension didn't resolve on turn 2. You just can't really, you know,
once it gets going,
be too slow against this deck,
Summon Esper. Oh, I can never say the second part of that. Hits the board now. Meduin? Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Real top card. If it's a permanent, put it in your hand. Then you start adding some green, and then you get a lovely overrun effect, which I don't even think Ryan needs at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get to Chapter 3 of that, just because I think Ryan will win the game fast enough, so.
Whee! Sideways we go. Extra counter of Earthbender Ascension should be in there.
I think we ticked it up. But now Ryan does have the 1 charm in hand as a great follow-up. Being able to search up any creature is going to be excellent, or just fight down a creature, and that is it.
Jeez, like, all right, mono green, doing mono green things.
Yeah, I mean, Landfall had a great weekend at the Spotlight. You know, it had one of the higher win percentages. It didn't really have a huge representation in the top 8. Had our number 1 seed from Spotlight Atlanta was on Mono Green Landfall. But then just a lot of people switch to the Simic side as far as the go-to Llanowar Elf deck. But Landfall is still very powerful, very tricky to deal with.
Yeah.
So very strong deck still.
It's sweet to see, the different axes that you can attack on with the mono green deck.
Yes.
It's not all just big dumb creatures that you're ramping into.
Agreed.
There's a lot more finesse there, especially when you get to distribute all your power with the counters and stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot more in the middle. It's maybe not as explosive as the Simic Ouroboros decks, but it definitely is just harder to interact with. So that is your exchange when you're deciding between your Cub decks.
I mean, also very cool to see the Boris Dragons deck.
Yes.
Has fought off against plenty of different archetypes, so doing really well here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's jump into our other feature matches and see how those players are doing here at Regional Championship Portland. Mason Buonadonna versus Oliver Coffey. We're going to watch this for as long as we can until the next round gets going, so things might look a little speedy. We're going to talk really, really fast.
Yeah.
Speed talker?
I'm definitely ready for it.
All right.
So these are our tournament leaders. They are, no matter what, I mean, this is getting close to a win and in for top 8 scenario for both of these players. And they might already be ready to go for the Pro Tour. Mason Buonadonna already going to be there, famously top 8'd Pro Tour Edge of Eternities not too long ago with Amulet Titan. And I did talk to Mason as well before Spotlight Atlanta. And he's just like, wow, they just let me play Amulet Titan in Standard now.
Having a grand old time here with all of these mana-generating critters. We got our Spider Manifestation and Llanowar Elves on the board. And Oliver Coffey doing his best to keep up there, also with a Spider Manifestation of his own.
Yeah, no Cubs yet here for either player. That's still going to be the most important card in this matchup. And these games go fast, Simic Ouroboros, mirror matches. There's a little bit of play to them, but for the most part, it is who can sequence their cards better, who can make sure to keep functioning, powerful, proactive hands, at least in game 1. Games 2 and 3, where we have some fight spells and stuff, there's a lot more play to it. But it is a little bit of a tricky matchup to gain a huge edge.
Would you say it's a lot of play draw dependency?
Yeah, I mean, the play is definitely huge in this matchup. So yeah, I would think so. And like, as much as these decks are named Simic Ouroboros, sure, Ouroboros just hit the battlefield, it's not even that good in the mirror match. It is very much a card that you're fine playing, but it really is Cub into Craterhoof Behemoth is what you're going for in this type of matchup for sure.
So should we call it Simic Hoof or Simic Cub or Simic Ramp or?
It's above my pay grade. We let the powers that be name the decks. I'll just say what they are on the screen.
Here comes one of your favorite cards, Quantum Riddler, hitting the battlefield here now from Mason Buonadonna, getting him some extra card draw. And a pretty big body up in the air there.
Yeah, and that famously does untap Spider Manifestation. That is quite the interaction where you kind of get to warp it for 1 blue mana when you have one of those out there.
Pretty cool. Oh, Oko. This guy, he's back.
Yeah, Oko does not look amazing in this mirror match. I mean, it's going to have some text, but I imagine that will be heading to the sideboard when it comes to game 2. It's a card that's going to be great against Lessons, where it's tough to deal with a Planeswalker, but hey, it looks okay here.
Shutting down a little bit of power on Oliver's side of things.
Yeah, so I mean,
+1.
Shrinking Ouroboros shuts down way more than 2 power.
Yeah.
Because
that's true.
Now no matter what, this Ouroboros is not going to be pumping other creatures, as it is a 0/4 right now. So
it's doing its best, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no real way to give it extra power unless we see a hoof or something, but we're not right on line for that just yet.
Yeah, that'll give it a lot of extra power.
Yeah. That sounds painful. Just the one-off in Oliver's deck.
And now, I mean, it is up to 4. So the Spider Manifestation alone is not going to be able to deal with it, which is a big deal. It looks like Mason will be untapping with Oko here, unless Badger Mole Cub Earthbend on a land and then attack on in for 4 to Oko. That would be pretty solid as well, but looks like Oliver is doing some math, which is usually leads to a much scarier turn than what I just described.
Let's see what Oliver's got up his sleeve here. Taps for 4.
Is this second Ouroboros? That would be nice.
That would be nice, yeah.
Oh, it is.
is.
Okay, this is huge.
Ooh.
This is huge because now it's going to copy Ouroboros.
Uh-huh.
Now
You give Ouroboros power.
Yes, so
and then you bump it again.
Exactly. So everything will essentially get 2
+2
counters. Yeah. And that is enough where Spider Manifestation is going to be able to attack down Oko as well and create a battlefield that's going to be too much for Mason to deal with next turn unless we have Spider Sense.
Spider Sense says no thank you, Mockingbird. Okay.
And that's a very temporary solution here. That is not great. That is a Spider Sense on the combat Ouroboros trigger from Mockingbird.
Yeah.
That is a very much a Band-Aid on this situation, to say the very least.
Keeps this guy alive.
Yes.
Oko would get tech down to 1. Still around.
Still around. Then we can flip it over, and you could -1 to mill 3 cards and put a permanent card from among them into your hand.
I guess, sure, if you want to dig for some more answers, that's the thing to do. Otherwise, yeah you're just giving something negative power again and trying to kill one of the other Ouroboros.
Needless to say, the OG Oko would be a little bit better in this deck, in this situation, in this format.
Nice plant worm elk you have.
Exactly.
Let's never go back there, please.
That was the last Pro Tour I played in.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Was good old Oko here,
I
running left and
commentated that
right.
one. It was awful.
You're not sugarcoating it.
I
or
think I
anything,
can say
huh?
that now safely.
Yeah.
It was not pleasant.
It was brutal. It was definitely brutal. So this looks like Nature's Rhythm here for 2. Getting Cub, untapping Spider Manifestation, and now we have access to 4 mana and can do some stuff here.
A little bit extra bodies in the way here. Still to see. Oko hasn't flipped, so he can still be activated. I doubt we're ever going to see the +2 ability on Oko unless Mason wants to try and ramp it up.
I don't think that's very relevant, but, you know, shrinking the flying Ouroboros looks decent. Not amazing by any means because it is... The other Ouroboros would still crank it up a bit.
Hi. Cool. Okay. I like this now. This is way more fun.
Yep, this is definitely Mason creating a battlefield that can fight back a little bit.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, shrinking the flying Ouroboros looks better because you can actually do some blocking now.
Yeah. Spider Manifestation does have reach, so the Mockingbird, yep, can block that guy.
Yeah, and it looks like Mason was considering playing a Keen-Eyed Curator or a Llanowar Elf or leaving the Spider Manifestation open as, like you said, a blocker.
I like that more.
Yeah, because next turn you're going to have a bunch of mana. I think the only advantage is trying to get Llanowar Elf down so it's active, and then you just can play Quantum Riddler next turn and start trying to draw some extra cards, draw your way into something meaningful.
Okay. So Oko pluses targets. I didn't catch which one he targeted, the flyer or the ground Ouroboros.
Yeah, I didn't see either.
I did see a gesture towards one of them, so safe to assume that the biggest one is targeted by Oko.
Yeah, targeting the bigger one does make more sense. It prevents the most amount of counters, but the other one does fly, so there is that give and take. Because if you shrink the flying one, it goes to a -1 power, or a Ouroboros during combat would put it to a 1 power creature, and then it's only 1 that is attacking your flying Oko.
Oko flies now? No.
1 that's attacking Oko with your flyer is what I meant.
I just like giving you a hard time, bud.
Fair enough.
And we do still have a Nature's Rhythm in the yard there for Mason. That could work its way into the equation on his next turn. Pretty grindy matchup here so far between these two players. Very much all about killing this Planeswalker and getting some counters on your things, because as it stands, Mason is definitely ahead in terms of raw power on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does tend to be a little bit more grindy in these Simic Mirror matches when you don't have that turn 2 Cub. Neither player had it on time, so then the draws look a little bit more manageable, but we're getting into the territory that Mason's about to have a pretty good turn next turn.
Yeah. Unless Oliver has something bonkers in hand. Let's see what. Is this a...
Nature's Rhythm for Badgermole Cub. Kind of do what Mason just did would make a lot of sense.
Feels like it. Get some extra creatures on the board.
Maybe another Ouroboros.
You think? Maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe. Let's see what he fetches. Nope. Cubbaroo. It's so cute. I love that art of it.
I do like that one. That's nice.
That one I love. The Egra art like that too. I love. It's just so good. Wanshi Tong's also amazing.
Yeah, the art in this set is great. The power level of the set is awesome. It's a really cool set.
I just really like Magic art. Shout out to artists. You guys
There
are
you
awesome.
go.
Charge more.
Let's see what we want to do for a follow-up here. You can't really harmonize anything of too much relevance. Just get another Cub or something. That's not going to be enough.
Doing some math here on the side of the Runin board notepad that Oliver is rocking. How do we stack this? How do we get the best? What's all our powers at?
Yeah, and I'm wondering what was shrunk. I would think the real Ouroboros was the one that was shrunk.
Because then they're both, what, there'll be 1 power when they trigger?
Yeah, the Mockingbird one will trigger for 1, and then as long as you stack it correctly where the other Ouroboros triggers in the back, then you will still get 1 trigger from that. So, yeah, actually, that does allow your Mockingbird to be 2 power to attack Oko.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that's that big of a deal anymore.
He still deserves to get punched.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. He's got a very punchable face. So, no reachy creatures. Oliver should be free and clear to take Oko down.
Yep, and it's just a sense of, okay, I took Oko down, now how do I actually win the game? And with Mason having the ability to remove Oliver's Nature's Rhythm with the Keen-Eyed Curator, and then have his own Nature's Rhythm to maybe just start crater hoofing or doing some other kind of big stuff here.
He's doing some math here. He's got access to 4 mana with the creatures.
Yeah.
What does he want to do with it, though? First things first, though. Looks like we're going to combat, so we're going to trigger it in such a way that Mockingbird gets its power first. Ouroboros then becomes a little larger, also triggers, giving all of the critters 2 extra counters each.
Yep. This all seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, there we go.
But all that being said, this does not look like a lethal attack by any means. So it's all from Oliver's perspective of how can I set up to maybe not die next turn while still, maybe dealing with the Planeswalker or something like that.
That's right? Yeah, because then the Ouroboros would be 3 power? No, 2 power?
It all depends on what was shrunk. So it's all depends on what Mason actually decided to do for that. So I'll trust the players that they did it correctly.
That was your first mistake. Nah, we joke.
And wow, not even attacking.
Not going for it, huh?
And that's gotta just be some scary business here from Oliver's side. Like, the Oko is not that relevant. It's not doing the most thing right now, but it's just the fact that Oliver's running the numbers and saying, I need to leave all blockers back to just not die, thanks to that other rhythm in the graveyard.
That's very true. Counting to see how much toughness is on board here, because I wonder if there's a Crater Hoof in our future here, Corey.
There usually is.
Yeah.
There definitely usually is. I know Llanowar Elf was the only card Mason had in hand going into this, but
not anymore, man.
I mean, I just assume that is by far enough to be able to Crater Hoof. You always start with the Cub, animate the land. And that should be enough for a hoof pretty easily.
Ouch.
So that's 6 mana. You can tap a 4-drop. That makes it 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's
Gross.
enough for a hoof.
And then the Oriboroid trigger too. Ugh.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
disgusting. Yeah, this has to be more than enough.
Not even close, yeah. First one gets a cub. You know, it's always very much mana. You know, you add mana by just getting a cub.
Yeah. Oh, man.
AKA you're creating more bodies.
Hoof
and then
and
the
Oriboroid
hoof.
is disgusting.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 creatures, so +9. So that Oriboroid then triggers and gives +9 to everything else.
10. Plus 10.
10, sorry.
Yeah.
Gross. Icky. All right.
Not very close
Not a
there,
close
that's
one
for
at
sure.
all. I mean, yeah, Oliver didn't really stand a chance with that Nature's Rhythm.
I mean, to be
off
fair,
the top.
Mason did, top deck that Nature's Rhythm, which was huge. I'd be curious to see how that game plays out without
he
top
didn't,
decking the
yeah.
card that you just drew. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, sideboards. Let's have a look here. Starting with Oliver's, we have a Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Melt Strider's Resolves, Scrap Shooter, Sentinel of the Lost Lore, 3 Spidey Sense, Surak, Elusive Hunter, Unagi of Kiyoshi Island, Unable to Scream ×3, I bet those are coming in, and a Vivian Reed.
Yeah, I like the Unable to Scream. I also like the Melstride's Resolve. You just want to be stopping your opponent's cubs as
Yeah.
well as just creating your own game plan. So I don't like cards like Spider Sense or anything. I want to be taking those out if I have any in the main deck. And then maybe any of the like silver bullet targets that really aren't applicable in this Simic Orboreid mirror.
On Mason's side of things, we got a Bossing Save, Disdainful Stroke, Into the Floodmaw, Keen-Eyed Curator, Melstrider's Resolve, Paw Patch Formation, Soul Guide Lantern, Spider Sense, Surak, Elusive Hunter, Unable to Scream, and Wistfulness.
Okay, from this side, I still like the Unable to Screen, the Maelstrom's Resolve, as well as the Into the Floodmaw. That's probably it. Maybe you can think about Disdainful Stroke to deal with the plethora of 4-drops
Yeah.
that you can have, but I still don't love to put too many counter spells into my deck when both players just need to be very aggressive
Yeah.
into the battlefield as fast as possible.
Counter spells are great when they work, but sometimes they just dilute your game plan far too much, so... You know, you gotta put the pressure on. Otherwise, you're just giving your opponent all of the what do you call it? The opportunities to get the game won and done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Friends, if you enjoyed the last few sets that have released, you should go check them out. Avatar: The Last Airbender, an awesome set. Corey and I are such big fans now. We watched the whole series. You watched it with your kiddo. I didn't yet. I'll watch it with him when he's a little older. StarCityGames.com/MTGTLA. Some great treatments on cards. If you're a big fan of the series, if you've never even watched it, like the set is just chef's kiss. It's a real love letter to the universe. So kudos to the designers for this set. It's just home run.
Yep. I will echo that for sure.
We're going to jump back into the second feature match here. Mason Buonadonna is up a game. We're going to go warp speed here, jumping in here to see how this shakes out before we get to our next round. So as it stands, plenty of gene pollinators on the board. So many genes.
All of the genes. Yeah, we got just a couple matches left here in this round. We want to show you as much as we can while still maintaining live Magic coverage for all of you. So check to see if Mason can pull this off for a 2-0. Otherwise, we'll see if Oliver can clean it up in game number 3. And yeah, a lot of stuff that has happened so far. But at the end of the day, we're heading to Oliver's turn, where Oliver has a ton of mana ready to go. So if those last 2 cards in hand are Nature's Rhythm, anything big to go over the top, you got to put huge advantage to Oliver.
You could just straight up pay for a hoof if it's in hand.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What's that, 3/6 mana? Yes.
6 mana, okay.
There is another Mockingbird, gonna become another cub.
Or a Quantum Riddler to draw some cards.
Sure, yeah, if he hasn't got enough cards in hand. Hey, nice.
I like that one.
Good call, buddy.
And, ooh, Spider Sense to counter the draw.
Wow, that's rude.
Yeah, I was interested to see if Mason was actually even going to leave in Spider Sense, but proved to be good enough. And, wow, now Mason gets to untap. I saw another Riddler in hand. There's another Riddler in Warp. And these are the type of games when both players are interacting a bit, unable to scream here, a fight spell here. Those are the games where Quantum Riddler looks amazing in these kind of mirror matches.
Card advantage, good. As things stand here right now, Mason Buonadonna gets to untap. He's got 4 genes. What? I've never seen this many gene pollinators on the board.
And honestly, with 2 rounds left after this, this very well could be, if Mason picks this game up, could almost be our first player locked in. Like,
feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, because you even if you lost 2 X and 3, if any X and 3s would make it in, it would be Mason or it would be Oliver, whoever would win this.
Do your winning early, friends.
Exactly, yeah, that is a huge advantage. So very well could be seeing one of these players head on into the top 8. And wow, Mason has another Spider Sense in hand. So all right, maybe I'll take it back on siding those cards out. They are clearly good enough if Mason would think so.
Yeah, I like them. Also having Gene there to be able to tap whatever's being targeted. It's pretty sweet. All right. Now, I see Cub over there. That's the Mockingbird, right? So all these little guys are still tapping for 2 apiece.
Yep. Must have copied one of Oliver's Cubs. That's the one thing in the mirror match, especially when this deck used to just be 4 Cubs, 4 Mockingbirds. You know, playing a Cub sometimes was a liability if your opponent didn't have one. They got to Mockingbird a bunch of them, but these decks are kind of down to maybe 1 or 2 Mockingbirds as it stands. But, I mean, Nature's Rhythm for Cub with a 4-power creature already in play and Nature's Rhythm in the yard. You got to think this easily could just be GG.
GG.
Or GG, of course.
Mason Buonadonna and Oliver Coffey having a great time in the feature match area here. Tournament leaders, 1 player. I'm guessing it's going to be Mason Buonadonna. Going to be the sole leader after this.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like there was another Riddler in hand, as well as that Spider Sense, but looks like we have bigger plans here. So this looks to be 6 mana. Just hard casting this one.
Whoop, whoop. Draw 2 cards. Draw 3 cards, excuse me, because there's 2 Quantum Riddlers down. Llanowar Elves, another land.
Okay, that being said, though, Oliver will get to untap and draw 2 cards. And I mean, if one of those is Nature's Rhythm, I guess we do still have a Spider Sense in hand from Mason. That would probably be enough to counter it, but he should have drawn 2, though.
Yeah, because Quantum Riddler's effect was only countered once. It's not a Tishana's Tidebinder effect.
Yeah.
If he's got only 1 card in hand, then he should draw 2, yeah.
Yep. And I think it was the case of, oh, did I miss that? Can I miss that? And I would assume not. I would think you have to draw 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that wasn't Spider Sense copying it, becoming a Riddler. That's not a thing you can do. So no matter what, you'd be able to draw. Yeah. Whoa, that's Crater Hoof.
Woo!
But Mason does have the Spider Sense. So you play that, and you get to Spider Sense the ability here.
That's so funny.
My goodness.
I mean, it's still a hasty 5/5. It's something.
That is definitely
it's a very expensive
thing.
Something. Oof.
Wow.
The best Crater Hoof Behemoth, by the way. I love that one.
Now Mason does only have 1 card, so draw step is going to draw 3 as well to be able to close this game out. But
icky.
I mean, with the Nature's Rhythm in the yard, I think it's Mason's time for Crater Hoof. But
I think so, yeah.
Okay, this is Mockingbird. Can you get up to enough mana to Mockingbird a Behemoth? I doubt it. No, it is just
Quantum Riddler once again.
Yep, so maybe if Oliver can have an untapped blue source and maybe a Spider Sense of his own, maybe Oliver would not be dead next turn. But if not, Mason has this on board.
Oh, yeah. This is very funny. There you go. That's going to do it. Mason Buonadonna advances to 12-1, looking excellent here to crack another top 8, Corey.
Unreal. I mean, Mason went X3 at the last event, X1 at this event, and scooped 2 friends in, so it's just like, what, 25-2?
All he does is wins and never stops, apparently.
No kidding. Yeah, knows this deck upside down, left and right, that's for sure.
Friends, we're going to jump into our next round of Magic very soon. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back after this. back to coverage of the regional championship here in Portland, everybody. I'm Ayla Loney, that's Cord Baumeister, and we are going to chat to you about some Magic cards. Does that sound like a good idea?
Sounds like a good plan to me.
It sure does. We're in round 14 of 15, and we are oh so close to finding out who is going to make our top 8. So now, what you've all been waiting for, friends, standings. Let's take a look and see who is at the top of our leaderboard. Casper the Friendly Ghost.
I'm going to guess that's Mason Buonadonna.
I would guess so, yes. Our tournament leader, 12-1 so far. Mason has cast a Fairy's Protection on himself and will be back when he is next on camera. Evan Vetter, Jessica Control, 11-1-1, looking poised for a top 8 spot too. Michael Bird, Bent Airbending. We're going to see Michael in action shortly. It is going to be a very sweet round indeed, with plenty on the line, Corey.
Yeah, I would think everybody in 11th place or higher, if they can just go win-win, they're in. You know, that's like the guarantee. Everybody else, including our overnight tournament leader, they're in 12th place there. Jeff, on that Simic Omniscience deck, maybe didn't have the best day so far. Those players are going to have to win 2 rounds and then just hope that their breakers are good enough to sneak into the top 8. But of course, remember, top 32 is something else these players are very much looking forward to.
Well, if anyone has a shot at X and 3, it's going to be Jeff Jiao being our overnight leader. So let's take a look at our second page of standings here, just before we jump into our feature match. Have a look. Plenty of Simic and Sultai shenanigans afoot here on our second page of standings. Is it Lessons? Not having a great day so far.
Really isn't. We are not seeing a lot of Lessons decks here at the top of the standings.
I don't think I saw any in the first page, but yeah.
That is wild. That's a collapse of the most played deck if we really only have 1 or 2 in the top 32. So that's definitely something that players are going to be looking at as far as data when they get ready for the Pro Tour next weekend as well.
Well, speaking of Pro Tour, players, like you mentioned, are playing for that here this weekend.
Yep.
And also for spots at the World Championship for the 2 finalists. Now, that is pretty darn sweet indeed.
Oh, yeah.
2 players we're going to be checking out in this have a pretty good shot at doing that if they continue their run. It's going to be Michael Bird playing Event Airbending up against Torrin Butler on Sultai Reanimator. So let's take a look here at Michael's deck list. Plenty of airbending shenanigans here from our avatar. Ang at the Crossroads, Ang Swift Savior, Airbending's Ascension, Appa Steadfast Guardian. I would like to coin this bear bending, though.
Bear bending, okay.
Doc Orlock is key to the combo that this deck likes to deploy.
Sure.
About this deck.
Sure, yeah. So this deck, I mean, it's just had a great weekend so far. It was maybe our 4th most played deck or whatever going into day number 1. And now, you know, the 2nd most played deck. This deck's having a great win percentage. You are trying to combo off here with Ang Swift Savior, Appa, as well as Doc Orlock, make infinite tokens, and just have yourself a bunch of Angs in the airbending zone. That way you can interact. But the newest toy with this, besides Wistfulness being the literal newest toy with Lorwyn Eclipse, is that Interdimensional Web Watch. That is the card that really brought this deck back to life. Won Spotlight the Avatar a couple weeks ago, and now it is just ready to be a nice Tier 1 strategy once again.
Infinite 1/1's not the only way this deck wins, though. We do also have the Badgermole Cub that can make an infinitely large land that, of course, has haste and just, you know, bops your opponent for 1 billion if you really, really want to go that tall. So let's take a look at his opponent's deck list. Torrin Butler playing Sultai Reanimator. Probably one of my favorite decks. It does some silly shenanigans. It kills your board, or kills your opponent's board very effectively. Superior Spider-Man being key here. And Formidable Speaker, one of the best inclusions for this deck that it could have gotten from Lauren.
It's so perfect. Being able to play Formidable Speaker, discard Bringer of the Last Gift, and then search up Superior Spider-Man. It is exactly what you want on turn 3. And this, you know, the key aspect of the deck is Superior Spider-Man and Bringer of the Last Gift. That is what is the shell that's been around for quite a while. It's really powerful. But we have a ton of new cards here with Wistfulness, the Requiting Hex, as well as Deceit. So one of the other really cool interactions for anyone that's not aware, Superior Spider-Man, if you don't have the ability to bring back Bringer the Last Gift, and you do have something like Deceit or Wistfulness in the yard, you can still play, let's say, green, green, blue, blue, or I guess that doesn't work to cast it, but, you know, blue, blue, black, black for Deceit, and then you get that ability by just copying it from the Superior Spider-Man. So a lot of utility from these Evoke creatures in this established archetype.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just gotten all the more consistent with formidable speakers. So Jean-Emmanuel Deprat and the Wizards of the Coast designers really making an excellent card here for our former world champion.
Yeah,
Love to
yeah.
see it.
Nope, it's awesome. It's a great card and really nice in this archetype. And in a lot of archetypes. We've seen this in some of the some of the airbending lists. And just a lot of different archetypes have found formidable speaker to be really, really nice.
Would you say they found it to be formidable?
I would say yes, very formidable. Yeah, gonna be. I'll be very disappointed if JED doesn't play formidable speaker next weekend at the Pro Tour, though. I'll be sad.
We'll see what he brings to the table, as well as all of our other players that are going to be rocking it next week in Richmond. It does look like our weather situation is under control, so hopefully we all make it there, as well as all the players. And, yeah, we can see what they concoct, because the Pro Tour players, you know, they take it to the next level.
Oh, yeah, and I mean,
some shenanigans.
all the Pro Tour players, they got a couple of days until they have to submit deck lists. So, you know, I would imagine basically every single team is, well, kind of watching this and trying to figure out what is the next deck. Hey, if Lessons isn't doing well, you know, what am I going to try to play for the next weekend? Because every single weekend the metagame kind of shifts a little bit. A certain deck is more targeted. Like now, after we look at what is happening in the metagame with this tournament right now, if Is It Lessons is having a horrible weekend, how does that change? How do we move forward if there's going to be less Is It Lessons at the Pro Tour? That's what all these teams are going to be doing here for the next couple days, is breaking down all the information that they see. And who knows, maybe they have some new decks that we're going to be seeing next weekend as well.
That would be sweet. I imagine there'll be plenty of pyroclasms to deal with. Some little Badgermole cubs that are running rampant at the moment.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that's happening next weekend, so please be sure to tune in then. And as always, if you want to come to one of these events, well, the next one that you'll have the ability to do so is in Milwaukee. So join us for that. That's going to be a sweet event in February. It's a spotlight, it's the regional championship again as well. So if you want to, if you're not qualified, you can qualify on the Friday and play. If you don't qualify, well, there's a bunch of the limited qualifiers going on. It's a great event.
And that's the thing, is if you are really having FOMO, you're at home and you're like, man, I really want to play this standard format, and you say, hey, I know what deck would be really well positioned at a tournament like that. Well, test your chops, come on and join us in Milwaukee. It's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, like you were saying, the limited qualifiers on Sundays, even if you don't do that great in the main event, that is a great, you know, consolation prize.
That's so bad.
I mean, just everyone's having a blast playing limited and stuff too over there. And then you get to play one draft where the winner of your draft, you know, you get to go and be qualified for that limited championship. It's a cool tournament structure for sure.
Absolutely. Can't wait for that. The limited championships next year, 2027?
Yep, 2027. Maybe not all the information about it out yet, but yeah, it's going to be really, really cool. I mean, I remember back in the day there were just limited Pro Tours.
Yeah.
You know, not a lot of them, but there were a few where you just draft and they always look like the most fun. And the top eights were always just incredibly good Magic players because, well, limited is a very tough way to play Magic.
It is.
But it's maybe the most fun
most
fun way to play Magic for sure.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for our players to get ready to rock and roll in our feature match area. So we're just going to keep yapping for a little bit. And, you know, we'll talk a bit more about the deck lists here. What do you think is going to happen in this matchup here? Bat Airbending versus Sultai.
Yeah, I would think this is going to be a matchup that is going to favor the Reanimator deck. But the thing is, Reanimator is usually extremely good against a lot of creature-based strategies. But a card in particular that I think is excellent is Aang Swift Savior, being able to play that instant speed game plan to be able to interact with Superior Spider-Man. That's going to be very powerful. And the fact that if you can generate the combo of Aang Swift Savior, Appa, Doc Orlock, if you can get Badgermole Cub to, like you said, animate a land and just get it infinitely large, there's not a ton of blockers from the Sultai Reanimator deck, and it does kind of tap out a lot, so I think that plan will be pretty successful as well. So I would still say slight advantage to Sultai Reanimator, but it's about as close as it gets.
Yeah, and one thing that I also, you know, was very aware of when this Ban Airbending deck first popped up on the scene was like, okay, sure, you make 1,000 1/1s or 1,000,000 1/1s, but then you have to pass the turn. Then what?
Yeah, so
then what's happening? Players are ready, so we are going to jump down.
Yeah, and then I'll continue that point. But the thing is you want to be getting the infinite creatures while having something like Aang at the crossroad, because then you'll have just a bunch of Aang Swift Saviors in the airbending zone, and then you're able to, you know, still beat the superior Spider-Man on the other side.
Michael M. Young. I'm not sure if this is our feature or the names are incorrect. We'll get that sorted out ASAP. Should be Michael Bird and Torrin Butler that we're watching.
Yep, should be. Should be.
Michael Bird, assuming that the bent airbending deck is up top.
Yep, looks to be the case. We did see Michael, or our player up top, play against Tristan Wild Laroo a couple rounds ago and was able to win that very nice match. As we were kind of walking into the convention center, that I was like, I need to get to the convention center, but I want to keep watching this. Yeah,
I have that problem too, and it's like, oh, maybe I should, you know, leave my hotel room.
Yeah. Get these players ready to go. See who's going to take this down. Sultai down below, Bant up top.
See a bookworm in hand here for Torrin Butler. Now we get things underway. Watery Grave to start things off.
All right, let's get this underway, see what we got going on.
Breeding Pool, pass the turn back.
Not a ton going on.
Turn to Bookworm, end step trigger. No face down permanence at all in this deck. It's purely here to get some stuff in the yard.
Yeah, get some looting going. All right, Bookworm doing some looting here to be able to set it up. Now, of course, you really want to be able to discard your giant creatures first. But solid to just get the loot going, as well as Bramble Familiar on the other side.
Alrighty, so apologies, friends. Looks like these are the correct players and names. We just looked at the wrong airbending Cell Type Reanimator deck lists, so that's all right. We'll carry on. We press on. And as I say that, I'm betrayed by the overlay. Top player and bottom player. The bent airbending player versus the Sultai player. Until we can get confirmation on who these players are. Overlord of the Baelmerk hits the board now. It's going to be embended. And we're going to chuck some things in the bin. Arden, the Usurper, hits the bin, as well as some lands. Not the best hit here.
Yeah, Arden is still very powerful, but you really want that Living Death style of effect to be able to clean up your opponent's creatures. And it looks like Torrin does have the requiting Hex here to deal with the Bramble Familiar. Being able to stop the mana acceleration is definitely huge in this matchup. So kind of everything going the way of Torrin here.
Love to see Requiting Hex take care of the very threatening little critters. Bramble Familiar, an excellent airbending target as well, because when it's in the airbending zone, well, you can play a 7-mana spell for 2, which is pretty cool. Or free, now that Doc Orlock's on the board.
Yeah, all right, so solid turn 3 there. Losing your Bramble Familiar is less than ideal, but great play. Looks like we have the Interdimensional Web Watch as well as Aang Swift Savior in hand. So we got a lot of the pieces here from Michael Bird.
Wastewood Verge now, down for Torrin Butler.
So now we have the Formidable Speaker to be able to discard the last card in hand to go get, I mean, you got to think Superior Spider-Man, but the problem is just getting Superior Spider-Man back and playing Arden is not like the biggest deal by any means. I'll be interested to see if Torrin actually just goes and gets the Bringer of the Last Gift just so you could discard it and hope to then find yourself Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah.
As it doesn't look like just Arden, I mean, as powerful as a card it is, it doesn't look amazing right now.
No, Arden needs some buddies to be super, super powerful. play against that guy in limited, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, I mean, that card is incredible. But now, end step, being able to do some bookworm stuff. So if the top of your deck, really treats you well, you can do some discarding and get something giant into the yard.
We shall see shortly. Michael Bird shuffles up Torren's deck here. End step trigger for Oblivious Bookworm. And turn passes back to Michael.
Okay, Interdimensional Web Watch here is a great start. Or just holding up Aang Swift Savior. That also looks pretty excellent. So no matter what, this is going to be a great turn for Michael. Ooh, 2 Aang Swift Saviors.
Nice.
But it does look like you kind of have to choose between one of those spells. So this is Michael just saying, I will hold up Aang Swift Savior, airbend this away, the Superior Spider-Man, and then next turn you can do the Interdimensional Web Watch.
He's letting him have the Arden.
Yeah, because then you can just still airbend it away.
Yeah, sure.
Let it get exiled and then airbend it. Definitely the better way to do it.
Yeah. So Arden not having a target in the bin.
Yeah, now Arden is just going to be exiled thanks to the timing there from Michael Bird. So nice job.
Oh, man, I like the little pictures we get sometimes. This is what, like a little cloud there. Wrong universe, but whatever. You know.
Now we'll see if Torren can just find a way to get another big creature into the yard. And I want to say maybe Torren didn't even loot last turn,
Ooh,
but
okay.
okay.
Arden's back.
Second Arden, still strong, but not as ideal.
Yeah, I also think he maybe missed the end-step trigger, unless we're
Yeah.
just completely blind.
Yeah, I think so as well, but now we'll see if Michael can just close it out. All you need is Appa here, and this game is just completely done if you hit it off the Interdimensional Web Watch.
Let's see.
Okay.
Airbenders Ascension, okay. It's free.
Yeah, not the absolute worst, as you can... yeah, the problem is you're not getting a lot of pressure here. Like, you can airbend your Aang Swift Savior and keep airbending your opponent's thing, but you really do need some pressure to close off the game.
Airbender Ascension. Just a creature it's able to target, so... Imagine if it could target the Web Watch.
Yeah.
That would just go
It would be nasty. I believe the Appa can. So
Appa can, yeah.
Appa gets to get that going.
Appa, sorry.
Yeah.
Mispronouncing his name. Rude.
That is a powerful combo, being able to just get that ability going over and over. And it looks like Michael is content just having Aang ready to go.
What do we find there? What's that? Stop shuffling.
If Superior Spider-Man comes down, it's going to do the exact same thing that we saw last turn, is exile the Arden and then bend it again. So normally when your opponent has 4 mana and you're airbending the Superior Spider-Man, that's not great, as they can just recast it. But since it is Arden instead of Bringer of the Last Gift, it is doing Michael Bird a huge favor here.
Absolutely. This Bringer is definitely late to the party, but we are going to recast Superior Spider-Man. Targeting Arden, which becomes a copy thereof. No other critter in the bin for Arden's ability to go off.
Yep, so same kind of play, I imagine, here.
Yeah. It's hard to get anything to stick with what Michael Bird's got going on now from the airbending side.
Exactly. We're really lacking that ability from Bringer of the Last Gift to be able to just destroy all these creatures. Because then if you're bouncing that back, I mean, you're still losing your battlefield, and that's going to be a great exchange for Torren.
Yep. Better Triumph. Okay, that's a fancy art. So that takes care of the dock.
And then Arden's gone again, but having the dock out of there,
that's big.
It is definitely large. Now we're still a couple of combo pieces away, unless Michael does just have second dock, which I might have saw and would make a lot of sense to still have in hand. Yep. Second dock in hand, so won't be as impactful here as Torren thinks. And I think that was Cavern of Soul plus Breeding Pool, so Absolutely nothing going on from Torin. We are going to have the Overlord coming off next turn, which will be something, but there is Appa, there is Doc, and we're ready to go.
Let's combo.
Exactly.
Let's see how Michael chooses to win this game. He indeed has all the pieces.
Yep.
Now it's just putting them together.
Yeah, and when you also have the Interdimensional Web Watch or Aang at the Crossroads, Bramble Familiar, any of those cards that generates card advantage, you're still going to be able to lock it up this turn.
Yep.
So we're going to be able to get 4 Aang Swift Savior into the Airbend zone so that no matter what Torin plays, you get to exile, or of course just Badgerable Cub, make a land infinitely large and take it down. But if you don't have one of those cards, you have to settle with infinite creatures and then have your 2 Aangs that you have, the 2 Aang Swift Saviors in the airbending zone, and that would have been good enough as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just a way to protect it. Make sure that you are able to attack with all those infinite 1/1s that would be created off of Appa. So yeah, plenty of different ways to win. I mean, hell, sometimes you don't even need to combo. You just have a bunch of big creatures and you just go ham.
Yep.
Let's take a look at sideboards here now. Torin Butler will start with him. 2 Deceit, we have 1 Disruptive Stormbrood, a Glarb, Calamity's Augur, one of my favorite cards to say the name of, Harvester of Misery, 3 Intimidation Tactics, Quantum Riddler, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 3 Spell Snare, and Urgent Necropsy.
Yeah, I really like the Spell Snares and the Intimidation Tactics, just being able to answer Cub. There's actually a lot of 2-drops here, so Spell Snare looks pretty good up against the Bant Airbending deck. Harvester of Misery looks pretty solid as well, and I think just anything that kind of kills creatures I'm pretty happy with. So the Disrupting Stormbrood looks pretty solid as well. Could even consider the Urgent Necropsy.
All right. On the other side of things, Michael Bird, if he wants to go 2-0 here. 2 Avatar's Wrath, 2 Aven Interrupter, 2 Rest in Peace, 4 Seam Rip, 2 Surak Elusive Hunter, and 3 Wistfulness. What's going to shore up his game plan?
Rest in Peace is going to be an all-star here for sure, bringing that in against the Reanimator deck. Aven Interrupter also looks good. Any of these creatures that can really prevent what Torin's trying to do while still progressing the battlefield for Michael Bird is going to be excellent. And normally, Surak is a card that you want against like the Izzet decks, the decks that are going to be interacting with 1-for-1 removal. But with the fact that the main game plan of Superior Spider-Man on the Bringer of the Last Gift is going to be harder to do in post-board games, I would think the Surak Elusive Hunter is pretty solid at the the plan B that Torin is going to go for, and that is trying to actually kill creatures on a 1-for-1 basis.
So lots to call upon in the sideboards here for both of these players. We've got plenty of events similar to this coming up very soon, friends. The next one being Spotlight, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So come and hang out with us. SCG Con in Richmond. It's going to be Spotlight, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I never watched this really much as a child. Were you a big Turtle fan?
You know, I wasn't the biggest fan, but my brother was. So I think it was, that was kind of his generation, 4 years older than me. So, I watched a little based on him watching a ton. But it'll still be very exciting to see this kind of crossover. Should be a really fun event. Gotta love that it's going to be, springtime in Richmond. That'll be beautiful. Very close to where I live, and that's a beautiful time of year in Virginia. So I'm excited for that one.
Nice. Hope we'll see you all there, friends. Come and hang out with us. Come play some events. Buy some cards, sell some cards. The usual. Jumping back into our feature match area. Players still consulting the deck list and sideboards. So if we do have another to have a look at. Let's see what one of the other feature matches are up to.
Yeah, let's take a peek. All these matches here that are in the feature match area are all extremely high stakes matches here. These players at 11-2,
they want to stay that way.
Very likely winner of this can shake hands next turn unless your tiebreakers are extremely poor. So we'll see.
Devin Straub, Simic Ouroboros versus Ryan Brozovich, Mono Green Landfall. We saw Ryan in the feature match last round?
Yeah, last round was
against
able
Dragons.
to take down that Boros matchup. I would assume this is not game one, so maybe we'll get an update on who won game one, as that's definitely a sideboard card. But I would think this matchup very much favors the Simic Ouroboros decks. You know, mono green landfall is not as fast as Simic, but it is much trickier to deal with as far as the threats go. So that is the exchange: is you sacrifice explosivity for you know, a little bit more trickiness in the metagame. But in this matchup, it's all about who's more explosive. And looking at Devin's side, I mean, that's about as explosive as it gets. That looks like the turn 3, where turn 4 is very much ready to win the game if you have one Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah, because the Ouroboros deck doesn't play any, you know, cultivate or, you know, rampant growth type effects.
No.
So you could just look how many lands are on the board and be like, yeah, okay, that was turn 3. That's gross.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to think, like, Ryan is not going to be doing anything this turn that would win the game outright, but you are going to see more of this, more actual interaction. So a charm here to deal with one of the cubs. That's a great step. Might as well deal with the flying cub.
Little chocobo, not so small anymore.
Yeah.
Let's take out one of the cubs.
And, I mean, Ryan was able to kill an elf, do some interacting, the charm to kill a cub, and that's all fine and good. But that being said, this turn could still, you know, this match could still end here with this turn from Devin here because, well, these spider manifestations, that's a ton of mana. They're going to be untapping if you have anything like Quantum Riddler.
Cup.
And
Devin is
yeah,
up
that's
1-0,
it.
And there you go. Hoof. More than enough to get the game won there, so GG's to Devin. Back to our main feature. Michael happy with his 7. Torn Butler not so much. So he's going to shuffle it up, send it back, and get another hand.
Yeah, that is kind of the disadvantage of playing mono green landfall is your matchup against Simic can be really rough.
Yeah.
But, you know, your matchup against, like, Is It Lessons and other decks that are trying to interact with you are maybe a little better from the landfall side. So still a very powerful deck, and that looks like maybe 2 Simic Ouroboros decks that are kind of locked for top 8 here, with Mason Buonadonna being the other one. So looks like that Simic deck is having a good weekend.
We're going to see plenty of that. I'm actually going to have a quick look while our players are shuffling here to see how many, as of right now, standings, how many Simic Ouroboros there are in like the top 50.
Yeah, I mean, when it's the most played deck going into day 2, you got to think that it's having a pretty good weekend, and it's doing some good stuff here.
All right, so top 50 currently, just looking at Melee standings, 7 only.
Okay, nothing crazy as far as dominance.
Yeah, let's see, Jessica Control, there's 4 of for the top 50. Airbending, I think, should be way more.
Yeah,
no,
that's...
actually, no, it's just 8. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Dragons, I know there's 2 of them. Yes, there's 2 dragons. Lessons, how you guys doing? You all right there? 5? Okay. So it's still pretty...
It's very wide and spread out.
Pretty even.
Top 50, it would seem.
Yeah. Let's see, Elementals, 2 of you. Reanimator, 7. Okay.
Reanimator having a nice weekend.
Would be,
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Players ready to rock and roll here. Let's get down to business. Overgrown Tomb, tapped. Line War Elves for Michael Bird. Turn passes back to Torin, picks up a formidable speaker.
And not a lot of interaction, and I don't know if I saw any 2-drops there from Torin. Okay, there we go. That was basically needed.
Disrupt the Stormbrew, die.
Be able to just interact. If you don't have any interaction on 2 and your only plan is the formidable speaker as your first play, that can be a little brutal, so nice little piece of interaction there. Let's see what Michael has. We at least have Badger Mole Cub. I saw the Dock as well.
Torin's probably like, okay, I've shuffled this. Please come back, Petty Revenge.
Right. Yeah, let me kill this Cub as well. Torin would be much happier to kill that Badger Mole Cub instead of just play one of these formidable speakers. But as it stands, 2 formidable speakers, land 3, and Superior Spider-Man in hand for Torin.
If he really wants, he could go and fetch the Disruptive Stormbrew.
Yeah, it actually is pretty decent. So I think Torin has a couple decisions. You can either do that, go search up a removal spell, or you formidable speaker, discard a card, search up the bringer, and then next turn you use the second formidable speaker to discard the bringer and do it again, but that is quite slow.
Yeah, that's pretty slow. We've seen this deck kill on turn 3, or yeah, not this deck specifically. That's more the Ouroboros shtick, but yeah, ban airbending can get enough mana and pop off if the top of the deck is kind to the combo players.
Yeah, I think we are probably just going for another removal spell here. Just get the dragon.
Disruptive Stormbreed?
Yeah. It is just really nice to be able to search up a removal spell
Fetch
with
a kill
this.
spell. Yes. Woohoo! Hey, I call it right. Woo.
You called it. You nailed it.
Nice.
That being said, I think Michael Bird might have another cub as well as Aang. And I mean, if that's the case, like we're adding so much mana here, and we can disrupt Tauren on the other side. And man, I gotta say, this is of course small sample size as far as what we've actually seen with the Bant Airbending deck against Sultai Reanimator, but it's looked pretty solid for Reanimator, or for Bant Airbending, I mean.
I mean, we know we have a mirror of this match in the feature match area as well, so we can see what that one, what that result is at the end of this round. So yeah, like you mentioned, Badgermall Cub, there's the dock as well. So how does Michael want to sequence this turn?
I want to say we don't have a solid way where we can cast Cub and hold up Aang Swift Savior. Unless we are floating some extra mana right now.
We're floating 1 at the moment, so there's 3 mana available. But then you'd have to play him now? Question mark?
Yeah, that was a bit strange. So that was just tapping the starting town to not take damage. Just saying I didn't want to cast Cub or Dock Orlock here.
Okay.
And make it susceptible to that removal spell. That was just freshly searched up.
Yeah.
So this is just Michael saying you can kill one of these Cubs, not a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, he can tap for 3, but that's not Aang mana, so...
Yeah.
With double Cub on the board.
Yeah, so Michael did have the option of playing Dock Orlock this turn, but chose not to. Just saying, I want you to kill these Cubs or one of my lands that are Earthbent rather than kill one of my combo pieces.
That is totally fair. Protect the critical pieces. The Cubs are going to take one for the team.
Saying, which one would you like to kill?
Yeah.
And actually one of the better draws there from Tauren just found a Bookworm so that at least the last card will be Superior Spider-Man in hand. So Tauren playing Bookworm, draw a card, hope it's Bringer of the Last Gift. That card has been very much being shy from Tauren this match.
We haven't seen it at all. I mean, it's kind of the be-all, end-all for the deck, so...
We just passed again.
You did not.
Yeah, why are we
not?
Why are we
not bookworming?
Yeah, why are we not getting the free loot here?
That's what you played for, friend.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
Doesn't seem like there's any reason to not go for it.
Well, it does say you may draw a card, so it's not a thing that he has to do, but he should be doing it.
Yeah, because now we just drew a land. Instead, we would have drew that land, discarded the land.
Yep. Something Tauren's going to want to be a bit more cognizant of.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Is his triggers at the end step there.
Very interesting for sure. And now Michael does have the ability to have Aang Swift Savior available to interact with anything here. But at the same time, Michael is not really progressing his battlefield here either.
It's a little bit of a stall here. Both players at 14. Pretty even Stevens. Here comes Superior Spider-Man. What does Michael think about this? I imagine this is going to get bent.
Yeah, and I would think this one you actually want to bend with it on the stack.
Yeah.
You don't want the Formidable Speaker to get a trigger or anything like that. But that was Michael's one trick that I saw so far, so now, I mean, we definitely got to be activating this Bookworm now. We have a land in hand we don't want, plus we want to try to find Bringer.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is huge. That is absolutely huge.
So if we bookwormed on the lost end step, we would have had it in hand.
We would have had it in hand, but yeah, not the ability to actually still have it in the yard. But I think that's it. We have a Dock Orlock in hand. We can play that, and then we have the last combo piece there. And with the Interdimensional Web Watch, you're going to loot that out infinitely.
Yep.
And eventually, Aang at the Crossroad will put a land into play that's untapped, and then all the Badgermole Cubs will animate that land. Aang will airbend out the Bookworm, and you'll be able to attack for 14 or 14,000, your choice.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, so
Go big or go home.
this is Michael explaining, like, hey, I got you. I'm explaining what I just explained to all of you, but Torrent's just like, okay, let's just see it, I guess. But this is him coming to the realization, thanks to Michael Bird's help, and this should be Michael Bird on airbending, having a great chance next turn to shake hands and be into the top 8 here at the Regional Championship in Portland.
Hell yeah. Just displaying the loop, making sure that he's got all of his ducks in a row here. Or badge milk cubs, as the case will be.
Yep.
Torrent just making sure he understands what's going on. And this is always a good thing to do, you know?
Yeah.
Make sure your opponent understands how their combo works. Being at 11-2, you assume that Michael knows what he's doing, and he sure does. And yeah, he's going to advance to 12-2 here, almost certainly locking up a top 8 spot.
Yeah, and there's going to be some situations where the players with the lowest breakers might not be able to draw, but we will see. I would assume that is 100% Michael Bird locking up a Pro Tour slot no matter what. Even if some breaker problems happen, you're still going to the Pro Tour with the airbending deck. So big congrats to Michael Bird there. And yeah, I mean, that looked awesome.
Yeah, I love to see it. I
That
mean,
looked really good.
the airbending deck is so powerful. And if you don't have that instant speed interaction to disrupt it, you're just kind of sitting there with your finger up your nose. You can't do anything.
Yeah, and the thing about the draw from our Sultai Reanimator players, we just never had Bringer of the Last Gift. If that would have been in the graveyard instead of the 2 Ardens for game 1, you know, that game probably would have went to Tauren. And then this last game, you know, just still couldn't find Bringer in enough time. Next turn was going to be the Superior Spider-Man Bringer draw, but just wasn't fast enough. So
Not on the cards there, unfortunately.
Impressive stuff.
We do have another feature match to show you, friends, so let's jump on down there and see what these players have up their sleeves. It's not Mason Buonadonna up at the top. That is Oliver and Tristan Wild Laroo.
Yep. So this should be Evan on 4-color Rhythm, as well as up against Simic Ouroboros up top.
Not Evan. Don't look at the lines. You're getting confused. Tristan Wild Laroo down at the bottom.
Yeah, Tristan on 4-color Rhythm.
Yeah. And yeah, Simic Ouroboros for Oliver.
So essentially a little bit of the same decks, but Tristan did bring a version that is very much geared for the mirror match because you are not playing Ouroboros. That is a card that Tristan was just kind of saying, hey, that's actually not that important in the mirror match. It's maybe the 3rd, 4th, or 5th best card in your deck. And also has some other really hot, spicy cards. Like the new Vivid card to be able to deal with Clarion Conqueror, a card that's very good up against these Ouroboros strategies.
Explosive Prodigy, that's the
There we go, yep.
We'll get there. New card, new set. Forgive us. Oh boy. Gene, Badge Milk Cup. What? Look at that.
This is definitely
look
the
at all
draw.
These dorks. Good grief.
This is definitely kind of the absolute best draw that you can have. There from Oliver up top. And now it'll be pretty tough for Tristan to come back. You kind of got to have that exact draw that Oliver had.
You got to mirror exactly what Oliver did here. Otherwise, this is going to be a very short game 1.
Yes, absolutely. And both these players, I would think Oliver is actually at a spot where Oliver's just in the top 8. Okay, never mind. You just got a loss within the second I said that. I was thinking Oliver was still at X and 1, but Oliver at X and 2, so yeah.
There we go.
This is just a win and in.
Yeah. Fixing up the graphics there. Apologies for the confusion, friends. We confused ourselves and hurt ourselves in confusion. Oliver now looking pretty good. There's the Explosive Prodigy. What do we want to take out? We can kill something that is 2 toughness.
You would think it just always has to be Cub in this situation. And then see what Tristan has for the follow-up.
What's going to get dead here? Must be Cub, right? What's even the consideration? What's he worried about?
It doesn't seem like a consideration for me, but hey, you know, this is a win and in for a very high-level event like the Regional Championship. Always worth it to take an extra time to think it out because, well, a matchup like this, a mirror match like this, usually does not go that long.
No. Another Spider Manifestation, Eland, and a pass. Okay.
And that's Oliver with nothing else in hand, so maybe a mulligan where we have all this ramp ready to go, but no payoffs.
He is playing Quantum Riddler. He's got 4 in the main deck, so just waiting
Definitely.
for that to pitch up. As soon as it does, then it's all systems go, pretty much.
Yeah, that or Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
I mean, Nature's Rhythm might actually equal Craterhoof next turn.
Yeah.
Like it's so close and so good
Gross.
when you have 2 spider manifestations.
Look how much this deck does. Look what this little cub enables.
Yeah, one heck of a card, that is for sure. One of the best cards in Standard, if not the.
All right, come on. No? Can you do anything, Oliver? Did you find a Riddler? I'm pretty sure you would have slammed it if you got it.
Yeah, pretty much anything you get, you're going to just play. Nature's Rhythm is the one card where you definitely have to think it out. Think how big can you go if you do indeed find that. And with kind of thinking about tapping those first, it might be the card drawn.
No, it would untap. If it is Riddler, it would untap our Spideys.
Yep. And Tristan does have some mana available here with the Gene Pollinator, so could easily have a counterspell of some variety as well.
1, 2, 3, 4. It is Nature's Rhythm.
Wow, what a draw.
Go fetch cub.
Okay, let's start doing some math. So now that is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 essentially.
Flash it back.
So it is essentially you got to get up to 12 to be able to Crater Hoof. So it's not really online
nice,
right
no
now. But getting something like a Quantum Riddler might just
Yeah.
be a safe, solid play right
I mean,
now.
Why not?
Either way, that was still Oliver's best top deck by far.
Yeah. Not interested in harmonizing that and going to fetch something like a Riddler. So now Tristan's got a big think.
Well, it does
How
look
does-
like Oliver's still thinking about it, so we could still be flashing that back.
Okay.
I mean, getting a Riddler does look a little tempting right now, as you do get to untap your Spider Manifestations as well.
I would be very, very tempted by that. I just want to get more cards and have more agency in this matchup. Otherwise, Tristan just gets to determine everything about this matchup.
Yeah, basically you got to ask yourself, if I don't do it now, what do I do next turn? Can I win the game with Crater Hoof next turn with the mana that I generated off the Cub? And it does look like you could. So that is the cost. You try to kind of go for it now with going to get a Riddler or something else, or do you wait till next turn and you can Crater Hoof, but you can't do anything else? And if Tristan has any interaction or can just Crater Hoof himself, the game would be over.
So he's going for it, harmonizing that Nature's Rhythm in the bin. Gonna go and fetch what we assume is gonna be the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, looks like it was for 4. My math is correct, because we tapped
2,
the
3,
3
4.
creatures plus the Cub.
Yeah.
So that is Nature's Rhythm for 4, I believe. So that should be Ouroboros.
Unless Jean tapped the Cub. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Well,
7, 8. No.
I mean, Jean's not tapped, so probably.
Oh yeah, you have to tap
yeah.
Jean to tap the other one. Yeah.
So I would assume that's what it is, but we shall see. Could have been a mana floating as well, but yep,
Oh
makes
my
a lot
God,
of sense.
that's Ouroboros' mana value. Here he is.
Okay, and I mean, this is good. This is getting a big battlefield. Next turn, it still might not even be a lethal battlefield from Oliver, so
It's something.
I think this is Tristan having 2 turns to be able to piece together the real win con, which is Crater Hoof Behemoth. And hey, this is why Tristan decided to not play Ouroboros.
I mean, he's got 2 Nature's Rhythms in hand.
That's got to be enough. And a Crater Hoof in hand, so I would imagine this turn is over, or this game is over next turn.
Yeah, feels like it.
Because, I mean, you start Nature's Rhythm for a Cub, tapping the Spider Manifestation, and we all know how it goes from there. So
Tap and tap, tap and tap.
yeah. I think this is
Many dorks.
this is Tristan maybe being like, yeah, you can do your math on this stuff, but if this was a testing house match, you're just like, I got you, you know.
Yeah.
I got you next turn.
Here come the Spider Manifestations doing what they can, because you probably don't survive a hoof of this magnitude.
Yep. Showing the hand, just thinking, all right, here's what I'm going to do. This looks to be enough. And I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
Mockingbird on Cub. Then Nature's Rhythm for 4 on Cub. And then you can actually Nature's Rhythm for 2. When you have 3 Cubs in play, it's just free with Spider Manifestation, which is completely disgusting.
Yeah.
And then Hoof, there it is.
Sure is. Quick math. Make sure he is actually super duper 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 dead.
And that is the nice thing when 2 players that are playing the similar deck, you can kind of just flip it over and be like, yes, I can help you do the math as well. That's enough. You'll see that very commonly with Amulet Titan players. They like to help each other out in that aspect.
It makes them, I would imagine it makes them feel smart, It's like,
yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
I know all the ways. I'm now dead.
Yes, yes.
Cool. Right, let's go to game 2 here between Oliver Coffey and Tristan Wild Laroo. Sideboard times for Oliver. Keen-Eyed Curator, Meldstrider's Resolve, Scrap Shooter, Sentinel of Lost Lore, Spider Sense, Surak, Elusive Hunter, the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, Unable to Scream, and Vivian Reed. What do you like, friend?
So definitely Unable to Scream and the Meldstrider's Resolve. I was kind of talking how Spider Sense is a card that maybe I wouldn't bring it in, but it looked awesome when Mason Buonadonna did it last time, so maybe bring the Spider Sense in as well, maybe in small numbers.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Yeah. How many times do you lose to a triggered ability?
Yeah, and
Spider Sense is good.
That makes sense. Even if Spider Sense is just countering one ability or just one thing that your opponent can still kill you next turn, buying yourself 1 turn in this mirror match is kind of all you need.
Yeah. Because you're either stopping, I don't know, Quantum Burglar that's about to draw 3, or a Cub that's about to animate a land, or, any of these Enters effects are
Or, of course, Crater Hoof.
Powerful. Yeah, Hoof is the biggest one. Okay, that's the one that gets you hella dead.
Yeah, because countering that, once it gets countered, you're not killing your Hoof, bringing it back or anything like that. So, yeah, Spider Sense actually does seem pretty solid now.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good keep here for the players if they have it in their opening hands. Sideboard now for Tristan Wild Laroo has the Clarion Conqueror, Glen Elendra Guardian, Hallowed Fountain, Keen-Eyed Curator, Meldstrider's Resolve, Arboroid, Rexage, Seam Rip, Soul Guide Lantern, Spider Sense, Voice of Victory, and Wistfulness.
Yeah, a lot more options here, and it definitely seems like a lot more next-level tech here from Tristan Wild Laroo. The Clarion Conqueror looks phenomenal, being able to shut down the things your opponent's doing. Looks awesome in this mirror match. Meldstrider's Resolve looks great. One of Seam Rip looks great. You can Bright Glass Gear Hulk for that one. Spider Sense you could definitely bring in as well. So, yeah, a lot more cool additions here from this version from Tristan Wild Laroo. And, you see the name 4-Color Rhythm, and that is because, well, there's no Ouroboros in the main deck, so you can't really call it that. So maybe this is the anti-Simic Ouroboros version of, air quotes, Ouroboros.
I like it. I
think it's really cool.
It's a very toolboxy archetype where you just go and fetch whatever it is you need. You look at his main deck configuration, so many one-ofs. You mentioned Bright Glass Gear Hulk. There's only one of those. There's one Hoof. There's one of the Explosive Prodigy, which has been, I don't want to say overperforming, but it's been doing really well.
It's looked great.
One of Meringue River Regents, so it's basically, choose your own adventure. How would you like your game to proceed?
Yeah, looks really cool. I think this list is, really futuristic and stuff, and something a lot of Pro Tour players are probably keeping a close eye on as well.
Yeah. If you would like to keep up to date with all the latest from Star City Games, go sign up for the newsletter, friends. Get all the information about upcoming sets, upcoming events, any sales. Lauren Eclipsed is out, so you can go and get that right now. The next event, while we're talking about it, Milwaukee, come hang out there with us. It'll be cool. There's also a sale going on this weekend for Universes Beyond. All of this you would know if you just go to starcitygames.com/newsletter and sign up for that. It's kind of email you don't mind getting.
Exactly.
So often, how often is it?
Not very often. Yeah, they definitely don't spam you or anything. It is just, hey, here is the stuff going on this week, and it's very valuable information if you're a Magic fan. So I've been signed up forever. You should be as well.
I'm one of those people that I like my inbox to just be nothing unread.
There you go.
So
yeah.
I would be, yeah. But you know what? If you say it's good, I'll sign up for it.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. All right, let's jump back into this matchup, friends. Tristan Wild Laroo. Up a game here in pretty convincing fashion, able to just put the beat down with the old Craterhoof Behemoth. I love the new Craterhoof, by the way. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Magali Villeneuve, one of my favorite Magic artists.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crushed it with the art.
Big game here for these players, and would be quite brutal here on Oliver, as losing last round to Mason in, the mirror match, and now essentially another mirror match where Oliver would have to, at that spot last round, would basically have to 0-3 to not make the top 8. So definitely trying to avoid that kind of train wreck scenario.
I'm looking at this art. I've never seen this creature's head. I always just thought it was like a little tick type thing. No, it looks like, it's like a little baby dinosaur.
Nice little interaction here, tapping the Unable to Scream to be able to add extra mana, and now you get to interact with Tristan Wild Laroo's Accelerant while progressing your own battlefield, but Oliver on the mulligan only has 1 card left in hand, so really need that to be a Quantum Riddler or a Nature's Rhythm, something like that to get it going.
Yes. Badgermole Cub, the follow-up here for Tristan. Would love it if he still had a Gene Pollinator to take advantage of. But alas, that's how the cookie crumbles at this point. Oliver Coffee untaps with plenty of permanence on the battlefield.
Drew a land there, so yeah, this really needs to be a solid last card in hand. But to be honest, when you mulligan to 6 and you get a hand where you have some interaction, aka Unable to Scream, and a bunch of accelerants, you don't get picky there and send that one back to, for 5 cards most of the time, so...
Tristan looked like he had a bunch of lands in hand. That's like 3 or 4 with Mockingbird.
4 and a Mockingbird is not great either. So that is Tristan saying, I have all the accelerants in the world, but needs a payoff as well, which might be the exact scenario that Oliver's in.
Where's my big things?
But with Oliver thinking this much, it's almost always Nature's Rhythm. You're like, I got my whole deck available.
What should we go find? 1 mana tapped so far.
Okay.
It's going to be another Unable to Scream on the land.
And just passes, doesn't even play the land. I think that's a spot where, Oliver does want to have some bluff equity. But if you draw Quantum Riddler here and then you draw 2 lands, you get pretty punished. So I think if you're Oliver, you should just play the land.
Which event was it where someone won with an Unable to Screamed creature? It had like 1 power and it just beep over the finish line.
I live one event at a time there anyway, so.
That's true. I just remembered because people were saying like, oh, but you can't attack with it. Oh, you still can.
You absolutely
sure
can. Those toys can still get feisty.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a toddler with a toy? Those things hit hard.
So Tristan did top deck Spider Manifestation, so that means the last card in hand is a Mockingbird. So both players got all this acceleration and nothing to do with it. The first person to draw.
Yeah, to draw out of this is going to likely win this game.
Draw a Riddler or draw Nature's Rhythm.
Riddler, Rhythm, or a Behemoth, I guess.
Yeah. Might be a little far away from Behemoth, at least from Oliver's side, but...
And you know what's great, for Tristan, is he's got 2 chances to draw the best thing because he can just copy whatever Oliver plays.
That's true. That's true.
Mockingbird's rude.
Yeah. And with a tap land coming in here, you got to think that Tristan doesn't have a huge follow-up here. That looks like just a second Mockingbird that's picked up. And
don't hate that.
Yeah, it's not terrible. You know, you could easily Mockingbird on your own Badgermole Cub, leave the other Mockingbird for something like, let's say, Oliver top decks, Quantum Riddler.
There's no pressure. Wait for Oliver to find something good.
Yeah.
Or find something good for Tristan's by himself and then copy that. Twice. Why not? You gonna make another cub?
Yeah, I think I would make 1 cub.
Okay, fine. That's fair.
And then save the other one. If your opponent plays Riddler, you feel great about that. Or, of course, if you draw your own Nature's Rhythm or a Riddler, you can just copy your own cub and then just really pop off.
I love the cursory little look.
Yeah, it's like,
on
please.
top of the deck. It's like, is this good? No.
Can this be Nature's Rhythm, please?
Yeah.
And just a pass of the turn. Could be a counterspell or something, but obviously could just be a land as well.
Yikes.
So These kind of games can definitely happen where both players keep these nice hands that have a little bit of interaction, either unable to stream or the resolve, and then a bunch of accelerants, and then neither player can find any gas. The one thing about Tristan's version, though, you also have 4 formidable speakers, which then go and find you either Rhythm or Behemoth. So I would think Tristan's deck is a little bit better at drawing out of these scenarios with 4 Nature's Rhythm, 4 formidable speakers, the Behemoth itself. The Gear Hulk finds it, as well as Quantum Riddler.
Does also have a flying cub now, so, you know, at least able to start applying some pressure.
Yeah, you still don't want to even attack into Spider Manifestation.
That's true. He's going to do it anyway, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, I got nothing else to do. I might as well.
Yeah, and that's a pretty tempting block there from Oliver on a cub, but with Tristan having another Mockingbird, he doesn't really care if he loses one of his cubs.
He is quite happy to take the damage. There is Oliver. Another Spider Manifestation hits the board, so look at all these dorks. What is the payoff here, though? Oliver finds something. He found another Spooty. Okay.
Not great.
Spoopy spooters.
Let's see if Tristan can be the first one to find some gas here. What a strange, game, yeah.
Okay.
I like Oliver playing the land there, though.
Yeah.
The bluff equity is not there. If Tristan top decks Riddler, he's not going to be like, Oliver's got a card in hand. I'm not going to play it.
Oh,
Boom.
that'll do it. Hello, that's a very large critter and nothing else going. Good grief. That is going to be it. Tristan Wild Laroo finds the out, finds Critterhoof Behemoth, and picks up a 2-0 against Oliver Coffey. You got to think that's top 8, right?
You got to think that's top 8. One of our more established players here in the field. Tristan has a great professional resume, and looks like is adding another top 8 here at this regional championship to that. So nice job, Tristan. Congratulations.
GG's Tristan, sweet brew or sweet variant of the deck.
Yeah.
That's crushing it this weekend. So I think he's got a pretty good chance in this top 8 based on what we've seen so far.
I mean, especially, the 2 decks that were into the top 8 besides Tristan, 2 Simic Ouroboros decks, and if that's the anti-Simic Ouroboros version, you got to like Tristan's chances so far.
Hell yeah. Friendos, we are going to hand it back on over to Ryan and Carmen, so going to take a quick break after this round 15, the last melon, before we crown our top 8. So, see you then.
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome back to live coverage of day number 2 of the Regional Championship here at SCG Con Portland. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Klum-Perrins. Carmen, this is round 15. That's the final round of a regional championship. That means that this is the last chance that a player can have. Yeah, you get it?
Yeah, sure. I had to get my toes in the mix, but
Right,
you know,
sure.
I haven't had 15 fingers in years.
Now confirmed by the two of us, this is the final round of Swiss competition and the last round where a player can earn their spot in the top 8 single elimination round as we look for a player to crown as our regional champion, as we look for players to earn one of those 2 Worlds invites from this tournament. And our pairings and our standings, we have the cleanest break for win-and-ins and who's going to be in our top 8 I've actually ever seen.
Yes.
We'll break that down. I'm gonna slow roll the reveal on this one.
Okay.
So if you look at our top of our standings, Evan Vetter, Jeskai Control. You and I watched him when we were in the booth earlier. 12-1-1, picked up a win over Mason Buonadonna, which was Buonadonna's second loss. Evan Vetter, table 1, drawing with Michael Bird on Banned Airbending. 2 people in the top 8.
Yes.
Tristan Wild Laroo, Mason Buonadonna, 4-color rhythm, Simic Ouroboros. Very similar archetypes here, but the 4-color rhythm there. Wild Laroo actually not into Ouroboros, hence not part of the deck name. Those players drawing 2 more players in our top 8. You with me so far? We're at half of our top 8.
Okay.
Then in 5th and 6th, Pierre Smith, Bant Airbending, Devin Straub, Simic Ouroboros. These players at 12 and 2. The last players at 12 and 2. Pretty clean. Those players draw. 5 and 6 players now in our top 8. Go a little bit further down. We have Jeff Jiao, Simic Omniscience, our undefeated player overnight, has picked up some losses. Is at 11-3, still in 7th, but needs a win this round. Jeff's going to be playing. Aiden Simons Rudolph on Boros Dragons, 11-3, also needs to play. That's going to be the match we're watching here.
Nice match.
Yes. Boros Dragons, that's that other deck that we've been rooting for every time we look at the standings. Yeah, striking distance here. This is a clean win-and-in. We're looking at locking up our 7th player for the top 8. And then you go down to Oliver Coffey, Simic Ouroboros, Nico Ferrigno on Sultai Reanimator. These players also playing, and that's going to be our 8th player in the top 8, assuming no unintentional draws at these 2 tables. Because if you go further down the standing, Nick Osterud, Sophie Seeley, David Kerrigan, Jonathan Lobo Malamed, those players here, we have a more diversity of archetypes, but we have something in common with the players at the top of the tables. These players are also intentionally drawing to lock up top 16, top 32, invites to the Pro Tour.
Yes.
Tiebreaker's not really going to get there for top 8, so they're shaking hands and saying, I'll see you at the Pro Tour.
Right, that makes a lot of sense, where outside of the situation you outlined with those unintentional draws, if your breakers are worse enough, you do really just want to say, okay, if I play and win, I'm likely going to come in 9th or 10th and be right on the outside looking in of top 8. If I lose and then come in 33rd, 34th, and barely miss out on a Pro Tour invite, that's a catastrophe.
Brutal.
Just brutal. So in that spot, you're basically finding yourself on the wrong side of a risk-reward analysis, but to play the actual match. So a lot of these players are saying, you know what? If I were in my hotel room and you came to me in a dream Friday night and said, hey, right now, would you lock in 20th place? Walk out with a few $100 in your pocket and a Pro Tour invite? Most of these players happily snap that one off in an instant. Speaking as someone who has been lucky enough to punch their ticket to the Pro Tour, especially for any of these people who are doing it for the first time, that's a career accomplishment. It feels like it's really your first stepping stone into professional Magic in a really big way.
It is just so far above average for a tournament weekend.
Yes, right. It's the type of thing where, like, anecdotally, the first time I ever got to do something like that, I'm calling all of my best friends. I'm just going, oh my God, you are not going to believe this. Yes, it actually happened. So huge congratulations for all of those people actually being able to punch their ticket on the weekend of the Pro Tour. But we have 2 people who are playing for even more than that this round.
Yes, we have 2 players that are winning in. We have Adam Simons Rudolph. This is our Boros Dragons player. We have Jeff Jiao, looking to rally a little bit after picking up 3 losses, all of them on day number 2 here. So great tiebreakers. That's why Jeff has a winning in, but does need to win to get in. Our players are ready. Let's watch some winning in magic.
Welcome to round number 15 here at SCG Con Portland, the regional championship. At the top of your screen, you have Jeff Jiao on Simic Omniscience. The last undefeated player in the tournament overnight has picked up 3 losses today. Needs 1 more win to break even and make the top 8 against Aiden Simons Rudolph on Boros Dragons, who is on the play here with the multiversal planes. Jeff will be starting things off with one of those planets. Uthros has entered the battlefield.
I know how much you love that one.
I do. I surely do.
And speaking of loving it, Charming Prince making an appearance in the feature match area this weekend. This one legal in the back of its inclusion in the Foundation's starter collection.
Yeah, a nice little card. Doing a scry 2 as it enters.
I love the little double entendre. It's Charming Prince, Prince Charming, but also enters the battlefield. It's like a charm.
Yeah, that's very clever.
Yeah.
3 different modes. Love it.
Players just trading land drops for now. And, oh, look at this. Simons Rudolph has Cavern of Souls on Dragon. The only real interaction that Jiao has in the main deck is Dispelling Exhale. Otherwise is a very linear and consistent, but I cannot stress enough, linear combo deck.
And here is Clarion Conqueror. It's going to be an uncounterable dragon, to which Jiao can just consult the star charts. Look at the top 2, pick 1.
So this Clarion Conqueror turning off the abilities of creatures and planeswalkers, not at its best here because it does only stop the activated abilities, and the main activated ability that makes Jiao's deck go is the station ability on lands.
Yeah, so Clarion Conqueror is looking to have advantage against things like Llanowar Elves, but against this land stationing combo deck, not really going to play here.
Right, this is a spot where this Boros Dragons deck actually looks great on paper against all of the various Llanowar Elf Badger Mole Cub decks that people have brought this weekend.
Cavern of Souls for Jiao. A lot of Cavern of Souls in the field this weekend. Only 2 copies in the Boros Dragons deck. It's kind of funny, the Typal deck has 2 to the Omniscience deck playing 4.
Yeah, it's really interesting where some decks, like the ones playing with the fresh Evoke Elementals out of Lorwyn Eclipse, are kind of just doing it as a mana-fixing land. But there are a bunch in the vein of this Omniscience deck that actually just want to make their payoff cards uncounterable.
Yeah, we're going to combat on Simons Rudolph's turn, and we finally see Lost in the Maze cast with an X value. Gonna ice down the Clarion Conqueror here. Just 2 points connecting up the Charming Prince. Jiao to 16.
Oh, Magmatic Hellkite, yes! Yes!
Yeah, another dragon showing up here. Gonna destroy that planet. That was Jiao's only planet. Gets to go and find a basic. That'll be stunned, so it won't untap this turn. But yeah, there's that 4/5 from Tarkir Dragonstorn. Meaningful disruption. The Clarion Conqueror, we said wasn't really playing here, but getting rid of the planet, that's a big deal.
Yeah, this is actually kind of a nice little experiment from the design team to see how soft land destruction can play in this sort of situation. In this spot, it's active disruption.
Yes. Also a 4/5, so it really turns up the heat on the clock here. Jiao is going to consult the star charts. This one's going to look at 3 cards. Still not the most exciting return on investment.
Oh, and that land out on tapping, super brutal. And the breathing room that I suspect Simons Rudolph really needed.
There's a tapped breeding pool for Jiao. So 4 lands, but no planets. And with the opportunity to play a tapped land there, you got to believe there's not one in hand either as we head back to Simons Rudolph, who will swing in for 6. Big swings. Jiao down to 10. Here is another copy of the Magmatic Hellkite. There are 4 in the deck. It destroys a Cavern of Souls. That's less consequential on that front, but what it represents is lethal power on the battlefield.
Right, it's interesting where there was a layer I even considered just watching the game play out where Jiao could be thinking, okay, if I just play my tapped land next turn, I can still cast Kona, or my tapped planet next turn. I can still cast Kona with the 4 mana I have left and activate, and everything is going according to plan. But in the world where your opponent has another Magmatic Hellkite, you can't afford to play a tap land and then cast a 4 mana spell as the follow-up.
Right, yeah, on account of that island not untapping here, only 3 mana going into this turn.
Wow.
And then you try to look at ways for Jiao to get out of this. This Omniscience combo deck, looking up and down the deck list, you have stock ups, consult the star charts. You mentioned Dispelling Exhale, kind of the interaction in the deck.
really kind of lost in the maze, the only option to potentially buy a turn.
Right, this is not a deck that is trying to play a traditional game. Exchanging resources, removal, that doesn't matter. The idea, whenever you have some sort of combo deck with an infinite damage finish, is you want all of your cards to be committed and streamlined in the name of dealing infinite damage, because ostensibly that can go over the top of whatever your opponent presents. The issue is if you can't assemble that combo, your deck doesn't really do anything in a traditional sense.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for game number 1. Aiden Simons Rudolph presents Lethal, able to deal 20 before your opponent deals infinite. Doesn't matter how big the number is if your opponent gets to their target first.
Right, exactly.
Players going to their sideboards, and you've been talking about how much you love Jiao's clean deck list. Now that our sideboard graphic is up, got just 4 lines on the sideboard, kind of a thing of beauty. As far as resourcefulness and how useful a sideboard is, let's break it down. What does Jiao have to try to even things out?
Essence Scatter is the first card that sticks out to me. This is a spot where I can imagine Jiao just looking at Simons Rudolph's deck and going, well, if you don't draw Cavern of Souls, there are only 2 of them in Simons Rudolph's deck. If you don't draw Cavern of Souls, this is a really great way to buy time and get some breathing room in order to basically get time to assemble a combo. It is kind of high risk, high reward, though. After that, there's maybe an argument to be made for bringing in a couple of copies of Spell Pierce if you're worried about some of the instant and sorcery interaction that Simons Rudolph is going to be bringing to the table. But I think for the most part, Jiao is trying really hard to just consistently just try and kill on the 4th turn. In the world where you can present the combo on turn 4, it is pretty unlikely that Simons Rudolph can actually deal the full 20 points by then, so Jiao just wants to be able to execute on that combo.
Simic Omniscience definitely one of the more fringe decks in the field. It's a known quantity. We've seen this combo deck before, but it's not one I'd expect to have a lot of tools for in the sideboard for Aiden Simons Rudolph. There's some cards that play here, but even the High Noon, I was thinking at first maybe that jumps off the page, but I don't know how effective that is against this Meringue River Regent deck.
Right, I can imagine a world where you're happy to bring in the High Noons because looking at the deck list sheet, it looks like Simons Rudolph has a decent number of cards that are in the deck largely to check the opponent's creatures. There's some stuff like Twin Maw Stormbrood that I suspect is not really that exciting to have in post-board games, where even though, yes, it is a dragon, it enables some of your stuff like Sarkin, Dragon Ascendant, and the like, you mostly are getting in the door with Charring Bite, the omen on the spell, which just lets you deal 5 to a creature. Not really at its best here, so some of this is just Simons Rudolph having some cards that are pretty bad in the matchup, and turning those into cards that do basically anything is nice. So I do like reaching for High Noon, and I think that Get Lost is a card that's pretty nice at checking Omniscience when it's down, or it can just check Kona in the world where Jiao doesn't have one of those Lost in the Mazes. And finally, this might be a bit strange, but Sunspine Links is something that is just sort of a haste threat, which is a little bit better than some of the other more expensive spells. Like, I would expect that card to do more work than Dragonhawk Fate's Tempest, for example, where Dragonhawk, perfectly serviceable 5-drop at its own right, but this game isn't really about playing a 5-mana spell and hoping to untap with it. So I think just having things that let Simons Rudolph be a little bit more lean in these post-board games is going to be nice.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Jeff Jiao looking to even things up, looking to rally back from a 2-3 record on the day after being our last undefeated player, looking to spin a pretty exciting story if he can make the top 8. Speaking of exciting stories.
Go on.
Speaking of news.
Okay.
StarCityGames.com newsletter is an incredible resource for stories, information, all things Magic. You can find information about upcoming events. You can order existing product. The word Eclipse is there. If you're waiting for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that's going to be coming up pretty soon. You'll be able to pre-order that soon. Details on the regional championship, SCG Con Milwaukee, coming up next month. I'm sure that Nick Miller is going to have some great write-ups about what happened this week in the newsletter as well. Subscribe for free, StarCityGames.com/newsletter. Players doing some shuffling, getting ready for game number 2 here.
I personally love Omniscience combo decks. I know it's one of my worst qualities, but I do have to say, As an unbiased party, of course, we in the booth never have a horse in the race, so to speak.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Boros Dragons, Aiden Simons Rudolph has to be the hero here, right?
I mean, I really like destroying lands. That's one of my worst qualities.
I'm trying so hard to make this deck out to be the good guy, and you just go, it does have land destruction.
Magmatic Hellkite was really doing it for me there.
I mean, Simons Rudolph too. Gotta admit.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Presenting lethal damage, presenting meaningful disruption on the mana, both in terms of the utility on the planet and just the access to total mana in game number 1 there. Yeah, Boros Dragons certainly has looked like a hero looking at the standing page all weekend here. No blue cards.
And getting game 1 really feels like Simons Rudolph got away with something.
Yes.
A lot of the interaction at a glance looked like it did not line up very well, except, like you said, those Hellkites.
Really coming in clutch.
Say the line.
Uthros. Tapped, turn 1 for Jiao, underway with the planet.
Can you say Sacred Foundry like that, too?
Sacred Foundry.
Hee hee hee.
Verge on turn 2 there for Jiao. You're going to see Sarkin for Simons Rudolph. Will we behold a dragon? Well, maybe on the other side of the table. Or Spell Snare will take care of it. That works too.
I don't hate Spell Snare in this spot. This is actually a pretty nice way to knock the opponent off balance in a bunch of ways. There's an extent to which this is a good way to check the card Get Lost as well.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense.
I'd be surprised if the full 4 were in, but I do like it here.
For sure. Tapped Breeding Pool was land number 3 for Jiao. Momo, Friendly Flyer, showing up a little bit late here for Simons Rudolph, who leaves up 2 mana. Curious if that means there's some interaction for potential combo. Possible check here is land number 4 for Jiao is Cavernous Souls.
Now, does he go for it?
Yeah, so this is not a matchup where you can expect any counter magic, so Cavernous Souls, you would just use any meaningful potential mana fixing. Dragon's going to be the name.
I mean...
2 red sources for the terror that peaks over time.
Right, to your point, this is a spot where you know Simons Rudolph isn't exactly going to be trying to counter a Kona, and you have 2 green sources in play already. So at that point, what mana are you really trying to fix here?
Right. And you see Jiao just passes the turn there, which means that turn Simons Rudolph just had 2 mana up. This Momo is the first threat. Jiao pretty comfortably at 20 here, as Momo will make that a still pretty comfortable 19. All right, here's an attempt at another Sarkin. Jiao's going to give it a read. 2 mana, 2/2. He can behold a dragon when it enters. If you do, you create a treasure token. And then when you make dragons when you control Sarkin, you put +1/+1 counters on him and he flies. Jumps. Here's a Nova Hellkite. That'll be beheld. That means a treasure should be forthcoming.
He doesn't jump, he shapeshifts.
You're so right. I think that he must jump before he shapeshifts.
No. No.
Right, here's a kicked consult to start charts for Jiao. Look at the top 4 cards and getting 2 this time. Much better than both the consults that we saw in game number 1.
Just true. Lost in the Maze, one of the gets.
All right, yeah, so if there was a Kona that Jiao is waiting for this loss would be one of the reasons to do that.
So now there's the 5th land, another consult, and then Roiling Dragonstorm.
It just hit me, Lost in the Maze is a tool to prevent get lost. How can I get lost? I'm already lost.
I mean, that's just true.
Big flavor
It's
win.
a double negative. They cancel each other out.
All right, we're going to head back Jiao's way. 2 fresh cards in hand, 1 off the top for turn as well. Looks like that neon inked Cavern of Souls, potentially the land draw for turn here.
I don't think
I'm
that's
wrong.
the neon ink
I'm
one.
wrong.
I'm sorry.
I'm wrong. Looks like I'm wrong. Gonna name Dragon. 2 red sources for the Terror Peaks Online. Not the play here, though. We have 3 mana for a stock up. Once again, looking at the top 5, we're going to find 2 cards. So much card selection in this Simic Omniscience deck, which you really just need is the time to cast it, and Jiao has it this game.
All right, one easy pick. I think that was Formidable Speaker. That's one of the cards that has been a pickup for the Simic Omniscience deck out of Lorwyn Eclipse that gives it a bunch of additional, really just consistency. You can cast Omniscience, and then your Formidable Speaker, which you then discard a card to get Meringue River Regent, which then picks up your Formidable Speaker. And then you cast your Formidable Speaker, and you get your next Meringue River Regent, which then lets you just keep going to get Terror of the Peaks and so on and so forth.
Every time these combo decks that maybe have a lot going on at the top when you resolve them, you get a card, any card that smooths that out. It's a big deal for these decks.
In a lot of ways, it's reminiscent of old Legacy Allurin decks, where they just play an Imperial Recruiter and then tell you that there's a way that it actually is worth 5 cards and you didn't realize it. Uh-oh.
Ooh, here comes the Magmatic Hellkite. Discounted by 1 by Momo. Once again, just 1 planet for Jiao. Some triggers here from the Sarkhan and the Momo. They're both going to get a little bit larger, and that planet is going to get a little bit destroyed.
I would go as far as to say a lot of bit destroyed.
Some would say completely.
Yeah, not, brave, but I'm prepared to just go ahead and kind of admit that one.
Basic Islands replacing it, but it has a stun counter.
Nice island.
Yes. Here's an attack for 5 by Momo and Sarkhan. Jiao to 14. With that treasure in this on-tap Sacred Foundry, Simon's Rudolph representing Get Lost once again.
Yeah, Simon's Rudolph has done a great job of basically just acknowledging that they're going to be in a tempo black hole, but they are also never going to just get caught when the time is right or wrong, I guess in their case, by an Omniscience out of nowhere.
Here's an end step to consult the star charts from Jiao. Wants to make sure to use this mana. It is unkicked, so looking at the top 5, going to grab 1 card. Jiao definitely not moving as if a combo is rolled up here, though. Some of that surely is respecting this 2 mana.
Right. And there is an Avendo among the cards.
Okay. Backup planet. Important. A box that Jiao will need to check.
All right, so Formidable Speaker, Omniscience, Land. Oop, that's too many cards. I've definitely been there where you see 5 cards and you kind of get really far down your train of thought and you go, okay, yeah, I have 5 lands that are tapped. Right, I'll pick these 2, and then you realize, oh, wait, no. Crap, I was only supposed to take 1.
Yeah, when you have multiple different card draws effects, play a long enough tournament where in round number 15, you can find yourself just resolving one as the wrong one. So we head back to Jiao. All right, access to 4 mana. You mentioned an Avendo is an option to be picked up in the hand. But the planet not deployed, so definitely will not be seeing a combo this turn.
I do appreciate kind of waiting, even in the world where you do have it. If you have other mana to be able to, say, try and protect something or set up your big Lost in the Maze turn, not exposing the planet to a future Magmatic Hellkite seems pretty important at a glance.
Yeah, future Magmatic Hellkite, and there's a little bit of a redundancy there. It's not just 4 Magmatic Hellkites. These Charming Princes can start to double that at this phase of the game by blinking it.
No, you're totally right.
I never miss a line to destroy a land. Here's a different Hellkite, a Nova Hellkite. Going to be warped in, discounted by Momo.
That is a 1-2 punch, if you ask me.
Hold on. That represents 6 haste power, 4 on its own, +1 to Momo, +1 to Sarkin, 4, 8, 9, 10, 14? Carmen?
Wait. No. No.
Jiao better have a Lost in the Maze.
Respectfully, shut up. No.
Okay, Jiao has it. Which means he doesn't die right away.
I mean, that's big, right?
Yes.
Nova Hellkite will go away, given that it was warped here in a second.
All right, Lost in the Maze, X equals 3. Tap that Hellkite. Tap that other Hellkite. Tap that Sarkin.
There's a lot of breathing room with those stun counters,
Yes.
come to think of it.
Yeah, Momo connects for 2, Jiao to 12, but those that Sarkin and the Magnetic Hellkite will not be on tapping. That Nova Hellkite, though, that should still be warped away. There we go. All right, we head back to Jiao. Now the mana up does not mean as much. Lost in the Maze has been assembled, so we're looking for Kona, a planet, and an Omniscience. Is that too much to ask? Because there's also more that he'll need to combo off from there.
Listen, I'm not here to ask questions. I'm here to call them like I see them.
Well, how do you seize him, Carmen? Does he have it?
Well, I can seize that he ain't slamming it.
That Lost in the Maze did give some breathing room. Looks like Jiao is starting with a tap of 2. Perhaps some manner of card selection spell here. There's 4 Roiling Dragonstorm. It's an unkicked consult the star charts.
Okay.
Gonna look at 6 cards, pick up 1.
Ooh, couple planets up top. And a Kona.
Uthros, the pick.
Go on.
Titanic Godcore. There it is. There's Kona, Rescue Beastie. Immediately, we're going to station that. Lost in the Maze means it has hexproof. Now, you can't operate that. That's Lost in the Maze. We are surviving. Kona's putting something on the battlefield here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Omniscience? How about Omniscience?
Trigger.
This one.
How's it look?
Stock up. How about this one?
Uh-oh. All right.
Looks at the top 5. There's another stock up. But minimally, we keep going with that. Yeah, that one goes to hand right away.
Oop. Formidable Speaker among the pickups as well.
There's a stock up number 2. All right, get lost on Omniscience.
Uh-oh.
There are potential tools to fight over this. We'll see what Jiao has. Spell Snare. There we go. All right, we keep going.
Nice. And these spell snares have looked great in this spot. It counters Get Lost and High Noon and early threats.
Right. And all of these card selection spells, we've been talking about them largely in the context of the setup turns for the combo, but what they really mean is when you're in this combo turn, now that Jiao's resolved some of these card selection spells, they're going to keep coming,
yes.
and they're not going to stop coming. And here's Roiling Dragonstorm, draw 2, discard 1. Here's Formidable Speaker. That's a big deal, not only because it finds Meringue River Regent, and then you can do that whole thing, it also would pick up the Roiling Dragonstorm if there was any need for anything else.
Just in case.
Just in case. We got a couple left over. There's Meringue River Regent. There's the Terror of the Peaks for the combo kill this turn. The gang's all here. Pick up Roiling Dragonstorm. Cast that again first. Why not? You're going to let me do my combo and spin my wheels? I'm going to draw as many cards as you are willing to tolerate. All right, Meringue River Regent. All right, how about 2 of them? All right, there we go. Or maybe not. Does Simon's Rudolph potentially have anything else that can be done here?
Right, all of a sudden this created, as someone who's played a lot of combo decks, whenever you go, okay, this is how I deterministically kill you, and your opponent says, play it out, you all of a sudden go into, okay, I thought you were dead, but if you're not dead, all of a sudden I have to consider what I have to play around now.
Right.
All
right, so Meringue River Regent has shown up, picked up the Formidable Speaker, picked up the Roiling Dragonstorm, so Jiao's going to draw 2 and discard 1 again here. The Terror of the Peaks trigger went upstairs, so Simon's Rudolph's at 14. Jiao's going to stock up. All right, now Simon's Rudolph's seen enough.
Yes.
You seem like you're having too much fun with those stock ups.
Look, I can't blame Jiao. I've definitely been in the spot playing Gift Storm in Modern or something where my opponent asked me to play it out, and then all of a sudden you have to play around Surgical Extraction, so the combo takes 20 minutes instead of 5.
My experience with this, it tends to be if my opponent doesn't concede a magic online, I'll run up the score. You know, maybe they're trying to time me out. No, no, no. You are locked in here with me.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm a fan of drawing as many cards as I can, and I'll take my time doing it.
I
Thank
do
you.
like drawing cards.
I like drawing cards. I like new Magic cards. I like getting my hands on some Lorwyn Eclipse. This is release weekend for that set. We've been seeing a lot of exciting cards from this set making their debut here in Portland for the regional championship. You can get your hands on Lorwyn Eclipse product at starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. Many of Magic's most beloved tribes present in the set. And I really enjoy the Lorwyn Shadowmoor dynamic, which is very much at the center of the lore of the Lorwyn Eclipse set. Some ne'er-do-wells from Strixhaven messed up with the balance of the day and the night on the plane.
But hey, it gave us a pretty cool Magic set.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. So you can check out everything you need to know about Lorwyn Eclipse by heading on over to starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. I really appreciate looking at those post-board games. It looked like Jeff Jiao did not have any Essence Scatters in the main deck, which is something that I know personally I touched a little bit on going into Game 2 as a tool that could be considered in that sort of spot, but instead opted for what looked like all 4 Spell Snares, which I think really just shows that despite playing against sort of an off-meta deck, yeah, I would be surprised if this is something that Jiao has played against
Right.
leading up to this one. Still, reading the deck list sheet, was able to identify really what it was that they needed to be checking. Like, how is it you're forcing through your combo? How is your opponent going to try and beat you on the combo turn? And then looking to level 3, how do you stop that? And I think Spell Snare is such a great answer in those spots, despite reading a little bit narrow. It's really tempting and easy to look at Simon's Rudolph's list and go, all right, Clarion Conquer, that's a 3. Hellkite, that is a 4. Nova Hellkite, that's a 3 or a 5. This doesn't sound good. But in practice, it was the most important card in the deck.
What you're saying makes a lot of sense, and it also lines up really well with the deck construction. You see the 4 Spell Snare, so registering every copy possible all in the sideboard. That means that Jiao is not playing a game plan that says, well, Spell Snare your 2-drop. You know, it's great if it's a Badgermole Cub. You're going to see a lot of that as an important aspect of Standard, but it's coming in, filling a role very similar where we often see a card like Dispel or a Null, where it's fighting over very specific cards.
Which spell?
Dis.
Okay.
I should have said a Null. That would have been funnier. I should have said a Null.
It's all right. It's all right. I have good news. We have a game in our hands.
Players looking at opening 7s for a deciding game number 3. We've established that this is as clean as they come for a win and into the regional championship.
This is game 3.
Yes.
It all comes down to this. This is the last game of Swiss either of these players will play.
And Simon's Rudolph is starting us off with a tapped Multiversal Mountain. Both players on 7. Jiao just has basic island on turn number 1, so no planet just yet. Inspiring Vantage is land number 2 for Simon's Rudolph. Here's an attempt at Sarkin. That is Spell Snared.
Spell Snaring, there 2 when you're on the draw. There's nothing like it.
I live for that. I used to live for that.
Yeah, I can't actually pretend I'm even, like, I am a top 2 fan in the booth right now of that, you know?
There is the planet on turn number 2, Avendo for Jiao, and here is Clarion Conqueror on turn number 3 for Simon's Rudolph. Played off a very fancy Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon.
In some ways, Clarion Conqueror is doing a Centaur Courser impressive in this matchup, but
It flies over Formidable Speaker.
it deals.
Jiao has land number 3. It's a basic island and passes back to Simon's Rudolph. No Cavernous Souls just yet, so potential to maybe counter a Magmatic Hellkite with this open mana here.
Right, it's hard not to suspect that Conqueror would have been cast off of a cavern if it were in Simon's Rudolph's hand.
Come the beatdowns. Clarion Conqueror flies over for 3. Jiao to 17. Land number 4 is Sacred Foundry. Simon's Rudolph shocks to 18. 4 mana has meant one thing so far in this match. Means a different thing this time. It's high noon.
This is tough.
It's a card that demands an answer for Jiao to execute a combo, and that shock there means Simon's Rudolph leaving up 2 mana for some interaction for a potential combo as well.
Ooh, that is the face of someone who I think is going to let this high noon resolve.
Possible Jiao is going to consult the star charts looking for a spell snare.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. There it is.
So here is consult the star charts. Just anticipate here. Unkicked, just looking at 3 cards.
And this is such a big deal because it so frequently means that if Jiao were to say cast Kona, even if it puts Omniscience into play in the same turn, from there Jiao is going to have to pass the turn back.
Right. Yeah, things get pretty precarious when you have to do that. Jiao's going to give a think to these top 3 cards. Does not get higher stakes than this.
Did not immediately windmill slam a spell snare.
Right, 1 card to hand, 2 cards to the bottom. High noon is good. Back to Jeff Jiao. Combo potential of this mini spell casting deck, limited under high noon.
Right, now this is also a spot where a number of times, if you're in Jiao's seat, you're happy to just say, chain off multiple filtering spells in the same turn. Cast 2 Roiling Dragonstorms, for example. And that is not really in the cards anymore.
Right. Jiao going to give it a think. This is the last game of these Swiss rounds, as you have pointed out.
Right, and this feels like a spot where Jiao may be considering, am I just supposed to jam Kona at this point?
Here's Cavern of Souls.
If you know you're going to have that turn delay before your Omniscience can even do anything, it makes a lot of sense to just go for it.
There's Kona, Rescue Beastie, but get lost at the ready for Simon's Rudolph.
Whoa.
That shock land. The interaction was there.
And this is also a spot, if Jiao doesn't have Hedge Maze and Simon's Rudolph gets to untap, this high noon has a removal mode.
Yeah, 5 and sack to do 5 damage to something. Really good point. Also meaningful for the beatdown clock at some point.
Very true.
Players resolving the station trigger there where no counter is placed on the Evendo, which...
How could we forget?
We've seen a lot of station activations. Never actually matters when you get that thing online.
I think we actually saw Jiao get one of them up to being active and just laugh and shrug and go, I did technically... I guess.
You gotta unlock the achievements in your game.
Of course.
Clarion Conqueror rumbles across, Jiao to 14, and a second Clarion Conqueror enters the battlefield.
Turning off the map tokens.
Ooh, forget about that. Roiling Dragonstorm is going to be draw 2 and a discard 1 is going to be Jiao's only spell for the turn. Remember, it is high noon. So the important thing when it comes to playing against high noon, you get 1 spell a turn, but you get it on each player's turn. So if you can cast something on your turn and something on your opponent's turn, that's really the most you can do. Mm-hmm. So that means it makes sense to me. Consult the star charts, probably a pretty high value card or high priority card to be looking for is Sculpting Hands.
Right. This is a spot where a lot of what Jiao is trying to do is just find any way to basically get high noon off of the table and then combo. Or maybe you have to go at it from the other direction, which is kind of the nightmare.
Just casting Meringue River Regents
right.
and hoping it's enough?
Yeah. I mean, there is an extent to which that card does block.
Yeah, it's large, that's for sure.
And it has the kid's favorite stat line.
6-7. All right, so Jiao looted away and Evendo played a different one. Head back over to Simon's Rudolph. Looks like a warped Nova Hellkite. Some serious damage here. An attack for 10.
Oh.
That just connects. Jiao's at 4. That's high noon's worth of it.
Okay.
Jiao, whatever Jiao does, it has to happen now.
All right, Jeff Jiao. Our last undefeated player overnight. 2-3 on the day. This is the turn. Aiden Simons Rudolph really showing us the power of this Boros Dragons deck. Has Jiao's back against the wall.
And this is the spot in Jiao's seat. They have to be thinking, okay, land Meringue River region is maybe the best you can do? Even that isn't good enough. This high noon is lethal.
Right. You would have to bounce the high noon.
Right. So it's bounce high noon, Conqueror, go to 1 is the best case scenario.
Right. Yeah, so you can't really go too intense. You only cast one spell, and Jiao sees it. There's nothing doing. And Aiden Simons Rudolph advances to 12-3. Congratulations to Simons Rudolph. We'll be seeing more of him in the top 8. Boros Dragons is here. And something that I didn't get to when we're looking at the standings page, we're looking at the archetypes. We're talking about, of course, rooting for Boros Dragons, Dark Horse here. There's no Izzet decks in this top 8. We're not going to be seeing an Izzet deck.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's just correct.
The
These
standard.
Clarion Conquerors looking really good in that top 8, actually.
Yeah, a lot of Llanowar Elves going to be in the spread. So
Yeah.
some of the stuff that Simons Rudolph is looking to play against. And also, because those top 3 tables drew, some of the players did have better records going in. But when
Yes.
you have a winner in and you play and you win, that's 3 match points when your opponents are getting 1. That means higher seed. That means play in more of your top 8 matches.
Right, and that does end up mattering quite a bit, right? Especially whenever you're playing one of these super proactive decks, having the ability to be playing your first game in most of the top 8 while on the front foot and actually applying pressure is going to matter so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And show me a Boros deck that wants to be on the draw. Far be it from me.
Right, there's the extent to which in the world where you're on the play and your opponent has a Badger Mole Cub and you can Clarion Conqueror and turn off their land.
Oh, yeah. It's not even just shutting off, your mana creature. Like you said, because it turns on the land, that's a Stone Rain.
Right, exactly. And that's so different whenever you're on the draw and instead your opponent plays a Badger Mole Cub and you play a Sarkhan, a Charming Prince, and then your opponent gets to maybe Ouroboros and everything's on fire and you post the "this is fine" meme and then it's not fine and everyone asks you how you're doing and you say you're fine but you're not fine and it's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
And instead, Clarion Conqueror on the play.
All right, well, we have our other winner in to check out here. We have Oliver Coffey on Simic Ouroboros against Nico Ferrigno on Sultai Reanimator. Let's get down to the match. 2 of the most represented decks here on day number 2. You have Oliver Coffey there at 11-3 on Simic Ouroboros. Nico Ferrigno on the bottom of your screen on Sultai Reanimator. Coffey starting us off with a Multiverse of Forest and a Gene Pollinator.
Coffey's someone that we did just see play against Tristan Wild Laroo with a little bit of a flood situation in the final game. Has been playing pretty well this weekend.
Tapped Watery Grave for Ferrigno. Willow Rush Verge is land number 2 for Coffey.
The name's Pollinator. Gene Pollinator. All right, I got a seal of approval from Jeremy in our ears for that one. So that's 1 point, Carmen.
I'm glad that you relayed that to the audience because I was going to
Oh,
take that secret to my deathbed.
Yeah, no, listen. We're all on the way to our own deathbeds. You might as well get to, peacock on the mic when you have it.
Cash in your gold stars when they're given. Here's Spider Manifestation on turn 2 for Coffey, and it's going to leave up a mana there. The Gene Pollinator not interested in attacking.
So there's 1 Spider Sense and 1 Into the Floodmaw from Coffey.
To Blooming Marsh is land number 2. You're going to see a Deceit evoked here for Ferrigno. Breeding Pool, Mockingbird, and Meringue River Regent are the holdings.
Ooh, this is a mulligan from Coffey then.
Yeah, not a lot of cards. Deceit not helping out with the mulligan situation.
Right, that's always the tough spot whenever you play against an opponent playing Hand Disruption. You so frequently just feel priced into keeping anything because 7 cards is more than 6 cards,
Right.
which feels a bit reductive, but in practice, 7 is more than 6.
Right. Sometimes you reduce things. What do you want? Mockingbird discarded by Deceit, head back to Coffee. Gonna shock in a Breeding Pool, down to 16. Tap the Spider Manifestation. Quantum Riddler Warp. That's a really good pickup. Draw 2 cards here. Helps with the mulligan woes.
Little rebuild situation, undoes the mulligan and the deceit in some ways.
Yeah, untaps the Spider Manifestation. Gene Pollinator is going to tap that Riddler for a mana. 3 more on the way. Looks like we're coiling and catching, untapping the Manifestation, drawing 3 cards and discarding 1.
Coffee just casually drawing 5 cards this turn.
Pretty good.
Not bad for this green deck.
Lana War Elves discarded. That makes sense. And there's a backup as well, so Lana War Elves deployed.
Quantum Riddler into the warp zone.
Looking for our warp tracker. There it is. So Meringue River Region shuffled back in. Quantum Riddler warped away, and we head over to Ferrigno. Land number 3. Willow Rush Verge for Ferrigno. Not much set up for this graveyard combo deck just yet. Just a seat in the graveyard and just a pass to the turn here.
Right, really tough turn to not do anything, but there is a Harvester of Misery and the full 4 Bitter Triumphs in the list from Ferrigno.
Okay. Definitely some potential interaction, and all of those could put something juicy in the graveyard. So we head back to Coffee, who minimally could cast that Quantum Riddler this turn. Basic Forest as land is where Coffee will start.
Two.
A
3.
Is that how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Yes.
Nice.
That is correct.
4.
If we had Bono in the booth, that'd be 14.
Right, Nature's Rhythm. This one makes sense. You want to figure out which lands to tap, how much you want X to be. Spider Manifestation untaps as X equals 2 finds Badgermole Cub. Gonna Earthbend that Verge.
Nature's Rhythm, effectively a ritual in this spot.
Jeez.
Spend 4 mana, and now you have 8 mana.
Huh. Well, when you put it that way, that's not weak. Not to mention, you have that Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard, just waiting to be harmonized.
Right, this is the spot when Ferrigno didn't have a way to bin Bringer of the Last Gift, which he does have the full 4. This is a version of Sultai Reanimator that is all in on trying to do the quote-unquote living death impression. Coffee has to be thinking, okay, should I be going for Ouroboros and go wide here? You can Nature's Rhythm for 4 at this point, but if it turns out the card that Ferrigno has is Bitter Triumph, it can be pretty brutal.
Something I've been wondering about that has to be on Coffee's radar. That Deceit evoked. Saw Mockingbird, Meringue River Region. Discarded Mockingbird. That just has to mean that the Meringue River Region matters in the graveyard because of Bringer the Last Gift potential.
Yes.
Does that mean that there's Bitter Triumph, discard Bringer into Superior Spider-Man? I don't know. I don't know. But you have to be thinking about it.
You're just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions.
All right, well, here's 4 mana.
Let's call it 6.
Okay, just, all right, I can do that.
Quantum Riddler cast, 1 floating, untap Spider Manifestation.
Some drawing off of the Quantum Riddler.
All right, ostensibly 1 mana in the pool.
Doing some counting here. We've been talking about how these Simic Ouroboros decks, the namesake card Ouroboros, the big mana generator Badger Mole Cub, but really what these decks are trying to do is get that one Craterhoof Behemoth and just kill you. Not going to be happening here. Here's an attack with Spider Manifestation. Frigno to 18. Now we find out what is going on with this interaction. Here's Bitter Triumph, going to go after that land. Going to discard Bringer the Last Gift. Carmen.
Thanks,
There's a
Ryan.
Bringer in the graveyard. I'm saying this might be it. This might be Spider-Man for the Bringer.
Let's see it.
And it's an important window here. There's a lot of power on the other side of the table.
Right.
A lot of mana,
A lot
too.
of mana, a lot of power. And this Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard for coffee does more or less ask that they have that much material in play.
Oh, no. I think I spot Superior Spider-Man no 4th land for Frigno.
Oh, okay. Well, here's Bitter Triumph going after Badger Mole Cub, putting Arden in the graveyard.
All right, the graveyard is really stocked when it comes time.
Right.
The question is, will it become time?
That is the question. I do think Frigno really just needs to get another turn and a land off the top, of course. But at this point, most of Coffee's mana is going to get in the way of actually getting to declare attacks with creatures.
Coffee's going to shock Inbreeding Pool to 14.
Well, they could Nature's Rhythm for Craterhoof now. It would just require tapping all of their creatures, so it's only a hoof for 10.
Tough way to do it. Not
Right.
lethal damage. But this is also where we see, I was just going to say, Badger Mole Cub as a ritual. More creatures, too. Simic Ouroboros has been such an explosive deck in the standard format. The output is so high that I know that I'd be having to do the math every single game.
This is tough, right?
Right, so Badger Mole Cubs +1 on all the creatures. I don't know if we're tapping for mana or attacking. Some counting here, counting the total number of creatures. That feels Craterhoofy to me.
Pollinator really wants you to tap one more permanent.
Yeah, I think we're still in the doing math, not
Okay.
yet declaring game actions phase. And, okay.
There we go.
I
There we
think-
go.
Yeah, tapping the Cub. So 2, 4, 6,
8.
8 mana here.
Yeah, once again, a spot where you can tap the Riddler, you can get up to Craterhoof. This Badger Mole Cub did net mana.
I like Coffee just visualizing all of it. Okay, you do have to tap all your creatures. That means that Craterhoof is just not going to be enough. You need at least one other attacker there. Writing down some floating mana here. It's going to put 7 green and 1 blue into the pool. Or is it 8 green? It looks like 8 green, actually. And notably, the Spider Manifestation on taps off of a big spell.
Oh, good shout. Oh.
So here's another Spider Manifestation. Off of the 2-mana. So still 8 green mana in the pool. Now you Nature's Rhythm. Untap that Spider Manifestation. So the Quantum Riddler Harmonizer receives X equals 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 creatures off Craterhoof Behemoth. 7 power plus 16. That's 23? Did Oliver Coffee do it? Double checking, triple checking the math.
Oh, yeah.
Really high stakes match, but I believe that Oliver Coffee has just pulled out game number 1.
Holy, that was
Wow.
huge.
Frigno there, played to his outs, needed to hit that 4th land. Oliver Coffee took the time, figured it out, and found lethal, and finds himself up a game in this win and in.
Oh, wow. This deck is just so explosive.
Really powerful stuff here. Players going to sideboard for Oliver Coffee on Simic or a Boroid. both of these decks really established. Certainly expected to be out in force this weekend. What does Coffee have to help against this graveyard combo deck?
I think Coffee is not trying to mess with the formula too awful much. This is a spot where Coffee's deck is really explosive and you don't want to dilute really too many of the moving pieces, because rather than playing selection, I know we saw the Quantum Riddler into the Meringue River Regent's Omen spell fix some consistency woes last game. That isn't the most usual way this goes, so I would expect Sentinel of Lost Lore and Spider Sense, and otherwise, and Keen-Eyed Curator as wonderful graveyard hate. And past that, I don't think too awful much is going to change.
You see Coffee here reading Ferrigno's Champions of Kamigawa copy of Myojin of Night Streets as a one of in the sideboard from the Magic Foundation starter collection. Don't know that this is a matchup for it, but a really cool card.
Well, listen, it isn't, but
isn't a matchup for it.
Oh, of course.
Is a really cool card.
Oh, very true, very true. I mean, look, if it gets on the table and your opponent plans to cast cards in their hand.
Oh, not possible.
Nope.
Put those in the bin. But for actual sideboard cards we expect to see here, what's Ferrigno going to be bringing to try to even things up against the Aurora deck?
I think in a lot of ways, Ferrigno is mostly just trying to throttle Coffee's explosiveness. So some of this is basically just things like Disruptive Stormbrood / Petty Revenge, which is good at going after some of those sorts of things. Harvester of Misery in particular is really nice. Intimidation Tactics is one of the things that has looked really impressive for me on the weekend against a bunch of these Ouroboros shells in particular. Looking at the rest, Requiting Hex, also pretty nice. Spell Snare, pretty nice. Some of this, I think, is a question of how disruptive Ferrigno wants to be. A lot of these cards I can't imagine mattering, right? But again, this is another sort of combo deck on the other side of the table. We have combo v combo, and I don't have a good sense of how much Ferrigno is willing to dilute his side of what's going on.
Sure. Yeah, definitely have to do the combo because you have to clean up the battlefield. You can't just play against 30 mana every turn.
Right. There's some points where I can see some cards. Wistfulness is one that sticks out to me as maybe not at its best in this sort of matchup. There aren't very many artifacts and enchantments for it to answer, and 2 mana, draw 2, discard 1 is not really where you want to be most of the time, especially against a deck as explosive as Coffee's. But other than that, most other cards look pretty reasonable to me, or I'm not sure you really can trim that low on them and still have a functional Reanimate graveyard combo deck at the end of the day.
Sure, makes sense. We're playing Standard this weekend, and one of the more impactful sets, certainly among recent releases for Standard, has been Avatar: The Last Airbender. We've seen Lessons really shake things up. You see Onagi at Kyoshi Island, a pretty popular sideboard card, one that's featured in this match. Probably not going to be part of the games, but a really cool and powerful card. You can get your hands on Avatar: The Last Airbender product at starcitygames.com/MTG-TLA. Definitely a very popular set. I know a lot of players grew up watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. Really charming. I'm a huge fan of Uncle Iroh. That's my favorite character.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Iroh's just incredible. I love all the ways that his flavor is captured in the set. You can see Redirect Lightning here on the screen, even referencing Iroh's willingness to embrace the techniques of other bending masters and incorporating that in with his fire bending. And I just really, really love how that is captured in the set. You can go and pick up your Avatar: The Last Airbender cards and product at starcitygames.com/MTG-TLA.
Players drawing up opening hands here for game number 2 in our win and end at round 15 at RC Portland. Nico Ferrigno down a game on the play against Oliver Coffee. Will this 7-card hand do it?
All right. Ferrigno looking across the table to Coffee has me of the belief Ferrigno likely keeping.
It looks like it. Coffee will be mulliganing. Coffee did mulligan in game number 1. Some Quantum Riddler action drew him out of that pretty quickly.
This is one of the decks where it's really interesting to me how often you are still mulliganing in the face of something like Deceit. We made the joke before, 7 is bigger than 6 and all of that, but the good draws from this Simic or Ouroboros deck are so much better than the medium draws. that if your hand doesn't have a ton going on and maybe just has, say, a spider manifestation or something on 2 on the draw, it wouldn't shock me if you decide to look for something better from there, even though the hand is technically functional.
Right. Definitely in such a high-stakes match here, playing for top 8 here at the regional championship. Up a game, but you still do not want to give one away for free. We often joke about having one to give when we're up a game. No, you want this RC top 8. You want to compete for those Worlds invites. Coffee really thinking over this 6-card
Yeah, this
hand.
one is really tough.
Could be something that's maybe a little bit below functional. I know sometimes a Rocky 6 that maybe needs to peel a second land to play is something I find myself thinking this hard about, and Coffee is going to go down to 5 here.
Well, not to sound like the person at your local Friday Night Magic, but you're on the draw.
There'd be a card there for sure. And it's not like Coffee is just out of it. This deck has so much explosive potential in terms of mana, and it draws extra cards. You just need the right combination of them. So here's a look at a 5-card hand.
Well, I see a bunch of lands, and a lot of the time against a deck like this, you just keep anything that has lands, because that is the way that you empower the top of your library to bail you out.
Makes sense, as Ferrigno starts us off here with Blooming Marsh. Coffee plays a Forest. Looks like there is a 1-mana play as well, a Gene Pollinator. Immediately Recording Hex there. And Ferrigno, when your opponent mulligans to 2, take any exchange. That makes sense.
Right, this is a spot where it's really easy for me to imagine that Ferrigno's plan is to have the Sultai Reanimator deck instead just sort of be a Sultai control deck that just plans to shrink the game as often as possible.
Things developing really nice here for Ferrigno. Is going to shock in Watery Grave to 18 for Oblivious Bookworm. Loots away Arden the Usurper as we head back to Coffee. Going to play Botanical Sanctum and deploy a Llanowar Elves. So getting something on the table as we head back to Ferrigno. Going to attack with the Oblivious Bookworm. Life total is now 18 all. Graveyard starting to get a little bit set up here. Deceit is going to be evoked. Going to take a look at Ouroboros, Nature's Rhythm, and a Verge here. So Coffee, pretty good mixture of cards, just not very many of them.
Right, the interesting thing here is the question of if you want to go for the Ouroboros or the Nature's Rhythm.
And the answer is Ouroboros.
Right, in some ways that's obvious those are the two choices, but it basically is saying, hey, am I worried about you having a Badger Mole Cub and then that may be opening the doors for something else explosive to happen? Or am I just worried about raw impact? And it looks like raw impact is the thing that Ferrigno is afraid of.
Ferrigno does have land number 3 and does loot away another Deceit, so that graveyard getting pretty stocked. And the mana base is still shaping up. Not missing a land drop here. All over Coffee, going to Nature's Rhythm here. Badger Mole Cubs going to Earthbend, a little bit short-cutting here. Players certainly would not want to get an unintentional draw. So we head back to Ferrigno. Going to impend in Overlord of the Baelmerk. Mill 5 cards, and then return a non-avatar creature or planeswalker. Of course, not really a planeswalker deck. You see Superior Spider-Man milled? Yeah, that's the pick. There's no Bringer of the Last Gift in Graveyard just yet, but Arden the Usurper tends to be a pretty good prize.
Right, in some ways, that can be pretty close if you just start going after the stuff in your opponent's graveyard. Imagine, if you will, a world in which Arden the Usurper creates a demonic Ouroboros.
Pretty strong.
Not bad.
Here's a Cavern of Souls and a Bitter Triumph, taking care of that Badger Mole Cub. Discards a backup Bitter Triumph.
You can see Ferrigno going, do I attack for 2?
Decides to hang back there, going to tick down the Overlord, going to discard, there we go, Bringer of the Last Gift. Must have been the pickup off of the Bookworm.
All right, well, Coffee really needs to find some sort of graveyard interaction from here.
Yeah, there's a Keen-Eyed Curator, Sentinel of Lost Lore. You really got to have something like that.
Here's Multiversal Passage.
That is not the start to graveyard removal.
No.
Especially when it's tapped.
Bajuka Bog, that is not.
That's
And
true.
thank you for validating me. So we head back to Ferrigno, and Superior Spider-Man, that is. And it's actually just going for Arden. Yeah, look at how many creatures are in Coffee's graveyard. Yeah, we're not messing with that. Here's an Arden, it's going to kill you.
Right, this is a spot where if you were to just go ahead and bring her the last gift, all of a sudden Coffee has a Badger Mole Cub and an Ouroboros, and that just doesn't sound like what you should be trying to do.
No thank you. Instead, how about Arden goes to work? How about there's an Ouroboros over here, or rather just a demon?
All right, so it is current. The reason you don't get a bunch of counters on stuff is because beginning of combat triggers already got placed on the stack. So that is an Ouroboros with Menace, Lifelink, and Haste, and it's going to put 5 counters on everything next turn.
So decent chunk of damage this turn, tremendously lethal attack next turn.
Right, in a lot of ways it does sort of feel like a suspend one, win the game.
Yes, and that is exactly what you saw there. Coffee, just some lands there, nothing doing, as Nico Ferrigno ties things up here in our winning in.
And now this is the game where I would say things are going to shift back the other direction, where Ferrigno's going to be on the back foot against the Lana or Elves deck. Requiting Hex already looked pretty okay game 1, but it is going to be crucial that Ferrigno has something like that to do on the first turn, or a Spell Snare to stop a potential Badger Mole Cub on the draw. I really would expect some degree of dynamic sideboarding to be going on, and you can see even down in our player cam, Ferrigno changing cards right now.
The card that jumps out to me on the draw, I think Intimidation Tactics, because of those 2 drops, because of Badger Mole Cub, seems a lot more significant on the draw.
Sure.
Do something with your first mana. You know, there's only so many kill spells that cost 1.
Right, and there's even an extent to which the game is going to be more condensed when you're on the draw because you are playing on the back foot. I think we're going to see Ferrigno lean more into either the go for broke reanimation kill that we saw he missed a land on in the first game but was close to, rather than being as good at kind of holding Coffee at arm's length for multiple turns.
Makes sense. So this is our winning in here at RC Portland, and there is another regional championship, this same standard format, coming up next month in Milwaukee. That's going to be at SCG Con Milwaukee, the main event there, the regional championship. This is February 20th to 22nd, and there's also tons of side events. There is so much going on here every weekend for these SGCon events. You have Artist Alley, you have side events. Even if you're not qualified for the regional championship, you can roll up in RCQ on Friday or just experience the weekend. Getting those limited qualifiers on Sunday. Just do pick up booster drafts. Come and see the show with your friends. A lot of cool stuff to do here.
Yeah, I always really appreciate watching the sort of dual regional championship seasons where you also just get to see how the format evolves from event to event. I know just a couple of weeks ago we saw 3 different flavors of Is It at the Spotlight, the Avatar, and now this, instead, we saw Is It Lessons as the kind of king of Is It at the top of the day 1 metagame graphic, and now it fell down a couple of spots from there, and some of that is because people have figured out how to adapt with various flavors of Badger Mole Cub, and we're seeing new cards from sets every single time a new set drops into Standard, changing what you were allowed to do. So this Sultai Reanimator deck, now all of a sudden so much more equipped to make deep runs in these events.
You can find details on that event at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Give me coverage for that event too, of course, for everyone watching at home. As players are shuffling up here, presenting decks for game number 3. The last Swiss game of the tournament for both players. One of these players will be in the top 8, the other will not. Does not get cleaner than that. It all comes down to this game. We'll see if both players can keep on 7 this time.
All right.
Looks like the answer is yes, and Coffee is going to shock in Breeding Pool to 18 and start off with Llanowar Elves.
That's where you want to start.
Yeah, so far, so good.
Ooh.
Surveil on turn 1 for Ferrigno, so none of that 1 mana interaction we were talking about.
We'll see what Coffee can do to establish a battlefield from here. Turn 1 check is Llanowar Elves, but the really big check for these decks is always turn 2 and Badger Mole Cub.
Right, Llanowar Elves, really nice to have on 1. You put it in the deck after all. But it doesn't look like Coffee has the Academic Cub on turn 2.
No. Here's multiple river passage. Going to shock to 16. You know, sometimes you'll play like a Spider Manifestation and Cub the next turn, but less incentive to do that when you already have a mana creature. Passage is going to be an island this time. Possibly signaling some Quantum Riddler action in the future. Maybe a Spider Sense even on this turn. Here's Badger Mole Cub.
Forget what I said.
Yeah, it's
the
just
Academic
there.
Cub is here.
Been there. Yeah, naming blue on passage is maybe like that's a bit uncommon for this deck when you already have a blue source.
Sure.
So that's going to be Earthbent Awake here. And a backup Cub, double Cub. Okay, Breeding Pool is going to be Earthbent too. All right, and number 2 for Frigno, Deceit. All right, there's not that many cards left over in hand for Coffee. We'll take a look at them. Looks like Ouroboros, Sentinel of Lost Lore, and Spider Sense. Ouroboros is going to hit the bin.
So this is tough where all of a sudden Coffee doesn't really have much else back, but does have 9 power in a counterspell, which is, that's not bad.
Yeah, that is tough. And 9 power in a counterspell means you really don't even have to split the difference. If you have a 3-turn clock, just leave up your counterspell.
Right, this is interesting where it isn't quite 9 power unless you develop the Sentinel, but I suspect Coffee just wants to wait. Yeah, no, I mean, I like this attack. This is 6.
Yeah, so a little bit shy of a 3-turn clock, but some real damage here and leaving up mana for that Spider Sense.
I'd even believe what the real tiebreak here is that Sentinel of Lost Lore can also come down on turn 3 and be the same clock, but you get more of the graveyard that way.
Right. And here's a Formidable Speaker, so something that could add something meaningful to the graveyard. Just discards Overgrown Tomb. Frigno's going to go tutor for a creature.
Really nice blocker here.
Exactly. Yeah, the 2/4 matters. Ooh, and speaking of cards that matter, Harvester of Misery picked up. Now, notably, the ability for entering and giving creatures -2/-2, that's a triggered ability. Spider Sense does check that. Would also check the discard ability. This is not just a spell. All right, so we're heading back to Kofi. Land was picked up here. Here's a Verge. But yeah, no good attacks. You don't just want to throw your material away. Just has to pass the turn with all this mana up. So representing that Spider Sense, we know that that's there. Frigno's going to play a Cavern of Souls and do something Superior Spider-Man on 4.
Ooh.
Options are Ouroboros or Deceit. Goes for the Ouroboros, it looks like.
Blue and black and black.
And gets the Ouroboros. Yeah, with that face-up Spider Sense, you may as well just make this giant Ouroboros, right? And it won't be that long before both of these creatures just become the Abyss. Like, they don't have Trample, but they're about to be 16/16s. Well, the Spider Spider-Man first, but the Formidable Speaker will get there the next turn.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's just an 8/8. It's going to become a 16/16 this turn. Here's a Shock, a Watery Grave.
Oh my god.
All right, so Frigno to 14. Harvester of Misery discarded. That's going to go for one of the Badger Mole Cubs. Yeah, you wouldn't really want to cast that on account of the Spider Sense could be an issue for you there, but this just breaks down the battlefield. Cub hits the bin. And Frigno's not done yet. Ooh, Disruptive Stormbrew. That's going to go for the other Cub. Get more blockers out of the way. Okay.
Just a cheeky little removal spell.
The battlefield was wide before. Having one lethal attacker was maybe something that Coffee could have weathered, but
every removal spell makes this even scarier. Yeah, Spider Sense can counter that Ouroboros trigger, but it will not take many turns for Ferrigno to just come across for lethal here.
Right, this is the spot where...
Oh! This is a spot where
Wait.
Spell Snare makes this attack lethal this turn.
Oh my...
Okay, second Spider Sense, sure.
Wait, but... Okay, this is 14.
Okay, that's only most of the life total.
All right, you can see Coffee just scratched off the life pad. Let's see the last card.
What do you have, Coffee? It better be something really special here. There's no Cubs. The mana output pretty limited. Just the hand's going to go there. And Nico Ferrigno is going to advance to our top 8 at 12-3. Sultai Reanimator is going to be there. Wow, that's pure Spider-Man on that Ouroboros. That's not how they usually do it, I don't think.
Oh, no, I love the look of how that was played. I think so much of what we saw from Ferrigno going into the post-board games was really changing what the game's plan was. There was this sort of song and dance of really whittling the game down and then making it a mid-range fight about individual card impact, which, don't get me wrong, the Simic Ouroboros deck that Coffee is playing this weekend is no slouch in that department, right? We have Ouroboros, we have Quantum Riddler, a bunch of really strong cards in their own right. But pound for pound, Superior Spider-Man in any sort of reanimation spell is generally going to give you more impact for your mana than basically anything.
Right. And I really enjoyed watching Nico Ferrigno navigate that. Congratulations to Ferrigno on making the top 8 here, vying for that World Championship invite. Avlar Coffee, really great weekend. Imagine that going to be finishing somewhere for him, hopefully in the top 16, picking up a PT invite down to top 32. He'll get that for sure. We'll be seeing him at the Pro Tour, so really great weekend for him as well. Condolences of missing the top 8, but still a great performance. And speaking of the top 8, our players are getting ready. We're just going to take a quick break, and we'll be here for some top 8 magic here from the RC in Portland. Don't go anywhere. What's up, gamers? Welcome to Top 8 coverage of the Regional Championship here at SCG Con Portland. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Klum-Perrins. We started with about 900 players in this tournament here at Portland. We whittled it down to 214 for day number 2, and now it is down to 8. We are looking for 2 players to get invites to the World Championship, our finalists. We are looking for 1 player to be the Regional Championship, but let's take things one step at a time. We have 8 players right now. First, we got to take that 8 and make it 4. So let's see what our matchups are, see who is playing who, and how this is going to shake out. So our 1 seed is going to be Evan Vetter on Jeskai Control, playing against Nico Ferrigno, who we saw just made his way into top 8 with Sultai Reanimator. Sultai Reanimator, definitely something that's going to be on the radar of a control player going into the weekend. Evan Vetter, our number 1 seed, performed incredibly well this weekend. What do you like here?
Yeah, I've actually really liked watching Vetter's version of the deck, and I've really appreciated just watching the way that they play. Very crisp pace of play, really like the demeanor. Their sleeves are very, they're older, they're glossy and not matte, which just kind of sits with me a certain sort of way as someone who generally doesn't like matte sleeves very much. So I think I'm going to have to give the nod there. I know going into the weekend I said there was a lot of Jeskai Control, and I think they would be made or broken by if they could win in the winner's metagame, and Vetter's been able to do that.
Yeah, definitely been working so far. We have our 4 seed, Mason Buonadonna. Not much for losing is Buonadonna, who has the option of the play against Pierre Smith on Bant Airbending. That's Simic Ouroboros against Bant Airbending. 2 of the more popular decks this weekend. What do you like here?
I definitely like Buonadonna, at least game 1, but post-board, I think a lot of it comes down to how good Smith is going to be at reconfiguring the Bant Airbending deck to be a little bit more disruptive in those post-board games. Given how favored I suspect that Buonadonna is going to be game 1, I think I have to give the nod to that side of the table, but that one could break either way.
Okay, well then, our 3 seed Michael Bird is Bant Airbending, who gets to be on the play against Devin Straub on Simic Ouroboros. Same matchup, play-draw reverse. So you're saying you might like Michael Bird here?
Yeah, that's one where I do think that Straub is still going to be very slightly favored game 1 just because of how explosive the Simic Ouroboros archetype can be. But given that Bird is going to be on the play, that's going to actually make him a little bit better at interacting with what Straub is doing. So I think that game 1 being so much closer has me giving the nod to the airbending side of the matchup in this spot.
Yeah, makes sense. And then where we're going to start our coverage, we have our number 2 seed, Tristan Wild Laroo on 4-color Rhythm. We'll be playing against our 7 seed, Aiden Simons Rudolph. We got to cover him when he's winning in on Boros Dragons. This is a matchup where Clarion Conqueror is going to play, but Tristan Wild Laroo is going to be on the play. Do you like 4-color Rhythm, or do you like Boros Dragons here?
I think I am going to just have to root for Simons Rudolph. Every opportunity that I have, the Dragons deck is always the good guy.
All right, yeah, works for me. Give me maybe a little bit a tough go of it on the draw here, but has some tools here, some 4 Burst Lightning in the main deck. You can break up some of those mana creatures.
And there's even an extent to which Simons Rudolph has a mana creature of his own in this Momo-friendly flyer, which lets you crank out Clarion Conqueror a turn early. Magmatic Hellkite, also coming down a turn early, can pick off a mana creature.
Yeah, Sarkin Dragon Ascendant could give you a little bit of a mana boost as well to get your dragons online a little bit ahead of time. So certainly some tools here that can make up the difference of being on the draw.
Yeah, this is a spot where I do think this Boros Dragon deck is really tuned with the various Badger Mole Cub, Leda War Elf decks in mind. So I'd be surprised if it is a dog here and was able to make it here.
Well, it's not a dog, it's a dragon. That's what it is.
So true, bestie.
And our players are ready. Let's get down to some top 8 magic here. Welcome to our quarterfinals here at the Regional Championship at SCG Con Portland. Our number 2 seed here at the top of your screen is Tristan Wild Laroo on 4-color Rhythm, who will be on the play against the 7 seed, Aiden Simons Rudolph on Boros Dragons. Wild Laroo opens up with a turn 1 Llanowar Elves as scripted.
That's the start.
See what Simons Rudolph can do here. Multiversal Passage is land number 1, shocking to 18, naming planes. And Momo Friendly Flyer is where he will start.
One day I'm going to slip up and do my Momo impression on camera, and it's not today. Not going to get me this time, but...
I'm looking forward to it.
I do love the little lemur bat.
We'll see what Wild Laroo can do on turn 2 as Breeding Pool is shocked into 18. Badgermole Cub deploys, Breeding Pool, Earth Bent to a 1/1. Llanowar Elves taps for 2.
Oh!
Melt Strider's Resolve takes care of that Momo, so no mana acceleration for Simon's Rudolph this game.
Right, really big deal, in particular because if there is a Clarion Conqueror in Simon's Rudolph's hand, that would completely turn off the Breeding Pool. Not just the extra mana that Badgermole Cub gives it, but it's basically Stone Rain in that world.
Simon's Rudolph shocks for Multiversal Mountain to cast Sarkin, and behold, it's a dragon. It's a Magmatic Hellkite. Here's a treasure token.
Simon's Rudolph always beholden dragons. Everyone knows that.
We saw Magmatic Hellkite be really strong in Simon's Rudolph winning in. It seems like a matchup where it might not play quite as much, but it can reset these Earthbent lands. Could be something to that.
Yeah, there's also an extent to which that it could theoretically knock Wild Laroo off of a color of mana. If you're not targeting the Earthbent lands and instead, say, went for a green-white Verge, it could make it harder for Wild Laroo to actually cast something like a Bright Glass Gearhulk or a Seam Rip, because these decks can't afford to play any basics except the one forest.
Sure. Yeah, really long on non-basic lands. So we're back over to Wild Laroo. Access to 5 mana on the table.
And this is the spot where you can see flicking of cards and a question of how much Wild Laroo can actually do this turn. I know something he's done. You see the deck is labeled 4-color Rhythm. That's because he has mostly rejected playing Ouroboros on the weekend. There's one in the sideboard, none in the main, in part because he really wants this deck to be framed as I'm either trying to grind you out with Bright Glass Gearhulk and Quantum Riddler and the like, or all roads lead to Craterhoof Behemoth. So in this spot, he's doing a bunch of math. Do I want a Mockingbird, my Badgermole Cub, and then hopefully, then maybe Craterhoof Behemoth next turn or something to that effect. Maybe even do it this turn? As wild as that sounds?
I did spot, with the shuffling of the cards in hand, the Craterhoof Behemoth has been drawn. That means it's 8. That means you don't have the Rhythm of the Wild for it, but that can cut both ways with the Harmonize ability. But Mockingbird copying Badgermole Cub is where Wild Laroo will start the action here. We'll Earthbend that Verge Awake.
Okay, from 6 mana to 6 mana.
And here is Nature's Rhythm. It's going to be X equals 4. Or 2. X equals 2.
A little bit of a check for clarification.
Mockingbird is a cub.
And a bird, in addition to its other types.
Nice combination.
It's true. Not blue, though.
Kind of a build your own Avatar universe combination of animals.
Right.
This is my cub bird. And here is Bright Glass Gearhulk. That's going to go find 2 1-drops for Wild Laroo, another Mockingbird, and another Mockingbird.
A lot of Mockingbirds.
Yes. And an attack by the Badgermole Cub. Simon's Rudolph to 14 as we head back his way. Wild Laroo's battlefield pretty wide. Simon's Rudolph has his work cut out for him. Here's Clarion Conqueror off of that treasure token. So Sarka's going to get a +1/+1 counter and fly this turn, but that feels like a no land number 3 situation. These mana creatures won't be able to tap for mana, so that's a win.
There aren't lands on Wild Laroo's side to tap for mana either.
That's tough.
So, I mean, there is 8 power, so you're right. You can see Simon's Rudolph not attacking.
I'm looking at this game where Wild Laroo, as it stands, can't generate any mana, but I'm not sure who's ahead. Like, that 4/4 is real. Simon's Rudolph shocked twice. He's at 14.
Right, there's even the strange question if you're in Wild Laroo's seat. Maybe you want to start thinking about attacking with lands to unearthbend them?
Yeah, and or just attack with... no, what I was about to say doesn't make any sense. Yeah, attack with the lands. If they are blocked, though, they will be reset. So here's the attack. It looks like 6 does come across. Simon's Rudolph to 8.
Yeah, and you can see that, yep, there's the attack, and Simon's Rudolph says, no, I don't want you to have lands.
So while Laroo deploys a starting town, a mana source. We're up to 1. Back up Sarkin. That's going to behold the Clarion Conqueror and play to make a treasure.
Okay.
So that's just some mana for next turn is my read on what's happening there.
I have some concerns that next turn is a myth.
Well, that would be a problem. Yeah, there was no good blocks last turn, and now there's better attacks for Wild Laroo this turn.
I guess I will, yeah, so I will say something probably has to chump block the Gear Hulk, but past that the blocks are fine to at least survive. That is surviving and not necessarily doing super well.
Wild Laroo has a play here. Starting town's going to deploy a Mockingbird. Copying Breeding Pool, that's a mana source. That's not a creature.
Right, exactly. This is a spot where Mockingbird just comes in as a breeding pool and not as a creature breeding pool.
And it has flying. And now here's a Mockingbird copying the Verge. So blue, green, and white mana online. 3 lands now that can tap for mana. Now we're going to see some attacks. The Gear Hulk and the 2 lands, once again, rumbling across. And now the 2 Earthbent lands will be blocked. So 4 points comes across, Simon Rudolph to 4. Wild Laroo now plenty of mana going into the following turn.
Right, this is the situation where Simon's Rudolph just kind of has to accept that this isn't the fight that they're trying to fight anymore. Now it's a matter of how do you answer this Gear Hulk and survive?
We're going to head back to Simon's Rudolph. So the Sarkin was cast last turn to make a treasure token. There's not been a 3rd land, but there are 3 mana sources now. It's a 2nd Clarion Conqueror, so just more material in terms of creatures that attack and block. Specifically in this game, blocking is all they've been doing. But that's going to go to the Sarkin. So the Sarkin's not a 4-4, but 4-4 is not enough to get in the way of this first striking Gear Hulk.
Oh, it's so tough because these missed land drops mean that Simon's Rudolph can't cast any of the big dragons to keep growing the Sarkin. Really?
Yeah, just the small dragons, and there's still no 3rd land, just 2 mana going into the next turn as that treasure token was spent as we head back over to Wild Laroo.
Gosh, this is so tough.
The previous turn, Wild Laroo was just starting with 1 mana, starts this turn with 5. Those mana creatures that cannot tap for mana, but plenty of lands have been deployed to this point.
Right, it's so interesting where there is this Nature's Rhythm in Graveyard as well, where you can tap something to reduce its cost because it's not an activated ability.
Formidable Speaker is where Wild Laroo is going to start things off. Discard any card, tutor for any creature. Cradle of Behemoth discarded. Yeah, with life totals where they are, you don't need that one.
Right, exactly.
Still access to blue, green, and white mana as Wild Laroo tutors for a creature here. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, World Championship card, doing work this weekend, finding Quantum Riddler here.
Sure, that makes some sense. In some ways, this feels like Wild Laroo, I won't say exactly declaring, but somewhat declaring this feels like a game that he has mostly won. How do you lose from here? I believe the answer is the Gear Hulk gets answered and all of a sudden Wild Laroo doesn't have good attacks anymore. So having something else that is big enough to reliably attack into the creatures that Simon's Rudolph can present makes a lot of sense to me.
Wild Laroo is going to warp that Riddler. 2 cards coming off the top. Ooh, and no attacks. And now with this much power, it does make sense. You're not hitting for lethal, then hanging back seems reasonable.
Right, this is the spot where I can even imagine a world in which getting Explosive Prodigy and then trying to copy it a few times to just clear out blockers that way Pretty nice.
Yeah, that's that red pip there for the 4-color rhythm.
Yeah.
Oh no. For Simon's Rudolph, there's another Sarkin just to make a treasure token for next turn. Been mentioning a lot this weekend how the Badgermole Cubs are often just rituals for this these Simic and 4-color rhythm decks. Sarkin to make a treasure for next turn is not a great mana exchange. Looks like there's a judge call here, players resolving. Seems to be around the number of counters on the Sarkin. See if we can get confirmation on what's going on here.
It's so previously, it may be that a treasure was sacrificed with a Clarion Conqueror in play, and that is not allowed.
Ooh, artifacts don't have
Right.
abilities.
Well, they do. They're just kind of text you can't engage with.
Right.
It's
You
complicated.
you can have them, but you can't use them.
And you see Simon's Rudolph go, oh, that is correct. I'm dead anyway. Let's move on.
It didn't look good no matter how things played out for there. So Tristan Wild Laroo not going to be up a game here on 4-color rhythm. And let's start there on the sideboard. A lot of 1s ofs, some 2s ofs on Wild Laroo's sideboard. A lot of tutor targets and then some reinforcement on some interaction. Seems like that's maybe what Wild Laroo's going to be reaching for.
So ironically, this is one of the matchups I suspect Ouroboros is fine.
Sure.
A lot of times just having a way to up stats against a red-white creature deck is pretty good. I don't know. That's pretty appealing to me. I think Meltstrider's Resolve is something that you could be looking for as well. Having more ways to check Clarion Conqueror is just a pretty big deal when it looks like otherwise Wild Laroo is a little shallow on interaction. I'm double checking what else there is to have access to, but for the most part, I feel like Wild Laroo is just trying to be a really good proactive deck and then tune a couple of reactive slots rather than reinventing what the deck is about.
Yeah, makes sense. For Simon's Rudolph on Boros Dragons, you know, this 4-color rhythm deck, it's certainly different than the texture of Simic or a Boroid, a number of cards different, but many of them the same, so I imagine gameplays are pretty similar, and I imagine Simon's Rudolph is largely prepared. I do see some reasonable 2s here in the sideboard.
Yeah, Fire Magic looks really nice to me. That's one that is just going to be good at mopping up things early, mid, or late, so easy one to grab there. A Braid is one I think that Simon's Rudolph is going to be pretty happy to be reaching for. It's pretty okay at checking a lot of the early 2s. It's also great at the destroy target artifact mode against the Gear Hulk, which we saw that card just being 4/4 first strike was a big problem for Simon's Rudolph, in part because they were missing land drops. But even looking at the deck list sheet, there are a lot of cards that just don't line up very well against that at all.
Yeah, 4/4 first strike is even stronger than Rock's Brute.
I'm always saying this. Like, first thing when I wake up every day.
Little affirmation for my morning.
Past that, I think you can justify bringing in the last copy of Get Lost. Some of this comes down to how proactive versus reactive Simon's Rudolph wants to be, and I think that could even change based on whether they are on the play or the draw.
So we are playing here in the top 8 of the regional championship at SCG Con Portland, and in February next month there is another regional championship, this exact same standard format. That's February 20th to the 22nd in Milwaukee. Find the details on that at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. If you're not qualified yet for the regional championship, you can roll up Friday, play some LCQs, try to Jesse Robkin your way into the top 8 of that tournament. And there's plenty of side events to do as well.
Look, all I'm saying is you got to sleeve up Boros Dragons. Whatever you do, you have to sleeve up Boros Dragons. Then you have to come to SCG Milwaukee, February 20th through 22nd. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information. Question mark, question mark, question mark, profit.
That just makes sense.
Like, we're literally watching this in real time.
Yeah, you see it, Aiden the Simon's Rudolph in the top 8 with Boros Dragons. Down a game against Tristan Wild Laroo, but I can't imagine is having a bad weekend.
No, this is a spot. Anyone who came into this event and qualified for the Pro Tour feeling great. If the top 8 is what's going on right now and you are still playing, come on.
Where else would you rather be?
Right, that's what you came here to do, was
Yes.
to play until they literally they ran out of players for you to beat.
Right.
And going into this game, I think things are pretty good for Simons Rudolph still at this point. I feel like in a lot of ways, they got pretty unlucky in that first game. Just stuck on 2 forever.
Yes. Being on the play here for game number 2 helps a little bit. There were some mana woes.
Definitely.
Just 2 multiversal passages at the lands. Those sideboard fire magics, it's kind of funny because often when I think about the historical impact of cards like Pyroclasm, there are situations where there are massive blowouts. You plague wind your opponent for 2 mana. Fire magic has some capacity to clean up a lot of creatures, but as I've been playing in this standard format, I am thrilled if I use it just to kill a Llanowar Elves. And then with 3 copies, you get to do that sometimes and also sweep some stuff up as well. So we're going to take a live look into one of our other top 8 matches here while players prepare for game number 2. We have Mason Buonadonna here. Looks like up a game on Simic Ouroboros. A lot of action here with Pierre Smith on the Bant Airbending deck. Yes, we do have our graphic backwards here. So on the bottom, that is Buonadonna. So we're going to Pierre Smith's turn. So Buonadonna pretty set up here with a ton of mana, but just mana creatures on the battlefield. But now we're going to see Smith try to set up some airbending combo. Angswift Savior is going to airbend away a Bramble Familiar, which means you can spend a 2 mana fetch quest. 2 mana look at 7 cards. Pretty strong. All right, we're looking at the top 7 here on a fetch quest. Let's look at the Doc Orlock here. I do apologize, we fully have the wrong names on this. So this is a repeat matchup in the top 8, so not great. We should just go down to our main feature here instead of displaying these wrong player names. All right, thank you. All right, players looking at some opening hands. Looks like a confirmation on some Oracle text here for Simons Rudolph. That is something you can always ask the judges for here. Often when they're showing a phone, that means they're pulling up the text on a card.
Lot of not green spells in Wild Laroo's hand.
Yeah, there's a red spell there. That means one thing.
A red spell and a white spell and a blue spell and another white spell.
You do need the green ones.
Many people like to think they don't.
Well, I don't need the green ones.
See, and grow up. Eat your broccoli.
No. And it looks like... I don't know what it looks like. I thought that it might have been a mulligan here, but it's just Simons Rudolph really thinking about this 7-card hand. And Wild Laroo is going to mulligan. Wild Laroo does need the green ones.
Yep. Right, that's a spot where a lot of those cards don't really function, especially off of those lands. I can imagine a world for Wild Laroo where if one of those lands is, say, starting town, it's actually pretty close, where all of a sudden you can go scene rip something early into cast your copy of the Flame Tongue Kavu Elemental into copy it with Mockingbird, and maybe you have a game from there. In that spot, Wild Laroo could not even do that.
Yeah, pretty tough on the draw too. You know, sometimes having a little bit longer to develop can help you a little bit, but
Right.
Simons Rudolph presenting disruption, even if there were green creatures, whatever you're playing, it was going to be removal spells. You don't want to be slow to the table against a deck that now has access to 3 fire magics.
Sure, sure. There's even an extent to which, ironically, Explosive Prodigy, that elemental, quote-unquote, Flame Tongue Kavu, you want a green card in play.
Yeah.
When you play it.
1's not a very big number.
Right, Vivid's not free.
No. Certainly an aspect of Lorwyn design. You know, there's Vivid on creatures, so they're permanents. They'll give you 1 color. There's some that maybe give you 2 colors. 2's still not a very big number.
No.
You gotta work for it.
That's what Scene Rip does.
Yeah. It's just good deck building. While Laroo going to take a look at a 6-card hand. Simon Rudolph good on the play with 7. But these Admiral Cub decks, they definitely can mulligan. The mana output is so high. You have ways to draw extra cards. You have ways to tutor for the specific cards you want.
All right, and for Wild Laroo, this is not a hand you were thinking of mulliganing. It is, what do I put back? There's a Verge, a Starting Town, a Badger Mole Cub, a Gene Pollinator, a Meld Strider's Resolve, that Explosive Prodigy we've been talking about, and I can't get a good look at the last card. But this has one of several pieces, and the question is what to put back.
Badger Mole Cub goes to the bottom.
So much respect being paid to Clarion Conqueror.
Aspiring Vantage is where Simon Rudolph will start, while the rule will open on a Gene Pollinator. It's always frustrating for me when I have a Fire Magic. That second point of toughness, who did that?
Oh, yeah, the we call that the EST in design, the egregious second toughness.
Burst Lightning still does it. A very heroic card, and here is Sarkin. Gonna behold a dragon and deploy a Momo with the treasure token. So we head over to Wild Laroo. Now has to do something to get on the battlefield here. Starting Town is land number 2. Backup Gene Pollinator deployed. And we'll take a point for Melt Strider's Resolve to fight down the Momo. There's a face-up dragon in the hand. That's a mana reducer.
Right, and you know, this is kind of nice because you also get to block Sarkin for a second now.
Yeah, you have a 1/3.
I guess the Hellkite makes that not true.
1/4. Okay, here's the warp on Nova Hellkite. That's going to grow the Sarkin, +1/+1, and flying till end of turn. Fly in for 7 points. Wild Laroo to 12. This start looking pretty solid for Simon Rudolph.
I mean, this is what's so nice about this deck, right? This is a spot where it is turn 3. You could have spent up to 6 mana at this point. Simon Rudolph has spent 7, interacted, and Wild Laroo has lost almost half of his life.
Yes. Nova Hellkite warps away as we head back to Wild Laroo.
Oof, and Wild Laroo looks like he's about to miss his land drop.
That is tough. Now, the Gene Pollinator, part of what is nice about this Melt Strider's Resolve play, so you can use the Pollinator to tap the Resolve.
Oh,
so there
right,
are 3
right.
mana sources here. But sometimes 3 mana is still just 1 spell, and it's not a 3 mana spell.
Right. In that world, the question is likely, do I Mockingbird my Gene Pollinator? Which doesn't feel great.
You got to make do with what you have. Spider Manifestation is where Wild Laroo will start. Now thinking about that Mockingbird you mentioned as an option. And decides to pass. Heading back over to Simon Rudolph. Untapping with that 3/3 Sarkin. Tap, Sacred Foundry, and go. No action, no attacks.
Ooh, okay, I mean, ooh, this is tight. This is the spot. Holding the Mockingbird in some ways signals that Wild Laroo is trying to turn the corner on a dime with this Ouroboros in his hand that he's brought in from the sideboard.
Sure. The one Ouroboros. Here is Gene Pollinator tapping that Melt Strider's Resolve. So 4 mana for Wild Laroo. There is Ouroboros. Now, either Simon Rudolph's got nothing, or this 3 mana means there's some interaction, but ooh, Ouroboros trigger does resolve.
All right. That is all you can ask for in this spot.
Yeah, very big swing for Wild Laroo here. So we head back to Simon's Rudolph. Untapping with 4 lands. A 5th mana could at least cast that Nova Hellkite. So the Spider Manifestation has reach if the attack was too scary, and Ouroboros just means so much damage.
Wait, no, is this actually Wild Laroo seeing what is up? Saying that he can take all of this, and then the Mockingbird is actually going to be lethal with the manifestation next turn?
Oh, wow. Copy the Ouroboros and just make a billion power.
What?
Okay, so Nova Hellkite, Grow the Sarkin, attack for 8, while the Laroo goes to 4. This fully taps Simon's Rudolph off. We
Yes.
go back to Wild Laroo.
Hold on.
Right, draw for turn. Right, so here it is, a tap of 4. Starting town's going to cause a point of damage. Wild Laroo to 3, that's
Did he
fine.
map this out 2 turns ago?
This is Wild Laroo, Mockingbird on Ouroboros, untap Manifestation. Trigger the 2 Ouroboros, make the other one a 3. 3 powers on every... Wow, how much damage is this?
You know what? I'm going to let them figure it out.
I'm going to try to count it, and I hope that they beat me there.
Uh-oh. Okay.
All right, so
okay.
it's 7 to start. We +2 every... Okay, look at... These dice are gigantic. Now
Okay.
the Ouroboros
Look,
is a 7.
The answer
15.
is 22 if that's what you want.
Yes, that is what I want. 22 is lethal. That's what Wild Laroo wants.
I don't know about you.
I'm feeling 22, and I'm feeling like
Oh.
Tristan Wild Laroo is advancing to the top 4 of our regional championship here. Really impressive stuff, the mapping of the game.
What a master. What an absolute
Brilliant stuff there. Wow.
That was so sick. Come on, you can see the flicking of the Mockingbird like 2 turns ago, just doing the math several turns in advance and just saying, okay. And that means that if nothing happens here and my Ouroboros goes through, or they make a blocker, then it needs to be this big, or I can just block it, and then I will be able to attack for 22, and they'll tap out because they'll think I'm about to die? Yeah? Okay, Tristan, you're right. You only need 1 Ouroboros. Congratulations and welcome to the semifinals of the regional championships in Portland.
Really impressive stuff there. Big congratulations. And also, you know, there is some risk there, too. Playing the
Yes.
Ouroboros into the 3 mana. So mapping out that line and deciding it's worth the risk because this will win if it happens. So really cool stuff there. So we're going to go to another top 8 matchup here. We're going to go in to Evan Vetter, Jeskai Control against Nico Ferrigno on Sultai Reanimator. Evan Vetter, our 1 seed. And we are going to start this from the top. So Evan Vetter, starting with a Meticulous Archive, Surveils to the top. Ferrigno will answer with our Undercity Sewers and also Surveils to the top.
Sometimes it just feels like a spew to get lucky with those. You go, yeah, I'll leave
Right.
it on top, but then my card didn't do anything.
I think especially for Ferrigno. So here is a Rest in Peace. There's 1 copy in the main deck for Evan Vetter this weekend.
Oh, my God. Well, you put cards in your deck to draw 'em.
That is a fact. All right, here's Oblivious Bookworm for Ferrigno. Some options to play a fair game. We'll loot there. Exiles his Harvester of Misery. That one's not super impactful in the matchup.
That card is Colossipede.
Vetter's going to Seam Rip the Bookworm. Covering the fair game, covering the unfair game. Vetter thinking a little bit about land number 3. I assume there's some options here, and Shocking Hollowed Fountain is where he lands, down to 18.
And it's always so tough where you basically have to figure out where you can basically extract extra points of life by knowing you can afford to be shields down. But Vetter really wants to play it safe in this spot.
Cavern of Souls on Elemental here for Ferrigno, and Wistfulness. All right, let's get that Rest in Peace out of here, and that works. Cavern of Souls kind of assures that that'll happen.
And this is a lot of the strength that Laroo and Eclipse has given to the Sultai Reanimator deck, is it's given consistency and main deckable interaction.
And the Wistfulness even ends up in the graveyard. So we head back to Evan Vetter. Going to shock in Steam Vents down to 16. This is largely a blue-white deck, very lightly touching into red, but the mana is fully online. Ferrigno now going to evoke another Wistfulness, now going after the Seam Rip. I would like my Bookworm back, please.
Do we have a land? Okay. I think we do.
There it is. Bookworm will loot at the end step. Discards yet another land, and now catch and coil on the end step for Vetter. Draw 3, discard 1. This build of Jeskai control, main decking 4, count them 4 Day of Judgments. Not saying as an answer to the Bookworm, but should things get out of hand from here.
Right, something that's different about this version of Sultai Reanimator over, say, some of the Cub decks we've seen on the weekend. The Cub decks are really good at winning the turn that they really do a big explosive thing on the back of something like Craterhoof Behemoth. Or the Bant Airbending decks can win the turn that they combo off with, say, infinitely blinking a Badgermole Cub to Earthbend 1 a gazillion times. Sultai Reanimator, on the other hand, frequently has to pass the turn, even with the biggest version of its combo, with Bringer of the Last Gift, bringing a bunch of power into play. Arden the Usurper is a source of haste, so it's not like there's nothing here, but it's unlikely that Arden is going to deal 16 in a single turn.
Right, and Vetter even discards a Day of Judgment. He's going to spend his turn seam-ripping the Bookworm. That one quite a lot more efficient as an answer. An Elegant Parlor will surveil to the top. Or put No More Lies into the graveyard. We head back over to Nico Ferrigno.
Vetter's just a very crisp player in terms of the watching how he handles his cards very tactilely.
Yes.
Left the No More Lies on top, says, I'm thinking, and then bends it. Card's always in the library.
Mm-hmm. Plays at a very crisp place, takes his time, but is decisive. Love to see that.
Right, to make it this deep with a control deck and only pick up 1 draw along the way, you have to be able to play at a good clip.
Right. Here is stock up for Vetter, like the top 5, put 2 to the hand. 3-4 split, stock up under Console the Star Charts in Vetter's list, favoring the instant speed option, but still present with both. And here is land number 6. So we head back to Ferrigno.
Notably, I think I have seen Vetter cast more Coil and Catch than Meringue River Regent in the 4-ish matches I've birded of his on the weekend.
Yeah, definitely understands that he's the control all the time, right? You don't need to try to turn the corner. You need to wear your opponent down. He's Superior Spider-Man for Ferrigno. And we're doing some elemental double-double checks here with the casting, but 3 steps ahead will counter the Spider-Man.
Yeah, I believe it couldn't be double-double because it's Wistfulness, but figuring out if it was double green or double blue was some of the question.
And after that, Vetter's turn is just a land and a go. We have Jeskai Revelation mana online, and we have Jeskai Revelation online. 4 points upstairs, Vetter gains 4 life. 2 monks show up, figuring out what he wants to bounce.
Likely just one of the slow lands.
Yeah, Blooming Marsh would enter his tapped again later, something like that.
Fast lands, rather, yes, thank you.
Well, they start fast and they become slow.
Of course. Anything that would enter tap from here is just the best get.
I meant what you knew. You get it. All right, so there's those monks. We're heading back to Vetter. Here's an attack with the monks. Yeah, not even trying to get aggressive. 2 points, thank you. You're at 14. Head back to Ferrigno. Here is Oblivious Bookworm. There's that Blooming Marsh being replayed. So on the table, you know, permanents on the battlefield, Ferrigno's not fighting through too much, but really just has to figure out how to beat the cards in Vetter's hand, and one of them is another Jeskai Revelation. Bounce a land, 4 points upstairs. Yeah, I don't even care about your Bookworm.
If you're just going to cast a couple card draw spells during your turn, that Bookworm's just on chump blocking duty.
Yeah, draw 2 cards, 2 more monks, gain 4 life, why not? And we're back to Vetter.
Right.
4 prowess creatures on the battlefield now.
If Vetter can cast 2 spells, Bookworm's on chump blocking duty.
How about Get Lost?
All right.
Blocker gone, 8 points of power. One more spell is lethal. Here's an attack for 8. And here is a spell. Consult the star charts for lethal. And Evan Vetter, wow, in 8.5 minutes up a game.
And that pace of play cannot be commended enough. Really, really appreciate someone who has practiced and versed enough with their own deck to know what they're about, know the lines, and execute.
Yes, you'd love to see it, and Evan Vetter certainly loves to experience it. Now up a game on Jeskai Control. Certainly had Sultai Reanimator on the radar going into this weekend. That main deck, rest in peace. You know, it wasn't the story of the game, but it was there, and there's some more in the sideboard, some rest in peace, and plenty of options here. What is our Jeskai Control player going to use here?
So the first thing that sticks out to me is anything that's just going to actually check the sort of combo finish. So rest in peace. We see 2 more copies of that card, which was important enough for Ferrigno to actually attack rest in peace rather than trying to just draw cards with a card like Wistfulness earlier in that last game, which really speaks to the fact that it shuts down a lot of what Ferrigno's deck is going to be able to do to try and grind from there. This might be a matchup where Torpor Orb is actually worth it. That one's pretty risky because all of a sudden Ferrigno can just start casting Evoke Elementals for their Evoke cost and then keep them as overstatted, undercosted monsters. But if Vetter thinks that this is going to end up being a longer texture of game, you don't have to play Torpor Orb on 2. You can play it later when it's able to hold something like Overlord of the Baelmerk or something like that.
And I actually want to commend Vetter's construction here, too. If Torpor Orb makes your opponent just casting overstated, undercosted creatures, well, your 4 main deck Day of Judgments are pretty effective against stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. So past that, Tishana's Tidebinder, pretty nice here. I also think Wan Shitong is a card that Vetter could reach for depending on how much of a flash game Vetter wants to be able to play here. Not 100% clear to me how much the matchup is going to slant that direction, but that card is so much about how you want to maneuver in a matchup, less than it is about how impactful its exact text box is.
For Nico Ferrigno, now down a game on Sultai Reanimator, seems to not have a ton of tools for a control deck. What does he have to fight through this?
The first thing that sticks out to me is Disruptive Stormbrood. This is something that's going to be good at just checking some of the pesky stuff like Rest in Peace on the table. Spell Snare, also pretty good at that, as well as checking a bunch of the reactive tools that Vetter's bringing to the table. Even if there is no individual, it's not always going to tag something like Rest in Peace. Trading it even for just a Get Lost or something like that is generally going to be a win. Myojin of Night's Reach, this is the kind of matchup where making your opponent discard their whole hand is really nice. So it's not hard for me to imagine that one coming in.
I want to see it.
So badly.
So
badly. And finally, Oko, Lorwyn Liege, and Overlord of the Baelmerk are both things that are just going to put Ferrigno up a card consistently enough that I expect they're going to be brought in.
We're in Portland this weekend for SCG Con, and in March, we're coming to Richmond. It's going to be for Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's March 6th through 8 at SCG Con Richmond. So this is going to be one of those spotlight events. That means open entry. You can roll up, you can play the main event, tons of side events as well. You can find all kinds of details about that at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. I'm really excited for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set. I grew up with this stuff. I love these guys.
And, you know, I'm excited for an excuse to go to Richmond. That's just so nice. It's such a good food town, quietly. I mean, don't get me wrong. You got to like some of the Southern comfort stuff. I definitely grew up in the Southeast, but Mama J's Kitchen, just a couple blocks from there. Incredible Southern food, Secret Sandwich Society. Some of the best tour stops.
I knew you were going to bring up the Sandwich Society.
Have to.
Players underway here. This time, Evan Vetter did surveil a card away. Jeskai Revelation Bend, womp womp. Ferrigno turned to Town Greeter. I think this is the first time you and I have seen a Town Greeter cast this weekend.
Welcome!
Finds Cavern of Souls, mills over Superior Spider-Man and that Oko. So we head back to Vetter.
Cavern of Souls a really nice get in this position. Just making it so No More Lies isn't going to be effective against any of your big chunky spells.
Some Billow Verge as land number 2 for Vetter, as Ferrigno will play Cavern of Souls as land number 3. That's on Elf for this formidable speaker.
Nice, nice. I mean, notably, Vetter did not have the turn 2 Rest in Peace.
Right. So Ferrigno is going to discard a Boom Boom. Arden the Usurper discarded. Going to go tutor up a creature. My Ocean of Night Streets. Let's go!
Yes, yes. Do it. We want to see it.
Yeah, give that one a read.
It's a spirit. That's right.
All right, so that's in hand. We go back to Vetter. No end step action. Not a lot would make sense there.
Might want to get the Oracle text on it. I think the OG says if you played it, it enters with a divinity counter. Should say if you cast it. Everybody knows that.
Right, of course. Basic Islands, lane number 3 for Vetter as we head back to Ferrigno, who will attack for 3. Vetter to 16. And another formidable speaker going to work. I have a feeling I know what he will discard.
Could be anything.
Yeah, that happens. All right, I'll discard this my Ocean and Night Reach. Don't worry about it. Just put this Superior Spider-Man in hand. You know what? What could that mean?
It gets me from A to B.
Tapped Watery Grave. Don't worry about my 4th Manosaurus. It's your turn.
And now this is creating a really scary spot in Vetter's seat where normally you're sitting across from 3 creatures that are doing a decent amount of pressuring. 5 isn't alarming, but you can't take it forever. This is one of the spots where Vetter is probably thinking, I want to cast Day of Judgment. But if you do that, all of a sudden, Ferrigno has this Superior Spider-Man that you know about in hand, which will turn into Myogen of Night's Reach, which will convert to Vetter not having a hand anymore.
Vetter surveils away Meringue River Regent before we pass Ferrigno. Attacks for 5 years. Cavern of Souls. The first one was on Elf, but this one, I'm thinking Spider. Maybe human? It's human. Both play. You know what's a spider human? Superior Spider-Man, that's what. Here it is. It's going to be on my Ocean on Night's Reach. What can you do about that? Well, here's my Divinity counter. I don't know. I don't think Ferrigno will need that for long.
I have a feeling in Vetter's draw step there may be an effect.
Ooh, there is. It's Shoshana's Tidebinder. That'll save the hand.
Oh, was that on upkeep?
Yeah, it does look like it was on upkeep. Yeah, not sure what that's about,
All
but
right,
now
fair enough.
Vetter did have to tap low here.
I mean, there was some amount of respect being paid to Tidebinder in a lot of ways, right? So it's easy for me to believe that the best way to thread the needle is to say, great, I'll make you spend your mana on your upkeep, and also I'm going to be so upset if you top deck it that I'm just going to do it then.
All right, so Vetter is at 11 as we head back to Frigg now. Here's a backup Superior Spider-Man, and this one is going to exile Arden the Usurper, so we get a 4/4 Arden. Now Vetter is going to get lost on that Arden Spider-Man. Here's 2 maps.
All right, big attack.
Here comes the team. It's an attack for 9. Gonna see a chump block on the 4/4, so 5 points comes across. Vetter to 6. And the map will be cracked on the Town Greeter. Picks up this Blooming Marsh. And Cavern of Souls instead will be the land. That's one on Elemental. That makes sense. That box had not been checked. And that'll crack the other map. Spell Snare revealed. I kind of expect that one to hit the bin.
A lot of tanking.
It is useful against some interactions, so maybe it could depend what's in the hand.
Right. I do like leaving it because the version of this game that continues is the one where Vetter has something like a Day of Judgment. And then you have to ask yourself, what does the game look like from there? It probably involves having to sneak a threat or two through some amount of interaction from Vetter. How do you accomplish that? Spell Snare.
Yeah. And it is a Dissension copy, so I can't fault somebody for wanting it. Consult the start charts, just unkicked. Looking at the top 5 cards. Yeah, Vetter needs a Day of Judgment. Looking through the options here, Vetter does not want to miss anything. There's Quarry Mountain Monastery, and he does have the Day of Judgment. All right, so the battlefield now reset. Vetter certainly had to be thinking about what this Spell Snare means, and we'll find out as we head back Ferrigno's way. Picks up that Spell Snare. tap of 5. It's Wistfulness. Draw 2, discard 1.
Okay. I mean, 3 Cavern of Souls against the control deck. Gotta feel nice if you're in Ferrigno's seat.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to counter any creature.
Right. And Vetter also knows about a Spell Snare in hand.
Watery Grave looted away. Blooming Marsh played as we head back to Vetter. Now, this Wistfulness is a lethal attacker. Vetter is at 6.
Yes.
And we'll see what he can do about it.
I wanted to double check if there's another Arden in hand. That is a human.
Uncounterable Arden. That's some hasty damage.
And we had joked a little bit previously about how Arden's not going to be good at hasting out 6, or 16 rather. Also not great at hasting out 6, but that is closer.
So Wistfulness going to try to go for lethal, but Jeskai Revelation going to bounce it.
Interesting.
4 points upstairs, 4 life back for Vetter. 2 monks, 2 cards. Vetter at 10, Ferrigno at 14. And we're still on Ferrigno's turn now in the second main phase. No shortage of mana. We know about a Wistfulness in hand. There's a tap of 6, though, for Deceit. Get rid of this monk token. Take a look at the holdings. There's a second Jeskai Revelation. Also, you know, some other cards. Stock up, get lost, no more lies. But yeah, takes the Jeskai Revelation. And that's the 3rd copy. They're all in the graveyard now.
Right, that is exactly what I was leaning down to look at the deck list sheet for. That is the final Jeskai Revelation, just like you said.
And there's a face-up Spell Snare, which can mess with those 2 mana spells. So we head back to Vetter. Rearranging the lands. Going to start with stock up. Track those prowess triggers. Looks at the top 5. Going to pick 2. A lot of lands. Might have been 4 lands Day of Judgment.
I have a feeling I know what one of the picks is going to be.
A land?
Yeah, buddy. You're right. That is true.
It sounds like together we might know both of the picks. But we could be wrong.
No, I actually don't think I could approach your omniscience right now.
All right, 2 to hand, 3 to the bottom. Land and pass. Yeah, we're not going to get that monk big enough to attack into the Deceit here. The Deceit will attack, and now the monk will get in the way. That's just going to chump block.
I wonder if there's a world where Vetter brought in Riverchurn Monument out of the sideboard. That one, there are a lot of versions of this game where that just colds Ferrigno out of nowhere.
Right. Oblivious Bookworm will be added to the battlefield. It's going to loot away Bringer of the Last Gift for Ferrigno. Corey Mountain Monastery will exile, consult the star charts for Vetter at the end step as we head back his way. Access to 8 mana as the turn starts.
Now there's some amount of a question where Vetter does want to act, is going to have to play through the Spell Snare in Ferrigno's hand someday. It's whether or not you think a 2-mana consult the star charts will be good enough to get Ferrigno to bite.
Here is the attempt. Just a look at 8 cards. If it resolves, Spell Snare will fight. It will win.
And I think I like Ferrigno just going ahead and pulling the trigger on it at this point. There is an extent to which Vetter is low enough on life that he is kind of priced into just making whatever moves he can as soon as he can. So posturing around some sort of false tempo fight is not really how this is going to play out.
Right, and there's 2 face-up 2s, and Ferrigno can mitigate those without directly engaging with either. The No More Lies by having 2 extra mana, the Get Lost by having stuff to crack on maps, but here's something that's more difficult to get around.
Hello.
The Nagia Kiyoshi Island being flashed in to eat this Oblivious Bookworm in combat.
And that one's also really good against the copy of Wistfulness hiding out in Ferrigno's hand.
Yeah, Deceit does connect better to 5. Here's Cavernous Souls number 4 for Ferrigno. Is there a creature type we're missing here?
You know what? I think I'm going to let Nico tell us.
Right, we'll find out soon enough. So we're going to print up a label here. And 8 mana, Bringer of the Last Gift. All right.
Ah, perhaps a demon.
Demon. That makes sense. All right, get these creatures out of here. Ooh, okay. Meringue River Region coming out of the graveyard for better, along with Tachana's Tiebinder. And here's a boatload of creatures for Ferrigno. Couple Formidable Speeders, Town Greeter, Oblivious Bookworm, Letterbringer, 3 Superior Spider-Mans. What are we doing with those? Gonna order some triggers, which I kind of think is the order these creatures are laid out, the order that they want to be resolved, and that's what Ferrigno's lining up right now.
Right, so the Bringer, not really going to do a ton here, since it wasn't cast. The fresh one, that is. So 1 Superior Spider-Man's on Meringue River Region. That makes sense. Ironically, I think we get into some app-nap stuff that is active player, non-active player, where because it is during Ferrigno's turn, he will be required to place a bunch of triggers on the stack first, which means that Vetter's Tashana's Tidebinder will actually get to counter one of these abilities, which is what is making this so hard for Ferrigno, where all of a sudden you have to pay respect to the fact that one of your abilities is going to get countered.
That is wild. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty chunky and complicated stack as things get lined up.
All right, so I think we have a Town Greeter and 2 Meringue River Regents. Basically just giving Ferrigno the classic 3 pair to insulate against the Tashana's Tidebinder between each of those Spider-Men and the Formidable Speakers.
Our players and a judge are working through exactly how to resolve this.
We're going to speed it up just a little bit.
This is one of those moments where you'd be really happy to be playing on Magic Online or Magic Arena, and the client could tell you how this all resolves.
I'm happy to be playing in paper.
I'm sure that these players in the top 8 of our regional championship are pretty happy to be playing in paper,
Yeah, right.
too.
I was forged in the fires of Mayhem Devil Mirrors. I don't know.
I think there was some turning the cards sideways. Perhaps we're identifying where we are on the stack by doing that.
I would never guess.
Can we get the Benny Hill theme, please? Speed it back up and get some music to this.
I think I would prefer the chicken dance. Okay. I think we have figured out what is going on at this point.
Well, I know that I know what's going on, so maybe you could confirm if what I know is true by telling me what it is.
Look, our players, the human world is a mess.
So the creatures are being turned sideways in one direction or the other. Abundantly unclear what any of it means from my seat.
I'm going to go ahead and show a bit of humility and admit that I thought I knew what was going on 2 or 3 rotations of the cards ago. But I do really appreciate that the players are working very hard to make sure that everybody agrees on what is going on and nobody is just sort of fast-talking their way through this.
Right.
Right. They are both really prioritizing clarity, which is not always a given.
Right. Yeah, so there's some Meringue River regenting. It looks like both of the creatures for Vetter have been returned to hand. We're resolving some formidable speakers. And Arden the Usurper added to the hand and then discarded for the other speaker. Superior Spider-Man going to be put to hand, discarding Bringer the Last Gift as well. So once again, the graveyard pretty stocked.
Notably strange interaction that allows all these superior Spider-Man to be on the battlefield, despite looking legendary, as they are copying not legendary creatures. They just happen to be named Superior Spider-Man.
Wild. All right. Tremendously lethal battlefield here for Ferrigno. Set himself up to have a lot of stuff in the graveyard, to have a really impressive turn next turn with a backup, the 4th Superior Spider-Man now in hand. So Vetter's got to figure out now and figure out later and do it with the mana available. Moving the lands around. Has access to 9 mana.
Hard not to imagine this being a turn that involves a Day of Judgment.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to clean up this battlefield here. Right, we have the labels there. So you have 2 Meringue River regions there. You have a formidable speaker as the other Superior Spider-Man. So that's all clearly labeled. Appreciate the table spotter helping us with that.
A lot of mana may be being tapped.
Shocking and Hollow Fountain down to 3 is Vetter. Here's a tap of 4 for a kick to consult the start charts. So the hand needs some help. Gonna look at the top 10 cards of the library, put 2 into the hand. You mentioned Day of Judgment, kind of what you need here. Maybe looking for Rest in Peace to back it up. That could be a recipe. What is in the stars for Evan Vetter, who is up a game? All right, selects 2, 8 to the bottom in a random order. Here's a tap of 4. There is Day of Judgment. Yeah, get this stuff out of here. Got to do that. 2 mana left over.
Now I'm starting to hope that Vetter has Riverturn Monument in the deck.
Right? No immediate action. Just leaves the 2 mana up here. So you go back to Ferrigno, a tap of 4. Superior Spider-Man, that was face up. Would like a Bringer of the Last Gift. All right. Send in the clowns. Everybody's back. This time, just an Unagi for Vetter.
Notably, there's an Arden among these, which is a source of haste.
And it hastes every demon.
Right.
And the Bringers are demons.
Demon.
So that's tough.
Holy.
Right, Ferrigno's going to order all the creatures, get these triggers on the stack, get them to the resolve. So we got 3 Bringers, we got a Superior Spider-Man, we got Arden, Deceit, Bookworm, Town Reader, Overlord of the Belmerk.
I really appreciate when you have this many cards entering at once, you just lay it out like the Grand Calcutron. You remember the old unstable card?
That's like last in, first out for your hand. You can only play your hand in order. All right, we're resolving some speakers. Discard Wistfulness. Go find Deceit.
Hand disruption spell, pretty potent here.
Yes. Some milling with Overlord of the Belmer. A couple Bookworms milled over. Town Greeter doing some milling.
We really are hitting the spot where Vetter can just survive one more of these.
Gotta do something about these hasty demons, right?
Right. I mean, the big thing is basically just going after Arden. If Vetter were to have something like a Get Lost here on Arden, that does buy another turn.
Vetter giving a read to Arden here.
checking out the graveyard.
Right, and there's some amount of question where Vetter may not want to risk going to combat if it means that Arden were able to get something back that could stop or kill Vetter on the spot. The risk is if you were to kill it inside of Ferrigno's main phase, maybe the 4th Superior Spider-Man is hanging out to copy it.
There's a 5/5 demon, but there is Get Lost, so no Arden, no haste.
2 maps.
2 maps.
Can't take them with you.
Deceit's going to take a look at the hand. Meringue River Regent, Shauna's Tiebiter, No More Lies, Stock Up, and Get Lost. So actually 5 spells here left over for Vetter. -1. Stock Up's going to go. Maps are cracked. 1 draws a land, 2 draws a land. So a Surveil land picked up. Looks like a Surveil to the top. Oblivious Bookworm will loot as well. Actually, a little library count here considering that, and decides not to loot.
I mean, it is a Yume.
That it is. As we head back to Vetter, there was no face-up Day of Judgment, but there were ways to look.
Yeah, I think that was 8 cards left in deck.
Jeez. Here's a tap for 4. It's Catch and Coil. It's a draw 3, discard 1. Finds Rest in Peace. That is too late. You need Day of Judgment.
The louder you say it, like the people on the TV can't hear you.
Day of Judgment.
No, okay, but if you say it too loud, they might actually hear you, and that you do understand how that's worse.
Oh.
I like where your head's at, though. You got the spirit.
So that clock, this is not, seconds are slower than this. That means that this is sped up. That means that this happened in the past. That means I can yell at the people.
Okay, well, we have a game 3 on our hands.
Nico Ferrigno ties things up. We're going to deciding a game number 3 here at the quarterfinals at the regional championship in RCG Con Portland.
I'm just going to say it. I want to see the River Churn Monument. I've already just said it a time or two, but River Churn Monument is so nice.
Yeah, way to mill the game out. I've lost to this card. You know, some versions of Control that are just trying to grind you out entirely.
Right, it's really interesting where in a lot of spots you do have to ask yourself how you're going to win the game with Jeskai Control. Creatures are a good way to do that, where a bunch of the traditional sources of damage that Vetter is bringing to the table, the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, Meringue River Regent, or you could even count any of the Jeskai Revelations, for example. Those are nice because they're more versatile. They aren't just killing your opponent in the way that River Churn Monument is. But take a look at this. The exhaust ability. That's 2 UU tap any number of target players, each mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. When you play games that look like that, when Ferrigno has milled 4 cards 3 or 4 times from Overlord of the Baelmerk, Town Greeter, whatever the reason is, all of a sudden this card does not look that different than 3 UUU, target player loses the game.
Thank you for joining us watching the top 8 here at SCG Con Portland for the regional championship. To keep up to date on any upcoming events, maybe ones coming near you, to keep up to date on all of the Magic products being released, things like ordering Lure and Eclipse, things like the upcoming SCG Con in Milwaukee, February 20th to 22nd for the 2nd regional championship of the same standard format. Keep up on all that information through the StarCityGames.com newsletter. You can subscribe to that at StarCityGames.com/newsletter. It's totally free, and it's so much value.
Yeah, I mean, here, get this. A little birdie told me they're opening up pre-orders for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sometime, I believe, in the upcoming week. You know, just talking with the producers between rounds. Head on over to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. So you know exactly when that goes up, and you can get it on the ground floor.
All right, so we have sped things up to catch up to where our players are now, which 1 means that I can't not yell at the people, which 2 means a lot has already happened in this game. So I'm going to try to catch you up. Players have clearly traded a lot of land drops, a lot of cards in graveyards, some milling. You see an exiled Maoja and a Knight's Reed. So we've been through a lot of the game. Ferrigno here picking up a face-up Wistfulness off of the top of the deck. Vetter online with Meringue River Regents. Life totals 16 on Vetter to Ferrigno on 13.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I kind of think all those cards are in Vetter's graveyard because the Myojin mode of the Superior Spider-Man at the top of Ferrigno's graveyard probably discarded a bunch. I think there's one card in Vetter's hand despite 3 stock-ups in graveyard.
Yeah, pretty incredible to continue playing a game after that happened. Must have been a heck of a peel after.
Yeah, right. My intuition is that one of the cards in Vetter's hand was Get Lost. So once it is no longer indestructible, the Superior Spider-Man, you get it off the table, but you are just playing off the top at that point.
Makes sense, as here is fully cast Overlord of the Baelmerk for Ferrigno, mill 4. Gets to pick up one of these creatures from the graveyard. It'll be Superior Spider-Man. There were some options there, but they do stay there as the Spider-Man can copy them later. Among them, Deceit, Bringer of the Last Gift. A couple formidable speakers, but Deceit and the Bringer are the big ones. As we head back to Vetter. Pretty notable that Ferrigno is on 13 against this Meringue River region. That means it's not a 2-turn clock.
If only instead of being a 6-7, if it could deal 6 and then 7. Though, Restless Anchorage.
Okay.
Restless Anchorage!
There we go. Now it is a 2-turn clock. Here's an attack for 8. Anchorage plus River region makes a map as well. Overlord cannot block, so 8 points comes across. Ferrigno down to 5.
I wonder if this is a spot where you map onto the Anchorage. Ferrigno's deck is not very good at answering a creature land.
Yeah, that is true. And that is what Vetter will do. Map onto Anchorage, consult the star charts found, +1/+1 counter on the Anchorage.
All the better to recover from a Myojin of Night's Reach, my pretty.
Yeah, that stays on top. Vetter plays a land as we head to Ferrigno. We have a face-up Superior Spider-Man in hand. So that can be used as an answer to this Meringue River region to some capacity. See what Ferrigno wants to do.
Yeah, I see Bringer of the Last Gift in Ferrigno's graveyard. So there's a world in which the Superior Spider-Man could resolve and get back the Bringer, which does also block well.
Here's an attack by the Overlord. Here's a mill for 4. Deceit, Wistfulness. Overgrown Tomb milled over. Ferrigno gets to pick up a creature from the graveyard now. It's going to be a Deceit.
Okay. And for the world in which you do actually want to try and get the Superior Spider-Man through, Hand Disruption is a good way to get there.
Most definitely. Overlord connects. Vetter to 11. Here's a tap of 2 black mana for Deceit. Ferrigno would like to take a look at Vetter's hand.
Looks like Vetter is in the tank.
We're all tied up here. Got to win this game to stay in the tournament.
This is for black. Is there a world, I'm trying to think what it looks like that Vetter could be thinking about here. Is there a world where it's maybe Get Lost on his own Meringue River region?
Sure. Yeah, into face-up answers to the board here.
Right. You end up looking pretty bad for doing that if it turns out Ferrigno doesn't have the 4th land for Superior Spider-Man.
Ooh. Vetter certainly thinking this through. Looks like may have landed on the answer.
If it's 3 steps ahead, okay, no.
Yeah, it was a question of whether to deploy the Sashanis Tidebinder. Instead, the Deceit's going to get that out of the hand.
Nice. So something that this does is it can counter one of the Enters triggers if Ferrigno has the land for Superior Spider-Man here.
And there it is, and it's Cavern of Souls. That's going to name human. Don't believe there's any cards in Vetter's hand either way, but here comes Superior Spider-Man. Going to be Bringer the Last Gift. So Get that Regent out of there, get that Overlord out of there, get that Tiebinder back, and get a stack of creatures for Ferrigno. Deceit, Double Wistfulness, Oblivious Bookworm, Town Greeter, triple Formidable Speaker, 2 more Deceits, and another Bringer of the Last Gift. Quite the battlefield. Yes?
Notably, 1 flyer.
Right. You have a flyer to check the anchorage.
Oh, and this is so tough because now this anchorage can't really attack, but Vetter does get a lot of looks with this Consult on top of the library for a Day of Judgment.
Right. What happens here, though, Ferrigno gets to resolve some triggers, possibly set up for the possibility of a next turn.
All right, it looks like Tidebinder countered the first Formidable Speaker trigger.
Second one going to work, though. Discards Bringer of the Last Gift. Can start to set up the graveyard, can find a backup Spider-Man, finds Overlord of the Baelmerk, and then discards another Bringer of the Last Gift for the second, or rather third, the second resolving Formidable Speaker trigger, finds Superior Spider-Man. So set up to do it again if Day of Judgment even shows up for Vetter.
Very interesting. No Arden the Usurper discarded in this. I would have expected a haste source, though it came off the top with the Town Greeter.
Yeah, not a lot of cards in the deck. You mentioned Arden milled over to Entomb, also picked up off the Town Greeter mill. Heading back to Vetter, picks up Consult the Star Charts. That Consult has to do some work here. Do you cast it for 2 or do you cast it for 4? Is this a spot? I mean, there's no way to get Day of Judgment plus Rest in Peace here is the problem.
This is so tough.
So how much mana? You have 8 mana. Yeah, you can't even find Jeskai Revelation here. Here's Kick Consult the Star Chart. It's going to take a look at the top 8. Put 2 to the hand. Don't think there's a world where Day of Judgment is not involved in a game that continues. Vetter going to survey the options here, though. Two to hand, 8 to the bottom. Certainly seems like he found something that plays.
All right, let's have a look.
Attack with the Shyness Tiebinder. Love it. Yeah, Deceit blocks. There is Day of Judgment. So everything goes away, but the Superior Spider-Man is in Ferrigno's hand.
Notably, there is Meringue River Regent in Vetter's graveyard.
Okay.
Which is a way to bounce the Arden, so there isn't haste coming back.
Okay. So Ferrigno is going to impend Overlord of the Baelmerk, mill over 4 cards, pick up a creature from the bin. It's going to be Superior Spider-Man. Have to imagine one of those getting cast here. There it is.
I almost wonder if you just want to Arden.
Looks like Deceit.
Okay. Bounce Overlord, take the last card from Vetter.
Yeah, gets rid of that Rest in Peace. Cracks Map onto the Deceit. So it'll be a 5/5, revealing the Superior Spider-Man. All right, we head back to Vetter. Has that 3-power Restless Anchorage. Ferrigno is on 5.
Right, this is the spot that's pretty interesting.
So Vetter was empty-handed. Did draw for turn. Ferrigno has quite a few cards in hand.
Yes. A Jeskai Revelation off the top, also pretty close to lethal.
Yeah. Better gonna survey the graveyard here. What can the Superior Spider-Man do? What could you possibly have left over in your hand? Some questions you want to determine answers to. And Vetter passes. Okay. Does that mean Jeskai Revelation?
I think it may.
You know, there's a possibility for Consult the Star chart, something a little bit more mopey. Well, Verino would like to find out. Here's Deceit. Oh, tap of 7. Yeah, here's Jeskai Revelation. That could be it, Carmen.
The question is, what does it do? It can put Ferrigno to 1. Vetter will go to 16, which is a lot. It's hard to make 16 haste.
Right. Yeah, so it'll draw 2 cards. It'll gain 4 life. It looks like, yeah, Ferrigno saying, all right, I have the Superior Spider-Man. I have ways to give haste. Vetter's going to resolve the Revelation, though. I want to bounce this Blooming Marsh.
Sure.
Draw 2 cards.
Gain 5, get a couple blockers.
Rest in peace to start to Deceit. So here's a couple monks. Now Vetter's going to deploy that Superior Spider-Man.
Or 15 life, excuse me.
Well, Ferrigno going to rethink things.
Right, this is the awkward spot where I think because of the Meringue River region in Vetter's graveyard, I think Vetter has a chance here.
Yeah. We'll see what Ferrigno does here. So here's Superior Spider-Man. But the Meringue River region, you said that could be an option to turn off haste answer. So it goes for Arden the Usurper.
Okay.
Gonna Arden to exile the River Regent.
Oh, this gets a lifelink.
Yes.
That is the problem.
That also bounces the monks. So here comes Demon plus Deceit.
Right.
10 points.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, Ferrigno no longer at 1.
What a game.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth here.
All right, River Turn Monument off the top.
If it's in, big draw step for Vetter, possibly the last of the tournament.
And I believe Vetter knows there's one more Superior Spider-Man in Ferrigno's hand.
This Sultai Reanimator deck is just so good at setting up again when it goes off.
Yes.
So much to fight through. Vetter is making a valiant effort. Tapping 4 mana.
Day of Judgment. Well.
Cleans up the battlefield. You gotta have a follow-up here. Lester's Anguage animated the attack.
Okay. I mean.
Yeah. 3 points connects.
I mean, it's funny. Like in some ways, it feels like we're joking about it, but Ferrigno is at 3 again and does not have a form of haste.
Right, that Arden was exiled. Map will be sacked. Consult the star charts once again left on top. All right, Ferrigno, what do you got? What a tremendous back and forth.
This has been unreal. Actual 75-minute slugfest.
Right. Right now, we're going to be rifling through the graveyard here. What can be done? And we're also getting to the point where you might not be able to Superior Spider-Man a bringer because there's too many mill effects in the graveyard.
I think we may be at the point where Ferrigno literally, you can see the counting of the library. I think there's only 7 or 8 cards left in deck.
That was such a fast, there's nothing there. Ferrigno's also at 3. That's a lethal Restless Anchorage. Wow, impending Overlord of the Baelmerk. Mills 2 lands, Oblivious Bookworm, 3rd land. Wherever he's looking for wasn't there.
I think it's Arden. Just sort of Arden or bust.
Overlord picks up something. Did Evan?
Shout out to Vetter for reminding him.
Yeah.
Too. Just saying, hey, resolve your thing. You get a card here.
Get Superior Spider-Man. What do you want to do with that?
All right. Well, bringer.
Okay.
Puts basically every creature in his library into play. Okay, it is not literally 7 or 8.
Yeah, decent stack there. So there's a Town Greeter and a Overlord of the Baelmerk, so a mill for 8, and then a bunch of other stuff going on here.
Yeah, I suspect these formidable speakers. Ferrigno will elect not to discard a card.
No, thank you.
I have a feeling Vetter will Tidebinder one of the formidable speaker triggers and allow Ferrigno to simply delete his library.
Yeah, not going to be countering the self-mill triggers is what you're getting at.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Ferrigno possibly interested in resolving one formidable speaker just to make sure he gets any creature that might play in the deck if there's something going on there.
I mean, maybe there's a world, if this isn't literally killing Ferrigno, maybe you do go after the Overlord of the Baelmerk trigger?
Yes, really high card selection.
Yeah, okay, nope.
Some mill here, Bringer the Last Gift, formidable speaker.
I don't think that Verge was among the cards Town Greeter milled.
Yeah,
there we go.
Picks up under City Sewers.
Hard to imagine ever surveilling a card away.
Right.
There are 2 Ardens hitting the yard.
The Overlord mills those.
Oh my god, and the Cavern of Souls is on human?
There's Undercity Sewers. Ferrigno surveils, yeah, whatever, keep that on top. I would not like to loot with my bookworms and pen down to 4. Your turn, Vetter. What do you got?
All right, hear me out. Vetter, 2 mana consult looking for Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah, Ferrigno's at 3.
If you know the Arden is in hand, I don't, Day of Judgment doesn't save you anymore.
Right. Vetter has exactly 9 mana.
So I don't think Day of Judgment is out at this point. Even if you hit, you only have 3 mana left over. If there was a 4th land, you could start looking at, okay, I hit Day of Judgment, I animate my Restless Anchorage, and finally crawl across the finish line that way, but that's not what's going on here.
And what's tough is 2 of the Jeskai Revelations are in the graveyard. There's 1 left in the deck. Here is a look at 9 cards.
Oh my God!
Jeskai Revelation, the top card, Evan Vetter pulls out a marathon game against Nico Ferrigno, advancing to the top 4 of the RC here in Portland. He looked so dead from the second we tuned into that game.
The top.
Putting him face up, you love to see that, and is rewarded with the Jeskai Revelation, the top card of the deck. It's been so fun to watch Evan Vetter the course of this tournament.
Oh my God.
Was 8-0-1 overnight. Going into day 2, is the #1 seed in the top 8 and is advancing to the top 4. And I'm pretty jealous of Alien Corey right now to get to watch more of his magic.
Unironically, completely same. That is exactly what you call matches of Magic to get to see. The flip face up off the top, you can feel the table banter of Evan just saying, okay, well, it's Jeskai Revelation or it's not. And it was.
That is.
Oh my God, what a match.
Incredible
Wow.
stuff. Jeskai Control, you know, it's one of the decks in the field, but we've been talking about how this is the list that Evan Vetter curated for this tournament.
Yes.
Sultai Reanimator on the radar, Jeskai Revelation, a way to win the game from no battlefield. That he does. Evan Vetter's in the top 4. That's going to do it for Carmen and myself. We're going to get out of here, go get dinner, but Ailey Lonely and Corey Baumeister will be back to bring you the top 4 here from RC Portland. Don't go anywhere.
It's semifinals time here in Portland. The regional championship is so close to crowning a champion, and we get to bring you the action, friends. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney. We are going to jump straight into it and have a look first, Corey, at this top 8. If you just joined us, well, you came at the right time because this is how things stand at the moment. Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an incredible moment to finish it off, too. Evan Vetter taking it down with the good old classic Lightning Helix moment-esque. Off the top, taking down over Sultai Reanimator. We had Mason Buonadonna taking it down over Bant Airbending. Similar to sitting right next to them, Simic Ouroboros took down Bant Airbending in Michael Bird. And then at the very bottom, Tristan Wild Laroo beat what I would say was a bit of an upset. These Boros Dragons are definitely meant to prey on these type of decks. Now, Tristan being on the play definitely helped as well, plus some mana problems from our Boros Dragons player. But this brings us to the top 4, and this brings us to arguably the highest stakes match.
Absolutely.
Because of the World Championship slots, you know, $5,000, $10,000 for the finals. Of course, money is great, but the equity and the chance to be a world champion is really, really huge.
I was watching Mason and Pierre finish off their match, and Pierre was like, yeah, thanks. Top 8's cool and all, but I'm really just happy to be in the Pro Tour.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
World Championship, well, it was a bit of a pipe dream, but Mason said to him, well, you know what the easiest way to get to the World Championship is? Playing in the Pro Tour. So just top 8 that one too, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that is easiest in air quotes, as that is still very, very tough. But yeah, Mason and Pierre had a very friendly, fun match. Apparently, they're locals. They're in the DMV area. So, yeah, really nice buddies there, and was fun to watch.
Great games from all of our players. We are going to be jumping into our semifinals shortly. It's going to be Tristan Wild Laroo up first and foremost, up against Devin Straub. So we're going to take a look at their deck lists quickly before we head down to the feature match area and see who takes it down between these two players. 4-color rhythm deck here from Tristan, going off the beaten path here, as it were, a little bit, with his take on an Ouroboros deck.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had to change the name because while there's only one Ouroboros here in the sideboard, even though, funny enough, he did win with Ouroboros in this last matchup. But this is a deck that seems like it is an anti-Ouroboros deck because, well, you're playing some cards that just go over the top. And the idea here is Ouroboros in the mirror is not actually that impressive. It's not really what you go for. You're still just trying to get cub after cub and then into Craterhoof. And, you know, I talked to him a little bit about it, like, you know, is this the teched out list? You played a lot? And he's like, no, not really. It's kind of a lot of theory. Didn't actually get a lot of time to test. He had a lot of friends that he was hanging with and stuff. So turns out Tristan is just leaning on his an extremely talented play skill to get him across with this deck.
Also get by with a little help from his friends.
That does help.
It does help being on a really good team too. So Tristan Wild Laroo playing this super sweet concoction here, we'll call it. So let's see how it does up against Devin Straub's list. Now, this was one of the big bads coming into the weekend. Simic Ouroboros absolutely just crushing the competition. Is it Lessons is nowhere to be seen near this top 8. So tell us about this list.
I mean, I think this deck list, we need to put the name into challenge once again. There's only 2 Ouroboros, so, you know, it really does seem like this is becoming a bit of a common trend. I talked to multiple players starting to cut a few Ouroboros. A lot of players wish that they cut more, which is kind of wild because it is, of course, one of the most powerful cards in Standard. But this is a lot closer to the stock version. It is playing 4 Mockingbirds, which that's kind of how these deck lists started. Now they went down to 2 kind of for around the time of Atlanta, back up to 4 here, and playing some Wistfulness as well as Formidable Speaker as far as new cards go.
Sweet lists indeed. If our players are ready to rock and roll, we're going to head straight on down to the feature match area and get these semifinals underway because Corey and I, and I'm sure the players, want to know who's going to the World Championship.
Exactly. Just a casual match here for, you know, no big deal. Just $5,000 in cash plus the equity of the World Championship, which is usually a minimum of $4,000. So just a cool, calm $10,000 match of Magic here.
Man, isn't it cool making money off of playing a game?
Yeah.
That's so sweet.
It is the dream, that is for sure.
Llanowar Elves on either side, one old school, one new school. Tristan Wild Laroo, shocking in Breeding Pool. Will we see a JED, as it was affectionately called? We're going to see our Spider Manifestation, and Lenore Elf number 2.
And Tristan Wild Laroo representing the team Scrap Heap team, which you'll remember plenty of players from that team. Vinny Fino taking down the regional championship.
He was cool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then the Pugsley brothers as well.
Puglisi.
Puglisi, excuse me.
Go.
Yes, the Puglisi brothers that did extremely well, and we'll be seeing them here at the Pro Tour here in a couple of weeks.
Hell yeah. What do you mean couple weeks? It's next weekend,
In a couple of days, yes.
Yeah, soon. Oh my gosh, it's just a crazy time for competitive Magic. We go from this to then the Pro Tour, then to Arena Championship 11, and then after that we've got Toronto as well. So yeah, we're busy.
Lots of stuff, yeah, a good time to be a competitive Magic player, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Mirror starts basically for both of these players. The one thing that is missing from both of them is a cub. So the first one to assemble that extremely powerful creature will really have a huge mana advantage here.
Getting their cells set up here, developing their mana base, and yeah, like you said, whoever gets the cub first is going to have a massive advantage because already 3 dorks on the board, ready to rock and roll.
Yep. And Devin representing his team as well, where they have
Team Mirror Breaker?
Team Mirror Breaker.
Yeah.
Bunch of really strong players on that as well.
Name
and
drop us some. Who?
Even Michael Plummer.
Oh,
was,
who's that?
Yeah, I was talking to Devin, and that was one of the highlighted players. He said, I was like, oh, the best player in the world right now. You know, someone who is completely dominating. That's a pretty good team to have.
On one hell of a heater is Michael Plummer. So here we're going to Nature's Rhythm. We're going to untap our Spider Manifestation, and I bet you we're fetching a Badger Milk Cup. Hey, buddy.
Okay, Cub is here, so now 5 mana available for Tristan to be able to deploy this, and leaves the deck face up as he's like, yep, I got more things to be doing.
Shenanigans. Bright Glass Gear Hulk. Now going to go digging for a couple 1-drops. I wonder what we'll fetch. What do you think?
I mean, this looks great. So being able to find
Mockingbird.
You know, Mockingbird, you could get Melstrider's Resolve to be able to fight down some of the creatures here from Devin. That looks excellent.
That's exactly what he's fetching.
Yep.
So still has a mana floating, I believe, so we'll be able to create another copy of the Badgermole Cub, but Cub is going to get busy and kill that Spider Manifestation on the other side of the board.
Yep, and no blue to be able to play the Mockingbird, but this was still just an incredible turn. You're able to hold off Devin, killing Devin's best creature, and then just go extremely wide, plus the Nature's Rhythm with the Gear Hulk to turn sideways next turn should easily represent Crater Hoof. So, I mean, game 1, blink if you miss it. Looking like it's going to head to Tristan Wild Laroo.
It does indeed. You know, I really enjoy this, you know, multifaceted deck that Tristan's rocking here this weekend, because you really can attack from any angle, and also you can play your opponent's best creatures against them. So if you don't have a Cub, for example, everyone else is playing one, so you just copy that with Mockingbird.
Yeah, yeah.
Or if they got something real spicy, like, I don't know, you know, Quantum Riddler, then go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the tech, and just having all of these silver bullets to be able to fight your opponent's creatures. That's kind of what the traditional Simic decks can't really do, at least for game 1. So it's looked great in the mirrors so far.
Did this Mockingbird just copy a land?
It sure can. Yep.
It sure did.
Yep. So now it is a flying forest.
Yeah. So that's just how things go.
That's just how it works.
Yeah.
But either way, all of the things that Devin did don't look to be anywhere near enough.
No.
As looks like lethal on board here with that Nature's Rhythm.
Yep. Nature's Rhythm in the yard. Quick counts. Checking to see how many points of damage would be flying over, courtesy of a Crater Hoof Behemoth. And that is going to be game 1. Easily won there by Tristan Wild Laroo, who found Badgermole Cub first and foremost.
Yep, absolutely. And being the higher seed, getting the play, that was a very big deal. I at least appreciate that Devin maybe taught some people in the audience that, well, you can Mockingbird on a land,
yeah.
you know,
It's
not the most obvious line, and it's pretty nice because it doesn't have summoning sickness or anything. You just get to turn it sideways.
Keen-Eyed Curator, Meldstrider's Resolve, Oko, Lorwyn Liege, Reclamation Sage, Sapsunin, hey, Frog Bomb, Luxa Embodied, Soul Guide Lantern, Spider Sense, Unable to Scream. What do you like here from the sideboard for Devin, Corey?
I like anything that fights the creatures, so I like the Resolve, I like the Unable to Screams, and then Spider Sense has looked really good in these mirror matches, so I wouldn't be too shocked to see that, especially with the Gear Hulks on the other side. It's not so bad to be able to counter that ability, counter Behemoth, all that kind of stuff. You could even think about Reclamation Sage as a way to blow up your opponents. Unable to screams, stuff like that. That seems pretty minor as Tristan doesn't have a ton of those, but there's also that Clarion Conqueror in the board that Devin has to very much deal with, but you're still just bringing in cards to be able to fight that anyways.
Clarion Conqueror in a deck that plays Mana Dorks is kind of funny, but I get it. I understand. You know, just a nod to the fact that ramp is so prevalent in the format right now.
Yeah.
On Tristan's side of things, Clarion Conqueror, Glenel Andra Guardian, Hallowed Fountain, Keen-Eyed Curator, Meld Stratus Resolve, Ouroboros, Rex Sage, Seam Ripped. Woof, he's got like one of each thing here. Soul Guide Latin, Spider Sense, Voice of Victory, and Wistfulness.
Yeah, that's the one nice thing with Tristan's build. It's much more toolboxy. When you play 4 Formidable Speakers, you have the ability to just play a lot of one-ofs that are very good in certain situations. So with this configuration, I still like the resolves. I still like being able to answer creatures in that way. The second Seam Rip looks really nice to me. Clarion Conqueror, I would think you want to bring it in a matchup like this, but it is a universal effect, so that still kind of seems strange to me. But if you're not bringing it in against other Cub decks,
what are you bringing it?
Maybe what is it for? Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. But outside of that, maybe the Spider Senses as well. And that's about all I would bring in.
What is it good for? We'll find out. Clarion Conqueror in the sideboard there. Friends, thank you so much for hanging out with us and watching this regional championship here from Portland. If you would like to keep up to date with all of the happenings around Star City Games, be sure to sign up for the newsletter. Go to starcitygames.com/newsletter. You can hear all about the latest sets, all the latest events, and upcoming sales, of which there is one ongoing at the moment. So if you sign up for that newsletter, you'll get all of that information. While our players are getting shuffled up here, consulting their sideboards, we may be able to take a look at our second semifinals on the other side of the table. Mason Buonadonna down at the bottom there. Evan Vetter up top on Jeskai Control. Mason doing Cub things. Evan Vetter trying to keep a good handle on these little Mana Dorks. A couple of Seam Rips there. Quantum Riddler has resolved now too for Mason. So yeah, there's plenty going on in this semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mason Buonadonna has just been playing such phenomenal Magic right now.
Absolutely.
In this tournament, in Atlanta, you know, top 8'd Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. He's been just very much impressing me. And this is, you know, one of the bigger matches that he'll be playing. But the thing is, he just looks exactly the same as if he's
so
playing
chill.
round one. He's very chill, and that's what you gotta be when you're at the highest level here. Every match is the same.
Yeah.
And Mason definitely embodies that.
But you do know, and I know, that he definitely wants this World Championship spot. So he's not going to pull any punches here. He's a super nice guy, but he's going to kill you with a smile on his face.
Yeah, and Mason's qualified for a bunch of Pro Tours already, so this will definitely be one of the pass downs, you know, that's already qualified here. Queued for, you know, I guess it would be at least up until Amsterdam.
Yep.
But if you can just lock up that world slot now, not have to worry about getting AMPs, that feels really good. So.
Unagi of Kyoshi Island here for Evan. Also see Meringue River Regent. A Get Lost being fired off on the Riddler.
I wonder if this Riddler, if the Unagi was in response to it, so that, it sure looks like it, and that's the nice thing. Oh, okay, so the Sift is in response from the Meringue River Regent, and looks like the other Riddler is probably on the stack as well, so, I mean, either way, Mason drawing a card, the Unagi drawing 2, is a huge exchange if that's exactly what's happening. Game one between these players.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Jeskai Control, honestly.
Yeah, Evan has played really great.
And Evan, I should say,
and had to get through just an incredibly long battle. When you
that
play,
was such a slog.
When you play a match that's, you know, a solid hour and a half, it definitely takes a toll on you. So if Evan can play such a difficult deck like Jeskai Control perfectly throughout the rest of the tournament, that would be incredibly impressive in itself.
Spying Tristan Wild Laroo in the corner there of Mason's camera, just checking out what's happening on this side of things. You know, keeping an eye on the competition, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, it just comes down to, like, everyone that's looking on the other matches. it's like it's not even really scouting. It's just like, all right, there's some cool stuff going on over there, you know?
Yeah, I
We're
mean,
all Magic fans.
We are. Like, how often are you sitting at at a pre-release or something and you're just like, oh, what'd you draw? Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even us in the feature match for the top 8, we just want to watch some Magic,
Absolutely.
you know?
Consult the star charts here for Evan. Does that resolve?
Looks like it got Spider Sensed.
Spidey senses tingled and said, no, you don't get to look at a bunch of cards. What would have been 7?
Yep.
That would have been pretty
And
nice.
that looked like a bit of a, a brutal exchange there for Evan, as Evan did main phase this consultative star chart. So that's usually indicative of the fact that you need something.
Yeah.
And running that into a counterspell, and now Mason gets to untap with all the mana, can be a bit brutal. But the Unagi at Kyoshi Island is still very good up against the Riddler half of this deck for sure. But looks like here is the rhythm for Cub number 3. And that could represent 6, 7 mana total. The 2 power on Cub essentially makes it 9. So that's not quite enough for Behemoth yet. But as far as body language goes, Evan does not seem like he's got too much left in the tank. Just 1 card there, it looks like.
He just needs Mason to draw his 2nd card each turn, and then he'll just have all the gas in the world, courtesy of the Unagi. But is that something Mason's going to do? Will he give him an out? I don't know. Let's see. We're just going to spy. What, we got a Spider Manifestation in hand there for Mason. I think I spied a land and nothing else, really.
Yeah, so there is the Riddler in the warp zone,
warped.
and then there is a Nature's Rhythm that we're kind of is being covered up by that. So that's probably what we're going
sideways,
for.
Though, so that might be exiled already.
I think there was another one because I think we just cast one from the hand, but it easily could be. We're kind of jumping in here. Don't have perfect information, but
let's see if our players in our main feature like their hands. If they do, we'll jump back into that and catch up with Evan and Mason.
That is a flashback one, so it looks like 4/4.
Okay.
So it could just be Ouroboros to start going wide. And the nice thing is, however many lands, however much mana you have floating, going for that instead.
Meringue Regent. Able to bounce some stuff or coil and catch once again if he so chooses. Looks like we're good to go here, so Llanowar Elves. Kicking things off here for Devon, who is down a game up against Tristan Wild Laroo. Oh, Badgermole Cub in hand for Tristan. He's going to be happy about that.
Let's see if there is a 1-drop. Okay, so Tristan essentially has the nuts on the draw. That is the absolute best draw that you can have. I think I saw Spider Manifestation too. So as long as Tristan does have land number 2, we should be going. But Devon, of course, on the play can have the same draw here.
Hey.
There's the Cub.
Oh. Nice little stamp on his Badgermole Cub there. Activating that land breeding pool. We get a Llanowar Elf and an Unable to Scream. Damn, that was a nice exchange there for Devon.
Absolutely huge. Okay, shutting down Gene Pollinator. So now Tristan's best turn is just playing either Spider Manifestation or playing the Cub. If you can't activate Gene, it's probably correct to go Spider Manifestation. But now this is the turn. Can Devon do a turn 3 kill? We haven't seen a lot of them on camera, but this is the kind of start that makes it possible.
2, 4, 6, 7 mana.
Yep. If you can go, land, Cub.
Yeah.
Something like that, you can easily represent Behemoth.
Does he have it? I was having to think about something. Let's see what he's got here. Because, you tap the Llanowar Elves for Cub, play the land. Whichever order you want to do it in, but keep a land up and then Behemoth for however many.
Yeah, you definitely want another
1, 2,
land.
3, 4, 5,
that would help.
Yeah.
Big thanks for sure. But something here like just Ouroboros looks just okay.
Okay.
But nothing special. But all right, that is Cub number 2.
Yep.
So Cub animates the passage. Now that adds 6 total mana. Plus the Cub itself kind of adds 2 to the rhythm. So that's 8. That's a rhythm for 4. Ouroboros is the absolute floor.
Yeah.
That's the worst play that Devon can do is a turn 3 Ouroboros after you have 6 total creatures. So
gross.
No matter what, that will be a solid play. But possibility that you could do more.
Turn, yeah.
Yep.
So let's see where he's going with this.
And Devin did only play 2 Ouroboros in the list, so maybe there's some thought to taking them out. They might not be in the deck. I would think, if anything, you'd leave in 1.
Yeah. You know, you at least want 1 to fetch.
Yeah. And could, of course, see leaving in both of them, of course.
Yeah. Okay, Riddler.
Drawing 2. That's essentially free.
Yep.
Just because the 4 power for the Nature's Rhythm, you can still Ouroboros here, so I like that play first.
Yeah. Many a times we've seen Quantum Riddler help pay for the harmonized cost of a Nature's Rhythm. Doubtless it will get in on the action once again.
Yep. Or Winter Night Stories.
Yeah,
it has
so-
been
yeah,
doing a
sure.
lot of harmonizing, that Quantum Riddler for sure.
Willow Rush Verge, land for turn.
So Devin has 2 more cards in hand. Let's see how good they are. Now you can, with the land drop, you can harmonize now for 5 and get a Riddler in play. Seems like Ouroboros would just be better. Okay. I mean, this does 3, 4, 5, 9. Yeah, so now I guess we can still get Ouroboros here.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Harmonize.
Yeah, as long as we do have 2 floating, which that seems to be correct to me.
Tristan just sits on the other side, you know, contemplating what he's going to have for dinner.
And with Tristan having Cub next turn, you know, can easily have this same kind of turn. But it does look a little more difficult. Just having 1 Spider Manifestation, the Gene Pollinator with the Unable to Scream. It's not going to be doing anything here besides chump blocking.
Devin having a think here as to how he wants to proceed with the rest of his turn here. This is turn 3?
Yep,
Yeah.
turn 3. A absolutely phenomenal turn 3, that's for sure.
What is the mana value of spells you cast this turn? Oh, boy.
Looks to be harmonizing here for X equals 5. X equals 4, so I think we know what's coming around.
Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Ouroboros.
That would be my assumption, but you never know.
Doesn't just want to get another Quantum Riddler out? No. Here comes the Plant Worm.
Yeah, this at least pretty much locks up a lethal attack next turn. With this many creatures, you get to go pretty wide. And now both of these Cubs are going to be 3/3, so you get to attack Tristan down to 12.
Maybe a chunk blocker in the way there.
Yep.
The Gene Pollinator toy.
And now just 2 cards in hand. Both of those Riddlers are going to go to Warp.
Somebody get these players dice sponsorship.
Right. Yeah, and well, one of the Cubs did come into play this turn. It was so long ago
It was
that
so long ago.
it's hard to remember, but
It's basically 4 turn cycles. Come on, man.
so now
But
Tristan
yes.
has to have a heck of a turn.
Let's see. It's possible. Both the Riddlers go to exile. They are warped away, but that battlefield is terrifying.
Yeah, it would be a lot more possible without that Unable to Scream here, but now even just land 3, Badgermole Cub onto that land, then you have 4 mana. You could Nature's Rhythm again, untap Spider Manifestation, and then you would have 3 mana available. It doesn't seem like Crater Hoof is possible from this situation.
No.
And I say that very, cautiously because most of the time there is a way, but seems pretty difficult here.
Yeah, it's got Cub, he's got Rhythm.
And Llanowar and 2 lands.
Yeah. I mean, Devin's got, what, 2 cards in hand? Doesn't have easy access, unless it's in hand already. Doesn't have easy access to the Hoof.
Yep. Doesn't have that locked up as it stands, but this was enough to send it to game number 3.
Yeah, I would say.
And I mean, hey, that was Devin on the play having one of the best draws. I mean, it is not the best because this deck can win on turn 3.
Yeah.
But that gets to be about as close as it can get right there.
There is the appeal of this deck, friends. I bet we're going to see much, much more of the Simic Ouroboros concoctions going forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Poor Granny.
As far as changes, though, it just seems like these players are very much going to keep it the same. You know, they might do a little posturing here and there, bring one thing in, take the same thing out. But for the most part, I expect the same kind of configuration. Just Tristan on the play, so huge advantage to him here going into this game. But you still just got to keep a very good, proactive, powerful hand.
Yes, indeedy. Plenty of new cards have made their way into Standard from Lorwyn Eclipsed. The set has just released. It is wonderful. If you haven't played it or tried it out, go give it a go. And if you like it, starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. That is where you should go if you want to collect or pick up any sealed products, singles, that sort of thing. I love the set.
It's a great set. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of drafting.
Oh, we have, yeah.
We've been playing a lot of Standard and you know, getting ready here for the Pro Tour next weekend, and it is a ton of fun to play. Got all these different kindred strategies that you can play. It seems like the limited set is even deeper than just playing those type of strategies. So yeah, really fun and a ton of staples here to collect here for Standard.
I had a draft where I went Kithkin, and I got the Thoughtweft Lieutenant, the Selesnya 2-drop, into the Klachen Festival, which makes 2 Kithkin, and is also a Kithkin spell. So this guy was like a 5/5 on turn 3, and I was just like, boom! My opponent's just like, what? It was great. It's real fun.
There you go, popping off. Love it.
Woo-wee. Alrighty. It looked like all the spider senses came out there for Devin. I spied them in his sideboard. So.
Yeah, that's still what I would have assumed, you know, before even watching coverage here, is that just Spider Sense in the mirror does not seem good enough. But we did see Mason Buonadonna leaving them in, and basically every time they looked amazing. So I don't think there's a consensus on that card. You know, I think every single Cub-style gamer is bringing in the fight spells, the Unable to Screams, and you know you're attacking on that front. But, hey, maybe that is the reason to be trying to zig a little bit when everyone's zagging.
Well, we'll see. Between all these players, whoever keeps in Spidey Sense or cuts them out, whoever wins, they'll be the correct person. That's how that works.
That is definitely not how that works.
That's how that works.
What a big game between these two players, not only to get to the finals, to still be able to continue playing in this tournament, but whoever wins locks up that Pro Tour or that World Championship slot here later on at the end of the year in Atlanta. It's going to be really exciting.
Absolutely. It's so exciting for these players they've been through one hell of a grind this weekend. It's a lot of Magic. It's 15 rounds and then the top 8 as well. I mean, Evan facing off against Nico in the quarterfinals, that was an hour and a half.
Yeah, and you know Evan has played more turns of Magic than all of the other top 4 players, maybe a couple of them combined. So, yeah, definitely feeling for Evan, as that's very mentally taxing.
This is the price we pay as the control player.
Yep. But even these, these Cub matches as well, it's just a lot of math. You know, especially if you're going deep in this tournament, the lights in the feature match area are quite bright. It is very taxing to be this deep into a major tournament like the Regional Championship.
Good to see the players still have smiles on their faces, still cracking jokes. Looks like our second semifinals are also sideboarding. So, you know, a couple of jokes between players and judges. You love to see it.
Yeah, and, they're joking, having fun on the outside, but on the inside, it's a little bit of nervous energy as this may be the biggest game of Magic that these players. Tristan, of course, has been through some big moments here on the Pro Tour.
It's just another Sunday.
Just another Sunday.
It is Sunday, right? Yes, it is. Cool. Holy crap, Christmas was a month ago already. Good grief. Sorry to anyone who was just like, yes, it's 2026. Woo, yeah.
Right. Been going fast. Been going fast.
All right, that deck is shuffled, man. Let's go.
I mean, you get in those situations where you're like, you got one big game, you're trying to clear your head, and then you forget, like, oh, yeah, I've been shuffling for a long time.
Putting Brian Killer to shame, man.
He's a fast shuffler. He's also a fast card flicker for
He
sure.
sure is.
We're going to be seeing him at the next Pro Tour
Hell
as
yeah,
well.
I'm
That's
so
going to be
excited.
pretty cool.
I'm so excited. It's going to be sick. 100% he's playing some green
Llanowar Elves.
concoction. Yeah, 4 Llanowar Elves, 4 whatever else makes mana, and then just maybe big dumb dragons. Who knows?
He is locking
I
in
have
4
no
Llanowar
idea.
Elves and has to figure
Yeah,
out the
forgot
rest.
the rest, yeah.
That's what I would guess.
4 Llanowar Elves and 56 forests.
Pretty much.
All right, looks like we are good to boogie.
Looks like Tristan contemplating. And whenever, you got to think about it this close, it's probably, a hand you don't feel super confident about. But looks like Tristan is keeping it. Let's see what
I was
Devin
about to
feels.
say, was he just sitting there waiting the whole time while the other guy shuffled it? No, man. He's he kept that hand.
Big thanks from Doubt. Keep from Devin as well. So we got ourselves a good old 7-on-7. Let's do this.
Yeehaw, let's go. All right, breeding pool, gene pollinator. Down to 18 goes Tristan. First blood. Same thing on the other side, except the Llanowar Elves.
It's very much needed if your opponent starts with an accelerant and you just go tap land or whatever. You basically lose the game on the spot in this kind of mirror match. So having a Llanowar or a gene pollinator from Devin's side was very needed.
Yes. Multiversal passage. Shock that in as well.
And let's see if it's Cub into 2-drop. That is the ideal draw.
It is
Okay.
indeed. Get that land up. Gene Pollinator gets to tap the Badger Mole Cup for a Multistrider's Resolve, and boom, there goes your Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, it's not like the absolute best draw you can have, but that is still very good.
Yep. Advantage, Tristan Wild Laroo.
And now you just think, how do you come back from this? Because it's so hard to answer the Cub once it has 4 toughness like this. So no matter what, Tristan's going to untap with an active Cub. I mean, there's something like you could unable to scream both Gene Pollinator and the land. That would be amazing. But outside of that, just like a couple of elves looks pretty bad. Okay, there's one.
Which one do you target? I mean, it has to be the Badger Mole Cup, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough.
No, this guy's giving all the mana, man.
Yeah, but if you take down a land that does cut off 2... Yeah, it is close. It is close.
Cup, I say. Because the second Cub comes down, then what? Then it's just like, whoop, off he goes to the races.
Yeah. Second Cub, no matter what, is going to be devastating.
Yeah.
That is for sure. And there's a spot where Devin basically just has to think, like, okay, I can't beat X, Y, or Z, and you can't play around everything. So unable to scream on the land.
All right. So now it's just a, what, 1-3?
Good old 1-3 toy.
Turn passes back now to Tristan. After Llanowar Elves hits the board for Devin. That's Llanowar Elves number 2. Tristan has a active Cup with a big butt and a Gene Pollinator that can still tap that land for mana, so he's got that going for him.
Yep, so still has access to 3 mana to start the turn. Could have access to more. I believe I did see a Seam Rip, which is pretty strong.
Good answer. Pretty good answer indeed for all these cheap creatures.
Yep, could also just Seam Rip the Unable to Scream to gain yourself some
your
extra
mana back.
mana. So basically, it's would Tristan want to unlock more mana for himself or take down the Llanowar on the other side? Oh, wow.
Wow.
How about both? So that is going to be Maelstrom Resolve on that, and then you could just Seam Rip away
No.
the land, but
He's quite happy getting some extra cards now because he's
Okay.
only got 1 in hand.
so that 1 card in hand is a Seam Rip, which can be pretty solid. And that looks like just an attack for 3. Still, solid start here for Tristan.
Yeah.
Depending if we have a good follow-up here.
That's a pretty great start, I'll say. Anything else that gets deployed here that sticks around? Okay, nice. Yes, lovely. I like it. It is an artifact, so Wistfulness can take care of Gene Pollinator.
But no land 3 here from Devin. That is devastating. So you're able to prevent some of the mana here from Tristan, but Cub number 2 here is going to be very strong, but doesn't look like there is land number 4 for Tristan either. So as good of the start as these players had, maybe not the best finish.
A Badger Beatdown.
Badger Beatdown still does the trick sometimes.
Badger Bludgeon. I don't know. We'll find a cool name for it, but yes. Down to 14 goes Devin, finds land number 3. Spider Manifestation and Gene Pollinator. Just chuck those cards out there. Like, all right, let's fight.
So now we still know about the Seam Rip, plus the Riddler here getting warped. So if anything, if you have a land, you can just play Riddler. That's not the best play. That's still pretty risky. I think if you can Seam Rip on the Spider Manifestation, that's ideal. But right now, I mean, there's just no access to white mana. Riddler to draw what looks to be 1 card. And, yeah, that's very much leading me to believe that this could be scary here, as this removal spell of Seam Rip just doesn't seem to be active.
Yep. No way to make white mana, as the Plains Multiversal Passage was shut down there by Devin, so good call from him in that regard.
Yeah, so far the unable to scream on the land might be the play that at least keeps him alive here.
And taking out Gene Pollinator as well, just making sure there's no white source available to Tristan Wild Laroo. So
and
here goes Devin.
That is a bit of the give and take with the version Tristan's playing. There's a lot of things that have looked really awesome about it, but at the end of the day, you are a 3-color deck. There is 1 red card, barely comes up, but you are a Bant deck.
Explosive Prodigy, the 1 red splash in the main deck.
Love this
Riddler.
trick.
Ooh, nice. Using Spider Manifestation to pay for it, which gets untapped then once it's warped, because it is a 5 mana value card.
It's pretty much free with the Gene Pollinator to tap it and then only costing 1.
Whoa, look at this. Look at all these cards we're
Popping
getting.
off.
I see your 2 Riddlers, and I raise you mine.
But the problem is Devin doesn't have the Cubs to make this draw extremely powerful. If we started this turn with Cub and then we were doing these Riddler tricks, it would look like huge advantage to Devin. But without it, you are just kind of spinning your wheels a bit.
Some white spells.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. 2 draws here from the Riddlers. Dippity Dappity.
3 mana, tapping the Unable to Scream for the Gene Pollinator.
Formidable Speaker. Okay, all right. We can go find something with that. Or JED, as we heard Mason call it in the feature match area.
Yep.
It's just like, nah, just JED. Meringue River Regent getting chucked.
I would assume we're just getting the Cub here to be able to unlock Devin's draw. So this next turn basically decides this match. If Tristan has a good turn, then I think this is over. But if Tristan has another turn where he kind of stumbles here, doesn't really do any kind of powerful thing besides like playing Quantum Riddler.
Yeah. It's got 7 mana available currently.
Yep. And kind of 8, 9, 10 because you can just play one of the Riddlers on tap Spider Manifestation.
True.
So kind of can play a Riddler, still have 5 mana left over.
Yeah. Has enough blue for that.
To cast one at least.
To cast one of them, yeah. The second one, not so much.
Looking to maybe add red, as might have the Explosive Prodigy in hand.
Or might draw it off of these Riddlers.
Yep,
see.
That's fair too. Leads me to believe you have it in hand, though, because otherwise you're going to play a Riddler, you're going to untap it, and then you could add red mana, so would seem like...
Well, you do want to... Okay. Cub number 3. Oh, boy.
Okay.
Now they tap for 4 mana?
Yep. So we just have 9 mana available right now.
That's silly.
3 Cubs get to be quite busted.
Good grief.
So there is 9 total mana floating, almost for sure 2 blue.
Yep.
And the rest green.
Yep. Hi, Gene.
Gene Pollinator. We know Seam Rip is still in hand as one of the other cards, and then there's one other mystery card from Tristan. If Tristan can get rid of that card, that'd be great. Then play Riddler, and you get to draw 2. But let's say it's another white card. You're not going to be able to do that.
Riddler number 1.
Okay.
Of the Warp Zone.
Whatever the last card in hand for Tristan is, doesn't seem to be a castable card because you're very incentivized to get rid of it if
Didn't
it
you
is.
say you saw a Seam Rip?
One Seam Rip, but what's the other card?
Ah, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And untippity tap, our Spider Manifestation, which now just taps for casual 4 mana.
So
Seems fine.
7 mana available in total, and there's the Prodigy.
Okay, so what, got 3 colors? No white permanent, right?
Enough to kill the Spider Manifestation, that's for sure. But if that's the end of the turn, it was still strong. Still very strong, but wasn't completely GG. Devin will have a chance with this cub that he searched up.
So, chump block there, forest, or excuse me, the Plains, which is just a plain card now, not actually a Plains.
Yep, it's just a toy.
Yeah, it's just a toy. Got busy there a little bit, but good grief, look at Tristan's board.
Either way, the one thing that Tristan said throughout that turn very loud and clear is, I do not have a Nature's Rhythm.
Yes, sure did. Botanical Sanctum gets animated by the Badgermole Cub that Devin fetched up with JED, i.e. Formidable Speaker.
So Devin has 6 total mana available right now. Let's see what we can do with it.
No, he's not hellbent. He's got a card in hand.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I saw him put down sleeves, so I'm assuming that's his hand.
Looks like 1 card. It looked like a Nature's Rhythm off of a quick glance. So you get 2 mana off each of the Gene Pollinator and the Botanical Sanctum. Formidable Speaker essentially nets 1 right now, as you can untap a land and tap again.
So 5. 5 mana free.
4, 5, so 6 mana available for Devin.
Oh yeah, plus the land.
With the land itself, yep. And I mean, if your only play is cast a Riddler, maybe enough, because Tristan would still just, his next turn is just cast a Riddler again if he doesn't have Nature's Rhythm, or of course Craterhoof, something like that. But feels like Devin has to do more than that this turn.
I agree with you, friend. That's stressful.
Oh, yeah.
I can see Devin working through all the possibilities here.
Doing a little bit of the math, thinking, do I go for it? Do I just cast a Riddler and be safe?
How much damage does Tristan have on the board just creature-wise, right?
Yeah.
That's still plenty. 2, 4, 6...
Still definitely a good amount of blockers. The Riddler is the one card that's getting in. But yeah, that's the math that we're doing, I think, here for Devin, is just thinking, can I even afford to play Quantum Riddler?
Yeah, because it's going to leave you pretty much tapped out here, barring the Cub, right?
I would think you could leave open Formidable Speaker, Cub, and the Riddler as far as 3 blockers go, but drawing 2. Oh,
wow.
That's it. Tristan advancing here to the World Championship and the finals here of the Regional Championship. Big congratulations to Tristan Laroo. Wow.
And
what a
Devin
match.
put up one hell of a fight, but it's Tristan Laroo punching his ticket to the World Championship and to our finals here at the RC. We're going to jump into our second semis, see how that one's going. Evan Vedder, Mason Buonadonna. Mason is up a game. And this is a very grindy game 2 here. Jeskai Control doing its best. That's a very big one. Shitong, Librarian, Unagi of Kyoshi Island. We see Aang's Iceberg taking care of one of Mason's pesky creatures, Meringue River Regent, and there's going to be a handshake as well. Mason, handshakes all around. Good gravy.
Evan must have been at a much lower life total there instead of what it was accurate there, because
yeah, it looks like 5 and 2, maybe?
Yeah, because we just attacked for 3 for the win. That didn't look like a spot where Mason was really going to be winning that game, but we got to see the end there, and it looks like 2 Cub decks making it to the finals, kind of having a bit of a dominant performance, you know? I mean, the big 2 going into this, Is It Lessons, the Ouroboros decks, and without Is It Lessons even in the top 8, definitely seems like the Cub decks dominated this event, but that's the thing about Standard. What's going to happen next week now? Exactly. It flows. So big congratulations to Mason Buonadonna. He's just playing incredible Magic, and it's really awesome to see him take it down.
All right, friend. Tristan Wild Laroo, Mason Buonadonna. You want to take a guess who's going to win?
You know, I mean, I've been so impressed with Mason's play throughout both of these multiple events that normally I would say Mason if it was that kind of, you know, just absolute mirror. But with Tristan having this tech, not even playing the Ouroboros in the main, playing fight spells in the main, I would put a slight advantage to Tristan Wild Laroo here to take this down.
Because I don't want us both to be wrong or both to be right, I'm going to go with Mason.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it.
We're going to have a very short break. When we come back, we're going to find out who is our regional championship here in Portland. So don't go too far. semifinals time here at the Regional Championship in Portland. If you just tuned in, you are in the nick of time, friends.
You missed a good tournament, though, so rewatch
sure
it all.
Have. Yeah. Definitely go back and give these games a watch because it's been an awesome tournament, some great plays, some cool deck lists.
Yeah.
And, we're about to see the two best players in the room duke it out to see who's going to hoist that trophy and be called champion. But before we do, Corey, let's take a look at their path to the finals. Here is the bracket of our regional championship. Tell us all about these two paths.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the way they got to the finals here, Tristan, we just saw on camera beating Devin here. Being on the play very much helped. Mason on the other side was on the draw up against Jeskai Control. We didn't see everything about that match, but being on the draw against a control deck does not seem easy. You know, I still think, you know, that matchup is very, very close, but both Mason Buonadonna as well as Tristan Wild Laroo have been playing some fantastic Magic. Both of them have very innovative takes on the Simic Cub, Simic Ouroboros style of deck, and very fitting to see both of them in the finals, making it to the World Championship here at the end of the year.
Hell yeah. The rest of this is just, you know, I don't know. It doesn't matter. World Championship, that's what you want, right? But no, there is still plenty of cash on the line here for the winner, as well as a fancy trophy. And you get to talk to Nick Miller in the winner's interview.
Yeah.
That's the highlight.
I mean, you get $10,000, but you get to have an interview with Nick Miller that's worth much more than $10,000. Nick Miller is the coolest.
We love Nick Miller. Shout out to all the people behind the scenes helping to make this event possible this weekend. Thank you all at home as well for watching. Our players are getting ready in the feature match area. As soon as they're ready to rock and roll, we'll jump down and go check it out. I do believe we can take a look at our deck lists too. So let's see what the players are rocking here. Mason Buonadonna playing Simic Ouroboros. What do you like most about this deck list?
I mean, this is another deck list that is trimming on Ouroboros here. You know, we have seen, it felt like it was a stock 4 of in this deck, you know, basically going to spotlight the Avatar here in Atlanta. Now some players playing 0, some playing 3, some playing 2. Down to 3 here, but some of the other spice, we see Oko, the new Planeswalker here from Lorwyn, making a decent impact. I would imagine it's going to be a card that's going to be sided out here. It hasn't looked amazing to me.
It's neither
at least.
here nor there, honestly. It's just a nuisance. It's a distraction, if anything. That's why he's shirtless. He's a distraction.
That's a good point. But it is a card that's great against Lessons, so I'm sure Mason defeated plenty of Grands here with Oko. Outside of that, there are plenty of one-ofs here that may come into play. The Keen-Eyed Curator is really nice at being able to exile your opponent's rhythms, your nature's rhythms there. Outside of that, this is quite stock compared to, well, what Mason kind of made stock at Spotlight Atlanta. He was the first person to kind of put these, maybe not necessarily the first, but maybe the person doing the best in the tournament with this kind of toolboxy deck with Reclamation, Sage, all these different kind of one-ofs. So
well, Mason took down 3 lessons on his way to the finals here, so definitely a deck that's well poised against that pretty powerful deck. You know, it had a rough weekend, but you know, don't count it out. Don't count Grand out.
Yeah, it's still a phenomenal deck. You know, I don't think any of the world competitor players that are watching this are thinking, well, Lessons is dead. Let's take out all our graveyard hate and take out all our ways to destroy Monument.
That's how they resurrect themselves. Anyway, let's take a look at Tristan Wild Laroo's brew, I want to say. 4-color rhythm. Only playing the 1 copy of Ouroboros, and it's in the sideboard. So tell us about this one, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tristan's been testing with Team Scrap Heat, who Team Scrap Heat is no stranger to making the finals here of these premium events, these regional championships, spotlights, those kind of things. And Tristan was just kind of saying this was not necessarily a team build. This was kind of a theory-crafted deck. Didn't even get that much time to test. It didn't show, I'll tell you that.
No.
He's been playing some great Magic and has made this deck look really good. That explosive Prodigy. Basically, the main thing that's doing is killing Clarion Conquerors, but there's a ton of applications to that really spicy card. So this says 4 colors. And it truly is, but most of the time you are only casting the Bant cards, and that explosive Prodigy is being searched up with Nature's Rhythm most of the time.
Yeah. We saw a couple of decks playing Nature's Rhythm that also had, you know, Terror of the Peaks in the main deck.
Yeah.
Impossible to cast, but it's there. If you need it, you can go and fetch it. So
yeah,
definitely cool environment to be in where you can play these off-color cards, and it's been pretty impactful.
Yeah, it's looked good. And, you know, this is Tristan playing 4 Formidable Speakers, the JED special. That's maybe not necessarily stock by any means. You know, we are seeing only one in Mason Buonadonna's list. So every list is varying a little bit. The one thing that all of these decks have in common, they're playing 4 Cub.
Yep.
They are playing 4 Cub. That is a card that, I mean, I don't know the number that people would play if there was no limit, but it's probably at least 8, maybe 10. Maybe you in chat can tell us how many would you actually play if it was unlimited to you.
Yeah, if this had the text of Persistent Petitioners, for example.
Yeah, I think I'd play 10. I think that would be my initial number. Seems good.
Why? It gets to the point where it's just too much. It's excess. No. It's 4 is just fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, fair.
We shall not break the rules of Magic, even though you are very cute. That is our finalist, or our finals set up here for you, friends. Tristan Laroo up against Mason Buonadonna. I'm on Team Mason. I think he's going to take it down. Corey thinks Tristan Laroo has the tools in his toolbox to be able to defeat the final boss here in Mason
Yeah,
Buonadonna.
and to be fair, I mean, I think this is going to be an extremely close matchup. They're playing so many of the same cards that, you know, I think if anything, it's a small advantage. But the number 1 seed or the higher seed will be Tristan Laroo here on that. So a little bit of an advantage there, and a small advantage based on some of the fight spells and stuff that you have access to game 1, where most of the time all these Simic decks are bringing those in out of the board. So, yeah, just some nice spicy tech.
Well, we did see Mason 2-0 in the semifinals, so
Yeah.
who knows? Being on the play or being on the draw. So players are ready to rock and roll. It's finals time, friends. Let's head on down to the feature match area and go crown a champion. Shall we?
Shall we? Let's do it.
Let's go. Mason Buonadonna at the top of your screen, playing Simic Oroboroid. The most successful deck here this weekend, I would say. Tristan Laroo down at the bottom. Temple Garden to kick things off. He's going to be playing 4-color Rhythm, and I bet you were going to see a Lanor Elves.
Yeah, I would bet as well. And we're definitely going to have, you know, Nick Miller, Frank Karsten running the numbers on, like, what decks actually had statistically the best weekend, but, of course, making it to the finals. This is a big statement. These are 2 Cub decks, and, of course, it looks just as powerful as it did last weekend, and both these players are extremely talented here.
They are indeed. 3 mana. Here comes JED, Formidable Speaker. Get to chuck a thing and go fetch a thing. Great card this weekend, finding its way into multiple archetypes. And we're going to be seeing it for a fair while in future, no doubt.
I saw Multiversal Passage as well as Bright Glass Gearhulk in hand from Tristan, and then 1 mystery card. So being able to get a Cub going here, play land number 3, have the ability to tap the land award, tap the land for 4. Formidable Speaker makes 5. So no matter what, Tristan's next turn can be Cub, Bright Glass Gearhulk, and fight Mason's Cub. I think that's the basic, you know, the not even that great of a play, and that play looks really good to me.
That's the least he can do.
That is the least he can do.
So much.
Yeah, it's really nice because you can, you know, play the Multiversal Passage that I think I saw from Tristan, tap the Verge and the Passage, animate the Temple Garden, tap the Temple Garden, use that green mana, untap the Temple Garden with Formidable Speaker, tap Temple Garden again. That's white, green, green, tap Llanowar. Or that's white, white, green, tap Llanowar. That's 3 green, 2 white, Gearhulk for the Resolve.
Yep.
And strap that up and fight. I mean, that looks like a solid play to me.
Let's see if Tristan agrees with you.
Yeah.
My guess is yes. Yes, he does. Unless whatever he drew changes the equation here. So Multiversal Passage enters. What are we naming it as? It's going to be a Plains.
And now the flip side, you could tap the Temple Garden and animate the Multiversal Passage. Kind of doesn't matter as far as that goes.
Either way, you get the green you need. Just go to make sure you get the white.
Okay. So it goes with the Cub. Hold your own Cub back.
All right.
Reasonable. Why have a Cub on the ground when you can fly?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And now we have the real Cub.
So now the Temple Garden adds 3. You go down to 2, untap Temple Garden up to 5. Can still make the same play that I was suggesting. So the play I was suggesting that seemed really good. Tristan added a little layer here.
Yeah, just chucked in an extra cub for good measure. So Mason going to be on the back foot here now as Tristan Laroo fetches up 1 mana.
Mason sees what's going on, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Multistrider's Resolve on the Flying Cub. Going to take out Mason's Cub. What was the other thing he fetched? Another Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, the Mockingbird and then the Resolve.
Mockingbird.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. Just at the very bottom part of the screen. And I mean, that was just your turn 3. Sure, it wasn't Behemoth, but interacting in this pseudo mirror match is just gigantic on game number 1.
Very
So,
powerful, yeah.
I mean, this spicy brew from Tristan is looking awesome. That Llanowar should be in the graveyard.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Formidable Speaker discarding
yes, he
it.
chucked
Yeah,
it. Okay.
yeah. All right, so
Just
now
checking.
how much of a powerful draw can Mason have? I would think it would have to begin with either Mockingbird or Badgermole Cub to get him back into this.
Yep. Spider Manifestation, a Llanowar Elves, and a Gene Pollinator. Up against that from
The
Tristan
world.
Laroo. Whee! That's a lot of permanence.
And the thing is, Tristan, even if Tristan doesn't have the follow-up of Behemoth, which would be the ideal play, you still have the ability to Mockingbird your Gear Hulk and go get Seam Rip and another Mockingbird.
bird,
Yeah, you can keep this.
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, it keeps getting Gear Hulks, that's for sure.
Flying Gear Hulks.
Yeah. And that looks like it was just a pass after a warp, so Mason easily can have Spider Sense as some interaction, and will basically have to have it, otherwise this game looks to be over.
Sure does indeed. Mason, I think, has been the champion of Spider Sense here this weekend.
Yeah, really has been.
Every time I've seen a cast, it's like, oh, it's Mason.
Yes. Every time it's being cast, it looks awesome, and
Yes.
it is usually from Mason, that's for sure.
I would like to counter your triggered abilities. Thank you. Alrighty, we're tapping for, what, 3 mana a pop now for each mana creature?
Yep, so 6 mana there.
Let's get out those little placards. Mockingbird.
Yep, probably just a Gear Hulk
Pop in a
here,
Gear Hulk, yep.
but I wouldn't be too shocked if it's Formidable Speaker to go get a Behemoth. Just really all depends.
Spidey Sense says no.
Yep. No matter what it is targeting, whether it's Gear Hulk or Formidable Speaker, it's countering the trigger, it would seem.
So just a flying, what is that, a 4/4?
I don't know exactly what it was copying. There was no motion where Tristan actually pointed at a thing.
It still becomes the creature, though, right?
Yeah, it's still the creature. You don't lose that ability. I would assume it was a Gear Hulk with 2 mana floating. That would make sense.
Yeah, it's a 4/4. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. This
That's easier. Yeah.
It's his buddy. He's copying his homework.
Okay, and I mean, if that's all Tristan have, as busted of a start that is,
It's not that bad, actually.
it's not unbeatable from Mason's side. Mason will have to kind of begin with Cub, as you most of the time do when you want to have a really powerful turn. But this is the type of battlefield that if Mason does just get a Riddler in play and kind of shuts down the combat from Tristan, there's a chance you can claw back in. But with Mason's life total updating to 6 here, might just be too far behind.
6 versus 16. Looks like Mason has found a Nature's Rhythm. So let's see what he can concoct here.
And it looks like we are just doing a little bit of the math. If Mason can survive or, of course, try to win the game. It looked like Land River Regent. I didn't get a great glance at those 2 cards from Mason, but we shall see. Nature's Rhythm for 2. Tapping Spider Manifestation.
Tap on tap.
Yep, that is a good place to start. But the problem is you have to tap so many of your mana-generating creatures here that a Cub is not actually generating that much mana here.
Yeah, you get a Cub, you animate the Botanical Symptom.
Yeah, it's
you
already...
Get 4.
Yeah, that one's already animated.
Oh, yeah, the one on the...
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah,
But, I mean, yeah, you don't have another untapped one that you can actually animate, so everything is leading me to believe that this is not going to be quite enough.
Can he survive, I guess, is the...
So it is a behemoth in hand, not a river regent. So, but the other land was a botanical sanctum. That honestly could have been the difference. So that is 4, 5, 6. Looks to be Nature's Rhythm for 4, untapped Spider Manifestation, and probably just getting an Ouroboros and trying to play defense.
Spider Manifestation does have reach, so okay, just fetching a little cub again.
Okay.
I might die, but I will have all this mana.
Yep. So now with just Gene Pollinator, you can play a tap land. Now it just depends on can you attack or can you survive an attack on the other side, and I don't think Mason can. So yeah.
Based on the with the land and then a quick scoop, we are going to go to game number 2 here. So Tristan Wild Laroo taking advantage of being on the play, and just applying far too much pressure through the various tools at his disposal. Take a look at...
sorry to interrupt, but had a great start there with the Cubs and stuff like that, no matter what. But the Gear Hulk with searching up the Resolve...
that was sweet.
Yeah, was really what put it over the edge here. So once again, I just want to keep pointing to Tristan's techie list that I think very much has won him a lot of games.
To see Mason Buonadonna just do the shrug there. So like, well, not much I can do in that situation.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything. Mason's draw was also great, but just the combination of being on the draw plus having a fight spell in game 1, which is not very common in these mirror matches, was just too much for Mason to come back from.
Well, talking about fight spells, Melt Strider's Resolve and Unable to Scream available for Mason post-board if he so chooses. Also has Into the Floodmaw, Bossing Sage, Disdainful Stroke, Keen-Eyed Curator, Paw Patch Formation, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, Spider Sense, Surak, and Wistfulness.
Against this specific version, things are going to change a little bit, but I wouldn't imagine too much. Still the Resolves. I still like the Into the Floodmaw. Spider Sense, we've seen Mason leave in where other players have taken out, so I would assume Mason continues that trend. Unable to Scream looks really good as well, and that's all I would really be considering from Mason.
On Tristan's side of things, now up a game, he has Clarion Conqueror, Glenelendra Guardian, Hallowed Fountain, Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Melt Strider's Resolves, 2 Spider Sense, Soul Guide Lantern, Seam Rip, Reclamation Sage, Ouroboros, Voice of Victory, and Wistfulness.
Yeah, Seam Rip number 2 coming in, as well as the Melt Strider's Resolve. I definitely want those. Clarion Conqueror, once again, I would think you bring in here if it's not for the Cub matchups. I'm very unsure exactly what Tristan would want to be wanting to bring it in against.
Yeah.
But the problem is it's a universal effect, so it does shut down Tristan as well. Outside of that, that's about all I would be bringing in. Maybe Tristan considers the Spidey Senses as well.
Well, friends, if you have enjoyed watching coverage of this here this weekend, why not come and hang out with us at the next regional championship, which is going to be in Milwaukee. That is happening in February, so do come hang out with us February 20th to 22nd. Regional Championship, it's going to be standard. There's also going to be a bunch of cool side events, qualifiers, meet artists, play Commander, whatever floats your boat. Chances are you'll find it at the SCG Con.
Yeah, absolutely, and that will be a standard tournament as well, so this will be after the Pro Tour. We'll be able to see how the metagame shifts from the Pro Tour. We'll see a lot of people bringing what decks were doing well at the Pro Tour, but the players that really go to that next level will be the players we'll be seeing in the top 8 and stuff like that. So should be a really fun tournament as well here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, we were discussing it during our lunch break, that the players at the Pro Tour are probably going to be like, oh yeah, the Simic Ouroboros deck's doing real good. So everyone's going to be targeting Badgermill Cub. So therefore, we shouldn't target Badgermill Cub because no one's going to be bringing Badgermill Cub. So we're just going to bring the next thing, the anti-anti, you know?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Badgermill Cub could still be the most played deck here at the Pro Tour. I would not be shocked by any means, but yeah, will be very interesting to see what players do there. And hey, Mason Buonadonna is definitely going to be one of the players flying all the way across the United States to go compete at the Pro Tour. Yeah. And I would be shocked if Mason is not playing basically this list, except, you know, you think about the minor changes. Lessons probably not going to be expected to be the most played deck after such an abysmal performance here. You know, maybe Mason changes the Okos out of the main, but I would be absolutely shocked to see Mason go, you know, top 16 at Atlanta, where scooped a couple friends where he was easily going to be in the top 8 to either winning this event or taking second here in Portland. And you don't just say, okay, I got 2 days to submit a deck. Let's try something different.
Yeah, why not?
I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Keep riding the wave. Mason clearly knows how to play his deck extremely well. And it showed over the last couple weekends.
For sure. Just as a matter of interest, our best Is It Lessons player came in at 11th, Nick Osterud, with 11-3-1. After that, 22nd and 31st. So, yeah.
Wow. 3 lessons deck in the top 32.
Yeah.
I mean, if we had to guess the number going in,
I would have guessed that.
I would have guessed at least 8 to 12, something like that, and that fell far short. So we'll see the win percentage, but there's no way it's over 50%. I would assume it might even be in the train wreck scenario of under 40%, which that is, for one of the best decks, that would be a complete fall off.
So here's a fun little game to play then. What does the Lessons deck need to do to get back its former glory?
Yeah, and I mean, this is still, even though it is one tournament where it was the most played deck and it had a bad tournament, it's still a very small sample size. Yeah. So I don't even know if there's a dramatic amount of changes. You just kind of ask yourself, why did this deck have a bad weekend? Yep. And, I don't really know the answer to that. And I'm sure pro players at their testing houses are asking all their testing teammates that exact same question. But one thing that it could be is when you get a new set into the format, people play a lot more of a wide open metagame, right?
Yeah,
we saw elementals, we saw all these other kind of different decks coming into play, and Lessons is still a deck that is targeting a lot of decks with spot removal. And, if there are certain decks that aren't that vulnerable to spot removal, all of a sudden maybe Lessons isn't in the best spot. I don't know if that's true, but that could be one of the factors.
Tristan Wild Laroo, content with his opening hand here for game number 2. Mason Buonadonna keeps as well. Let's boogie.
And one thing I could think is an actual factor is wistfulness. That's a card that's being played a lot, and it can deal with monument and artist talent. So I bet that was a big factor here. No turn 1 elf on the draw, though, is huge.
Interesting. 2 mana tapture for a cup, gets a land, and we get a Mockingbird. It's a cup number 2 for Mason. This is basically what he wanted.
Game number 3. Let's see. I mean, this is brutal. You have one decent play here where you can do starting town on red, use your explosive prodigy to just kill a Llanowar elf. Then at least Mason's only untapping with 7 mana. Basically, Tristan has to play this game like Mason's hand is air. And how you just more elves, even more cubs is okay at this point. It is just if Mason's hand is Quantum Riddler and Nature's Rhythm, Tristan is not going to win this game anyways. So Tristan should try to be making the plays with that in mind, that you can't have those cards, otherwise I'm going to lose. And that is the correct play if you're doing it that way. The Prodigy to stop Llanowar Elf, it kind of doesn't matter.
Nah.
Yeah, so I actually love that play.
Play to win.
I see a Quantum Riddler in hand for Mason.
Tristan's got one too. Gene Pollinator to kick things off. Quantum Riddler on board now for Mason. Let's draw some cards. Gets to draw 2 because he just basically vomited his hand out in the last turn.
Exactly. So that's draw 2. Now whatever else we find, we get to pop off with.
Ouroboros and Llanowar Elves. Whee!
That'll do. That will do. Tristan is at a spot where he is just too far behind. And this is kind of what you can't have happen. I believe Tristan kept 7 as well. And if you're on the draw without an elf, I just don't think you can keep those hands.
I don't think so either, friend.
Elf or Gene Pollinator, of course.
So a mana generating 1-drop.
Yeah, on the play, you can definitely keep a good hand with Spider Manifestation as your 2-drop or Cub as your 2-drop. But on the draw, in a mirror match like this, air quotes mirror match, you can't keep a Cubless hand.
Gotta have the Cubs. Taking 3 points of damage here, looks like. Or is this no, I don't think Spider Manifestation's getting in there. So down to 14 goes Tristan. Taking 6 damage there from the 2 critters.
Yeah, and Tristan could have kept that hand if it's you have a Seam Rip as well to deal with an elf.
Oh, I think our life totals are wrong.
Yeah, hey,
We'll get that updated, friends.
I think the life totals basically don't even matter at this point.
They don't.
So if Tristan does have land, Cub, and start getting some things going here, maybe we could try to live another turn. And once again, you're on the test of Mason has to have air. But with Riddler in the warp zone, pretty easy to expect that Mason has at least a good follow-up.
Live another turn, die another day. Down to 12, shocking in that multiversal passage. There we go. Get the life totals fixed there for us. Mason is not at 6. He is, in fact, at 20 still.
Mason could be at 6 and still win this game, I'll tell you that.
It don't matter, really. Here we're going to see a Quantum Riddler from Tristan Wild Laroo.
Just a Riddler to untap, floating 1 mana. Doing the math of, can I possibly even survive? The one thing Tristan did have, we saw Maelstrom, Maelstrider's Resolve.
Yeah.
So maybe if you have like 3 of those, and you can just put 3 of them on this Riddler, fight down 3 different things, that's the kind of extremity that, that can't be a word, but that's kind of the extreme measure.
Extreme measure, yes.
Yeah, that Tristan has to have, and even that doesn't seem enough. Kill 2 creatures. One has to be the Ouroboros,
Yes.
and another as a Cub. That was great.
Yeah, sure.
Now the Riddler goes away, and there's really no blockers.
It's a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, but, you know, it's,
Yeah.
it's something. So just the Explosive Prodigy to block. Doing some quick math here.
Yep, and this is probably either Mason just saying, hey, you know, either I got this next turn, or they're just guaranteeing, making sure the right amount of counters are on things.
12, 13 damage, I count.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look to be enough, because
Need that
the one chump blocker.
Prodigy out the way.
Yeah, I'm counting 11 as well, so chump blocker go to 1, and, you know, that's going to be enough. There's no sweeper available in these lists.
That's
so.
what these lists are missing. They're missing sweepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's the next tech for these Cub mirrors is having Pyroclasm when you're on the draw and going all in when you're on the play. You never know. I've played at Pro Tours where there's a deck that's expected to be the best deck, and there's certain times where it's correct, certain times when it's not, to just be like pre-sideboarded for a certain deck.
I saw that a bunch last.
Definitely.
In the last couple of events, we've cast and commentated
Yep.
Quantum Riddler here. Going to do its best to find an answer, but no way out here for Tristan Wild Laroo. So we tie it up, 1 game apiece. Mason Buonadonna, Tristan Wild Laroo. Who's gonna be champion?
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be exciting stuff. And, you know, now with Tristan being on the play, definitely going to help a huge amount. And, you know, we see Mason pretty aggressively mulligan in these kind of scenarios just because he recognizes, if I fall behind, this deck, this mirror match is very tough to claw back in. You know, it doesn't play from behind that well. So we'll see probably some aggressive mulligans.
I think Tristan needs to aggressively mulligan if he draws another hand like we saw.
Yeah, I just don't think the keeping no Llanowar Elf or no Seam Rip on the draw is something that we could have done, but
you know, either need answers or action. You can't just have nothing.
Exactly. So I would expect Mason on the draw to be in the kind of the same vein.
Yeah.
Llanowar Elf or Gene Pollinator in the opener, otherwise send it back.
Keep up or kill.
Yeah, pretty much.
Those are the options you have in Mason's seat now as we go to game number 3 here. These players have played an immense amount of Magic here this weekend. It's been a wonderful time indeed, and we want to say thank you once again to everyone for tuning in. And for watching. You know, as a treat, friends, how about you go and save 10% on buying some Universes Beyond singles? The sale goes on until tomorrow, so if you want to go and get some cool cards with sweet styles, go check out starstedgames.com/sale. Universes Beyond, Venom King in Black. Pretty cool card. I like the art. It looks sweet. Venom's pretty dope, too. But yeah, plenty of, you know, other things to look at, like Final Fantasy, or if you're into Jurassic Park, I guess. Yeah, there's blue, sure.
Yeah, there's got to be something.
There's something for everyone.
Exactly. Sale goes until the end of the day, so make sure to get your orders in by the end of the day.
Yeah. Players shuffling up here, getting ready to boogie once more onto the fray.
Yeah, and you can definitely see a little bit more of a shoulders down aspect. You know, things seem very friendly between these two players because, well, I think if you could just lock in second place going into this tournament, anyone in the room would do that. Once you already get to a spot where second place is going to be your, you know, the worst result you can have, then, of course, you want to win the tournament because, yeah, it is nothing better than walking away knowing, well, you won the event. Big difference than second place. The trophy for first and second, both of them are really cool no matter what.
But one's bigger.
But one is bigger, and just knowing you took down a tournament is just the greatest feeling ever when you're walking out of a tournament hall.
Absolutely.
I have not done it many times, but the 2 times I did, it was the greatest feeling ever.
It's 2 more times than I've done it, friend.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Good stuff. Plenty of jokes and smiles between the players, the judges. We see Nick Miller in the back there. Don't forget, yeah, the best prize is getting to chat to Nick Miller afterwards.
That's definitely true. We are lucky that we get that prize every single event we come to.
Absolutely.
Nick Miller, of course, a gem that does so much work on the back end.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Has to rename all your deck lists because you don't submit the right archetypes.
Yes, that is absolutely a thing. Please don't do that. Please don't do that to Nick.
Help him out, man. Know what you're playing, for Pete's sake.
Exactly. All right, big game. Final game of the weekend
go.
here.
Wow, that hand from Tristan looks stacked.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Oof.
Gene Pollinator,
Badgermole Cub, Formidable Speaker, Bright Glass Gear Hulk, and the Prodigy in hand.
Yeah, that is
Holy
about
moly.
as good as it gets. So this is going to be all on Mason to have a phenomenal draw
He's got to
on the draw.
He's got to have the nuts in hand there to keep up with Tristan.
Yeah. If he kept a hand without a 1-drop, I'm going to lose it, is all I'm saying.
I'll just keep the ship going while you run out there and you go lose it on him. But he didn't. He kept Gene Pollinator. So we are good to go.
So no matter what, Tristan has the best kind of draw you can have here, which is Cub into Spider Manifestation. You know, there's a couple of really strong draws. Cub into Cub, Cub into Prodigy to kill your opponent's creature. All that kind of stuff would be great as well, but this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Let's see if Mason can answer.
I think he drew the second starting town there. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second starting town is great because that means he has land 3 as well.
Yes, he does.
So let's see if Mason has anything as far as interaction. Could have some kind of counter spell, but if we don't have anything to do on Tristan's turn, big trouble here for Mason Buonadonna.
Tristan Wild Laroo surveying his battlefield, deciding how he wants to approach turn 3.
Turn number 3. So if anything, the Bright Glass Gear Hulk that we saw looks awesome at being able to go get a couple of ways.
Yeah,
I mean,
kill that
looks great.
Cub. Ooh.
And once again, if Mason does indeed have Spider Sense, that would be huge.
It would be.
Because even just losing the Cub here would just be too devastating for Mason, I would think.
Yeah, he's got to look after it, man.
Yeah.
Got to take care of your Cubs.
Definitely getting tense.
What?
Here for this
Look, he's
thing.
relaxed, man.
Yeah.
He's got his hands behind his head.
Yeah,
He's
that's
chilling.
fair. You can feel the tenseness here in the venue here.
Tenseness, tension.
You can feel the tension here in this venue as everything's getting taken away. You know, it's towards the end. The only players that are left are the players going deep in these events.
Teardown happening beside us. The command zone's going bye-bye. We're getting ready for the next event, but we still have a champion to crown here. So, Tristan tapping Spider Manifestation for 2. No, not just yet.
Yeah, and I think this is just Tristan saying, okay, if you do have some kind of counterspell, what's the best way I can play around it?
Just be proactive, play Quantum Riddler, I guess.
Yeah, we shall see. I would still think leading with the Gear Hulk and trying to get that going, because the thing is, the Gear Hulk gets a lot worse as the game goes on, but if you can stop the Cub early on, that is really what can set you way far ahead.
Yeah.
So I like that Spider Sense check. Is it there? There's a lot of blue cards I saw from Mason.
I don't know.
Floating 1 red mana, so that leads me to believe an Explosive Prodigy is there as well.
Yeah, that'll take out the Cub easy peasy.
Yep, untap trigger on the stack, Mason is saying. Oh, that is a disdainful stroke? Even better than Spider Sense? I mean, you just have to snap that off
I was
then.
about to say, wow, you're not okay, there we go. Didn't resolve. Good, great. Okay, Gear Hulk down.
Wow,
Now it
okay.
taps.
I mean, that was literally the best card that Mason could have.
Clean answer to it, no body on board, no possible way for a Mockingbird to copy it at a later stage, so
Yeah.
whew,
Now
sigh of relief.
Spider Manifestation still on taps
Yes.
off the Gear Hulk, so that is good to go there. And now let's see what the follow-up is, but
Okay, Formidable Speaker.
okay. Formidable Speaker to then go get the Explosive Prodigy. Still looks solid here. No matter what, Tristan gets to do what he absolutely needs to do this turn to keep pushing his advantage, and that's get the opposing Cub off the battlefield.
Yes. Llanowar Elves in the bin off of the Formidable Speaker.
That
Goes to what?
That might be only one other card in hand for Tristan, though, and I believe, if we saw correctly, it's just a land. So
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm pretty sure I saw another land there, blue-green land.
So that would mean if we do go for just the removal spell for your opponent's Cub, you don't really have any gas in the tank, so this makes a lot of sense. You got to do something here to regain
There's the Verge.
some mana advantage.
Yeah. I like this. I think this is fine. I don't think when you're ahead, stay ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe don't worry too much about what the guy behind you is doing.
I mean, yeah, it just feels bad. If you go Explosive Prodigy, deal with the Cub, and then Mason's next turn is just like Cub, 2 more mana creatures, and then you top deck a land, you're just like, well, the game's over, I lost.
Yeah.
But if you play a Riddler, at least you're drawing into the chance of having some more gas.
So yeah, that would tap and then untap. So it's floating some mana there.
Yep. And
He
drew
had
it, and no, didn't have it.
Didn't have
Tristan was hellbent, so top decked that.
He top, yeah.
So had the decision,
Wow.
do I Formidable Speaker for the Prodigy or go for Riddler, and then drawing into it?
Jeez, like,
My goodness. That was lucky.
that was very lucky. Top of the deck being nice here to Tristan Wild Laroo, finding the answer he needed and getting extra value
Yeah.
off of it as well. That's crazy.
To be fair, though, out of all the other, Cub decks, Tristan's the only one who could have top decked that because, he's the only one who put it in his deck.
The one of in the deck, Explosive Prodigy, taking care of the little guy on the other side of the battlefield. Mason Buonadonna firmly on the back foot now. Tristan Wild Laroo has everything going for him at this point.
And
let's see how he finishes this off.
Mason did a decently cool play, at least, of Spider Sensing the Warp ability, so you get to keep your Riddler, and that's cool and all. But if Tristan has a Nature's Rhythm or something, this is the last turn of the tournament. And with these mana pips coming out, you got to think that that's the case.
Some big things are about to happen here for Tristan Wild Laroo. Mason Buonadonna can only watch as he is tapped out firmly.
Okay, so 5 mana. That leads me to believe that it is just the start with a Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, it's warping time.
Draw 2. Okay, so the last card in hand is a land. So Tristan does not have this wrapped up by any means. Draw 2. Spider Manifestation should untap. It is something you can miss, though, so that could be a little strange here, a little awkward.
GG.
And looks like just combat here, so plays the land. We know about the 1 more land in hand, so that leads me to believe that kind of air in hand from Tristan.
This is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that was a big turn. That was the turn that had to be very medium from Tristan's side for this, tournament to still be continuing. And it was indeed about as bad as it could be, and it was still a fine turn.
Mid at best.
Yep, there's 2 lands in hand, which is the worst possible because even if you can just top deck a Llanowar Elf, you get down to 1 card so that you can draw 2 next turn from Tristan's side. So that was the nightmare scenario from Tristan for sure.
Still hope for Mason Buonadonna. What on earth is in his hand there?
Blue cards galore, so it looked like there was a Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah, I saw a Nature's Rhythm, I think, at the back there.
Yeah, Nature's Rhythm and 3 blue cards, so could be some counter spells, could be Meringue, River Regent, or Riddlers as well. I didn't get a good look.
We need these players to have worse posture, lean in a little bit further for us.
Okay, and this just looks like Mason just tapping out for the Cub, and I like this. This is, even if he has a counterspell, just holding up a counterspell is playing to not lose. Mason's playing to win this thing.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's like, okay, I know you haven't got anything in hand, so...
Or maybe doesn't know that, but says, you have to have nothing in hand, otherwise I lose.
Yeah.
So I love this play
to
from
his
Mason.
outs.
What is this draw step? If it's another land, all of a sudden...
Let's
Oh,
turn
it's a
the
Temple
table.
Garden. Oh, my goodness.
You know what I said about the top of the library being nice to Tristan? I take that back.
Yeah, no kidding. The Prodigy was about as nice as it gets.
Oh,
As
boy.
now Tristan's turning to, okay, do I just start getting busy
Yeah, you
in
have
combat?
to. Just
No.
turn things sideways. Oh, boy. All right.
So if Mason can help it, Mason would love to block with the Cub onto a Gene Pollinator and just keep the Cub alive. That is the really big thing, but let's do the math. 6, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's taking 13, so no, that means exactly that
Can't block the pollinator.
that you can't block one of the one-power creatures. So I think then you're just basically forced to block the Cub.
Philly.
If Mason was just at 14, this would be way different. 3,
Yeah, that sucks.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so, yep, forced block there on one of the 2 drops.
Tapping out for the Cub and then having to use him as a chump blocker.
Yep.
It traded. Who knows? There still may be hope, but it's not looking like it based on that face from Mason Buonadonna. I think Tristan Wild Laroo is seconds away from claiming victory here.
Yeah, I think Mason really
there
needed
it is. There it is. The handshake extended. Tristan Wild Laroo picks up a victory here at the Regional Championship in Portland. Congratulations to Tristan. Commiserations to Mason Buonadonna, but what an absolutely awesome tournament from both of these players.
Yeah, no kidding. If you can wait till the finals until you lose, that is the best place to lose at regional championships, as no matter what, you get to go to the World Championship, which is just the #1 prize. Money is great, but World Championship also comes with money, but it also comes with prestige, and it's just the greatest tournament of the year. So really awesome stuff from both players, and congrats to Tristan.
Yeah, that was a super, super sweet tournament from both of these players.
Yeah.
A really cool deck that I think a lot of people are going to take notice of now and try. They're going to be crafting it on Arena, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Testing it out, seeing what else can you add to this deck, because I guess the world's your oyster. Take a pick.
I think the one thing that at least became pretty clear to me from these Ouroboros decks is, well, we got to figure out a new name, because Ouroboros are getting trimmed. They're getting shaved here because they're not actually the thing you're trying to do in the mirror match. And if you look at the top 8, the one thing that they kind of all had in common was they weren't just playing 4 of them in the main. It was like 3 in the main, maybe 1 in the side, or the extremity of Tristan playing 0 on the main, only 1 in the board.
Yep.
That just really shows to me that these Cub decks don't have to rely on that card, and they can be more of a toolbox deck. You can open up the colors instead of just being Simic and play some of the really cool stuff, like the Prodigy. The Prodigy looked great all weekend. It's just, I bet it killed so many Clarion Conquerors.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. So, I do think that Ouroboros is going to have the same trajectory as Shieldred did. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, this is so great. It's a 4 of. Play them all. To eventually just whittling it down to 1 in the main deck, or not even, as the case may be, with our winning deck. So,
yeah. And I mean, the metagame can shift too, where maybe Ouroboros is not great now, as, it's not that great in the mirror match type thing, but if the mirror match becomes less prevalent, then Ouroboros might just be a little bit better card. So things will definitely ebb and flow, but very interesting for these Pro Tour competitors next weekend. Some food for thought for sure.
Well, as soon as we are ready, we're going to toss it over to an interview with Nick Miller and Tristan Wild Laroo. Get his final thoughts on that. Before we do, though, while they get ready, let's take a look at the metagame breakdown once again for the weekend. Take a look here. This is what day 1 had in store for us. Is it Lessons? The top deck there, not by a lot. 16.2%. Simic Ouroboros at 14.9%. But Simic Ouroboros certainly had the better day 2. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this right now, and everyone kind of just picture where the decks are. And now let's flash forward to day number 2 and kind of get a picture of what really did well. And you look at Is It Lessons, fell to the 3rd most popular deck. Bant Airbending got a huge boon. Simic, Ouroboros, close to the most played deck, and then, stayed very much at the top, so these are not exact win rates by any means. We're going to have Frank, we're going to have Nick Miller. That's going to be breaking things down based on individual decks, but I think the big picture things to take away from is the Bant Airbending decks. It wasn't just a meme when it won the spotlight in Atlanta. That deck feels well and truly back. 2 of those decks into the top 8, which is really awesome. Is It Lessons? I think that is another huge story. Ragavan here was looking more like, Gran here than Ragavan.
Not Ragavan.
So Is It Lessons didn't do great. Sultai Reanimator had kind of
performance.
A solid performance. Put 1 into the top 8. Every time we saw it on camera, it looked okay.
So many triggers.
Yeah.
My brain hurt just watching some of those.
Oh, yeah. I got a GRV just watching that top 8 match for sure. Absolutely for sure. And then outside of that, the landfall decks, they kind of stayed in place. I'll be very curious to see if they actually had good weekends.
I like those.
Yeah, it's a good deck. If the Ouroboros decks become much more popular than Lessons, I would think Landfall would not be at a great place.
Okay.
So just because the Ouroboros decks just go over the top of those. But if Is It Lessons was going to be 30% of the next event, I would think Landfall could be in a good spot. So really interesting stuff to really see what went on at this tournament.
Absolutely. And some cool surprises as well in the other category. Seeing Boros Dragons having a fair shot at it too, made it into the top 8. So congratulations to our player who brought that along. That was Aiden Simons Rudolph. And plenty of options here. So basically, pick your poison. Whatever you enjoy, whatever you want to play, there's nothing stopping you. Is what I'm taking away from this metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing, we saw the Is It Elemental deck. That deck looked really awesome. There's definitely something there that wasn't necessarily a tune strategy, but it did quite well in the hands of the couple players that actually played it. So that was really cool. Bant Omniscience here with 6 copies into day number 2. That deck had a pretty nice showing. Unfortunately, our tournament leader overnight, the wheels kind of fell off. Started 10-0. Ended 11-3 or 11-4. That is a little disappointing, but the deck had a pretty solid showing there. So Jeskai Control always doing exactly what it does. Feels like it's 45% against the entire metagame. I think we've come to a place where Jeskai Control is the Jund of Standard right now. Just 45% across the board. I'm sorry, I just angered every Control player and Jund players.
Yep. That's pretty much all of them. You covered the whole spectrum there, bud. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. I really tried.
Oh, my goodness. We do have our champion ready and waiting in the interview area, so we're going to be tossing over to them very, very shortly. It's going to be great to hear from Tristan what he has to say about his preparation for this, basically bringing a theory-crafted deck and winning with it. What? Excuse me?
Yep.
So.
And, we got to chalk it up to with Tristan representing the team Scrap Heap.
Yeah.
That team has just been dominating these RCs and these spotlights left and right, starting with Vinny Fino late last year, the brothers as well.
Yes,
the Puglisis that kind of dominated both of those RCs. So really impressive stuff from that team. They're pretty good at Magic.
Turns out. Who else is pretty good at Magic? The winner of our regional championship, who is with Nick Miller right now.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard one last time here at the Regional Championship, part of SCG Con Portland. I'm Nick Miller alongside your champion, Tristan Wild Laroo. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A longtime pro player, but as you were mentioning to me, this is the first big title trophy win for you.
Yeah.
What's it mean?
I mean, it's just sort of surreal, I guess. I don't think I've ever actually won a tournament before. I mean, I don't know. I guess I didn't even like. At some point, I finished 8-1 on day 1, and then I've finished. I guess I only lost once on day 2, but my losses were both like pretty hard. I played extremely poorly on camera on both of my losses to lose, which was. I mean, that's like okay. I'm not afraid to look stupid, but it was like. Yeah, I don't even think it really shook my confidence, but it is like you only get so many games that are like winnable, and then you throw them away. But I don't know. I think I ran extremely hot. The deck was great. And
yeah, talk about the deck here, because miscategorized on day 1. I'll take the blame for that. Looking at hundreds of Ouroboros lists, it looked very similar, but notably no Ouroboros in the main deck. You're much more of this toolbox deck. You've got the Elemental that can ping down other creatures. You've got the Gear Hulk. Talk about how you came to this build of this deck.
Yeah, I guess to me, I would say that like the Simic Ouroboroi name is like probably not that crazy. I mean, I don't know if I would give that name to like the normal deck anyways, but I think it spiritually is like the same deck as the blue-green. I was calling it like 4-color blue-green. Mm-hmm. I had black cards at some point. It was 5-color blue-green, but I mean, it was mostly just that like, I guess maybe I view a lot of decks in Magic as combo decks, but to me this was like a very much like a pure combo deck, and I didn't really understand why we were playing this like mid-rangey like Shieldred-esque card in our like sort of just like straight combo deck, and so it seemed like. I think at first I was watching the airbend. I watched like the GP coverage, and the airbending deck looked cool, and I thought maybe that was like a good way to, like, playing all of the rhythm stuff with the airbending package was good. But then, I don't know. I ended up just sort of settling on this. I think after I can't say I'd like had a super rigorous. I mean, it wasn't like it was like rigorously tested or anything. I sort of just had this kind of concept for what I wanted the deck to look like. And I already wanted to play other colors, and so then I just spent a while looking at like the various cards that I thought, like I wanted better cards to tutor for on 3 and 4, like 2, 3, 4, because I felt like that was like the main thing that was missing from the blue-green decks. They were very good at like having these explosive starts, but they like lacked any proactive plays if they like fell behind, or like something where the Ouroboroi just like wasn't good enough.
Well, most people weren't particularly prepared or tested. The set came out a few days ago, so it's not like everyone had a ton of time to tweak their decks, but it definitely looked powerful. This win, this top 8 gets you back on the pro scene, a new pro tour. We of course have the pro tour next weekend. What do you think the format's going to look like then? After seeing your deck perform the way it did.
I have absolutely no idea. I mean, I don't even still know if my deck is that good or if I just ran well. But I mean, I think it was good. The PT next week I feel like will be one of the crazier ones in memory. I think like even if there's like the ones right after set release, this one had like there's just a ton. Like when I was looking at the standings, there's like a bunch of novel decks at the top tables. Some of them like just barely missed top 8 or whatever, but like there's like a pretty wide range of things that are all like semi-new or like weren't, didn't top 8 the spotlights.
Right.
And then there's like the big storm and people's flights are canceled and stuff. So like I feel like everyone's like sort of scrambling. It'll be like much less. I guess I'm used to like a lot of PT decks are often like pretty refined, and like people have sort of like have their teams and they've rigorously tested against the matchups, and they at least like have a sort of coherent plan for like what they broadly want their sideboard and stuff to look like, and it's sort of like they're tuned. And I feel like for this one there's like not enough time for that. People are going to have to just like sort of guess and
they're
hope
going to
that
be
it works
scrapping,
out.
that's for sure.
Which is cool. I don't know if I've played a PT like that.
You played against Mason in the finals, quite friendly matchup, so you two must know each other and go back. How did it feel? I know Mason was kind of hoarding over a bunch of wins in the finals over you. You get a little vengeance here.
Well, yeah, we got dinner before the top, or we got like dinner before the top 8 together, and we were, I don't know. So it was cool to like. I mean, it's crazy to play against him in the finals. But yeah, I think the first time I met Mason, we were playing. It was like the Sunday event, like for the people who didn't make day 2 at the RC in DreamHack Dallas, and I was told that whoever had the highest, like the best standing after the Swiss, if they then won in the top 8, or like because it was like cut to top 16 and then the top 8 won, whoever the best standing after the switch would get their face on the poster, the DreamHack poster. And we were both undefeated, and he really wanted to like draw and get food, but I told him that we couldn't do that because I needed to play for the poster. And then he proceeded to crush me really quickly. So now I guess I got, is this cooler than the poster, but it was similarly like, you know, I feel like the match at the end is like a little bit ceremonial, like you get the title. And, but yeah, I don't know. It's cool also to come full circle, yeah.
You are the champion. Got any shout outs? Anyone to call out?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to like all my friends who have supported me in Magic and stuff. It's like crazy to win something. Like all the original Handshake people, all the scrappy people who I stayed with here and helped me, you know, a lot through the RCs and all of that stuff. All the System Magic people for being awesome. And yeah, I didn't test as much with them this time, but for a lot of the other RCs. And yeah, just everyone, yeah, being so supportive. I mean, I feel like I'm like lucky that I have like a ton of really supportive friends in Magic who have always been like, people give me a lot of leeway to try different decks and stuff, and yeah, I'm grateful for it.
That's what it's all about, having a bunch of friends, Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Tristan, you're the champion. Congratulations one last time. We're going to let Corey and Ailey close it out here in Portland.
Nick Miller, and congratulations once again to our champion here in Portland. Tristan Wild Laroo looked a little shell-shocked at the end. They're kind of like, how did I get here? What am I doing? Oh, what's this?
I mean, honestly, it's kind of wild to me that he has never won a major tournament, because Tristan has just been the epitome of consistency, high-level competitive Magic. So I'm just kind of shocked he hasn't won a big event before, but
well, now he has.
Pretty cool to see him take it down. That was awesome.
Check that off the list.
Yeah.
And yes, qualifying for Secrets of Strixhaven, that's the next Pro Tour, and the World Championship at the end of the year. So lots to look forward to this year in terms of professional Magic for Tristan, and plenty to look forward to as well. If you just joined us right now, where have you been? Okay. We're waiting for you.
Rewatch it all.
Rewatch it all. Just go back and watch us in fast forward. It's a lot more funny that way. But we do have upcoming events in Milwaukee in February. So if you want to come and join us, if you want to catch the action of another regional championship, that's the way to do it. Don't forget, we have our Pro Tour next weekend. So keep your eyes on all the different players, and fingers crossed that everyone gets there safely, because, you know, there's a blizzard and storms and things.
And yeah, even we hope we get there as well. Like, we're heading from the opposite side of the United States, and I think there's some, like, just a couple snowflakes in the way, one or two, right?
Ice this thick, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from where I'm from in North Dakota, that's just what we call a Tuesday.
Yeah.
So it's nothing.
Calgary,
but
the same.
Virginia, they have like one or two snowplow trucks in the entire state. So they need to call North Dakota, and they could get that cleaned up in no time.
At least they have them. Yeah, maybe we can fly some in from Canada as well for you.
There we go.
Anyway, friends, just want to say thank you once again to everyone here behind the scenes helping bring coverage to your eyeballs. Thank you as well for bringing your eyeballs to our stream. Thank you to our lovely co-commentators, Carmen and Ryan. Hope to see them again.
They're the greatest.
Here. Hope to see you. You want to hang out next weekend?
You know, I'm in.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some more standard. Let's talk about some more limited. It's going to be a fun weekend, that's for sure.
On that note, friends, we love you. We'll leave you. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.